To the faithful.
Touchdown, San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murf and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We're supposed to be in good mood. It's a Friday. Fridays, we love Fridays. And instead, the Warriors discouraged us last night. I'm going to try not to let that ruin my Friday, Marcus. Good morning. Happy Friday, brother.
Murf.
The eve of a spring week. Actually, not spring just yet. As Clay said on his boat the other day. Good morning, brother.
Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm here for the positive vibes, but we got some negative news last night, not only with the Warriors losing to the Chicago Bulls, but maybe losing Steph Curry for a couple games with that ankle injury.
Be negative, bro.
Be negative, bro.
Be positive, bro.
So, yeah, discouraging is the word. I hate to use that word on a Friday. Fridays can never be discouraging, right? They're supposed to be all encouraging, but it was discouraging, as you mentioned, on two fronts. They lose to a team they should have beaten, but DeMar DeRozan and Vucevic had other ideas. They each went for 33 points last night. How about that?
I mean, especially after what we saw the Warriors do defensively just 2 nights ago against the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, there were some good flashes of defense with Moses Moody. TJD was out there again, but still allowing 125 to the Bulls.
The first, and we'll get into it, and good morning, everybody. The first, 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, or maybe the first 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, 5 minutes maybe, when they played all the kids, it was Kuminga, Pods, TJD, and Moses Moody. Bro, there was some spring out there. Did you see that?
There were some fresh legs,
I don't
Murph.
think the Warriors have looked that young and springy in ever. I mean, seriously.
That's got to be the youngest lineup that they had on the court in the past 10 years, maybe.
And they were all jumping around like rabbits.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And getting offensive boards and running down the floor and everything. So, man, if you want to take anything positive, except, be positive.
Be positive, bro.
Except for be positive, bro, when Brandon Pajemski drives to the rim.
Yeah.
Great move to shake his defender. Mm-hmm. Great move. Elite move. Platinum move.
Platinum.
And he only winds up... He approaches the rim from the right side and tries to make it with his left hand. I get that he's left-handed.
Yes.
But I'm thinking a man, even though he's young, what is he, 21?
Yeah.
I would have thought he had the ability to switch. The right hand was a better angle. And he went with the left hand and kind of biffed it off the rim.
Yeah, he tried to kind of lay it backwards with the left hand.
Yeah.
And you're right. He's a young kid, but I don't want to put him in the same conversation with Steph Curry and some of the best in the league. But we see the premier athletes be able to switch hands.
Yeah.
Steph finishes with his left hand so often. I would have loved to see Pajemski finish with his right hand.
Yeah.
He went with the strong hand and got denied.
Shout out the Daily Dozen, Marcus. I'm going to tell you about the Daily Dozen. Here's your first lesson of the day, young Tony. So my high school coach played at Wyoming, and he instituted the Daily Dozen. What's the Daily Dozen? We do the Daily Dozen every day. 6 layups from the right side, 6 layups from the left side. Okay, the first one is an underhanded layup right hand. Second one is an overhanded layup right hand. Third one is you take it right hand all the way under the basket for a right hand reverse.
Ooh.
Twist it like a pretzel. The fourth one is dribble with your right past the basket, switch to your left, and kiss it off the glass left.
Okay.
Fifth one is dribble drive to the key with your right hand and shoot a baby hook with your left hand. Sixth one is drive down, jump on the low block, and bank in a 2-footer. Now, the catch is you go do it from the left side. Mm-hmm. So left hand underhand, left hand overhand. Now wait, Marcus, here's the one.
Oh, wait.
Left hand all the way, left hand reverse.
Ooh, there it is.
Then this is the one Pajemski should have done. Left hand drive, switch to the right, kiss off the glass on the other side of the basket. That's literally what I was doing in high school, and literally what I have our 6th grade team doing every practice. Mm-hmm. And they kind of resisted. They don't like Daily Dozen. I'm like, well, you don't like Daily
Dozen?
Dozen?
What is this Daily Dozen? Give me a dozen donuts
we go
instead,
to a game
Murph.
the other day. One of the kids goes, hey, Coach, I don't want to do Daily Dozen today. And guess what Coach Brian did? He snapped.
Yeah.
He snapped, all right?
You don't want to do Daily Dozen? Go take a seat on the bench, kid.
I said, hey, kid, you know how long as long as you play basketball, the more you openly defy your coach in front of the team, the less you're going to play. All right, brother? And then then you dribble left, baby hook with the right, magic, and then dribble left, jump stop back. But anyway, it was so funny because everything you know you learn in kindergarten, right? everything you know you learned in high school. Pods, if he had dribbled left and just switched to the right for the kiss. Now, that would have tied the game.
Of course.
That wouldn't have won the game, but it was the moment they lost the game.
Yeah, it was a big, big moment, and our guy, Pajemski, should have been out here practicing his daily dozens, Murph. I mean, he did one kind of piece or one donut from the daily dozen. He just picked the wrong donut, Murph.
There you go,
We've
buddy.
all been there before.
Beautiful. Great call. Great call. So anyway, it was frustrating, but, you know, what are you going to do? If you missed it, 125, 122, we will not be calling that in. As always, the winning team reports the score.
Yeah, I don't think Silver was there last night for that Bulls matchup.
No, and then obviously you mentioned it, Steph, and that's when it all happened. So when he twists his ankle, there's 3:51 left, and they're up 3, and that's what happens, right? So you bring in Chris Paul. That's that's not exactly a double discount, bargain rack.
You're getting a Hall of Fame point guard coming off the
Who
bench.
hit a big shot late too, by the way.
Huge three. Him and Clay had a couple big threes.
He also drew a double team at one point with about a minute to go and hit a wide open Draymond, and that was the Draymond 3. He missed it, but so now we got Warriors play the Spurs tomorrow night, and I think we're all assuming Steph will not play.
Yeah,
but I mean we don't know. I don't want to jump. I don't want to give false information. He might be a miracle hero.
Yeah, there's been nothing confirmed yet. Yeah. Steve Kerr basically just said that his foot was in an ice bucket last night, so no real injury update on Steph Curry, and we don't know the playing status of Victor Wembanyama on Saturday. He missed Wednesday night's game against the Sacramento Kings, and from some reports that I'm seeing on Twitter, Murph, it sounds like Popovich and the Spurs might hold him out on Saturday night.
So, by the way, we have our Warriors season ticket draft, right? I literally targeted that game. It was a Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Saturdays are great. Wemby, take the kids to see Wembanyama, man. It's a once in a not once in a lifetime, but, it's an event.
Yeah,
right?
it's going to be the first time he's coming to Chase Center.
Now he's not going to play.
Uh-oh.
So there you go.
You
man.
better sell those tickets before the official injury report comes out, Murph.
How bad is that price plummeting for those tickets now that Wemby's not playing?
Oh, well, think about probably the price spike of people who were trying to buy those tickets a week ago. Like you said, Saturday night, Spurs are in town. Victor Wembanyama's first trip to the Bay. I bet people were cashing out for those tickets. I don't know if they can get their money back now.
And the Warriors getting hotter, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, so by the way, and bad news all around. Last night, Dallas won, Sacramento won, and Phoenix won. So it was like a nightmare night. Dreams and nightmares. Dreams and nightmares.
When it rains, it pours, Murph, just like it was last night in Scottsdale.
Right. Good call. And what about that whole deal? We all got a couple of, talk about like information. We all thought that the game was going to be on MLB Network at 6. It wasn't.
Psych.
And then we all thought Shohei Ohtani was going to play, and he didn't.
Psych.
Yeah. And then we thought the game was going to go 9 innings, and it didn't.
Psych.
There you go. So 2 2/3. But Kyle Harrison, with that explosive fastball, punching some fools out.
I mean, for the small sample size that we got from Kyle, he was looking fantastic with that fastball. Now, his pitch count did get up a little bit in that first inning. I think it was a 23
Seems like that's going to be a constant battle, or at least early in his career.
Yeah, and we know he loves to attack the high part of the strike zone, so he's going to move that fastball around. But again, guys were just swinging and missing. And yeah, there was no Shohei Ohtani, there was no Mookie Betts, there was no Freddie Freeman, but there were still some Major League ball players in that lineup. And it's something that we talked about yesterday with Mike Krukow. His last outing of the year last year went 5 scoreless innings against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I don't care who's in the lineup. If Kyle Harrison's up there against Dodger Blue, I want to see strikeouts, and he had 6 of them yesterday.
I was thinking this morning, brushing the old teeth, that if he threw 5 shutout in game 162 and then struck out 6 in 2 2/3, can we start the train Kyle Harrison Dodger killer?
He's the Dodger
stopper. Can we go with that
Murph.
right now? Does he get a little extra juice facing the Dodgers?
Well, Murph, I'll take it because when we talk so much about these young pitching staff, it seems like a lot of people are already penciling in, or should I say with permanent marker, putting Kyle Harrison at the top of the rotation.
Yeah, number 2.
And I'm a huge Kyle Harrison fan, but this is high pressure, high expectations when you don't have that depth in your rotation. But it's good to see the young kid go out there and have some success.
Yeah,
last
he
night.
did. Struck out 6 in 2 2/3. So the Giants did not get a chance to see Landon Root, but Matt Chapman debuted last night, and he will debut today on KNBR. Don't mean to spoil the thrill of the guest list at 626, 627, but we have to
Spoiler alert.
We have to tell the 609 crowd that stay tuned. It is at the end of the show, I believe.
9:45. We'll close out the show with Matt Chapman.
It'll be great to have old Chappie. Do we call him Chappie right out of the gate?
Chappie, my boy.
Morning, Chappie.
Chappie.
It's kind of funny. It's like Bob Melvin. It's like, oh, it's this new guy. It's like Shohei Ohtani when he went to the Dodgers. They're like, oh, he's a Dodger. It's like, yeah, he was right down the street for the last 7 years playing for the Angels. It's not like he came from some other planet. It's the same thing with Chapman and Melvin. Like, so great to have you here. He's like, I've been over here the whole time.
Right.
Over here. I've been over in Oakland hanging out.
On one Klay Thompson boat ride across the bay.
It's so funny, man. But because we don't focus on those guys, they seem like they're new to town. No, I'm not new to town, bro. I got regular spots. You know what I mean? It's like, Ohtani didn't have to change his breakfast spot, you know? Neither does Chapman. He did spend 2 years in Toronto, obviously. So there you go, guys. On a Friday, March 8th, we'll get that coveted guest list on the other side and dive deeper into Steph Curry's ankle injury next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Look at this day. I mean, these conditions are immaculate.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Where you see?
I can tell you where he is. He was on the Tolbert and Copes afternoon show yesterday. Yeah, the one and only Zaza Pachulia.
Where you see?
Stop by the afternoon show to break down the Warriors' win over the Milwaukee Bucks and their loss last night against the Chicago Bulls. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Mob Nation. Murf and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Steph in a little distress. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, Steph is limping around. That is the last thing you want to see.
Draymond attacking. Draymond's got a triple-double. His first one since December 20th, 2021. Final minute. Play comes free. And it's going to be a moving screen on Draymond, and he's fouled out of the game. So they're not going to challenge it. Steph is in the locker room with an injured ankle.
Yeah,
Draymond is fouled out. 10 to shoot, 12 left in the game. Podziemski driving to lay it up and out. Missed the layup. The Chicago Bulls, they hold off the Warriors 125-122.
Oh, man, the sounds of a Warrior discouraging loss, but more important, the sounds of squeeze. I just told Tony, I was like, I just feel like I need some squeeze today. Sorry, just a little, just dropped a dime in the jukebox. That's all,
Nothing
buddy.
wrong with some squeeze on a Friday.
If you got trying to drop a dime in the juke, just tell the boy.
That's
all right?
it. 808 KNBR. We're taking requests today for the jukebox.
There it is. Anyway, I just told him that. So anyway, thanks for that. But Fitz and Buki with the other sounds you wanted and not wanted, and that's the loss to the Chicago Bulls last night. Shocking, discouraging. That's the word I kept coming back to. Discouraging, because everything was pointing into the right direction. They're starting to win more. They're starting to play better. They got healthy. Everybody's healthy. By the way, we talked about that. Everybody healthy.
Yeah.
Hashtag full squad.
Yeah. How long did that last?
Lasted 2 games.
Yeah.
Literally the Bucks game and the Bulls game. Not even the entirety of the Bulls game.
And that's what's probably the most disappointing thing about this Steph Curry injury. Obviously, the unknown and how long the Warriors can tread water in that 9-10 spot without Steph. But going back to that game against the Milwaukee Bucks, which was arguably their best game of the season, when they had the hashtag full squad, when we talked about Kuminga developing into a second option, when we talked about Brandon Podziemski being healthy and in the starting lineup, we talked about CP3 and Klay settling into that role in the second unit. Everything felt like it was starting to click.
Yeah.
And we talked about whether or not the Warriors were championship contenders. And what did we say? Everything has to go right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night, Murph, it went wrong.
It was the 408 who said their margin is just so razor thin. I said, I'm right with you there, brother. That's the deal. If everything stays together, it's like a freaking like a vase or whatever, like a delicate china that you bring out, and you're carrying it to the table, and it's like, oh, don't trip, because if you do, we're toast. I mean, so that's what happened. Now Curry twisted his ankle last night, and you could see it really clearly. He was down by Hunter Pence when he twisted his ankle. By the way, how about Pence's effort last night?
Hunter Pence was losing his mind.
Did you see him when he was when the Warriors went on that run to cut it from 10-1, and he was taunting Billy Donovan into calling a timeout? That is the Bulls coach, right? Billy Donovan?
I didn't think who was more enthusiastic, Bob Fitzgerald on a call or Hunter Pence on courtside.
And the Warriors have cut it to 11. No, the Warriors had cut it to 1 at that point. And Pence was in a funky jean jacket with some sort of painting on the back. Yeah, he still has the means to have those courtside seats, by the way.
Oh, yeah, he's still living out here in the city, too.
He's be doing Giants games this year?
I believe so. He was
he's
doing
doing
a
a
lot
lot.
of Giants games last year. He was doing that Apple TV stuff last year,
right.
so I'm sure he's going to come back again.
It's my understanding, I think he's going to do a fair number of Giants broadcasts. So, hey, there you go.
Hey, now.
But anyway, he was all excited. Everybody was all excited until Steph turned his ankle. And here, it's just a couple of quotes on that. Draymond Green spoke. Do we actually have the audio? Oh, we do. We do have the audio. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. Draymond spoke. Klay spoke. Kerr just said he has his foot in a bucket of ice. I don't know yet. His teammates offered up opinion. His 2 oldest pals, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. Here's Draymond at his locker, courtesy of Anthony Slater from The Athletic's Twitter.
Spirits are high. We'll see. I think he may get an MRI, and hopefully it's good.
Okay, that was pretty brief there. Spirits are high, though, he said. Spirits are high. By the way, spirits are high. Going back to that golf swing he took the other night, that, by the way, continued to have traction.
Oh, that went viral, Murf.
Well, there was multiple angles here.
Yeah.
There was one, the golf swing. There was also what was going on in the background.
Yeah, I was looking at what that guy was looking at. The guy turned around and got a great view.
Do you want to describe it?
Well, hey, I don't know how I can describe it.
I want to put you on the spot here,
without
buddy.
getting an FCC fine, but
Well, let's just say there was an enthusiastic young lady who was dressed provocatively. Should we say that?
shout out to the Jordan Poole baddie sitting courtside.
There you go. And there looked like to appear to be a suburban dad with his 2 kids, cranking his head to the left, staring at her offerings.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
She was excited. Maybe he was too.
Meanwhile, in the foreground, Steph's making a golf swing.
Yeah.
Now, I got people out there saying, and I probably shouldn't do this, but what the hell? I'm not going to get sued for libel here. But there's a rumor that he played. Remember I said, man, it made me think that he was down on the range hitting balls at Cal Club. Somebody else reached out and said, I got a rumor that he stopped off from Boston at Augusta National Golf Club.
Wow.
How about that?
Shout out to
So that's
Steph
just a
Curry.
rumor. Shout out Bananarama. I heard a rumor.
Rumor has it.
Shout out Adele. Rumor has it. Shout out Cameo. That's why do people come on, the rumor song from the 80s. Anyway, point being is that if that's true, would it make sense? Would Steph use a 2-day off window and flying home from Boston to detour to Augusta, Georgia? The answer is yes.
Yeah,
the answer is
I
yes.
wouldn't put it past him.
Oh, he's got 2 days off. Now, mind, he's got 4, what does he have, 3 kids and a pregnant wife?
Mm-hmm.
You know you got juice.
Now,
when you got 3 kids and a pregnant wife, you're like, yeah, honey, when are you coming home from Boston? Not till after I stop off at Augusta National. I'll get back to you.
Now, Murph, I don't want to do it, but I could be the hot take radio guy. Should Steph Curry be playing golf when he had a knee injury and was questionable for the game on Sunday against the Celtics?
Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Maybe I should have just left this one.
Yeah. Did Steph Curry's golf
and I'm not
escapades lead to the foot injury last night?
I'm not even sure.
808 KNBR is the number.
It was a rumor. It was a rumor. Again, I'm not going to confirm it. And since it's a harmless and mostly positive rumor, I thought I would spread it. Although Waterboy found a way to spin it negative.
Yeah, I can give you a negative take, but I do love the screenshot. I was thinking about maybe blowing that up and putting it on the wall in my new apartment.
Okay, there it is.
It's good ambiance, you know?
Well, you're the kind of guy who'll step out, walk out, you'll show up at the track and drop a 35 on your head.
Yeah.
In a 9-hole course.
Yeah.
Still can't get over that.
You know how I swing it, Murph.
Well, you should be heading down to Golden Gate Park Golf Course where they just reopened now.
I was telling young Tony, I know he's a golfer. I want to go out with him and Kyle Parr one day.
Well, the two of you guys should go out to Golden Gate Park, the little 9-holer. It's totally navigable. There's beer there.
Ooh.
And yeah.
I'm sold.
Yeah, you should do it.
You got beer at a golf course.
And it's a great
That's
region.
most of them, but I'm sold anyways.
Highly recommend. That place used to be known strictly for its $2 tall boys back in the 90s.
$2 tall boys.
And it was overgrown and messy and all that. Now they've tidied it up. It's real pretty.
What I'll do to find a $2 tall boy?
Right, the $2. That was now. It's 1994.
Yeah, I was gonna say now we're talking about $20 tall boys down at Chase Center
so
in
that was
Oracle Park.
Literally 30 years ago, dude. Anyway, more from the injury last night. Klay Thompson. We have the question included in this about Steph's injury.
Have you seen Steph post-game or engaged his spirits or how he's maybe doing?
Yeah, I mean, he had his ankle wrap on and he was icing his ankle, but I know we're going to miss him if he does have time off. We've been in this position before where he has had time off, and we just got to do it collectively, and I know he'll be ready to go when he does come back, whenever that is. We just want to wish him a speedy recovery and to take his time.
Okay, so everybody's speculating. It's all raw and fresh. So here's the map ahead, the road map ahead. Get out the treasure map here. Saturday night, Spurs come in, and we're hearing Wembanyama might not play.
Yes, questionable for Saturday night's matchup after missing his last game against the Sacramento Kings.
So, listen, I don't want to say that's a favorable situation after they just lost to the Chicago Bulls at home, you know? But that's a favorable situation.
Yeah,
right?
Even with Wemby on the floor, the Spurs have still been one of the worst teams in the NBA.
Spurs are also winless when Wemby doesn't play. Yeah. I saw that stat.
But also, here's a stat for you. The Warriors are winless this season when Steph Curry doesn't play.
Is that right?
In the 3 games they've played this year, they've lost all 3 games.
He's only missed 3 games this year?
That's it, only 3.
And they lost all 3.
And they lost all 3 of those games, Murph.
They've survived without him in the past. That's interesting.
They have when Jordan Poole took over when he had the broken hand. But no, this season so far, they're 0-3 in games that Curry has missed. Earlier this year, he missed games against Minnesota and OKC. They lost both those games. And then earlier in January, out in Milwaukee, he sat out against the Bucks.
That's great knowledge.
Not playing that game either.
And then Monday at San Antonio. Now, again, I don't want to say anything because it's the NBA and they just lost to the Bulls at home. But again, slightly favorable matchup. So maybe you survive Saturday and Monday without Steph. And the next big game is Wednesday at Dallas.
Yeah, that's
a big one.
Yeah.
Right now, there's only one loss separating those two teams. Mm-hmm. Dallas has 28 losses. The Warriors have 29. And I would like to get out of the 9-10. I have these dreams of getting to the 6, but it may be. I mean, losses last night are critical to the chase for the 6th seed.
Well,
that was a crowbar to the knees, man.
It's tough. And then when you look at the playoff picture in the West. I mean, we've talked a lot about how good the Warriors have been playing since Draymond Green has returned. I think the record is now 14-5 in those 19 games. But guess what? 14-5 has got you. absolutely nothing. You're still sitting here in the 9-10 spots.
Yeah.
Like you would think with a run like that, they would have been able to move up and gain some ground, but it just shows how good the Western Conference is this season.
The West is nuts. By the way, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is active. I see our guy Stan Tim saying, was that a reporter or Dr. Melfi asking that question? Stan Tim, bro, that is the legendary Janie McCauley.
Shout out, Janie.
You got to come correct when you talk Janie McCauley. She's one of the greats. 707 says, Steph was in that picture? Where?
Where you see?
I can't see him. That's what 707
I didn't see
says.
Steph either, 707.
Another 707, a different one says, that guy was risking it all, hoping his wife wasn't watching.
Hey, now.
LOL.
I mean, if he goes home and the wife sees that screenshot, like, that's got to be a chuckle, like a laughing moment, right?
Isn't that the meme of the guy and the girl, and he's looking back at the girl, and that's like the most common meme on Twitter, right?
Exactly.
Where you're busted looking behind.
Yeah, and then they put the two names up.
Yeah.
It's all right to look every once in a while, right? I don't know. I'm not married. I shouldn't be saying these things.
408 says, Vucevic, Nurkic, Jokic. Maybe the Warriors need an Eastern European schlub of their own. Hey, Dario freaking Saric, brother.
Put some respect on Dario Saric.
Put some respect. And of course,
not in the rotation anymore.
That's right. Yeah. And 415 says, dude, of course, the Barry's own Timex Social Club rumors. That's what I was looking for, 415. My brain was a little scattered at 626. Thank you. How do people start rumors? They're started by the Devils, people. Then you want to come back with rumors, buddy, all right?
They're started by Brian Murphy. That's
and
what
925 says Kuminga committed at least 3 and 1 fouls on DeRozan.
Yeah. As much as we love the youth and the explosiveness and the athleticism, DeMar DeRozan down the stretch was able to key on those young guys with a couple of veteran-savvy moves to draw those fouls.
DeMar DeRozan was that dude last night. He really was.
He is a dude.
All right, guest list on a Friday, 3, 8, 24. Hey! 3 times 8 is 24. Look at that.
What do they call that, Murph?
I don't know. They call that the only math I can do anymore. Dude, I'm out. I'm tapped out. Even on like my kid's 6th grade math, I think I'm out. Yeah, 6th grade math.
Well, you're not down with your PEMDAS?
Dude, you should see the sophomore math going on. Forget it.
Oh, dude.
It's a different galaxy.
Well, Murph, you're telling me I'm a guy that didn't do too well in sophomore math.
I've said this 100 times on the air. If Sandy Murray wasn't generous with moving his elbow to let me see his paper during advanced algebra junior year, I wouldn't be here today. All right? Wow. Shout out my man Sandy Murray. My friend since kindergarten. All right, what do you got, buddy?
Well, I was going to give a shout out to my geometry teacher in high school, Miss Lewis, who also dated former 49er Kevin Barlow.
Oh.
Fun fact for you.
How'd that work out?
I don't know. She ended up being my high school geometry teacher.
He didn't seem like he was a nice guy, but I don't know if he was the long-term answer for her.
Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like giving that a shout-out since we were talking high school math, but I can give a shout-out to our first guest at 8:15 this morning, Andrew Baggerly, Bags Alert. He'll join us at 8:15 to give us an update from Scottsdale and the San Francisco Giants. Mm-hmm. Then at 8:50 this morning, we're going to get a morning show debut by San Francisco Chronicle's new Warriors beat reporter, Sam Gordon.
Guy can write. I like this guy. And just as if to prove my point, I was telling the staff yesterday, I'm like, this guy can write. He showed up 3 weeks ago. I'm like, go read his gamer today on the digital thing. He said the Warriors built a 13-point lead until lethargy enveloped the squad. Lethargy enveloped the squad. Wow. This guy's good.
Big words, and you'll get them from Sam Gordon this morning at 8:50 before we wrap up the show with our main event of the morning. Matt Chapman, 9:45 a.m.
Can't wait. And 510 and 707 say, it's okay to view the menu. You just can't order off it. You can read the menu. You just can't order. I'm going to need a Howard Jones rejoin on the other side. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. There looked like to appear to be a suburban dad with his 2 kids staring at her offering.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
She was excited.
Markets. Murf and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Harrison, Bay Area native, 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Fastball away. Exploding up in the zone. 4 strikeouts in 2 innings.
Swings and misses, strike 3. The slider low and in, the 3rd strikeout in a row for Harrison and his 5th already in this ballgame. Swing and a miss, struck him out, 95 up above the zone. Harrison, who loves elevating that fastball, and he picks up his 4th consecutive strikeout. They've all been swinging strikeouts.
But this game has been not just postponed, it's been canceled.
There it is. Hey, I love young Tony. I told him, I said, I'm just feeling some squeeze today. He's giving me 2 now, back to back. We went pulling muscles of Michelle and black coffee in bed. And we'll turn this into a baseball tie-in because did Kyle get squeezed? I don't know. I'm just joking.
Murf,
can squeeze
it's a squeeze Friday.
I didn't know it. I did not anticipate it, but I'll take it. Those guys can write a little ditty, Difford and Tilbrook. But anyway, and I'll take black coffee in bed. Although if you spill black coffee in bed, that could be a little dicey.
Oh, then your mattress is stained for life.
Do you want a quick little digression here, buddy, on what can happen at home when things go awry? So let's say it's post-nap. I'm having a relatively normal. Shout out my little lunch at House of Nanking with Creative Tony yesterday.
Shout out Creative Tony being in the studio yesterday.
What a sighting, right? I was like seeing you know that Bigfoot thing where the Bigfoot's just walking and then just turns to the camera, you know? That Bigfoot, that's like Tony. Crossing the street, you know that? Did you guys grow up with that Bigfoot thing?
Oh yeah, dude.
That you know, the man in the ape suit who looks like they're like that's Bigfoot.
Oh, Murph, my friends were obsessed. When we got to the middle school library, we would look up Bigfoot footage all the time.
He's going like this. He's going.
Yeah. It's a guy that gets caught and he looks straight at the camera. But then coincidentally has never been seen again.
That was Tony crossing Columbus yesterday. But anyway, dude, I'm so stupid because I go home and I go to sleep because I'm an old man, but House of Nanking is right here. It's like 2 seconds away. How are you not there every day? One of the great Chinese joints, right? Anyway, dude, so I get my nap in. I'm working on some stuff on the laptop. I'm doing like John Joe. I'm prepping for tomorrow's show. And, dude, ready for this? I just want to tell you this. To being at home and just hearing this. You're a homeowner. Ready for this? I'll try to approximate this best I can. Once again. Did
you get bipped?
That is the sound of a pipe bursting and water spraying out.
Oh, that's what it was.
I thought that was pretty good.
It wasn't bad.
Imagine hearing that from another room.
While you're eating at the restaurant.
No. This is at home.
Oh, okay.
2:20. I'm at home now. This is at home.
Ooh.
Oh, dude. You're talking to dude. I don't even want to tell you how the next 60 minutes went. Because, dude, oh my God, this water, I mean, dude, it was coming out at Nolan Ryan, Justin Verlander velocity. This was not a leak. This was spraying out. It's under the sink. We have the lower bathroom, the downstairs bath. It's under the sink, and it's coming, dude. Here comes the flood. It's just flooding, dude. It's just flooding everywhere.
So what was the Brian Murphy plan of attack?
Yeah, it's a great freaking question,
I was going to say, do you know how to turn the water off?
Great question, which we'll get into hopefully in 60 to 90 seconds, and we'll get back to the Giants. But, dude, so we have these nice wood floors that are Candace's pride and joy 10 years ago that were like her wood. And here comes the water just pouring towards the wood floors, bro. Pouring towards them.
That's a
problem. I said, towels. So I grabbed about 8 towels as I'm running and just dump them on the bathroom floor and shove them up against the door jamb.
Now, Murph, were those towels already wet from your kids leaving them on the ground from the shower?
Give yourself some applause for that. That's a great line. It's a high line. High-level comedy. Dude, get the towels in there and somehow stem the tide. But now I'm on all fours under the sink trying to turn the valve off to shut off the water. And, dude, the valve is stripped. It doesn't connect to the thing. Now you're just turning the valve and it's stripped. No. And now the water's... Now it's coming up to my knees. My pants are soaked. My shirt's soaked.
Murph's knee deep in it.
And, dude, I got to tell you right now, to this day, this moment, I have a bruise or a damage to my left eye because I had to stick my head in there to try to turn that faucet off. And the water was drilling me in the face, bro. I should have had goggles on, but I couldn't think. So all we have is, I said, it's where we feed the dogs. So then we have this big dog food bin. That's like a big bin. It's like 3 feet by 2 feet filled with dog food. I said, give me the dog food bin. So I said, I just put the bin in front of the leak. and it fills the dog food bin immediately, but makes the dog food all wet and soggy and all that. Yeah. And so I said, take this. And Candace had to take it and then go dump it in the shower right there, which the dog food then spilled all over the shower and over the floor. And now the water's coming back into my face and back in my shirt and back into my jeans and still threatening the wood floors.
Oh, man.
And now I'm trying to, give me a wrench.
Oh, no.
I'm going to try to unscrew this wrench that leads to this pipe. It's not working, bro. Here's the moral of the whole damn story is, I've been in that house 15 years. I didn't know where to turn the water off.
Oh, never.
I didn't know where to turn the water off.
Never ran into this problem.
By the way, after the fire department came.
Oh, no.
After the fire department came.
The fire department.
3 of them. Shout out Southern Marin Fire. Those guys are great. I think Captain Kevin, I think, was my guy. And he calmly walked me to the side of my house and showed me a very obvious just handle that you just turn to the right.
Oh, my God. But instead, Murph's out here with the empty bin of dog food.
That's correct.
Like he's in the movie 300 on the front lines.
That's correct.
Hold!
That's correct.
Hold!
That's correct. That's a very good analogy. Very good analogy. And now wet dog. You know how wet dog food smells, by the way?
Oh, not good. Wet dog doesn't smell good.
Sorry, I got a bruised eye. I got soaked head to toe. We saved the wood floors. Got about enough towels because the towels are right by the laundry's right by that door. So I had like 8 towels.
You had the Great Wall of towels.
Even the fire guys, like, you guys did pretty well saving the floors, man.
Yeah. Even though you could have just turned the knob.
Well, I would have had to run out. I would have had to run out of the house and down to the side. So there would have been some damage, but not totally. Anyway, dude, what a day. Holy moly.
I love that the fire department had to show up.
Yeah, they had to come. Of course they did.
That's great.
We had to figure out, I don't know why we had them.
I thought you were going to call like the U.S. Coast Guard or something.
Well, shout out my neighbor Jack, who's awesome. My neighbor Jack is amazing, and he's helped us on a number of occasions. On a number of occasions. Candace ran outside in some sort of panic to look for and ran into Jack walking his dog. And Jack is a maintenance man. He works at a temple in Tiburon.
Yeah, you need Jack on speed dial.
Jack ran home and got this tool that only Curly and his dad would know what it was. It's a black metal tool that in the shape of a T that he went and he knew where the main water shutoff is for the whole neighborhood and pulled off the concrete lid, brushed aside all the dirt that had covered it up, found our main source, put that black metal T thing in and turned to the right and shut down the water to our house.
Wow. Now Murf is responsible for water being shut down on the entire mountain. How about that?
By the way, I could have used Curly for all his slacks. He would have fixed the thing in like 30 seconds.
Oh my God, John Joe would have showed up in the slacks and it would have been taken care of.
He would have stayed nice and calm like he always does and say, why don't you just go around the side of the house and turn off your water?
He's like, Murf, check the rundown. I told you how to shut down that water.
Do you all know where to turn your water off? You all live in a house, Young Tone. Why don't you come on the mic here, Young Tony? Young Tony's on the mic occasionally now. Young Tony, you live in a standalone house, right?
Yes.
Do you know how to turn the water off?
I mean, I do now.
He's got the Murf instructions. He's got the playbook now.
It was quite crazy, and I do have a little damage to the left eye. Wow. Do you remember when the T-shirt hit me in the eye at the NBA Finals game?
Yeah, with the T-shirt gun.
It's the exact same feeling.
That's a hilarious story, by the way.
It wasn't so funny.
These kids don't know. It was funny to me and Copes behind the glass, I can tell you that.
It was tough. I got in the NBA Finals, Warriors-Celtics Game 5, I was texting mightily, probably texting Marcus something about the show, and they were doing the T-shirt gun. And dude, this thing came flying in at like the force of our faucet yesterday, and dude just drilled me right in the left eye. Drilled me right in the Tone. I was blurry. The Warriors won that game. It was a very exciting game. It was a blurry, migraine-y win.
But Tony, see, these are the problems when these boomers can't get off their damn phone.
Dude, so the wet dog food. I mean, well, the dogs, they just like, where's our food? They're like, where's the damn food?
Yeah.
Because then I also forgot that we had to turn the water off. And by the way, shout out Peter Levy Plumbing, who came late night, 7 o'clock. My man Ricardo got everything going. So we're back in business. But the dogs were like, where's the food? And more important, where's the water? They're like, hey, wait a minute. I like my little water dish.
Now you're screwing up my routine.
Flash and Trixie are looking at me like, dude, where's my H2O? Where is it? I'm like, I don't got it.
Oh, and dogs know when it's dinner time.
Yeah. Oh,
they know.
You don't even know how Flash and Trixie might be the most dinner-aware dogs in the world. In the world.
Worldwide.
The way they just converge on my space bubble wherever I am and just start nuzzling and drilling and licking and pawing and scratching, and their meal clock is the most reliable thing in the world.
They show up like Marshawn Lynch. You know why I'm here. You know why I'm here, Murf. Give me some damn food.
Oh man. It was incredible. So I got a left eye. I got to here's it here in 818 sums it up. It says, what do you give me for Murf trying to stop the water and the Giants pitching staff trying to stop the Dodgers this year?
Oh, man.
Can the Giants at least save the wood floors? That's the question.
Right, Murph, you were able to stop the leak last night, but you weren't able to stop the rain out in Scottsdale.
Oh, man. No, not at all. Not at all. And so that was the Kyle Harris. I think I took up that whole segment with that story. We got to get back on the clock. We'll get back to Kyle later on. He was fantastic. People saying, well, duh, 707. He says, Murph, would it have taken you longer to go out and turn off the water than it took for the fire department to show?
Yes.
No, it would have been very easy for me to turn off the water if I knew.
And you had to give the call to the fire department, or they just showed up on their
Candace
own?
just called 911 because we were looking at a flood situation.
It's an emergency.
Yeah, well, it's funny. We have these little apps that alert when there's something in your neighborhood. And we showed up on it because it said, bing, it said Southern Marin Fire being called to blink our address. Said courtesy public service call. That's what they called it.
Courtesy
public service.
Nice.
And by the way, 623 might sum it all up beautifully. Shout out showers that reek of dog food. Oh. That's exactly what's going on right now. The shower smells like wet dog food, dude. And as Rory comes home at 3:20, he has no idea because this whole thing happened between 2:05 and 3:10. He comes home, he goes, why does it smell so bad in here? I'm like, because we have about 8 pounds of wet dog food in your shower.
The innocence of a kid.
All right.
What's going on, Pops? Why didn't you just turn off the water?
All right. Curry, injury, Warrior loss. On the other side, Pajemski misses a layup. Curry rolls an ankle. What's the landscape going forward? 808 KNBR, how discouraging was that loss? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, they call me the water boy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murf and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now Steph in a little distress. They're in the bonus. This doesn't look good. Yeah, Steph is limping around. That is the last thing you want to see. He's trying to work that thing out. Going back door. Oh, there's a turn, the right ankle. Turn that right ankle. I saw that so many times earlier in his career. He's took an awkward step. Steph, he's going to have to come out of the game and maybe go to the locker room. Yeah, that's one. You can't just walk that one off and come back in the game. So Steph leaves in a one-point game. But concern is far beyond this game.
Man, there it was, the moment last night that will haunt the Warriors now for the next few days, including tomorrow night against San Antonio. Although we don't know for sure, but we are only hours removed from Steph Curry turning his right ankle very obviously and painfully. Boy, memories. You heard Fitz say in that break, he was like so many times earlier in his career. I just looked it up. We used to talk about this, Marcus, back when you were throwing cutters up at Sonoma State. Was that your pitch?
Oh, no, I did throw a cutter, which probably led to my Tommy John surgery. But I was more of a curveball slider, two-seam kind of guy.
Okay. So that's interesting because you're such a Kyle Harrison fan when he doesn't have the two-seam.
Well, that's why I'm such a huge Logan Webb kind of guy because he is a two-seam pitcher. I like pitching more towards contact, towards ground balls, but it's also when I flipped over to a four-seamer when I started hitting low 90s. So you definitely see a difference once you go from two-seam to four-seam.
A little cheese there, buddy. Mm-hmm. But we used to talk about this in 2012, 13, 14. The Steph ankles were the threat to his career.
Oh, I remember people calling him straight up a bust.
Yeah.
Because he had so many ankle injuries.
And we said the doctor who fixed his ankle, honest to goodness, might be one of the most important people in Bay Area sports history. I looked up, his name is Dr. Richard Ferkel. By the way, Ferkel.
Oh, good name.
What is he, straight out of, what's that, Family Matters, right? Ferkel.
Shout out Urkel.
But dude, Dr. Richard Ferkel. I'm not even riffing. Like, he's one of the most important guys in the history of the Bay Area sports.
Murph, if it's not for Dr. Ferkel,
Ferkel.
maybe Chase Center doesn't exist down the street.
100%. Sliding doors, butterfly effect, the whole deal.
Portals and everything.
Dude, if there's no Ferkel, if Ferkel as a kid didn't tell his mom and dad, I dream of fixing ankles one day, Mom, then we're not here today talking Curry. We might not have jobs.
No.
Because the Warriors might be so bad and sports radio would have taken a whole different turn, and maybe this might be a soft rock station. You know what I mean?
I mean, Murph, 2 years ago, I was
playing Ambrosia.
I was walking down Market Street in the Warriors parade. It all circles back to Ferkel.
Ferkel. So anyway, that's the memory last night with Steph turning his ankle. Because it has been forever since we had to worry about his ankles. And we'll see. Obviously, it's probably going to swell up today, right? And they play tomorrow night against San Antonio, and then Monday in San Antonio. So here's my best possible. You beat San Antonio with Chris Paul playing point guard for Steph twice. And the Steph somehow, some way gets back Wednesday at Dallas. That's the ideal scenario. Actually, the ideal scenario is he plays tomorrow night, but
I mean that's
not realistic
scenario. And we should also point out that Victor Wembanyama is dealing with an ankle injury, and he's not certain to play on Saturday night.
By the way, Kerr will join Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30. So a little Friday commute. Kerr can hook you up with some information. So if you guys missed it last night, the Warriors lost to the Chicago Bulls, 125-122. Very discouraging. That was the word I kept coming back to, is discouraging. They say home on the range seldom has heard a discouraging word. I'd say there was a lot of discouraging words last night. How do you follow up that win over Milwaukee with that? You have your full squad. Yes. I mean, there was no injury excuses last night until 3:51 to go in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. But even then, they went into the fourth quarter down 10.
I mean, that's the issue. When you follow up maybe arguably your biggest win of the season over the Milwaukee Bucks, to then lose the next night against a Chicago Bulls team that has a sub-500 record, and not only to lose to the Bulls, to be outshot from the three-point line. Warriors only made 11 three-pointers last night.
Well,
Murf, it's a make-or-miss league, and you always go back to it. How did the Warriors do? How did they shoot from three?
I say, man, since the NBA revolution, the three-point revolution launched by Steph, that if you're walking down the street and you see a buddy, and you're like, hey, man, what's up? And they go, hey, man, how'd the Warriors do last night? You say, I don't know, how'd they shoot from three? Mm-hmm. That's literally the only answer, because Wednesday night was so fun, whether it was the party and the Bob Myers and
Trace Jackson Davis
Silver.
blocking Giannis 3 times in the third quarter.
We briefly mentioned, by the way, they shot almost 50% from three.
Yeah.
And we were like, we just kind of took it for granted. Bro, that's last night they shot 26% from three.
I mean, Murph, if it wasn't for the big three-pointers down the stretch from Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, they had single-digit three-point shots made going to the final minutes of that fourth quarter.
Steph, 5 of 18, 3 of 12. Ready for this? My kid, 16-year-old kid. He goes, Steph is so inconsistent. Dude, I snapped.
Steph is inconsistent.
I snapped. He goes, go look at his. He's 35 one night, 12 the next. I'm like, bro, you know what? No dessert for you tonight, buddy. I mean, can you believe that?
I mean, he's one of the greatest players in NBA history.
Can you believe
he's just not very
that?
consistent.
And
I can't believe
I finally just said to him, I said, just go look at his game log and come back to me. All right, buddy? But anyway, he did have a rough night last night.
Yeah.
5 of 18. And the Warriors as a team, Klay was 9 of 21. He scored 25.
Now, do you contribute that at all to the back-to-back game and maybe coming off the big moment that they had on Wednesday night?
And we also you mentioned the knee bursitis that we just kind of blew off. Sunday it was a story. By Wednesday when they blew out the Bucks, we didn't even talk about it.
Well, it was surprising to see that injury disappear so quickly after he popped up on the injury report over the weekend. And then by the time Wednesday came around, they had a clean sheet. Nobody was listed on the injury report. And then here we are a day later. It's not the knee injury, but now we're dealing with an ankle injury again.
And we think he might have played golf somewhere, too.
Hey, now.
We don't know. Rumors.
Shout out that golf swing.
Rumors. They had a 13-point lead, and then as Sam Garden writes from the Chronicle, lethargy enveloped the squad.
Lethargy.
On John Joe Curley's show rundown, he wants to point out Andrew Wiggins only played 15 minutes last night. So they're easing him back. That's not exactly two-way Wiggs.
No, but
3 out of
also,
6, 8 points.
They're also looking for more minutes for Moses Moody,
right,
who I thought had some really good defensive moments. Now we can get into the final stretches of the game of the defense that him and Kuminga played against DeMar DeRozan and that kind of savvy vet experience to draw those fouls. But for a big stretch of the game, especially once Draymond fouled out, it was the kids out on the court. It was TJD, it was Podziemski, it was Moses Moody, and it was Jonathan Kuminga, and it felt like they actually gave you a spark of energy in that second half.
That was some of the most enjoyable 5 to 6 minutes of the season because they were all feeling it, and the word kept coming to mind, young and springy. Like they looked young. The Warriors haven't looked that young and springy in forever.
No.
I mean, even when Steph and Klay were young, they weren't that springy. These are athletes.
So does this give you hope that maybe the 2-timeline system is back with the Golden State Warriors? Because we talk so much about what's the future going to look like without Steph. Oh, it's going to be Jordan Poole and James Wiseman. Now those guys are playing on 2 of the worst teams in the NBA. But it does feel like now that they are building this nucleus of this young core.
Yeah, are any of those guys a superstar?
That's the big question.
And when is it Kuminga?
Kuminga's the guy that has developed into a second option, but I don't know if he's going to be superstar level. Murph, again, he's only 21 years old, so he's got time to grow into it, and he's taken those steps this season, so who knows what the ceiling is.
Pods is 21. Hey, low-key, we were talking about the rotation yesterday in the 10. CEO to DNP last night. Kevon Looney. DNP coach's decision.
Yeah.
Bro. Times be changing. That's a guy who had a consecutive game streak forever, right?
Yes. I mean, he was the most consistent player year in and year out for the Dubs. Even some of the years that they were struggling, he was out there every single night. And we got into that conversation yesterday about getting TJD and Moses Moody and these young guys more minutes and who's going to suffer. Obviously, the first option is Dario Saric, who was another DNP last night. But I would have thought with the lack of size that you would still go with Kevon Looney. I mean, especially, I know we're not at the playoffs yet, but when you're talking about a playoff rotation for a man that was an absolute dog on the boards last year, getting 20 rebounds per game. I don't see how you can leave him out of the rotation, but they did last night.
It was a little shocking. It really was. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. A little bit of sound from last night. What did Kerr have to say? I mean, he comes off that 35-point win over the Bucks. He's gotten his riffs off on Bob Myers. You got to beat him. I mean, the Bulls aren't terrible. They were 30-32 coming in, but still, that's a game you got to get at home when you have your full squad ready to go. So, Kerr, what happened?
Energy. It just didn't feel like we were pressuring the ball, rotating quickly. It just felt like we never impacted them. They kind of got into their stuff. We had occasional good possessions, but never felt like we had a stretch in the game where we kind of locked them down for a few minutes where we could make a run. So, they scored 125, shot 53%, 16 threes. They deserve to win.
So that's a case of back-to-back, perhaps.
Yeah, they outshot the Warriors and looked like they out-hustled them last night.
Even though they're so young, man, So that's really disappointing. And speaking of young, there was a moment in the game that was pretty heartbreaking because it was wide open for all of us to see. It was the Podziemski layup. So credit to the kid. Listen, this guy, he's going to make the all-rookie team, right?
I mean, he was in the Rising Stars game earlier this year.
I mean, in the era of Wemby and Holmgren, is he the third best rookie in the NBA?
That's a great question because
I'd have to do a little deeper dive. Yeah. There might be somebody I'm sleeping on from another team.
And I know maybe statistically, like when you're looking at like total points and like the big numbers, maybe he doesn't rank up there with some of the other top rookies like a Brandon Miller with the Charlotte Hornets or guys across the league. But what he does without the ball in his hands, like he leads the NBA in charges drawn this year. I was looking at a list I saw on Twitter the other day. Like, he has more charges drawn than like 10, 11, 12 different teams total in the NBA. He does all those small things and helps contribute to that Warriors starting lineup.
Well, I'm completely wrong. First of all, how dare you, dude? Dude, don't forget, down in Miami, Jaime Jaquez.
Oh, your boy Jaime.
And
showing off in the dunk contest.
You know who I'm sleeping on is Sarah Thompson.
Yeah.
Up in Detroit.
He's a great all-around
So
player.
I'm looking actually at an NBA... NBA.com, the weekly ladder. They have Podziemski 5th. It goes Wembanyama, Holmgren, and then you mentioned Miller, Jaquez. Oh, no, Thompson's kind of fallen off. Thompson was earlier in the season. So right now, on the NBA, they have a Kia. Shout out Kia.
Oh.
How about Kia in the NBA, by the way?
Dude,
they went all in
They
together.
love slapping the name Kia on
I
anything.
wonder, has Kia benefited from that?
I don't know.
Are you driving a Kia?
Absolutely not.
Are you driving a Kia?
And
Young John Joe, are you driving a Kia?
Wasn't it the commercial with Shaquille O'Neal getting to a Kia? There's no way in hell Shaq can fit into a Kia. He ain't driving that thing.
My dad was a big guy, 6'3 and a half, 235, and he bought a little, we were like on the front end of the Honda Civic movement in the late 70s, a little tiny thing.
I had a Honda Civic.
It was tiny, though.
Oh, Murf.
Because back then in the late 70s, you were looking for, quote, fuel economy. Yeah. You were looking for fuel economy. So people say, Bob Murphy, how do you get in that car? And my dad used to say, I don't get in it, I put it on. That was his big joke. All right.
Shout out Murphy.
That's Shaq in the Kia.
Yeah. In high school, I drove a 1987 Honda Prelude. And it was no joke, like maybe as tall as like my hip. Like I used to have to squeeze in that thing.
Did you have Riz in that car?
I did. I had a sunroof that I used for a couple occasions.
Did you get in that car and say, I'm finna,
Murph. I'm finna. You know how I do.
That was a pre-show. You guys need to know the pre-show discussion. Because one of the great things that happened last night was Anthony Edwards' block. And we'll get into it in the cooler of content. I mean, it really was just one of the most exciting plays you'll see.
Banging his head off the backboard.
And it's almost like throwing his whole body into the backboard, his head on the rim, everything. And to win the game with 1 second left. Did you see ESPN had a stat? He scored 44 last night. Dude, you want to talk about, like, we live in the era of crazy stats, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes you'll hear these stats, and I've thrown them out during Friday Football Forecast. If it suits your argument, you're like, in December, when the Steelers are road favorites, Tomlin's 0-8 or something very bizarre. You know what I mean?
Whatever fits the narrative.
Yeah, Tomlin's Tomlin in Cleveland in October hasn't lost a game ever.
Mike Tomlin off a loss, off a bye week, has never lost at home in Pittsburgh when the conditions are less than 70 degrees.
Exactly. Well, this one I think took the cake. It said Anthony Edwards now has the 4th highest point total of a guy who also made a game-winning or game-tying block with 2 seconds or less. I'm like, wait a minute. They have that stat?
That seems oddly specific.
They have that stat? that if you make a game-winning or preserve a tie block with 2 seconds or less, and you combine your point total, and he's not even first, he's fourth with 44. Who would be like, I don't know, Hakeem?
I mean,
like David Robinson.
I mean, the first thing that pops in my mind, I know people aren't going to like this take, is LeBron chasing down Iggy with the chase down
that was
block in the
brought up
finals.
by the same darn anchor.
Oh, was it?
And I said this to my windshield as I was driving in. I said, I think there's a lot of revisionist history. Weren't there over 2 minutes left when he made that block? Somebody, can you go back? Hey, John Joe, can you do some mid-show research for once and give me the detail? Mib used to run. Mib would have run that in right now, short of breath.
Oh,
short of breath.
Mib was the ultimate hustler. Shout out to his water podcast.
Yeah, exactly. So if you can find me the exact moment in the Game 7 play-by-play, is Waterboy going to beat you to it?
I was going to say, I'll look it up real quick.
That's my question. Waterboy going to beat you to it? Was there more than 2 minutes left? Or am I wrong? Maybe it certainly wasn't in the final 20 seconds. Is my point.
Damn, I got one of these skip ads, Murf.
Oh man, darn it. Yeah, that's what you got to do, man. They got you now. They figured out how to make you watch the ad, and now you're going to buy a Kia because of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not even joking. It was a Kia ad because a highlight popped up on NBA.com, and a Kia ad was what came up first, Murf.
Anyway, in the Kia Rookie Ladder NBA, it's Wembanyama 1, Holmgren 2, Miller 3, Jaime Jaquez 4, Pajemski 5. So as of right now, he is on the all-rookie team, for sure. Did you find it?
No, I found a highlight of it, but they don't have the time of the
So
clock.
what you got to do is you got to go to the basketball reference and then go to play-by-play.
Murph, it was right around the 2-minute mark.
So there
Just
you
found
go.
it right now.
Okay.
So it happened literally when Iggy gets blocked. There are 1 minute and 51 seconds left on the clock.
That's a freaking eternity in the NBA, all right?
Mm-hmm,
I get it. It's a great play, but it wasn't as razor thin down to the wire as people make it.
But it does fall into the window of NBA clutch time,
I know,
which is the final 5 minutes of the game.
Listen, I get it. I'm not denigrating it. It was obviously awesome, but two things can be equally true. It was awesome, and it's a little overrated because there was 1:51 to go. I mean, a million things could have happened after that, all right? So, whereas Anthony Edwards last night, there was only one option.
That was truly game-saving, putting his body on the line.
There was only one option.
I mean, literally, did his head bounce off the rim? I know it hit the backboard.
No, his head hit the rim, and he said his head really hurt. That's what he said. He said he also fell on his wrist.
Jeez.
But the whole point of the story was, his quote was, I can't even say
Man, I'm finna go get this.
There it is.
Which led to a whole discussion this morning about whether or not finna is in your vocabulary.
And so I asked young Tony, because I heard that quote. This is Anthony Edwards saying, I saw the, you got the whole quote? Give me the whole quote.
Yeah, I hit my head, I think on the rim. It's hurting real bad. And I landed on my wrist, but I mean, I saw him with the lane. I knew he was going for the layup, and I was just like, man, I'm finna go get this. I ain't never jumped that high in my life.
How about that, dude? Says he never jumped that high in his life. By the way, he said, I'm finna go. God, I can't even say it. I have such a tongue twister.
Man, I'm finna go get this.
I'm finna go get this.
Murph,
this is such a language I don't understand.
We finna play this in the cooler of content later today.
Okay.
We finna do this next segment.
You and your buddies use it.
Oh, yeah. I'm finna go get a beer after the show today.
I asked young Tony if he used it. He said, no.
No, he was so confused.
He says, it doesn't fit his style.
No, I was like, that's classic Bay lingo. Like tonight, I'm finna go watch this Anthony Joshua Francis Ngannou fight.
Okay.
I'm finna watch it. Okay. It's just part of my vocab.
Man, I'm finna go get this.
Is it strictly Bay? Because Anthony Edwards is from Georgia.
He's not, so I don't know. But then again, like everybody across the country now says hella, when hella used to be exclusively a Northern California slang word.
Yeah.
It's the day and age of the internet, Murph.
Incredible, man. Incredible.
Everybody's finna say it.
Well, anyway, hey, I wanted to just say that Pajemski missed layup. I wanted to get that one cut in from Clay because it was such a tough miss. But again, Daly doesn't. Drive left, kiss with the right. He tried to go left all the way.
Shout out to Daly Dozen.
So Clay on Pajemski's miss.
Well, it's part of the process. I mean, he made a great move. I love that he was aggressive to the rim. It happens. He just shorted it, and BP is going to be a great player for a long, long time. He does so many things that don't show up in the box score, whether it's taking charges or reversing the ball or penetrating the lane. So one missed shot isn't going to alter my view of him in that situation again. I know he'll have plenty of huge moments in his career, plenty of game winners, and we all go through it. I went through it my rookie year. I went through it my sophomore year in this league where I missed 2 free throws against the Nuggets to win the game, and I think I left the arena in my uniform. So it just stings a little more when you're younger and you don't have as much experience under you, but he'll be fine. I mean, that was a great look.
Oh, man, what a great quote, because that night, that was a legendary night on our show. We talked about it a long time. That was an iconic moment, Clay leaving the arena in his uniform.
Full jersey, skipping the locker room, just getting the hell out of town.
Got in his car and drove home, yeah. So, by the way, just to wrap it up, I'm finna fix this blown pipe under my sink.
That's it, Murph. And Brandon Podjemski is finna work on his right-handed finishes at the basket.
Or I'm finna remember where to turn off the water on the side of my house.
You finna gonna call the fire department again.
Those poor guys. I can only imagine their conversation as they left the house, man. They're like, get this guy.
You know what they probably said? We're finna to be back again with Brian Murphy.
They're like, this. That's exactly what they said. All right, guys, back to the Giants on the other side. We never really got to the Kyle Harrison start and this young pitching situation next on the Sports Leader.
Man, I'm finna go get this.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
What's up, everybody? It's a fun Friday morning where we're finna win some money with Prize Picks, because whether it's the NBA's in-season tournament or the race for playoff home court, you can cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. You can choose from traditional stats like the over-under on Steph Curry's total points, or more unique options like Kevin Durant and the over-under on the total amount of dunks made in his latest game. They have easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an injury insurance policy on your picks. It's what makes Prize Picks America's #1 fantasy sports app. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 3 million users who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murf and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Harrison, Bay Area native. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. Fastball away. Exploding up in the zone. 4 strikeouts in 2 innings.
Swings and misses, strike 3. The slider low and in, the 3rd strikeout in a row for Harrison, and his 5th already in this ballgame. Swing and a miss, struck him out, 95 up above the zone. Harrison, who loves elevating that fastball, and he picks up his 4th consecutive strikeout. They've all been swinging strikeouts.
But this game has been not just postponed, it's been canceled.
How's that happen? It's going to rain out in Arizona, man. Come on, especially when Kyle Harrison's carving and blowing. Well, really, he doesn't carve. He blows cheese. That's what he does. There's carvers and then there's blowers. He's a blower.
And
right?
shout out, we had somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line earlier this week said, what the hell does blowing cheese mean? It means they throw with high velocity.
Yes, and it's funny, but he's not a radar gun guy. Yeah, 94, 95 is cheese for sure.
And I've seen him get it up to 96, 97 before.
But it's about his release point.
Yes.
In his arm angle.
It's that lefty kind of 3/4 angle, and because he throws that 4-seam with a little bit of cut movement on you, it's almost like he's throwing a rising fastball because he attacks the top of the zone so much.
I love it. I love it. I know he's not a ground ball guy. He's a fly ball pitcher. That was a topic in my household last night. Hot debate. Can you thrive as a fly ball pitcher? Yes. You ever heard of Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole?
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys are fly ball
Carlos
pitchers.
Rodon did pretty good in San Francisco as a fly ball pitcher.
I was actually looking up the best because it became such a hot topic in the house. I was looking up fly ball rates and guys. Zach Wheeler's a fly ball pitcher. So big time velocity guys will live and die with the fly ball. Yeah, will a couple of them sneak out of the yard? Sure.
Of course.
It's called baseball, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
As they say, hitters drive Cadillacs too.
And I know it's a small sample size so far with Kyle Harrison, but I believe last year, Major League batters against his fastball were batting around 180. You don't see that too often. That just shows how electric this fastball is.
And my biggest thing, Mike Magnante was a reliever for the A's in the late 90s, early 00s when I was covering the team. He's featured in Moneyball, by the way. It's about time you mentioned him, dude. Westwood Zone. By the way, the less we talk about the Bruins, the better. They got destroyed by Arizona last night.
Uh-oh.
But anyway.
Shout out to Tolbert. I'm sure he'll break that down today.
Well, we were just like fly on their windshield. He doesn't even care. They're looking to win the Natty. Arizona wants to win the Natty this year. They could care less about a roadkill UCLA team. But anyway, the Mike Magnante told me, he said, hitters tell you how your stuff is. It's one of the best lines that I've carried with me forever. Hitters, what are they doing to this guy? Well, how's the contact? And last night, hitters were telling Kyle how his stuff was because they struck out 6 times, and the contact, I think there was 1 infield single, and then there was a double to center. Listen, you're going to give up a hit.
Yeah, double first inning. No, it wasn't like it was squared off and it was a ball off the wall. It was a ball that was hit off the gap. Jung-Hoo Lee probably could have taken a little bit of a better route. Ball got behind him, and next thing you know, I believe it was Teoscar Hernandez was circling first and went to second.
Yeah, and then I think he struck out. Then he gave up like an infield single. There's a little bit of trouble. He struck out a couple guys.
Yeah, left him stranded, had 2 strikeouts in the first inning. Did get that pitch count total up to 23 pitches in the first inning, which I know that's something he's working on, throwing more strikes in the zone. But he bounced back second innings, 12-pitch inning, 2 more strikeouts. Comes out for the third, strikes out the first 2 guys. But that's when the rain started dumping in. And next thing you know, Kyle throws 8 straight balls. And you can see the frustration on his face. Even looks over to the dugout like, what the hell are we doing? Why are we still playing this game? In the middle of spring training, it's pouring rain, and that's when they called it.
So here's what he did just for fun, because this kid is he's baby Lincecum, right? He's the guy we're all counting on, right? He strikes out Kike Hernandez to start the game. Miguel Rojas is the one who hit the double.
Oh, there it is.
To center. Then Will Smith lined out to Yaz. How was that? Was that solid contact? Or?
Not that I remember.
Teoscar Hernandez infield single to Nick Ahmed. They said Chapman had a chance at that.
Ahmed made a nice play going to his backhand in the hole. Probably saved the run from scoring on that play.
Right. And then he rung up James Outman looking. Okay. Then his second inning, he gets Miguel Vargas to fly out to Yaz, strikes out Jason Hayward swinging, and strikes out Kevin Padlow. Shout out Forever Giant. Kevin Padlow swinging.
Padlow.
And then in the third inning, he strikes out Andre Lipkiss. I don't know. Strikes him out swinging. Strikes out Kike Hernandez again. It's got a little ownage. Then the rains come. He walks Rojas and Smith, and they call the game.
Yeah, and I heard somebody this morning on the Golden State Building Lumber text line saying, Waterboy, why are you praising Kyle so much? He had 2 more walks yesterday. Again, for anybody who was watching the game, which I know was kind of a point of confusion yesterday, whether or not the game was actually going to be on MLB Network or not.
Twice yesterday. One, they said it would be on MLB Network. Turns out they meant tape delayed.
Nobody likes a tape
at our
delay.
bedtime, so that's no good. And 2, somebody told us Ohtani was going to play, and he didn't.
Yeah, so that was a lie, but I was able to watch it through the Dodgers TV network, Sportsnet LA or Spectrum LA, whatever the hell it is.
At least they're televising their games, unlike the Giants, although tomorrow's the first one.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's the first
one.
one.
Well, the Dodgers put almost every single game on TV, so I made sure to tune in yesterday. But yes, the rain was pretty consistent throughout the entire game, but in that third inning, you could see Kyle looking down at the mound, his cleats being stuck in the mud, him digging it out. And like at that point, it's like, what are we doing? It's spring training. You don't want guys to get hurt. You don't want them pitching in those conditions. So yeah, I'm not going to kill the kid for throwing 8 straight balls because of the conditions he was pitching in. Conditions that he would not be pitching in during a regular season.
My instinct is to think that he is, until he starts really taming and finding other out pitches other than the strikeout fastball, is that he's not going to be a deep inning. He's not going to pitch deep into games.
No,
because it's unfortunate.
He's more of the Blake Snell prototype than Logan Webb.
Yeah.
He's going to attack you with your 4-seamer. He's not afraid to miss with his pitches outside his zone to get you to expand and get you to chase. Of course, we know about his wipeout slider, but yesterday he did drop in a couple cutters also that he was working on, a little bit of a tighter spin rate, just adding to that repertoire.
And then the changeup.
Yeah, I didn't see too much of that last night.
Shayna Rubin said he used it to get a couple outs.
Well, I know that's been a huge focus on him. I mean, going back to his minor league days, getting that third pitch, I know he talked a lot this offseason about the cutter, but if he develops that changeup also, then we'll talk about it.
So he'll go 4-seam, slider, changeup.
Correct. And he's also going to mix in the cutter.
Okay. All right, man. It's very exciting. Yeah, here it is. 6. You looked at the text line and already, I mean, you get everybody's opinion. It's anti-Kyle text coming in. Dog in the Dodger lineup, all that, whatever. Bro,
who was he pitching against? I don't know. Who was he pitching against
Kike
last
Hernandez,
year?
Will Smith.
Who was
Miguel
he pitching
Rojas.
against last year?
These are all Dodgers. James Hayward.
When he threw 5 shutout innings in his last start of the year against the Dodgers.
I mean,
can't we build off that momentum?
There were any number of starters
in there.
Something
positive with the pitching staff.
Kike Hernandez, Miguel Rojas, Will Smith, Teoscar Hernandez, James Outman, and Jason Hayward are all regulars. So they just didn't have their big 3. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And fine. Bring them on.
It's because
Bring on those big 3.
It's because it sounds to me like the Dodgers were scared of Kyle Harrison. They didn't want to put Ohtani out there.
They had the Kyle flu. Okay, so 6 strikeouts in 2 2/3. Matt Chapman made his debut and will make his debut on KNBR as a Giant at 9:45 this morning. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be awesome. It was great to have him out there for sure. Now, we got to get to this pitching thing because it remains the story of camp other than Chapman, right? By the way, Blake Snell, unsigned.
Still
March
out
8th.
there.
Jordan Montgomery, unsigned. All right? Even Michael Lorenzen, all right? Unsigned. I don't know. It's March 8th, bro. We're less than 3 weeks from opening day.
And here's the thing, because I've seen a lot of Giants fans pressing the panic button. Once we heard about the Keaton Wynn injury, once we heard about the Tristan Beck injury, once we heard about the Sean Jelly injury. But I'm here to break the news to you. Those guys were not stopping the Giants from signing Blake Snell. Like, if you have the opportunity to go out and get a Blake Snell, you're going to get him. It's not a back-end rotation guy that's slowing down that process. It just comes down to the terms, whether or not they want to give him that long-term contract, or if they pivot in the direction now where the rumors are coming out that Blake Snell might be available for a 1 or 2 year deal, but that also opens up the door for other teams that are inquiring about his services.
But they just keep saying that this is the youth movement. We had that sound when we had Farhan on the Friday before we left. He said, yes, you can call it a youth movement. So let's review now. Now, according to Shayna Rubin, who's the new beat writer for the Chronicle, if you're looking, so they say that the 3 are set And again, Jordan Hicks at the 3 is, it's a big question mark there, brother. But anyway, it goes Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison in the 2 slot. I mean, again, no pressure, kid. You're 22 years old. Jordan Hicks in the 3. And now according to Ruben's report, she says right now, if you had to guess, Mason Black would be in the 4 hole. He's not on the 40-man roster. So they're going to have to make a move on somebody to get him on the 40-man.
That's a good call.
And then the 5th is Spencer Howard.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, who? Wait, who? Former Phillies prize prospect who ran into some injury problems, was with the Rangers last year, came to the Giants because he believes they have a history of rehabbing guys off of injuries. And, dude, this could be literally your Game 5 starter in Dodger Stadium Week 1.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we see Spencer Howard after we sat down earlier this offseason down in Scottsdale with Giants pitching coach Brian Price, who also was a manager with the Philadelphia Phillies. So he knows all about Spencer Howard.
Not manager, but pitching coach.
Excuse me, he was with the Phillies with Spencer Howard.
Yeah.
And that goes back to that connection. We brought up his Cal Poly roots. We've talked to him with Mike Krukow. This was a guy that was a top pitching prospect, just never panned out, but he's one of these guys that are going to get an opportunity now.
Welcome to Spencer Howard's World, Giants fans. The next 2 on the list would be Landon Roop, who was supposed to pitch last night and got rained out.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
And Carson Wisenhunt would be the next 2. And then from there, the guy they were expecting, Keaton Wynn, they expected him to be in the rotation. He actually said to Shannon Rubin yesterday, I want to make 25 to 30 starts this year. So Wynn is calling 25 to 30 starts. Keaton Wynn.
And it seemed like they had big plans for Wynn coming into the season because even earlier in Scottsdale, when Bob Melvin was talking about the 4th and 5th spots in the rotation, it seemed like Keaton had wrapped up the number 4 job, and it was the number 5 job that was up for grabs. Now, Keaton going down with that elbow injury obviously changed everything. He's back to throwing bullpens, but that's going back to the beginning of spring where I talked about the likelihood that Mason Black could have stole that job away from Tristan Beck anyways. Again, Mason Black is a guy that was a minor league pitcher of the year last year for the Giants. He's a guy that they've got their eyes on, pitched over 100 innings between 2 different levels last year. He's a guy I think they're going to give the opportunity to.
So I understand Snell is great, sexy, the whole deal. Jordan Montgomery would help a lot. There is a weird part of me that is buying into like the young pitchers. Like the Giants are saying, like, this is the plan. We have the guys. They're mentioned. I didn't even mention Kai-Wei Tang. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
I didn't even mention.
Kai-Wei Tang led the Giants minor league system in innings pitched.
I didn't mention Tristan Beck, who will be back at some point. So you're looking at a number. So we're going to go Mason Black 1, homegrown. Mason Black 1, Landon Roop 2, Carson Wisenhunt 3, Keaton Wynn 4, Kai-Wei Tang 5. He's homegrown, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Tristan Beck, I'm calling him homegrown, even though he was a minor. He was a Brave first, 6. And then via acquisition, Spencer Howard 7. We didn't mention Dalton Jeffries is another guy out there that could do a spot start here and there. So there are 8 names, and a few of them are very exciting. Mason Black, Landon Roop, Carson Wisenhunt. Those guys are very exciting. Keaton Wynn. So I'm kind of intrigued. I get it. You know, they have no pitching. But this is the plan. They drafted these guys. They developed these guys. This is Lincecum, Bumgarner, Kane. I'm not saying they're going to be Lincecum. I'm saying it's the same idea.
Yeah, and those are the expectation that you have for guys like Kyle Harrison, Carson Wisenhunt, who I talk about a bunch. But I'll ask the question. It's plain and simple. Would you rather see these young prospects get the opportunity, or would you rather see what we saw last year with the bullpen games, with the openers, with Ross Stripling and Alex Wood being sent out there and being exiled on the mound? Like, this is what I want to see. I want to see the kids play. I'm done with the bullpen games. I'm done with the openers. No disrespect to John Brebbie or Ryan Walker, but I don't want to be out there at the ballpark watching those guys pitch.
And 209 mentions, he said, why do all these guys have 2 last names? It's true. We're in that era now. Mason, Landon, Carson, Tristan. I told you, on my basketball team, 6th grade, I have a Kieran, Canyon, Caden, and Kellen. Put those 4 guys in a drill and try telling the difference. I'm going, hey, Kieran, I mean Caden. I mean Kellen. I mean Canyon. Hey, Canyon. I mean Kellen.
Oh, man, that's confusing.
So, Mason, Landon, Carson, Tristan, Keaton. There's another one. It's ends in an N. It's 2 syllables. And now you're in a pretzel.
What happened to the traditional names of young Tony or John Joe?
John Joe. He's right there.
We keep it simple here.
All right, guys, there you go. Okay, here's the deal. Because of our weird Friday, having a fun Friday, and because Andy Bagley's going to come on at 8:15, and then because we have Warriors beat writer Sam Gordon at 8:50. We're going to do the cooler content next. You guys ready to move with us? Cooler of content. Have some fun, some laughs. Then we'll get into the Curry injury for the big hit. 7:50. Line up your phone calls, 808 KNBR. But cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
You gotta watch these giants. You gotta like these kids.
Everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the Cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler of content. We'll have some fun. We'll do it right now. Good morning, everybody. Tough loss, discouraging loss for the Warriors. We'll get into that in the big hit. Steph Curry rolls his ankle. What's going to happen going forward? Where do they stand in the West? But let's have some fun with the cooler of content, which we always enjoy. By the way, do you know tomorrow's Fan Fest? 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Oracle Park. And it's free. And go on in and enjoy the park and the field and Marcus and Copes and the whole deal. All right?
Yes!
Fan freaking fest
I'll
tomorrow,
be there.
10 a.m. to 3 p.m. But more important, Warriors last night. We have some fun stuff. Draymond Green was on his own show, I guess, right? His own podcast. He had Paul Pierce on?
Yeah, which is an interesting relationship between Paul Pierce and Draymond Green.
What is it?
Well, going back to the Paul Pierce farewell tour, because the topic of retirement comes up with Draymond Green, and Paul Pierce asks him the question of whether or not he wants a farewell tour. Now, for everybody that remembers, there's a famous clip of Draymond Green mic'd up telling Paul Pierce that they don't love you like they love Kobe.
That's right.
Because Kobe got the farewell tour.
That's right.
Paul Pierce did not have the star-studded farewell tour.
That's right. So they actually addressed that topic on the Draymond Green show right here.
All right, I'm going off right here. How many years are you in right now?
I'm in year 12.
how many years do you think you want to play?
2-3 more.
All right. In your last year, are you going to announce this is your last year?
Nah. Nah.
Oh, you don't want no farewell tour?
I can't. Because somebody gonna do me like I said to you, and then I'm.
I'm coming to them games, and I'm gonna yell the same thing you yelled to me. Please announce your last year.
The only chance my last year is announced, if that last year happens to coincide with Steph's last year,
yeah,
Clay's last year, and if that's my last year, that's the only chance that it gets announced, because then I could ride Steph Cotel on his farewell tour and act like it's mine.
That's pretty good, man. Hey, imagine that. All three of them going out the same year.
Yeah, and I love the image of Paul Pierce sitting behind the basket, heckling Draymond Green. They don't love you like they love Steph.
Yeah, that'd be it.
They don't love you like they love Steph.
That would be it. So obviously it's still in Paul Pierce's head, by the way. It's still in his head.
Great breakdown, but I love the idea of all three of these guys going out together, because we've talked about Steph Curry's timeline, how it now coincides with both Draymond and Steve Kerr. We're going to see what happens this summer with Klay Thompson, but I'm saying keep the band together for the next couple of years.
Yeah, but I mean, Steph could also keep going and going and going and going and going.
Yeah.
I still have that weird image of him playing that last year in Charlotte, just to kind of do it for home.
Don't even put that out there.
I don't know, just for a little thing, just to him to go leave a little thank you note on the Charlotte door.
Yeah, but it'd be so cool for him to just end as a Warriors lifer.
For sure.
Like, especially when we're talking about these three guys have the longest tenured career out of any NBA player right now as an active player.
Right.
Damian Lillard was the only guy with the Portland Trailblazers. He's now with the Bucks. So there's not any other player that's been with their team longer than those big three.
So much of them are trying to mimic the Spurs.
Yeah.
Pop. Kerr wants to be Pop, and Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, Clay, Steph, and Dre want to be that. They just want to be the Spurs, man. They got to get one more, though. The Spurs won 5. All right, some fun stuff from last night. Celtics Nuggets. See, I said that word discouraging this morning because one of the things that discouraged me was the Warriors losing to the Bulls. That was one discouraging. And then I watched a little bit of that Celtics Nuggets. I'm like, damn, that is a high level. When those two teams go, are the Warriors able to throw haymakers over a 7-game series with either of those two teams? But the Nuggets got him last night, and Jokic with another triple-double, 32.
Of course.
But Mike Malone, the Nuggets coach, former Warrior assistant, he's got that New York in him. He's got that New York street in him. Look at it. Talk a little mess.
Another playoff atmosphere for sure. As we talked pregame, you got to give the Celtic fans credit. They always come out strong. But you know what we say, right? They can take that L on the way out, baby.
Oh, I love that.
They can take that L on the way out.
But I wonder if there's some New York Boston in there for him, too, because he's a New York guy just sticking it to Boston.
Oh, I love it. And Mike Malone, we know, will get loose on the microphone. Remember last year at the Nuggets parade, he was calling out the Lakers. He was calling out everybody. Everybody was catching strays from Mike Malone.
You know what they say.
For everybody out there, every night in our locker room, we win a game, we say something special. We talk about family. We're a family, win or lose, and all you guys, ladies, are part of that family. So on 3, we're gonna say family on 3, and I want to hear it loud. All right, y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Yeah. Family on 3, folks. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, man. He had a couple pops. God bless him.
Oh, yeah. He might have had more than that.
Yeah.
Shout out to that stuff that's legal up in Denver.
Oh, okay.
He actually gave that a shout out during the parade, too.
I like, man. You know what we say, baby. You can take that L on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
They can take that L on the way out, baby.
Baby. That's what makes it, the baby. The other great sound from last night was Anthony Edwards. Man, oh, man. So Minnesota gets the devastating news that Karl Anthony Towns is out indefinitely with torn meniscus. He's going to have knee surgery. Could be a fatal blow to their Western Conference hopes.
I mean, we talked about who can compete with the Nuggets with their size, and we bring up Minnesota all the time. So obviously with Cat, with Rudy Gobert. Now they do have some depth with Naz Reid, but still, losing Cat, that's going to be a huge blow to their season.
So they're playing the Pacers last night. The game is crazy, and this kid, Anthony Edwards, goes off in the final couple minutes, hits a tie-breaking three-pointer with 1:11 to go, scores 44 points, and then when the Pacers' Aaron Nesmith was driving down the court for what appeared to be a game-tying layup, Ant Edwards sees it, sprints, soars in one of the most spectacular blocks you'll ever see, much less a game-winning block at the buzzer, actually does this, saves the game, and just, you got to see it to believe it. Here he is talking about it after the game.
Yeah, I hit my head, I think on the rim. It's hurting real bad, and I landed on my wrist. But, I mean, you know, I saw him with the lane. I knew he was going for the layup, and I was just like, man, I'm finna go get this. I ain't never jumped that high in my life.
There it is, Fitz. So, a couple things, man. He banged his head on the rim, hurt his wrist falling, but he was finna go get this. And that was what we were joking about earlier
Which
today.
led to a huge discussion about whether or not finna is in your vocabulary.
And it's not.
And it's finna gonna be.
I finna go fix this leak, this spraying, flooding gush in the Murphy household yesterday.
Yeah, the firefighters are
By the way,
fix
don't
that.
sleep on my left eye, brother. I'm going Lisa left eye for you here, brother. I have a damaged left eye right now because that spray was hitting me in the face as I was trying to get to that valve that was stripped that didn't work.
Oh, Murph, I'm saying you shouldn't sleep on your left eye. You got to flip over to the other side.
I actually, no joke, sleeping on the left side last night was tough.
Oh.
John Joe's a construction guy. He's laughing his A off. He's like, that thing could have been over in 20 seconds.
Yeah, all you had to do was turn the water off, Murph.
So, anyway. Well, we had the fire department come visit.
Yeah, next time you're finna turn that water off.
Anthony Edwards, we love this guy. He's so fun. We decided to dig up his greatest hits. Remember when he did that interview with that Minnesota reporter about other sports played growing up?
Jim.
Here he was.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, you were the best player on your team.
Yes, now we talking.
You could hit the ball.
But I was 4th, 5th hitter. You know what that mean.
Clean up. Yeah.
Straight clean up on aisle 3. Come get it.
Sounds like you're just an athlete.
Yeah.
Ping pong, baseball, football, basketball.
Tennis, swimming, lacrosse, whatever you need me to play, I'm going to go do it. If it's some money on the line, I'm going to go do it.
Can you golf?
Whatever you need me to do.
Okay. Hockey.
Whatever, on the ring, whatever you need me to do, it don't matter.
Got it.
Trash can ball, we can whatever you want.
Trash can
Cook
ball.
food.
You could go pro.
Cook food. That's something to do. I bet I'll be A1 from day one.
This kid's got flavor, man. He's got flavor for
who
days.
knew that Anthony Edwards was one of the greatest talents of our generation?
Hey, man, can be A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Another one of our greatest hits, Anthony Edwards file. A kid from Ireland. Shout out John Joe Curley in the County Louth crowd. A kid from Ireland was covering the NBA, and Anthony was intrigued here. Check it out.
If you get a win tonight, that would breed confidence going into those next 4 games against teams in the similar spots beside you in the table.
Where you from, Jim?
Ireland.
I like your accent. It's tough.
Oh.
I want to learn how to talk like that. But ask your question again. I was too much listening to your accent.
Yeah, no problem. And
yeah, no problem, Ant.
I mean, this guy has already been one of my favorite players in the NBA, but the constant sound bites he put out. I mean, Murph, I knew we were throwing out the idea this morning before the show started, but could you imagine a world where he would have fell to the Warriors instead of James Wiseman?
Well, that was the James Wiseman draft.
Yep.
Ant Edwards went 1, and I remember there was skepticism. They're like, oh, Timberwolves picked the wrong guy. Not last night.
Yeah.
And Wiseman went 2, and LaMelo Ball. Remember, I was agitating for LaMelo. You were here for that.
You were a mellow guy, Murph. I'll give you that.
And then Brandon Ayuk closes out our cooler of content. What was he on? Some sort of IG Live thing?
It looked like just like an Instagram Live.
And was it like his buddies were asking him questions?
Like a Twitter Spaces hangout or something like that?
Somebody asked him, who would you take when it comes to 2 quarterbacks? Not Brock Purdy. Trey Lance or Jimmy G? What a question. Here it is.
Hey, Trey Lance or Jimmy G?
Bro, it's an easy question. It's really an easy question, bro. I just answer the question, bro. I'll go Trey Lance.
Oh,
dude.
Jimmy still catching strays. Oh.
Jimmy catching strays with his boys cackling in the background.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'd go Trey Lance.
Oh, damn. Well, hey, Brandon Ayuk was not the only guy who made that decision. So did John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
And, yeah, oh, boy. Did he play good enough for them to win, though?
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Thank you very much.
Did Trey? Obviously not.
All right, there's your cooler of content. That was enjoyable, actually. I like that one between Ant Edwards and Mike Malone and Brandon Ayuk and all that stuff. And Draymond and Paul Pierce. Okay, hey, good booking. Greg Popovich joining Tolbert and Copes at 3 o'clock today. That'll be nice and sardonic.
Ooh, Papa and Popovich.
Oh, man, he will be all, no, not Papa, Tolbert and Copes. Pardon me.
Excuse me.
Tolbert and Copes, so he'll be nice and dry. That salty Popovich wit, that's coming your way. Okay, here's the deal. The big hit is next. 808 KNBR, is this Steph rolled ankle is it a fatal blow to the Warriors' hopes? Can they tread water? Can the young guys do this? What happened last night? 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Warriors lose and Steph turns his ankle on the big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Where you from, Jim?
Ireland.
I like your accent.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Now Steph in a little distress. They're in the bonus. This doesn't look good. Yeah, Steph is limping around. That is the last thing you want to see. He's trying to work that thing out. Going back door. Oh, there's a turn, the right ankle. Turn that right ankle. I saw that so many times earlier in his career. Just took an awkward step. Steph, he's going to have to come out of the game and maybe go to the locker room. Yeah, that's one. You can't just walk that one off and come back in the game. So Steph leaves in a one-point game, but concern is far beyond this game.
There it is. The big hit today. 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Curry concern. It happened with 3:51 left in the game last night. Warriors were actually up by 1 at the time. They wind up losing 125-122 to the Bulls. You can probably draw a direct line from the Curry injury to the loss last night, and it was a tough loss, a discouraging loss when the Warriors are trying to fight this way through the thicket of the West, because last night Dallas, Sacramento, and Phoenix all won, so the Warriors lose a little bit of ground to all those guys. Time's winding down, buddy. It's getting, as they say, it's getting late early out there right now. The Warriors are 33-29. Only 20 games left.
Yeah.
I mean, 20 is a lot, but it's not a lot.
No,
you know?
It's definitely scoreboard watching season right now for the Dubs. And as great as they have been playing since Draymond Green's return, 19 games, they're 14-5. They haven't moved anywhere in the standings.
Yeah.
Like, that's how tough the Western Conference is this year, is that they're stuck in the mud despite the fact that they've been playing some of the best basketball over the last month.
I mean, at this point, I've been looking at that 6 seed, and it's still out there. I mean, it's doable. They got to go on a run, and they may have to do it without Steph Curry, which makes things a lot worse. Now, you do have a little bit, do I dare call it a break? Because the Chicago Bulls were supposed to be a break. Yeah. Although the Bulls were 30-32. They're not terrible. They're a 500 team. And they have DeMar DeRozan, and we learned last night, and Vucevic, who scored 33. They each scored 33 last night.
Yeah, but that's a team you should beat.
That at home.
At home.
But it was a back-to-back and showing a little bit of, perhaps a little bit of fatigue, although we talked about all those young players who were playing. But just to your point about the playoff thicket. So I go by the loss column. Warriors have 29 losses. Dallas has 28. They're in the 8 seed. Sacramento and Phoenix with 26 in the 6 and 7 seed. So 3 in the loss column from the 6 seed and the 7 seed. I guess maybe the true realistic goal is just to get out of the 9-10.
Correct.
And you don't want to play in that 9-10 where you got to win a couple to get out. You get to 7-8, you can win one and move on.
And you give yourself a little bit of a cushion, because even if you do lose that 7-8 matchup, you have a second opportunity to get into the playoffs by facing off against the winner of that 9-10 game.
So how do you do it without Steph Curry? And what was the details last night? 351. Steph, by the way, who turns 36 next week. Turns 36 next week. You wouldn't know it. And the guy looks like, he got like a 28-inch waist, and the guy looks fantastic.
I mean, he's literally the Energizer Bunny. Like, he's all over the court. He never slows down. We always talk about his physical conditioning. We talk about what he does with Brandon Payne during the offseason. I mean, there's been stats about how he's like a soccer player on the field where they track the total numbers of like mileage and total distance of how much he runs on the court, and he is nonstop 24/7, always moving.
Yeah, and so that's what happened. It's funny, even though he was out and it was discouraging, and we'll get into that in just a second with some sound. They had a chance to win the darn game.
Yeah.
And, of course, it comes down to a couple of things. One, Podziemski misses a layup after a great move. He goes left hand underneath, makes it a little more difficult. Thought he should have switched to the right. What are you going to do? He didn't. He's a rookie. We'll learn from that. We got Clay sound on that.
Yeah, shout out to the Daily Dozen, Murf.
Daily Dozen, brother. Don't get me going. That was an early morning riff. I talked about it. You got to do your daily dozen.
You got to work on those layups, kid.
You got to work left hand, right hand, left hand, the whole deal. Number 2, Draymond got called for a moving screen late that fouled him out.
Yeah.
That's a tough one, man. It's a tough mistake. And then Jonathan Kuminga, as great as he is, got put in the washing machine by DeMar DeRozan on several occasions, including a key one in the final 30 seconds. He bid on a pump fake and won.
Yeah, so when we're talking about that final stretch last night, offensively, obviously you're missing Steph Curry, who would have been taking that final shot instead of Brandon Podziemski. And then defensively, you look at what they were not able to do without Draymond. Again, Kuminga's been playing great defense. Moses Moody was playing great defense, was a huge spark in the second half of that game. But we saw what DeMar DeRozan was able to do to take advantage of some of these young guys, show off some of that veteran savviness, and he was able to draw those fouls.
Just the DeMar DeRozan pump fake. Kids, watch their. You're supposed to what? You're supposed to watch their hips, right? You're supposed to watch the hips and the chest, not the head and the eyes, right? So here's the deal: the Warriors take a discouraging blow, but more important, Steph Curry turns his ankle. And by the way, if you read the great Sam Gordon, I'm really enjoying this guy, Sam Gordon, the new beat writer for the Chronicle. He's going to join us at 8:50. And then Anthony Slater, who's been doing it for a while, his piece after the game, given his veteran savvy, he said the Warriors are talking like Steph's going to miss some time. And we have a couple of quotes on that. We have the Draymond Green from Anthony Slater's Twitter from The Athletic. So Draymond, and to Slater's point was, the way the Warriors behaved post-game was like they were trying to get the media to move along and get out of here. They said Kerr hit the media room quick, gave short answers. They didn't bring Dre up. Clay was pretty good, but then they brought up Moses Moody. He was quick. They delayed letting the reporters into the locker room so they could get Curry out of sight. They said they saw the ice bucket on the floor. So there's all this little bit like nothing to see here. Move along, move along, move along.
Classified information.
Which leads you to believe that, maybe there's something there. So Draymond with a quick quote here on Steph.
Spirits are high. We'll see. I think he may get an MRI. And, hopefully it's good.
And that's it. That's all he said. Now, the Clay quote.
Oh, real quick on Draymond.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we think he's going to say? Spirits are low right now. We're missing Steph Curry. I'm heartbroken. Like, this is what everybody says about an injury. Yeah, spirits are high. We hope he comes back quickly, but we won't know until we get the MRI results.
Well, and sure, we talked about the ankles, man. We went back to the Ferkel, Dr. Ferkel. Ferkel, the most important guy in Warrior history who fixed Steph Curry's ankle.
Is Ferkel going to get a statue outside of Chase Center?
He should. We joked about I'm only 20% joking. Give me a statue of Ferkel. Without Ferkel, what do we got? We got nothing. They're over in Oakland with no Chase Center, and they haven't won any championships other than 75.
It was Ferkel all along.
Ferkel saved the ankles. Now, seeing his ankle turn last night, you heard Fitz say that in the broadcast.
Yeah.
Somebody even wondered if when he turned that, did it affect the knee, too, I
mean, that was the kind of confusing part about this Steph Curry injury that popped up last Friday, where he was ruled out from the game. Then he was questionable for the Sunday night's game against the Boston Celtics. And then Wednesday comes around, and he's just completely absent from the injury report. Also, so this was a knee injury that flared up. We talked about the inflamed sacks earlier this week, but it seemed like all the inflammation went away.
I want to add, too, he wasn't having a good night. 5 of 18 from the field, 3 of 12 from 3, drawing the ire of my teenage son.
Well, yeah.
Steph's so inconsistent. I said, you really going to say that right now?
Let's not say that, but he can't say that the Warriors are inconsistent because last night was just a bad shooting night all around. They not only lost to the Bulls, but they were outshot from three-point range.
559 with a great question on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says, more important to Bay Area Sports, Ferkel or Meister?
Oh, now we got a battle.
Meister, who did Brock Purdy's synthetic slingshot, per Tim Ryan, or Ferkel fixing Steph. Great one. 559's a high level.
That's a great text.
559's a high level texter.
But right now, Ferkel's got the 4 rings, Murf.
559 also is the one who said, when I told the story about our burst pipe earlier today, which was just sent the house upside down into a tizzy, damn near flooded the entire house, damn near ruined the wood floors, damaged my left eye. 559 had texted in early and said, Murf, why didn't you just go full Marco Scutero and bask in the downpour?
Just embrace it. Because Candace would have been freaking out about the floors. That's
559 is very funny. Klay Thompson on the Curry injury cut K, young tone. Klay on the podium.
Have you seen Steph post-game or engaged his spirits or how he's maybe doing?
Yeah, I mean, he had his ankle wrap on and he was icing his ankle, but I know we're going to miss him if he does have time off. We've been in this position before where he has had time off, and we just got to do it collectively. And I know he'll be ready to go when he does come back, whenever that is. We just want to wish him a speedy recovery and to take his time.
Okay, so Klay with a little, we've done it before. We'll do it again. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How concerned are you about this Steph? We went from asking, are they title contenders, to now to the point of, without Steph, what can they be? Now, this brings up the question of the young timeline and the young guys who last night, there was a stretch in the fourth quarter where they played 4 young guys on the floor. And it was your Pods, your TJD, your Moody, and your Kuminga. And they looked as young and springy as I can ever remember the Warriors looking. Because even when Steph, Clay, and Dre were arriving and they were young, they were not springy. They were just great shooters, and Draymond's a tough defender and a rebounder. Dude, these guys, they were as athletic as I can remember the Warriors looking. Now, those are the guys now without Steph.
And that's what we've been talking about all season long. Going back to the Draymond Green suspension and how that opened up the door for someone like Jonathan Kuminga to become the second scoring option on this team. And look, the Warriors have gone through this before with Steph Curry. And that's why I'm going to give some credit this morning to a guy like Jordan Poole, a guy that we talked about leading the 2 timeline when we were talking about James Wiseman and Jordan Poole and what the Warriors were going to look like post Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Well, when Steph had that hand injury a couple years ago, guess who was carrying the load during the regular season? It was Jordan Poole, consistently playing every single night. We always bring up Kevon Looney in his streak of playing in consecutive games that, ended last night because he did not play.
Yeah.
But Jordan Poole was super consistent during the regular season, and that's what the Warriors need right now out of Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, for sure. And Kuminga last night, the youth showed when DeRozan got into bite on several. I think it was 3 different and ones. It was just the sort of the masterful, the old Jedi training the young knight or whatever. What am I saying? The old is that right? Jedi and all that stuff.
Yoda.
Well, the Jedi.
Jedis. I don't know. I'm not a Star Wars
Tony,
guy.
Are you a Star Wars head? This is young Tony, by the way. He's in the rectangle. Young Tony, you a Star Wars PhD?
I'm not. I don't have a PhD in Star Wars. I know the reference. I can't get the exact quote that you're trying to say.
Okay, so you're not one of those guys. Opening night, you're in line, the whole deal.
Oh, dude, no way. I could never sit out in a movie theater just waiting for the thing to drop. No way.
We're learning this kid. You know what I mean? Because some people from his generation are.
I got better things to do.
Well, okay, wasn't the cackler?
Well, our guy, Triple E, our old producer, used to go to Star Wars burlesque shows.
Yeah.
How about that? We got Star Wars strippers.
Is Curly a Star Wars head? Is he a geek like that? No?
I don't know. Maybe he'll check out that burlesque show.
Is anybody in our bullpen like a Holer, a Walter, a Danny Dunn,
Ooh, I was going to say,
Papa?
maybe Baby Huey down the hallway. Copes has some Star Wars knowledge.
Does he?
Yeah. Copes is a Star Wars guy.
He's probably the leading geek guy, huh? Yeah.
I think so,
Yeah.
yeah.
By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, guys, so here's my take, and that is that, I was so excited after the Wednesday night game. So we went into the Wednesday night game asking, are they title contenders? And I get it. The cooler heads prevailing saying, no, they're not. No, they're not. I get that. But I was also intrigued by the reaction, the return of hashtag full squad.
Hashtag.
And the Warriors. Let's see what they do. I'm not ruling it out. I get it. And the lean and the smart money is no. Mm-hmm. I get it. But let's see. This is why, Marcus, they play the games, right?
That's why you play the games. To see the development of the young guys mixing in with the balance of moving Clay and CP3 to that second
Then look
unit.
at the Milwaukee game.
Exactly.
You're like, whoa. This is what, and Giannis played, Dame played, everybody played.
And that was the best they've looked all season, arguably.
And I'm like, now you're gonna roll Chicago, and so they were 33, and they're gonna go 34 and 28. I'm gonna be like, whoa, dude, they're gonna catch Dallas for the 8th spot if they had won that game.
They could have actually made some traction in the standings.
And so now what are you left with? It's like, I guess, are the Warriors telling you who they are? Like they are on again, off again, on again, off again. They'll lose a game to Chicago at home when Steph turns his ankle late. Kuminga will bite on a DeMar DeRozan pump fake. That was I came away with the word discouraging. Everything about it was discouraging. Now, if I want to be that guy and just try to spin positive and be that hopeful guy, the next 2 games are against the Spurs.
Yeah.
Spurs are dreadful. And the Spurs also are likely going to be without Wembanyama tomorrow night.
Yeah, Wemby's dealing with an ankle injury. Didn't play earlier this week against the Kings. I saw some reports on Twitter from Greg Popovich that said he's unlikely to play on Saturday, but stay tuned. You can get a Greg Popovich update today on Tolbert and Copes.
408 says, have the Warriors ever won anything without Steph? No more gravity on the court. What do you want, 75 Warriors? With Charles Dudley, the Hopper? I'll take that
What do you
for
want,
sure.
the We Believe Warriors?
831 says, I know the Warriors have done this before without Steph, but I just don't see this current team doing it this year. If he's out for an extended period, they'll be lucky to get in the play-in. The young kids are great, but Steph is still the catalyst for this team. The one thing I'll say is they are kind of securely... Oh, by the way, I just went to my phone to go look at the standings, and there was a text from Walter. Don't disrespect Star Wars. Told you. I knew
Star
one of those
Wars.
bullpen guys
That's
would be
right.
the guy.
He's one of those Disney adults.
Yeah, and by the way, all the 831-559-650, 408-925-559, 408-530-559, they're all saying, dude, you're looking for Padawan. A Padawan trains under a Jedi Master.
I thought that
Padawan.
I thought that was Thai food.
Nice, buddy. Nice. Do you like a good Padawan? A good Padawan Thai?
I'll order some Padawan.
There you go. Have you found a Thai spot in your new neighborhood?
Not yet. There actually is one on 18th Street, but I haven't hit it up yet.
Any new developments last night in the hood?
No, last night was a chill night. I stayed home to watch the Giants-Dodgers game.
Look at you, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Had to do my homework on Kyle Harrison.
Have you hit the gym in the building yet?
I have. We have a strength studio and a cardio studio.
Wait, a strength studio?
How about that? It's two.
What is this, Rick Celebrini's building?
It's two different little weight room areas.
Studio.
Got a strength studio. I'm trying to bulk up, Murf.
Man. See, you're the kind of guy, you should be throwing around metal plates, not going to a strength studio.
Well, I don't think they got a Gold's Gym up here in San Francisco. Not anymore.
I need you with the clanging of the plates, dude. Come on.
I need to go get a private session with Tim Ryan.
So what's in the strength studio?
I mean, your general bench, your...
Are they all Nautilus, though?
It's basically just a gym separated into two different rooms. All your weightlifting stuff is in the strength studio, and then all the cardio stuff is in the cardio studio.
Did you hit the cardio?
I hit the cardio. I got to hop on the bike. It's almost summer season, Murf.
Look at you, buddy.
I'll put on some weight after the Super Bowl,
dude,
man.
you and me both, buddy. You and me both.
Eating my tears out.
I know. I saw those expense reports.
Yeah.
When we filed those expense reports, I'm like, damn, look at that menu.
Yeah,
we ordered a lot of food.
Yeah,
We got to stop eating, everybody.
Yeah,
We got to stop eating.
That steak tartare on the menu.
I know, right? All right, guys. 925 checks in and says, oh, but we have Clay to pick. Ready for this? This is salty text. We have Clay to pick up the slack. LOL.
That's
hitting Clay with an LOL. He scored.
That's hilarious.
He scored 25 last night.
Clay's been playing well since he's been coming off the bench, but I guess that's the bigger question, Murf. What are the Warriors going to do with their rotation? Is it as simple as just putting Chris Paul back in the starting lineup, or does Clay come back into the starting lineup if they need more offense?
I'm going to go ahead and say Chris Paul is my guy to run it. I keep Clay coming off the bench. That's me. I like the way he runs everything, and he came in and ran it last night. He hit a huge three.
Yeah.
He got Draymond an open look. He was working towards another one, but Draymond had a moving screen. So it was tough deal. They asked the other thing that came out of the game last night that was interesting was the Podziemski miss. I know the Curry ankle is the huge story for sure, but the Podziemski miss was going to tie the game with, I think, about 19 seconds to go. Yeah. Great move to the bucket. Shakes his defender. Just fantastic. Open look. He's a lefty. Drives past the basket on the left shoulder and then tries to do kind of a left-handed reverse, but he hits the rim. Now, again, I told you about the Daily Dozen. Shout out Coach Ethan, who came from the University of Wyoming, Tam High. You got to do your Daily Dozen. Right hand, left hand, underhand, overhand, right hand all the way. Right, drive right, kiss with your left. Drive right, baby hook with the left. Jump stop, bank shot from the right side. Left hand, underhand, left hand, overhand, left hand all the way. That's what Podziemski did. Left, drive with the left, switch to the right, kiss off the glass. That's what Podziemski should have done.
Ooh, and you've got the kids still doing the Daily Dozen to this day, right,
Much
Murf?
to their dismay, which caused me, see Coach Brian snap.
Yeah, but also...
one of the players goes, I don't want to do Daily Dozen today. I'm like, oh, guess what? I don't want to play you today then. Guess what? You know what I mean?
I was going to say, I'll give that kid a couple dozens to do then.
I told him, I said, bro.
You got 60 layups. Here, get ready. you can get a baker's dozen, kid. Give me an extra one.
Anyway, I thought about it because Podziemski, if he had switched to the right hand, now listen, he's a lefty. I get it. But Clay had an interesting take on it. I liked it. The reason why I bring it up was it was a heartbreaking moment for the kid. Boy, the camera cut right to his face, too. And he says, that's a lonely moment, man. That was a lonely moment. And Clay picked him up here.
Well, it's part of the process. I mean, he made a great move. I love that he was aggressive to the rim. It happens. He just shorted it, and BP is going to be a great player for a long, long time. He does so many things that don't show up in the box score, whether it's taking charges or reversing the ball or penetrating the lane. So one missed shot isn't going to alter my view of him in that situation again. I know he'll have plenty of huge moments in his career, plenty of game winners, and we all go through it. I went through it my rookie year. I went through it my sophomore year in this league where I missed 2 free throws against the Nuggets to win the game, and I think I left the arena in my uniform. So it just stings a little more when you're younger and you don't have as much experience under you, but he'll be fine. I mean, that was a great look.
Yeah, look at Clay being the Jedi mentoring the Padawan. People coming at me about the Padawan. I will defend myself a little bit here. Low key, I kind of know my wars. I do. It's just a brief moment. You ready for this? 4th grade, young Tony, 4th grade. School picture, orange T-shirt, big iron-on decal, R2-D2 C3PO. 4th grade school picture.
Wow, Murf. Some people would say that you were a young Padawan back in 4th grade.
Dude, I can't believe my mom let me do that for picture day. Because we kind of put our kids in the curly outfits for picture day.
Oh, the slacks and everything?
We get them the collar. They look great. But there I am in 4th grade, and you can see C3PO and R2-D2 in my picture. Mm-hmm. You can see it's only a little bit of R2-D2 because he's much shorter, as you know. He's a little,
And so
he's
you're
got young Tony height.
And I was going to say, you were repping Star Wars long before Tony was even born, but I do want to give some love to the 831 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line that says, what do you give me for Murf coming at young Tony about Patton and then not knowing about the Padawan because he's not a Star Wars guy?
See, that's
culture. Come on, Murf.
That's the guy I'm coming at saying, low-key, I do know my wars. That was only a brief mishap. I'm down with my wars. Hey, when Kylo Ren takes out Han, nobody was hurting more than me, buddy. No, did I spoiler alert, by the way?
Uh-oh, Murf.
Is that too soon?
Uh-oh.
Hey, and I'm going to tell you, when I saw that one where Rey finds Luke on that island I'm getting the goosebumps right now, by the way. When dude, that theme, the final scene, what was the name of that damn movie? But when they're coming in with
Star Wars.
Bum, 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 dun, 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 and he's turning around with the weathered face on that rocky island as she goes to see him for that final scene and the drone's pulling away. I was like, damn, let's go, Star Wars. So I ride with the wars. You guys know what I'm talking about? That final, the big comeback movie with Rey when they introduced the female.
Oh, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm not a Star Wars guy at all, Murph. But I love the fact that you reference this as I'm a wars guy.
Sure.
I know about the wars.
I kind of low key, but I will admit, I turned
World Wars. No, we're talking Star Wars
or World War II. Patton.
Oh right? Yeah, you know all your wars.
I did turn my back though on those middle ones with Jar Jar Binks and all those.
Oh yeah, you're a Mandalorian guy.
We watched about a season of it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, that's popular.
I enjoyed it.
I didn't watch it.
Had some interesting cameos, some decent celebrity cameos in that too. I think Bill Burr was in Mandalorian, believe it or not.
Bill Burr's in Star Wars?
I keep looking at young Tony like he knows, but you don't know any of this stuff, huh? You don't know Mandalorian or any of that?
No, I do.
Okay.
I know Mando.
Do you know what I'm talking about, that final scene when Rey finds Luke on that island at the end? No? Okay, never mind.
I don't think so.
I love the fact that he just dropped a Mando on you, too.
We'll move on.
That's
by the way,
mandatory, Tony.
KNBR heads on the P1 text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line say the ultimate Star Wars KNBR head was Rod Brooks.
Ooh, shout out Brooksy.
I guess Brooksy was wars. All right, guys, there you go. We're a little worried. We're a little scared. It was The Force Awakens, says Danny Dunn. Thank you very much.
Well, you know who's actually the ultimate war guy? Farhan Zaidi.
By the way, in terms of falling out of the play-in, guys, Utah at the 11 seed has 35 losses. There's 6 losses behind the Warriors. Warriors are not going to fall out of the play-in, okay? Let's end that nonsense right now. All right, Andy Baggerly. Great hit coming up next. Giants baseball, Andy Baggerly, next on the Sports Leader. Dr. Richard Ferkel.
It all circles back to Ferkel.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
It's down white, boy.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Giants shortstop Tyler Fitzgerald stopped by the Murf and Marcus morning show yesterday morning. And stay tuned because Giants' new third baseman Matt Chapman is stopping by the program today at 9:45 a.m. But if you want to hear that conversation with Tyler Fitzgerald, check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
It sound right, boy.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Gamers, Murf and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out 95 up above the zone. Harrison, who loves elevating that fastball. And he picks up his 4th consecutive strikeout. They've all been swinging strikeouts.
Nice, Young Tone. Timex Social Club. We were talking about rumors earlier today and all the different rumors, songs. Bananarama. I heard a rumor. Adele, rumor has it. And I said, well, how about keep it local? Timex Social Club. Nice job, Young Tone. All right. Well, there's really no rumors surrounding the Giants other than the rumor is, are they going to sign Blake Snell? That's one of the ones, many topics we can hit. Our first conversation with Andy Baggerly since camp opened. Very excited to have the outstanding Giants beat writer Andy Baggerly on the Murf and Marcus show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Andy, happy spring, brother. How are you, man?
What's up, Bags?
Good morning. Good morning. You guys did cover Fleetwood Mac, didn't you, in your rumor segment?
No, dog. There with a U even, right?
Low-hanging fruit, yeah.
Even with the English spelling. Yes.
Name of the album. You know what? That was recorded actually in Sausalito. I didn't know that.
You're all over the plant. Great knowledge. Yeah. And now you're getting into my neighborhood, buddy. That's right, real close to where I grew up. The plant is legendary. So many great albums, starting with Journey and Fleetwood Mac and on down. So you're on it.
Yeah.
You're on it, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to know your Lindsey Buckingham.
Nice, but despite the bad blood with Stevie, although it made great music, creative tension, Marcus.
Mm-hmm. Creative tension, Murph.
All right, so, okay, there's so many things we want to ask you about. Let's, I guess, start with the kind of the talk radio low-hanging fruit, and that's Blake Snell and or Jordan Montgomery. I mean, I just love your kind of wide-ranging answer, Andy, because it is March 8th, and if you're Blake Snell and or Jordan Montgomery, you're like, wouldn't you like to be in a camp? For the Giants' perspective, they're selling youth pitching. Are they negotiating? Do you see a possibility? I just asked you about 8 questions all in one, but give me your Blake Snell Giants take.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where, if he's not in a camp real soon, those two guys, they won't be ready to start the season. And we talked to Scott Boras when he was in Scottsdale the other day for the Matt Chapman little introduction, and he said it's easier for pitchers to do their work and stay on schedule independently than it would be for hitters, because hitters have to see velocity. Pitchers can just load up and do their progressions, but you go to face live hitters and you get in game situations, and you want to get those 3 or 4 or whatever they are starts and get your ups and stretch out against major league hitters to gauge where your stuff is, and so you're going to get to the point where those guys, if they don't sign, it'll be tough for them to open on rosters. And now, if you're looking at them on short-term contracts and now you're thinking they might miss the first month of the season or whatever it might be, then, hey, that's like 15% of what you're paying them to do. So I think that it's going to get settled pretty quick. I think that within the next week, maybe those two guys will have teams. But you know what? I thought that 2 weeks ago too. So I think that in the Giants' case, I think they would sign Snell especially, but only if it makes sense. I think that if maybe Bob Melvin were negotiating contracts instead of Farhan Zaidi, then Matt Chapman might have gotten done before Christmas for $100 million because that's how much he loves the player. But I think that he's a Giant because the management likes him. I think Farhan likes him, but not necessarily at what he was going to get. They saw him at a good value for what they got him at. I think if that is true for Snell as well, I think they're going to be very seriously involved. And I think as this market's gone on, other teams are getting involved just to see, hey, is there an opportunity here? Not necessarily I'm desperate for pitching, but, there might be an opportunity with this guy still out there. So it could go a lot of different ways.
And it seemed like the youth movement from the pitching side was the game plan going into spring this year, even before the Keaton win and Tristan Beck injuries. But now with those injuries and the reports and rumors that Blake Snell might be open to a one-year deal, do you think that makes it more likely for the Giants to maybe give him that 1 year, $25 to $30 million contract?
I mean, possibly. I do think that they have more of an appetite than they did before. I don't think that necessarily, it's really unfortunate that Tristan Beck got hurt. He's battled a lot of injuries to get to this stage, and he's looking at being penciled into a rotation spot. And now, he has the aneurysm, and thank goodness everything is fine with how that got treated, and he should be back in a few months. But it's not like the Giants were going to, win or lose the pennant based on Tristan Beck or Keaton win. Those guys weren't being counted on to necessarily hold down the front end of the rotation. And I think the Giants felt pretty good about those guys opening the season. And then, if there's performance underneath them from the minor leagues, whether it's Landon Roop or Carson Whisenhunt, they felt pretty good about their depth and ability to get through the season. But now they've had to move up those younger guys, and we're going to see a lot more of them in exhibition games than maybe they had figured. And so, their depth is tested early, and it's still going to take time for Robbie Ray to come back. It's going to take a while for Alex Cobb to come back, even though he's looked sensational so far. So I do think that there is some concern about, how much innings they have to start the season beyond Logan Webb. And then obviously, you've got two guys who've just had premium stuff with the Jordan Hicks, and you saw it yesterday with Kyle Harrison. But, the track record of sort of efficiency and durability, it's not there. So, you got to be a little bit concerned that you're not going to be chasing innings in April and May. You don't want to be in that position. So I do think that they'll look to add another pitcher, whether it's a trade for J.D. Davis with a pitcher coming back or something else. It may be something unexcited. It may be someone who's just out there on a non-roster, or it's a Dalton Jeffries, or one of these guys who has a bit of a big league time who's in camp. But, I do think that they have to cast a little bit wider net than maybe they assumed they would.
We could make this whole chat about young pitching. I do want to move on to other positions, but one last one is the name Mason Black keeps coming up. He's not on the 40-man. Is that a big deal? The name Landon Roop keeps coming up. Obviously, Carson Whisenhunt. In terms of opening day rotations and 40-man roster moves, is there anything significant they have to do?
You do have to create a 40-man space, and there's always going to be those guys who inhabit the last 3 or 4 spots, and you also look at where you have redundancies. And right now, even if they trade J.D. Davis, they got a lot of right-handed corner, infield bats, and with Wilmer and with Chapman now, and the poor David VR, and maybe his best opportunity is going to be with another organization. It'd probably serve him well if he were able to go elsewhere. So. There are moves they can make. It's not going to be impossible to add a Mason Black, and I'm glad you mentioned him because he's the furthest along. He looks like he could be ready to step in a rotation, and maybe he will be in the opening day rotation because, that's one thing you got to consider is a lot of times you start the season and it's a little Swiss cheese in April and you got some off days and you can have 4 starters for, 2 weeks or even longer. But the Giants open with 4 in San Diego, 3 in LA all in a row. So they have to have a 5th starter in that season opening rotation. So, it very well could be Mason Black.
Yeah, and you mentioned Kyle Harrison pitching last night. We've seen Mason Black make starts throughout spring training. 2 guys we haven't seen yet, Landon Roop, he was scheduled to pitch last night before the game was rained out, and Carson Whisenhunt, who I know ended last season with an elbow injury. Where is he at health status, and is it a possibility to get guys like Roop and Whisenhunt into the rotation, or do you think the Giants are leaning towards guys like Mason Black and also Spencer Howard?
Well, Black is the guy who's stretched out a little further, so he's probably further along. Roop is definitely a starting pitcher. I went around and interviewed every catcher and every pitching coach and bullpen catcher, Garvin Alston as well, and Logan Webb. I threw him in there too because people care what he thinks, and asked him who's the young pitcher who's impressed you and what individual pitch has really impressed you. And I kept getting Landon Roop to the point where I'm like, this is going to be a boring story. There's going to be no diversity in this story here. It's everyone's impressed with Landon Roop, not just his curveball but his 2-seam as well. So and when Logan Webb says you have a really heavy, really elite 2-seam, that's pretty good praise. So I think Roop definitely has all the ingredients to be a starting pitcher. I think that's going to be his future role. But, maybe if you only have him ready enough to debut as sort of a swingman and maybe the role they thought that Sean Jelly might have, that might not be the worst way to incorporate yourself in the big leagues either, even if it's totally by necessity. So I think they have to consider everything right now. But But yeah, I would say Wisenhunt is a guy who they're really excited about. He took a ball off his fingers very, very early in camp. He also had the sprained elbow last year, which they brought him along slowly anyway. So he's now facing live hitters, and he's ramping up. And as you mentioned, Roop was going to make his Cactus League debut in the game last night before it rained out. So we'll see him pretty soon, too.
All right, Dave, like I said, we could talk young pitchers all day. We only have a few minutes left, though. The other huge neon orange, to use the right color, spot is shortstop. And obviously your story about Brandon Crawford was really juicy, and Brandon said some interesting stuff to you, but that ship has kind of sailed at this point now. And I'm wondering, I guess here's my question. If you gave Farhan Zaidi and Pete Patilla and Greg Johnson truth serum, would they say Marco Luciano is not ready to be our starting shortstop?
I think Nick Ahmed's the starting shortstop. I think it was obvious from watching him play for 5 minutes that this guy's in great shape. He's a guy who is, I think the defensive metrics really still like him, even though he wasn't at his best because he was dealing with the shoulder. He says that's all the way back now. Obviously, he's gotten off to a nice start with the bat. I think the biggest thing is if they feel good about their lineup, if they feel good about the length of the lineup, the production of their lineup, Nick Ahmed has always been a glove-first guy. If you think that you can carry a defensive shortstop and that's your priority at the position, which with their pitching staff, honestly, it should be, then, I think that it's probably a pretty easy choice to go with Nick Ahmed and then, Marco Luciano gets some time in AAA. Marco Luciano has played a grand total of, I think, 30 games above AA, counting the big leagues.
Wow.
So, and he's a guy throughout his career, even when he was in low A, he didn't start fast really at any level. And I talked to Kyle Haynes about him, the Giants farm director, year after year, and he'd say, you just watch him and he needs a little time, but then he starts hitting the ground running. And by the time, he's ready to be promoted, he's one of the best players in that league. So, and he's never had the opportunity to do that at AAA. So, all offseason when they were saying that Luciano is the guy that they want to grab the job, I'm thinking there's no way. There's no way. I mean, you don't want to give him no shot or say that he's not ready. You got to let him show what he's capable of doing. But, he didn't really have a great winter ball. Got off to a little bit of a rough start with the hamstring here at the start of spring. I will say that his actions have looked really good at shortstop this spring. He's made some nice plays, obviously made one error, but he's got those long arms. He's got nice sort of loose actions at shortstop. Made a good play in the hole a couple days ago with a nice strong throw across the diamond. So, to me, it's the whole package. It's not necessarily, this guy can't play shortstop. I think that the bigger concern is just where he's going to be against, upper division major league pitching, and especially guys with really good secondary stuff. And he probably needs to see more of that at AAA. That would be my hunch. But you know what? He still has time to knock some socks off. But right now, I would say that if you're betting man, I would say Nick Ahmed and Matt Chapman's going to be that left side of your infield, and that's going to mean a whole lot of ground balls are not getting through.
Yeah, I know shortstop is going to be a position battle that a lot of Giants fans are paying attention to this offseason, especially after the departure of Brandon Crawford. And that's the last thing I wanted to ask you about, Bags. Last Friday, we spent a lot of time talking about your article and your conversation with Brandon Crawford about the end of his tenure here in San Francisco. What were your main takeaways from your conversation with Brandon Crawford?
Oh, I think that he wanted to get across, his family wanted to get across that, it was not his choice, that he wanted to come back, because you hear from the people who maybe are more casual fans or don't really understand what's going on, and they just will, tweet something at him like, how could you do this, but, and you don't even know if that's in jest or anything like that. But I think that it bothered him enough that he wanted to make sure it was out there that, it was not his choice to leave. He wanted to come back. He wanted to come back even if it meant a reduced role. In fact, it's probably something that fits him best at this point in his career. And, the interest was not mutual. And I think that, it was a tough story to write because I talked to both him. I talked to Farhan Zaidi, let Farhan know, what Crawford said. And, obviously got to give him a chance to put in his 2 cents or rebut or whatever. And these are two guys who I think that if they both really look at the situation, they could both acknowledge that things have not been handled perfectly from either side. And certainly the one thing that I think is sort of just obvious is that the Giants really boxed the whole deal with Crawford when it came to the Carlos Correa signing or near signing, when they didn't communicate with him and they were going to move him off the position, basically telling him as an afterthought. And that was just not the way to go about it. I think we can all kind of agree on that. So, I don't know if that set a tone that kind of lingered after that or what, but, it's also just kind of what happens when a guy gets to the end of his career. He wants to keep playing. And that's why you look at Bruce Bochy, and he stepped away. He retired. He just took the awkwardness away from everybody. But that doesn't happen with a lot of athletes, and you can't fault Brandon Crawford for wanting to keep playing and create some more memories for his family. And he can still do it, he thinks. So, why not? There's no criticizing him for that. But the opportunity just wasn't going to be there in San Francisco, and Farhan obviously explained why, and you can agree with that or disagree. But, it's a tough story to write because you got to sort of, split the difference and try to be fair to both sides, make sure the points of view get across, and hopefully that I was able to do that.
Yeah, no, it's always great. The writing's always great. We always appreciate the conversation, too, Andy. Look forward to many, many, many more in this intriguing season. So thanks for the time.
As do I. Listen to some Fleetwood Mac now.
Sounds really good to me. Andy Bagley of The Athletic. Hey, let's react to that news on Nick Ahmed, Brandon Crawford, and the young pitching next on the Sports Leader.
Seamheads. Murf and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, Baggerly asked, you delivered. We said, give me some rumors. RUMOURS, the legendary Fleetwood Mac album. That's, by the way, still getting traction. They're still touring today. I mean, you can go see them. They're probably at a joint near you in the next few months, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Murph, we talked about the Fleetwood Mac revival with my generation when that guy during the pandemic was riding the longboard, drinking the bottle of ocean spray.
Why don't you switch over to Dreams right now, young Tony, and you'll know. Tell me, give me some Dreams and tell me if you remember this pandemic hit, guy on the longboard. Do you remember?
Yeah, you see Tony's face? He had no idea what we were talking about until he heard the riff.
So you're saying you saw that? Get on the mic. Yeah, and we're going to do the bit.
Drinking the cranberry juice?
Yeah, but you didn't know this was Fleetwood Mac, Dreams?
No, I did not.
Okay, well, here you go, buddy. I mean,
that clip was pretty funny on social.
That's rich, warm, and lush production at the plant in Sausalito. This album was recorded at the plant in Sausalito, so that's great knowledge.
But I was probably just like Tony, too. I heard this song. I was like, ooh, this is Fleetwood Mac. I'm about to get into my bag. And this entered the rotation.
Well, this would have been, a
couple different rotations, if you know what I'm talking about.
You're in the octagon when it comes to, obviously, the Led Zeppelins and bands like that. But I'm talking about, like, accessible pop/adult rock kind of, like, that dominated a decade. You're going into the octagon, you're putting the Eagles in one corner, you're putting the Fleetwood Mac in the other, and then you're going to have at it. Ooh. Those two bands, defined the sound of the 70s, and that's when your boy was in elementary school.
Yeah,
growing up.
and I was going to say, I think I have to give the edge to the Eagles because that's the only band that Lee Hammer has seen in person.
That's great knowledge right there, buddy. By the way, speaking of the decades, did you guys see the mini mic thing? And I'm so frustrated we can't use that in Cooler of Content.
Why not?
So because it's all contingent on seeing who the person is.
Mm-hmm.
And I will push the boundaries of an audio cut that requires some video help. Like I'm willing to go for good audio, even at the cost of you need some video. For example, we once had batting stance guy in studio.
Oh, that doesn't play on radio.
Well, I thought it did. Of course, there's other things I thought would play on radio that others disagree with too.
Hey now.
Shout out Scottsdale. But anyway, point is I still thought batting stance guy was good.
Yeah.
Even though it was a video thing. Now, I could be wrong. People disagree. They can kill me, crush me, whatever. But in the mini mic case, I was listening to it, and I just think it is a video thing. So the mini mic is the little tiny mic, and the Giants have, and they ask fun questions.
Oh, I mean, every team does this from NFL teams. It's like one of the go-to social media moves. They get one of these like digital interns, like our guy Austin Scott. He'll show up with a little mini microphone and start asking questions.
Please don't destroy. I mean, if you want to try it, we could do the Giants one. And the reason why I bring it up is the question yesterday was, if you could live in any decade for the rest of your life, what decade would it be? I was really impressed that a lot of these players, a lot of them said 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, they're coming. They're singing my language here. You know what I mean? Or singing my tune.
And Murph, I want to point out, it's almost worth playing just for the Casey Schmidt reaction.
He didn't know.
They cut to Casey about like 3 or 4 different times. My man was struggling just to figure out what a decade was.
Yeah, he said he didn't. He ultimately couldn't give an answer because he didn't know what a decade was.
And then he comes back at the end of the video. It's like, yeah, 1920s. How about that? Let's go back to the Great Depression.
Shout out
Casey.
San Diego State, right? All right, well, let's react to what Bagley had to say, starting with Nick Ahmed. I mean, Nick Ahmed. I'm boning up on my Nick Ahmed, by the way.
Who would have known 2 weeks ago that Nick Ahmed could be your opening day starting?
Literally 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Right, literally 2 weeks ago. I mean, I'm torn on this. I really am. I mean, I have to admit, even though it pisses me off because, I wanted Crawford and all that, given that I didn't like the way Crawford was treated, and that pissed me off on a personal level, and I see the value of him. But, I mean, Ahmed can play. He can play. He really can.
I mean, he's got gold gloves for a reason.
Yeah. Now, is he a bat? No.
No, not
he's
at
not
all.
a bat. So for people like, Crawford was hitting one night. Well, guess what? Nick Ahmed ain't hitting either, brother. So, who's a better defender right now, Nick Ahmed or Brandon Crawford?
Ooh.
I mean, and one's a lefty, one's a right. I mean, Crawford's a lefty, right?
I mean, Crawford's got the hardware. He's got more gold gloves, but Nick Ahmed does have a few years in age.
Yesterday you had StatCast up doing the Tyler Fitzgerald sprint speed. Is there any way you could quickly, I'll vamp while you look up any metrics on last year's Nick Ahmed and Brandon Crawford. I'll vamp long enough till you get it. Just a little, if you got to get to know this guy. He was, of course, a big time, he grew up in New England. He played at UConn, University of Connecticut. He comes from a baseball family. His brother played college baseball and was drafted by the Dodgers. His uncle is the head baseball coach at University of Rhode Island. He's a baseball kid. He was drafted by the Braves in the second round and was involved in this huge Justin Upton trade. That's how he got from Atlanta to Arizona. Dude, Arizona got Nick Ahmed, Martin Prado, Randall Delgado, and Brandon Drury for Justin Upton and Chris Johnson. Arizona won that trade for sure. And he got called up in 2014. He was the Diamondback starting shortstop from 2015 on. He won Gold Gloves in 2018 and 2019, but he's a career .234 hitter. Crawford actually has a higher career batting average. I'm pretty sure. I think Crawford's .250, isn't he?
And last year defensively, according to Baseball Savant, Brandon Crawford had a higher fielding run value than Nick Ahmed did.
Ooh, that's juicy. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Now we're getting Farhan did him dirty, right?
I mean, when it comes to range, they both scored 90s on the Baseball Savant scores.
Okay.
And arm strength, Brandon Crawford had a better arm.
Oh, bro.
So, like, the metrics.
You're revving me up here, bro.
You can get
Crawford
into
a .250 career hitter.
Yeah, exactly. You can get into the advanced analytics, but just from what I'm seeing on the front page of Baseball Savant, they were similar numbers, if not better, for Brandon Crawford.
Tony just came by and said, Ahmed's a .234 career hitter.
Yeah.
As I just said 30 seconds ago.
Thanks for listening to the show, Tony.
No, brother. Anyway, I appreciate the help, though. I do. excess information is still good because it has the word information.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the big
But I got to break your balls on
Yeah.
it.
What we're getting back to was...
And I would expect you to do the same to me if I said something that you said 30 seconds earlier. All right? There we go.
There
We're
it
all
is.
clear. We're straight now.
It's all in the family, but that's why it felt like Brandon Crawford was being forced out of the family. When Farhan Zaidi said, yeah, you can compete for that last roster spot, and you'll be the cloud looming over the development of Marco Luciano. Well, then here comes Nick Ahmed, and all of a sudden he's going to be the starting shortstop instead of Luciano.
And, dude, by the way, history, we were in the minority on that. Dude, as the day went on, including our afternoon host and our boss, by the way, that's tough to that's tough to say. I'll tell you that right now.
What's up, boss man?
That's tough to say. Dude, Copeland, stridently anti-Crawford in defending Farhan.
He's probably hanging out with Creative Tony too much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Farhan made an entirely right move. Get Crawford out of here, the whole deal.
I heard it too. He was like, oh, his metrics last year, his numbers were not good.
We just talked about his freaking metrics.
Blah, blah, blah.
We just talked about the metric system. Give me meters.
What are you calling out? Company copes?
Yeah, I like that.
Walking the line, huh?
Because he's going to be at FanFest tomorrow going, I supported you all the way, Farhan.
That's it.
The dirty little secret was that, and this is nobody wants to touch this, is that there was a hint that there was something personal.
Ooh.
He done messed around and made it personal. And I don't want to kind of get into everybody's dirty laundry. Shout out the Eagles, Don Henley. But there were whispers that is just something happened. And Crawford hinted at that. Farhan, of course, denied it, saying, hey, I signed you in 2021 for 2 more years.
Yes.
So why would it be personal?
That is true, but also take a look at the comments we just heard about Andrew Baggerly talking about last offseason when the Giants tried to bring in Carlos Correa and didn't even reach out to have a conversation with Brandon Crawford. Brandon had no idea that he was going to move to third or second base. He expected going into that offseason to be the starting shortstop. Next thing you know, Carlos Correa is rumored to sign in town, and then the failed physical happened, and next thing you know, Brandon Crawford's back to being your everyday
I'm going to
shortstop.
go ahead and say, if you're running a shop the right way, you're calling Crawford.
Yes.
Okay?
Just
is
out
that
of
too big of an
respect.
ask?
No.
Same thing happened to J.D. Davis. And listen, I get J.D. Davis isn't a Giant forever. He's only been here 6 months. But when they made the move for Matt Chapman, I think if you're running your shop the right way, you gotta interrupt Dune too and let J.D. Davis know what's going on.
And Murf, we knew that those conversations were being had prior, not to take a quote from Gabe Kapler, but Bob Melvin, the new skipper, said he had a sit-down conversation with J.D. Davis about the Matt Chapman rumors weeks before the signing even happened. So J.D. Davis knew this was a possibility, but still, he showed up to camp, put on the spikes, got to work. Now Matt Chapman's in town. We'll see what happens with J.D. Davis. But that's what we're talking about, the difference in the regimes. J.D. Davis got a heads up about a potential signing of Matt Chapman. Brandon Crawford got left in the dark about Carlos Correa.
And 530 is coming at us with harsh language, calling us whiners, or talking about Crawford. No, wait a minute. Whining or expressing an opinion about the team? Bro, expressing an opinion, whining is, I want him back. No, bro, we're talking about a guy who could mentor and play second, third, short, be a left-handed bat, and he says he's 5 years older than Ahmed. Yeah, but we just went through the freaking metrics, and if you're going to go by that, forget your eye. He goes, I got tired of watching Cross struggle last year. Well, guess what? The Arizona Diamondbacks cut Nick Ahmed. He was struggling so bad.
I was going to say, he hit 212 last year. He struggled himself.
And again, I want to say, there's a part of me that's open to Nick Ahmed doing it because I'm not sold on Luciano. That's mainly the deal. And I have hopes for Luciano. But you heard Baggerly say he's only played how many games above AA?
Yeah, we've heard it from Bags. We've heard it from Mike Kruko, who yesterday said he's not sure if Luciano can play shortstop at the major league level. I mean, Murph, I was saying it on the leadoff spot a year or 2 years ago when I used to go watch Marco Luciano down in San Jose. And I point out some of the defensive efficiencies going to his backhand. But I thought the bat would play well enough that you would get him to the lineup. But when he's struggling this much with the bat, I don't think you can even take the risk of putting his glove out there.
707 says, I put this whole thing on Luciano because he didn't take the job and run with it. Well, there was a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure there, too.
He's got Brandon Crawford looming in the background last year.
510 says, well, at least we know who's going to bat ninth for the Giants this year. That's pretty good. Yeah. And then we'll close it out here because we got Sam Gordon coming on, the Warrior beat writer. I'm excited. I'm loving this guy's writing. He said lethargy enveloped the Warriors last night. I was like, damn.
Lethargy.
Lethargy enveloped. Oh. Great verb. This is the one. Tony, if I can get a little musical help here. 408 says, so what you're saying is that there's rumors about Crawford and Farhan? There it is, baby.
Here we go again.
Kicking Crawford out of town.
And Young Tony, this album was the biggest album of the 70s, and it was spelled Rumors, Rumours, because Mick Fleetwood is English, and that's what they do over there. Or as John Joe and I like to call them, the oppressor. The oppressor over there, all right? You know what I'm talking about, brother. Yeah. County Loudnose.
Yeah, you're a big Wars guy, Murph.
Yeah, all right, guys. Okay, guys. Sam Gordon is the new Chronicle beat writer for the Warriors, and he's doing a bang-up job. And he was there last night when Steph Curry turned his ankle, and he was there in the postgame locker room. And we'll talk to him next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
They'll mess around and made it personal.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation. Murf and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 104.5.
Now Steph in a little distress. They're in the bonus. This doesn't look good. Yeah, Steph is limping around. That is the last thing you want to see. He's trying to work that thing out. Going back door. Oh, there's a turn, the right ankle. Turn that right ankle. I saw that so many times earlier in his career. Took an awkward step. Steph, he's going to have to come out of the game and maybe go to the locker room. Concern is far beyond this game.
Well, there it is, man. The story last night. Not just a crushing loss, discouraging loss, but Steph Curry turning his ankle, man. Oh, there you go. You can look at the menu, but just can't eat. That's the Steph Curry picture with the golf swing and the guy looking at the lady behind him. The young lass who's enthusiastic.
That's it. Look at the menu, just don't order, Murf.
You can look at the menu, but you just can't eat. Our next guest is somebody who's new to town, but I got to tell you, making a good impression. His name is Sam Gordon, and he is, of course, the beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle covering the Warriors. We've never had him on the show before, but he just came into town from Vegas. And I got to tell you, Sam, as we welcome you to the Murf and Marcus show, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, I really like your writing, man. You're a damn good writer. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, welcome, Sam.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I very much appreciate the kind words. Happy Friday, and thank you so much for reading my stuff. It means a lot. I'm having a blast out here in the Bay Area, loving covering the Warriors so far, and grateful to be on the program this morning.
Yeah, well, thanks for having you. A little background. You came from Vegas, huh?
Yeah. 7 years there, 7 spectacular years. I had the chance to be in the city as it really kind of came of age as a pro sports town. Of course, getting the Vegas Golden Knights, the Las Vegas Aces, and then the Raiders. And then certainly expecting to add more sports to the city's profile of professional sports. But it was an absolute blast being there and having the opportunity to see the way that the city really embraced professional sports and came of age as a pro sports market. So time of my life, and that has resumed out here in the Bay so far in the 6 weeks that I've been here.
Sam, where's home for you, like growing up in high school and all that?
Yeah, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Born and raised, went to college at the University of Minnesota, grew up, of course, following the Timberwolves. Kevin Garnett was the superstar there when I was growing up, so I had the privilege of being able to learn to love the NBA in Minneapolis and kind of through the prism of following the Timberwolves and obviously the league at large. And then, went to Minnesota. Still a big fan of 3 yards in a cloud of dust, Big Ten football, and the Big Ten sporting landscape in general. So never quite thought my travels would take me out this way, but again, could not be more happier to be here.
Last little bio one, I just love personal stories and everything, is have you connected the dots with Clay yet? So you're a Minnesota Golden Gopher. Michael Thompson, Minnesota Golden Gopher. Is that you? Do you and Clay have a little secret handshake then?
Not quite a secret handshake, but we have connected the dots to answer your question.
Yeah.
I made sure to let him know when I first got here that I used to see his dad's jersey hanging up at Williams Arena and whatnot. So definitely cool little moment to be able to connect with him through that.
That's a fun one. There you go. Sam Gordon, new Chronicle beat writer for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Marcus.
And we're going to talk plenty of Warriors, but Sam, real quick, I take a look at your Twitter profile, and I see that your picture is you standing next to the boxing ring. Now, I'm a big fight guy myself, so are you going to be watching either Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou tonight or UFC 299 this weekend?
Oh, yeah. I'll be locked into AJ and Francis Ngannou for sure. I covered boxing in Vegas as well. That was one of my primary beats. So nothing quite like the thrill of being ringside and the primal energy that fight night summons. So big fight. I was super impressed by the Predator's debut against Tyson Fury, even though he was pretty clearly out of shape and didn't take him seriously in that one. But expecting AJ to take him a lot more seriously. He's been on a roll and expect him to handle business. But it's a great event, great fight, great matchup. And really cool to see what Francis Ngannou has been able to do in the sport of boxing so far.
You're such an interesting guy. We haven't even gotten to a Warriors question. I got one more for you then. Then who do you like in Mike Tyson, Jake Paul then? Who you got?
Oh, man.
Oh man, I probably got to go with I think Jake Paul at this point, right? He's got youth on his side. So we'll see if it's a sanctioned fight. I don't know yet if details are out, if it's an exhibition or a sanctioned fight. But the most interesting element of that to me is Netflix getting involved on the streaming side, right? What does this mean? Big picture, is this a one-off event or like Netflix did with the tennis match, Rafael Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz a couple weeks ago, or are we going to see Netflix really pivot into sports in a big way and be another platform that picks up boxing. So I know it would be big for boxing, the sport of boxing, if they could latch on to Netflix. This is kind of a little test run between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson.
So interesting. We can talk so many different things with you, man, but we got to talk about the Warriors and Steph Curry last night. I do want some of your big picture takes on the Warriors and what you've learned about them in the time you've been here, but let's start small picture with last night. Steph turns his ankle. Is there anything you could glean after the game? I mean, I know we don't have the tests and the MRIs and all that stuff, but was there a sense that this was serious or a sense that this was temporary?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that they're expecting him, just kind of in parsing through the comments and getting the vibes from hearing, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry's teammates post-game, that they're expecting to be without him for at least a little bit, right? Does that mean weeks? Does that mean months? Unclear. Does that mean maybe a few games? I'm not necessarily sure, but it would seem that they expect anyways, just kind of reading the room, engaging their sentiments, that they expect him to miss a little bit of time. So certainly not ideal, given where they're at, given that it's, kind of a sprint to the finish line here with 20 games to go and with where the Warriors are at in the standings. So yeah, just not a great night all around for them in terms of losing a game that they should have won against the Chicago Bulls and then losing Steph Curry. So like you mentioned, we'll see what the results and what the tests say, but at least, judging from some of the comments last night, those in particular from Klay Thompson, who seemed to send Steph kind of a well wish in his post-game assessment of how he's doing. We certainly expect him to miss at least a little bit of time here, and we'll see how the Warriors patch it together if that is indeed the case.
Now, Sam, we saw Steph pop up on the injury report last week with a knee injury. Has there been any discussion about whether there's any correlation between the knee and the ankle injury, or is this just being viewed as kind of a fluke injury?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where he rolled his ankle on driving to the cup, and it was a pretty nasty roll. And there was, I don't know if there was some kind of collision early in the game, but maybe with Alex Caruso, but he definitely collided with somebody earlier in the game and was moving gingerly for a second, although he seemed to shake it off. But I don't think it's anything other than just kind of one of those injuries that happens. It was a pretty nasty roll. It was definitely a pretty nasty roll, and you could tell right away that he was favoring it, and he didn't like it, and with leaving the playing surface in short order. But I don't think it's necessarily correlated to some of the knee soreness he was having last week.
We're talking to Sam Gordon, the brand new Warriors beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle, who everybody's got to read him. I love his writing, and I have the digital subscription, and I highly recommend it. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And speaking of the Warriors, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this afternoon on KNBR. Okay, so bigger picture, that was a discouraging loss. Asking for your sort of beat writer perspective on Wednesday night into Thursday. Obviously, it's the NBA. Anything can happen. The Bulls aren't, got DeRozan and Vucevic, and they went off. But, is there a larger thing to draw about the Warriors? And I guess the question would be, Sam, are they just that inconsistent that is going to temper their realistic expectations this spring?
Well, they have been playing really good ball, right? So before last night, before Steph Curry got hurt, they had won 14 out of 18. I think the new look starting lineup with Draymond Green as a small ball center really was able to create some advantages for them just stylistically. I think they were able to play with a little bit more speed, a little bit more pace, not having to kind of wait for a more lumbering big with Draymond Green's ability to push the pace, with his ability to handle the ball himself in transition and increase the tempo, and just again with his player profile being that he's able to move a little bit faster. Of course, him small balling Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins on the wings opened up that combination, and the offense and defense were both performing at a high level. So obviously losing Steph Curry for a period changes things, but if he's back and they're able to kind of regain their rhythm with him in the lineup again, it still looks to me like a team, given how they've played the last month, that might be able to make something interesting happen in the postseason. Right now, I'm not saying that's win a championship. I'm not saying that's this championship caliber team. They've shown throughout the course of the season with that inconsistency that they're not, right. But are they a team, if and when healthy, right, that could give an inexperienced team like the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Oklahoma City Thunder a series scare and maybe an upset? I definitely think they've shown those capabilities. I think the win over Milwaukee on Wednesday, right, that was a signature win. Now, Milwaukee had won 6 in a row. They had been defending as well as anybody in the NBA in that stretch under Doc Rivers coming out of the All-Star break, and that was a thorough wire-to-wire beating that the Warriors had administered. So I think you kind of saw them on Wednesday at their absolute best, and when they're at their absolute best, they still present challenges for any team. Stephen Curry is still a nightmare for anybody to cover, and you don't want to get tangled up with him if you're in a playoff series, right? Especially if you're a younger, inexperienced team like Oklahoma City, like Minnesota, that hasn't been there, that hasn't done that yet. Whereas we know, of course, that the Warriors have all that experience. Obviously, if Steph is hurt for a significant period of time, all bets are off. But big picture, the first unit was coming together. The second unit with Chris Paul, who presumably starts in the starting lineup now upon any absence for Curry. But the second unit was really coming together, finding a rhythm with Chris Paul and Klay Thompson and Gary Payton second, and Moses Moody and Trayce Jackson-Davis really emerging kind of as a focal point of the second unit as a big man on both ends, able to finish above the basket offensively and protect the rim defensively. So even though there's been some struggles at times during the season, and even though Curry might be hurt for a little bit, I still believe that based on what I've seen so far and being here, if the Warriors get into the playoffs, they're not going to be a team anybody wants to see. Does that mean that they're going to automatically win a first-round series? No, but do you want to get matched up against a team with championship pedigree, with depth, and with this kind of experience in the first round? Probably not. So I contend that they're going to be able to make a little bit of noise or certainly make things interesting if they're able to seal the deal and get into a series. But, of course, if Curry's not available, that changes things in terms of the playing landscape with how jammed everything is in the standings. So it's going to be a sprint to the finish. There's no question about that. Whichever way it goes in these next 20 games, we're going to learn a lot.
Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle joining us on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And Sam, that's kind of the big picture question that we've been asking all morning. Can the Warriors tread water and stay in that playoff picture without Steph Curry? Now, you mentioned what that starting rotation might look like. It seems like the obvious answer might just be insert Chris Paul into the Steph Curry role. But do you think there's a chance that Klay Thompson could be put back with the first unit to maybe add some more offense without Steph Curry?
Yeah, I think, is there a chance? Perhaps, but I think that's unlikely, right? I just think that being the primary ball handler is probably a little bit, you don't necessarily want Brandon Podziemski to play that role right now. Can he handle the ball for long stretches? Can he steady the second unit? Sure, but being able to run an offense for the better part of 30 to 40 minutes is a little different, right? Chris Paul, even at this stage of his career, still super effective running pick and rolls, getting efficient offense. The offense obviously is going to have a different look to it, right? If with Chris Paul at the helm, kind of like we've seen so far, just in the in how he runs the second unit, a little bit more pick and roll, a little bit more deliberate. You're not going to have as many motion concepts because he doesn't possess the same gravity that Stephen Curry does as a shooter. But Draymond Green yesterday after the game still expressed all the confidence in the world in Chris Paul, right? You go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer, even at this stage of his career, still proficient in running a team, still able to manipulate defenses, still able to get great looks. And given that there's a little bit of cushioning between the Warriors and the teams outside of the play-in at this point, they should be able to tread water if it's a short-term absence. So it's gonna. Just when Steve Kerr thought he was settling into some rotations, right? Things change. But if there's been anything consistent about this season, it has been the theme of change. And I have no doubt that they'll have a plan to adapt their strategy. It'll involve Chris Paul, and he'll be able to generate some efficient offense. It's just not going to look the same way. It certainly decreases their upside. That pretty much goes without saying, but still steady enough, I think, to run a show and be able to squeeze out some wins here with Curry's not in the lineup.
Great stuff, Sam. Love it, man. We'll let you go on with your morning. By the way, this morning, as long as we have you on, I'll just keep highlighting your writing. I was an old beat, so I used to write at the Chronicle too. This is the Brian Murphy part of the Murf and Marcus show. I was a beat writer at the Chronicle for years, so I love it. And when you said lethargy enveloped the Warriors last night, I was like, there it is. There's my little gold star for the day, buddy. So
I appreciate you.
Every story has a great turn of a phrase, man. So keep writing, and thanks for hopping on the show. We look forward to another visit, and we'll say hi to you out at Chase Center one day, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
All right, sounds good, fellas. Happy Friday, and enjoy your weekends. Hopefully we'll talk soon.
There he is, Sam Gordon. Strong debut. Strong. The takes
were great.
The attitude.
The pipes were great. He's giving us breakdown on Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou. He's giving us everything, Murph.
Man, oh man, that was really, really good. So welcome, Sam. Yeah, he's only been here, I don't know, about a month or two. And right. I started noticing, I was like, damn, I'm really enjoying this. And I asked John Joe there to get him, and he did. So,
and you were big on the lethargy.
Well, I just kind of, every story I read from this guy, something jumps out at me writing-wise. I'm like, damn, this guy's a good writer.
Now, let me ask, was lethargy in your vocabulary before reading the Sam Gordon story?
Sure.
So lethargy, yes. Finna, no.
No. I'm finna use lethargy in a jock blog soon.
I'm finna bone up on lethargy.
I'm finna use... I tell you what, there was no lethargy when I was dealing with the burst pipe yesterday at the house. There was only panic and floods, all right? But anyway, listen, react to what he had to say. And by the way, first of all, good morning, everybody, because Matt Chapman's going to join us at 9:45. Want to make sure we got that. So young Tony knows we got to manipulate the clock a little bit, right? So we'll be good for that. But he was more optimistic. He was kind of saying that this team has been playing well, and that, Chris Paul stepping in can provide you that kind of, that level of play that you can go beat San Antonio Saturday and Monday. Now, he didn't say that, but I'm gleaning from that, and my gut tells me that they can beat San Antonio on Saturday and Monday. It's a little break in the schedule. The question is Wednesday at Dallas without Steph.
Yeah.
And did he say, who knows how long this guy's going to be out?
We're still waiting on the MRI results, but we read the article earlier from Anthony Slater in The Athletic. The way that the guys are talking about Steph Curry, it sounds like this is going to be a significant leave of absence.
Wow. Okay, well, if that's the case, then you got problems. My initial instinct was, rolled ankles in the NBA with Celebrini doing his thing. You can take care of San Antonio Saturday. You can take care of San Antonio in Texas on Monday. But then, dude, at Dallas on Wednesday the 13th, and then at the Lakers on Saturday the 16th, although you could insert a joke there, maybe they're better without Steph at the Lakers because the way he shoots down there.
The way
in the crypt,
the way that your kid was talking about the inconsistency of a Steph Curry this morning.
That was sacrilege. That was unbelievable.
Well, Murph, you can tell Big D this. Steph Curry has missed 3 games so far this year for the Warriors. They're 0-3 in those games.
He literally said, Steph's so inconsistent. I said, you want to leave the room right now, brother?
Yeah. The guy that's made the most 3-pointers in NBA history. Just a little inconsistent.
I'm like, I'll defend you when your kid's coming at Kyle Harrison, but I'm not going to defend you.
We just saw the streak end this year of consecutive games with a 3-pointer made.
Yeah. So again, San Antonio, you like them. Again, though, you liked the Bulls last night too, though. You know what I mean? And then at Dallas, at the Lakers, those are huge games because those are the guys that's the team directly in front of them and the team directly behind them in the play-in bracket. So it should be an entertaining week next week. So, and then here come your Knicks, buddy. You gonna walk home? You gonna walk down and see your Knicks on Monday the 18th?
Oh, I'll be in the building, Murph.
Wearing your David Lee Knicks jersey?
Might have to wear my Latrell Sprewell Knicks jersey.
Oh, you have one?
No, I grew out of it. I had it as a kid. I'm still looking for a Latrell Sprewell Warriors jersey with like the old city logo on it.
When you see somebody walking around Chase with a Sprewell jersey, they're making a statement.
Dude, I need a Sprewell Warriors jersey, and I'll bring back my Dadas with the spinners on the side. You don't know nothing about that, Murph.
No, I'm finna learn about Dadas and spinners, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had them in my youth basketball league. I had the Latrell Sprewell shoes.
I'm still inspired by your 3rd grade team beating that 4th grade team.
Oh, I told those kids from Resurrection, today's the day that you resurrect and take down these fourth
I'm going to need that because we have a playoff game tomorrow. We got a playoff game tomorrow. Playoffs, buddy.
Playoffs.
You know what I did with the kids? I have a little Bluetooth speaker, JBL Flip 4, and I was playing. Should I do it for you right now? Should I show what I was doing to the kids? I walked in with the this is more dad.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is like you pulling out the fire alarm when the coffee machine was broken with Tony the other day.
The siren I did for you guys. Here it is, buddy. Here, I'm gonna play it for you. But of course, you have to go through the stupid ads first, don't you? Here.
It's those damn skip ads.
I know, right? The skip ad is a great feature, though, isn't it?
I love that term too, skip ad.
I walked in playing
That's the YouTube generation right there.
I'm holding the speaker high. I said, kids, we made it. And I just played it for the entire warm-ups. I said, only certain teams get to dance, baby. Only certain teams get to dance. You guys earned this music. You earned this music. You know, when the kids are baffled, and one of them comes up to me and goes, Coach, it sounds like the Olympics. I said, well, kind of.
Coach,
I guess.
Coach, what the hell are you playing?
All right, there it
Hello,
is,
friends.
All right, so there you go. Okay, Matt Chapman, 945 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Don't none of us want to see that psycho in the Bay. We don't want to see that psycho in the Bay in a play-in game. I'm telling you.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. St. Helena's Sports Leader.
Trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Shout out to Murf. Where you see?
Well, Murf's getting coffee right now, but I can tell you where Zaza was yesterday afternoon as he stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the emergence of Trace Jackson Davis. To hear that full podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Where you see?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Gamers, Murf and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Whew, happy Friday, everybody. We started the show by saying discouraging was the word. That Warriors game last night, Steph's injury, blowing the game to the Bulls. But when you get to 9:15 on a Friday and you're sniffing the weekend, it's hard to be discouraged. You know what I mean? It's hard to feel discouraged. If tomorrow's Fan Fest should be sunny and dry. I think it's going to be sunny and dry. I don't want to promise anything. Have you looked at the weather yet? Or?
No, I have not checked out the weather, but I'll be down at FanFest. Copes will be there, and then you have your opportunity for your first Terry Francois two-step if you want to hit up FanFest and then go check out the Dubs taking on the Spurs tomorrow night at Chase Center.
I got you dry tomorrow on my iPhone.
I don't trust those weather apps, Murf.
All right. Are you going to Terry Francois two-step?
I am if Victor Wembanyama's playing, but if
he's not playing, you will not?
No, if there's no Steph, if there's no Wemby, I'm not showing up, to be honest with you.
All right.
I'm just going to go out drinking with the boys instead.
Let me ask you a question about Chase Center and your spot there. Has it ever hosted a combat sport?
No, which is something that we asked Dana White as a show going back 3-4 years ago when you guys interviewed him down at Radio Row. UFC has not come to Chase Center yet. And I don't believe they put on a big boxing match yet. Well, I might be wrong about that. I'll hit up Overnight Dave and ask him.
The reason why I ask is that if we're going to do a non-Steph Curry, non-Giants segment, buddy, non-Niner free agency segment, that is, you tell me.
Oh.
This news, and young Tony, okay, you're a combat guy. July 20, 2024, Mike Tyson, 57 years old, v. Jake Paul, 27 years old, boxing match, streaming on Netflix. Am I being pranked?
No.
Am I being pranked?
This is real life.
A 57-year-old guy. Now, by the way, for my Rocky credit, who does this guy think he is? Rocky Balboa? That was tough to believe when he was like 65 and he won the title. I was like, really? I mean, I love you, Rock, but bro, what are you doing in there? Anyway, otherwise, some good stuff in that movie. But, dude, so first of all, I need your take on Jake Paul. Like, is this guy, he's a better fighter than people give him credit for, right? Everybody wants to hate him, but he's actually a pretty good fighter.
He started off as kind of a sideshow act. Now, this is a kid that used to be like a Disney actor, turned into a YouTuber, actually got his first, I think, maybe not his first professional fight, but his big, like, breakout moment is when he knocked out Nate Robinson, former NBA slam dunk winner. Now, this was also on the undercard of Mike Tyson fighting Roy Jones Jr. in an exhibition match a few years ago.
How'd that go?
It ended in a draw, I believe.
How'd Tyson look?
Tyson looked pretty good, but it didn't seem like he was going 100%. And that's my worry here, because we've seen Jake Paul's older brother, Logan Paul, get into a quote-unquote boxing match with Floyd Mayweather. But that was just a spectacle. That also ended in a draw. So I don't know how serious Mike Tyson is taking this, but I can tell you, Jake Paul's going to take it serious. He's out here knocking out Ben Askren and Tyron Woodley and a bunch of former MMA fighters, knocking out Nate Robinson. If he has the opportunity to knock out Mike Tyson and add him to his highlight list, there's 100% Jake Paul is going to be going full-fledged.
Other than Buster Douglas, has Tyson ever been knocked out? No, right?
I don't think so.
So I have the fact his last true fight was 2005. He lost to a guy named Kevin McBride. Do you remember that?
Kevin McBride.
You were a young kid back then.
Well, that's when me and my brother were boxing pre-Mike Tyson fights.
So, wait a minute. So you...
Oh, my dad would get all the pay-per-views in.
So you're down with Tyson's career?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I grew up fighting on the undercards from my perspective of Mike Tyson.
Wait a minute. What do you mean?
Me and my brother, my dad would put on the boxing gloves and we'd fight before the Mike Tyson fight.
This is incredible details. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah. We were...
So wait a minute. Did you guys have a ring or...
Oh, it was just a living room. Just fighting between the couches right in front of the TV.
Just the living room.
Oh, yeah. We used to have some wars.
So the sweat's flying around the living room and everything?
Oh, there's blood stains on the couch.
Did you suit up? Like, did you get in the shorts and everything?
Oh, we would take our tops off, pause, put on the gloves, and start just throwing haymakers.
Okay. And was he the official, or was he the Mills Lane, or?
Oh, it was kind of like a no rules bar. Is that the
no holds barred?
That's what they say in wrestling. Yeah, it was whatever goes. Like, I'd even slip in a couple knees and kicks if I wanted to. My brother was a wrestler.
Coffee tables or couches or vases or anything?
You got to play the field as it lies.
Okay. This is incredible. So that would be before the Tyson fight?
Correct. And then we would sit there with like a bloody nose and watch Mike Tyson go to the ring.
You got bloody noses?
Oh, yeah. Me and my brother would just beat the hell out of each other.
In fairness now, as a guy who coaches a lot of youth sports, 1 year makes a huge difference until you turn about 16, 17, 18 years old, 1 year makes a huge difference. Your brother's a year older than you.
Yeah, year and a half. We're Irish twins, but we've always been around the same size.
But I'm saying he would be a significant favorite in those fights.
Yeah, but the underdog cashed in a few times, Murf.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the size of the fight in the dog, not the size of the dog in the fight.
I got that dog in me, Murf.
Okay, the hungry dog runs faster.
I got that dog in me.
Wow. Well, that must have made you, boy, that must have pissed off your brother so much.
Oh, yeah, he was not a big fan of it, which is why he became such a good wrestler, which is why I started doing jiu-jitsu just so I could counteract his wrestling.
This is incredible.
Yeah, this is
You come by your combat passion naturally, organically.
Oh, that's
part of your
why
life.
I brought it up with Sam Gordon. Like tonight, I'll be watching Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. There's a huge UFC card this weekend. Sean O'Malley taking on Cheeto Vera, the rematch. Like there's a really good UFC card this weekend, a really big boxing card. But it does seem like this Jake Paul, Mike Tyson news has kind of stolen the spotlight, especially in the combat world.
So do you respect Jake Paul then?
Respect is not the word I would use.
Okay.
I give him credit for putting in the time in training. I mean, this is a guy that's in phenomenal shape. Now, who knows if he's being drug tested? That's also a storyline we can go down to. But when you're looking at a 27-year-old who's in the prime of his career that's been training boxing every single day, and then we see these videos of Mike Tyson walking around at an airport with a walking cane, it does not look like this is going to be a good moment for the sport of boxing.
So this is, so are you an idiot if you even, first of all, is it pay-per-view or is it just on my Netflix? Like I'm a Netflix subscriber.
So it sounds like if you have Netflix, you'll be able to watch it.
And
like that's the thing. I've never paid a single cent to watch a Jake Paul
Is it pretty
boxing
clear
match.
that Tyson's just collecting a check here? Is that it? He's just collecting a check?
I would think so. I mean, I know he's got passion for the sport. And yeah, there's highlight tapes out there of him like actually throwing some good hooks. Like I'm just hoping and praying that the old man strength comes out and he finally sleeps this kid, Jake Paul. But to be honest with you, I haven't even looked up the odds yet. I think probably the books would make Jake Paul the favorite at this point just because Mike Tyson is so far past his prime.
I heard on CBS Sports Radio on the way in that Jake Paul is minus 350, something like that.
Wow. I'll throw some shekels on Tyson.
Would you?
Yeah, just for a knockout blow. It takes one punch to go down.
408 says if Mike Tyson lands a solid hook on Jake Paul, it will be an awakening for Jake.
That's what I'm saying. Like Mike Tyson hits you with a different force than most human beings can even think of.
A lot of people, by the way, say Lennox Lewis KO'd Tyson. I missed that one. Do you guys remember that?
That's
Lennox
overnight
Lewis
Dave knowledge for you, yeah.
Okay. 707 says Jake Paul is a clown. 415 says Chase Center has the Devin Haney versus Regis Prograis pay-per-view fight. Is that right?
Oh, is that coming up?
I don't know. 510 says Haney fought at Chase last year.
Okay, and Haney's supposed to be having a fight with Ryan Garcia coming up, but I told you about those Ryan Garcia stories off air the other day and what he's going through.
No.
That's the kid that started talking about the Bohemian Grove.
Dude. Whoa.
Sorry for even bringing that up. Yeah, I'm not going into that.
I'm not going into that.
650 says, guys, this is like when Joe Louis fought a bear. Did you know that Joe Louis fought a bear? Well, Boo Weekley used to, and we found out about that. The golfer, well, dude, that's a whole nother story. Boo Weekley was a golfer who briefly had a run, made the U.S. Ryder Cup team. He wrestled bears in Florida growing up. We booked him on the show. DJ Raw B did.
Nice.
Ready for this story, buddy? You ready for this? So we're talking to Boo Weekley. Hey, man, you wrestled bears. You're quite the character. He's like, yeah, I wrestled bears. Yeah, it was great. And, dude, people started emailing us at the old email line. They're like, this is not Boo Weekley. This is not Boo Weekley. You guys are getting punked. You
got pranked?
Dude, we finally hung up. We did the. It was his manager. Boo Weekley didn't show up for the interview, so his manager faked it.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got a fake Boo Weekley.
Yeah. That was the real Sam Gordon, by the way, right?
I was going to say, does that mean it was fake bear wrestling stories? Or were those confirmed?
Those stories were true.
Well, here, I can tell you a bear wrestling story. Shout out to our guy, Habib Nurmagomedov, who used to train right down the street at AKA in San Jose. There are viral videos of him growing up as a kid wrestling bears. And also, shout out Habib. He was courtside with Steph Curry after the Raptors game last week.
Oh, man. By the way, Steph Curry's got tremendous range because I also saw him chopping it up with Shane Gillis, the comedian who got fired from SNL. What's up?
The same comedian that hosted SNL last week.
Bears a slight resemblance to John Joe Curley.
That's a good call.
I mean, about a 4 or 5.
Not bad.
You know what I mean? Something like that. Not like a 10, but about a 5, 5.5.
I can see a little Shane Gillis.
There it is, man. 916 says Sean O'Malley. So Sean O'Malley is fighting tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Sean O'Malley is defending his belt, taking on Cheeto Vera, the only man that's ever beat him in his UFC career.
So listen, I cannot believe we did a whole segment on combat, but this is the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul.
Oh.
I mean, listen, my take just from afar, and listen, I grew up in the Tyson era. I was all over it. I watched all the fights. I was in. Dude, I used to be, I followed this stuff. Dude, your boy once went, my buddy and I drove to a Hollywood closed circuit pay-per-view to watch Sugar Ray Leonard fight. God darn it. So it would have been, they got to the point where so many middleweights were fighting each other. So it was either Hagler or Hearns. and they were both on the sort of the back end, so it would have been 1989, 88, 89. Leonard Hagler, Leonard Hearns. I'm embarrassed I can't get the exact, but anyway, your boy was down. I listened to the radio round-by-round updates of Roberto Duran, Sugar Ray Leonard from Montreal.
Oh, sick.
Dude, so every 3 minutes, they would burst in and say, the third round is in. Leonard has won 10-9, 10-9, 10-9.
Boxing on the radio.
Dude, every three. So you were listening to a station like KNBR. Nice. And then my buddy and I, we were just listening to this, dude. I kind of liked Duran, believe it or not. Even though Sugar Ray was the American hero, the gold medalist. Wow. There's something about Duran until he quit. No mas.
No mas.
But Manos de Piedra, dude, hands of stone.
Dude.
Anyway, so my point is, like, my take on this from afar as a boxing guy who's lost touch with boxing is that Jake Paul will beat him.
Yeah,
he will kill
but
him.
I just love breaking out.
Take,
I love breaking out some of this Brian Murphy boxing bloodline because shout out to your grandpa who had some experience.
He was a
boxing,
boxer
right?
in the Navy. That is correct. Very cool. Dude, look at this. You know what? Can I get some applause for this guy?
I've been around you for a while now,
Applause for
Murph.
this guy. Yes, he did. Well, at Warren G. Harding's funeral in 1921, he was a enlisted Navy guy, down low on the totem pole, and they were sleeping in big bunks, like 1,000 people in a big airport hangar, and he's called him Johnny Reb, a Southern guy, called him Johnny Rebs. This is in 1921.
Yeah.
Civil War is only 50 years earlier, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you stories from 50 years ago on sports, and he said, get out of my bunk. That was my bunk. He said, make me Yankee. Ooh. So my grandpa said I had to give him the what do you guys call it? The chicken dinner? What is it?
Oh, the two-piece combo.
He gave him
Murph.
the two-piece combo.
Uh-huh.
Knocked him out and took his bunk.
Come on, Yankee.
Talk about skipping a generation. Am I ever going to do that to anybody? Are you kidding me? All right. Hey, Andy Bagley told us a story about shortstops, and then Matt Chapman at 9:45 next on the Sports Leader.
I broke my back.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murf and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Giants baseball will close our show for the last half hour. By the way, I found it, June of '89, Sugar Ray Thomas Hearns. That's the one my buddy and I drove to a closed-circuit theater in Hollywood to watch it. So those were the days, brother. Those were the days. Anyway, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. It'll get some buzz. It'll get some buzz. You'll watch it, right?
Oh, I'll watch.
Okay.
I don't know if I really want to, but I'll watch, Murph.
All right, so Andy Baggerly came on our show. It was great to talk to him. And he just said it. Well, we should probably put it just right out there. Young Tone, go and cut D as in Delta here. We talked to him about young pitching forever. Young pitching. Kyle Harrison last night, 6 strikeouts in 2 2/3. That rising fastball, everything he's got. Jordan Hicks in the 3-hole. There's a story on him and his split finger fastball in the Athletic. And then, of course, the mystery of what comes after that, right? Keaton Wynn is dinged up a little bit. Tristan Beck is on the shelf. And it brings up these guys like Mason Black and Landon Roop and Carson Wisenhunt. So the Giants seem to be committed to this youth movement in pitching, which, theoretically, as fans, we should love this. This is what you want. You want homegrown arms that you can love.
Yeah,
right?
And we all got sick and tired of seeing the openers and the bullpen games last year, so why not give these young kids an opportunity?
So part of me is open to that. It is. But I said the other to me, just the neon orange thing, is shortstop, man. Like, what is going on? So they made their move on Crawford, and I said, Andy, right now you got Luciano, you got Casey Schmidt, you got Otto Lopez, right? And you got Nick Ahmed. And you got Tyler Fitzgerald, our buddy from yesterday. Thank you, Tony. And Bagley just jumped. Before I could even ask the question, he jumped in.
I think Nick Ahmed's a starting shortstop. I think it was obvious from watching him play for 5 minutes that this guy's in great shape. He's a guy who is, I think the defensive metrics really still like him, even though he wasn't at his best because he was dealing with a shoulder. He says that's all the way back now. Obviously, he's gotten off to a nice start with the bat. I think the biggest thing is if they feel good about their lineup, if they feel good about the length of the lineup, the production of their lineup, Nick Ahmed has always been a glove-first guy. If you think that you can carry a defensive shortstop and that's your priority at the position, which with their pitching staff, honestly, it should be, then, I think that it's probably a pretty easy choice to go with Nick Ahmed and then, Marco Luciano gets some time in AAA.
Damn, there it is. Now, that's not Bob Melvin, that's Andy Baggerly, but bro, are you mentally ready for Nick Ahmed to be your opening day shortstop in San Diego on March 28th?
No, I'm not, Murph, if I'm being completely honest with you. Because it's one thing when we talk about moving on from Brandon Crawford, and look, we can look into the metrics. We knew that Brandon Crawford was not going to be the starting shortstop this year. But we thought that opened up the opportunity for at least Marco Luciano to learn on the job. Mm-hmm. And I was in the camp of giving this guy all the opportunities and giving him at-bats. And that's why I do think it's a little unfair to be breaking down his spring training stats after a week and a half of games, but we've heard it now from Mike Krukow. We've heard it from Andrew Baggerly. And if the bat is not playing, then they are going to go with the defensive option of Nick Ahmed, which doesn't discourage me too much when we talk so much about how the Giants led Major League Baseball with 107 errors last year. With that pitching staff, with Logan Webb, with Cobb, with Jordan Hicks, and these ground ball type pitchers, you need good defense behind you. So I'm encouraged that they're going to try to improve defensively, but no, Nick Ahmed in that 9 spot, we don't even know the guy's jersey number yet, and he's going to be your starting shortstop on opening day.
So would you rather have Casey Schmidt? Schmidt is a better glove than Luciano. That's, as the kids would say, facts, right? And that's indisputable,
and
right?
that is correct, Murph. So does Tyler Fitzgerald. He's got a better glove than Marco Luciano.
Right.
But those guys are more in line of letting the kids play and letting the prospects develop.
Man, this Luciano thing is so...
Because we're running into this problem also, not just at shortstop with Luciano and these young guys, but look at the outfield position right now. Luis Matos has been one of the hottest hitters in camp. I want Luis Matos to have the opportunity to earn the everyday job, whether it's in left field or right field, whether it's a platoon system with Mike Yastrzemski. But when you have Yaz, Slater, who seem like they're going to be your platoon right field, Jung-Hoo Lee, Michael Conforto, there's not a lot of at-bats for a guy like Luis Matos. So if you're not playing him every day, you're almost better suited to send him down to AAA to get those at-bats.
Is there a move to be made? It's interesting, as we were convinced a week ago when they signed Chapman Friday night, we're a week out. And by the way, Matt Chapman in 11 minutes going to make his KNBR debut as a Giant. He may have come on as an A before, but as a Giant. And we said, well, they got to move J.D. Davis. Well, it's been a week now. They haven't moved him. And I don't know if you packaged Conforto or somebody like that. I don't know.
Well, Murph, talking about trades, we've been talking about trading Joey Bart for the last 3 months, and he's still on the roster right now.
Yeah, so Bart, who I just said.
JD.
Thank you, JD. And then maybe Luciano? Maybe Luciano goes in a deal? Maybe he does, honestly, because if you have Casey Schmidt and you have Tyler Fitzgerald, and oh, by the way, if you're following Giants' top 30 prospects, they drafted a kid out of Colorado High School last year named Walker Martin that is rocketing up the prospect rankings. So again, I think he's their number 4 or 5 prospect in the latest rankings.
And Murph, you can see him this spring because he'll be playing in the spring breakout game for the San Francisco Giants.
As like a 19-year-old or whatever?
This new prospect showcase game that MLB is doing. It's phenomenal. I'm hyped up for it. So MLB at the end of spring training this year is going to have each team have a prospect team, and those prospects are going to play against each other. Think about it as the futures game that they do every year during All-Star break, but this is going to be for individual teams. So you'll see a Walker Martin, you'll see a Rainer Arias, you'll see a Bryce Eldridge, and some of these younger guys in the system squaring off against top prospects from around the league.
You know who was on that team that surprised us? Hunter Bishop.
Yeah.
That's a guy we've been waiting for.
Haven't heard much from Hunter.
Right.
He's been dealing with those injuries.
Anyway, here's more Bagley on Luciano. Theoretically, is he the starting shortstop? No, he says Nick Ahmed is. So what's the deal with Luciano?
I will say that his actions have looked really good at shortstop this spring. He's made some nice plays, obviously made one error, but he's got those long arms. He's got nice sort of loose actions at shortstop. Made a good play in the hole a couple days ago with a nice strong throw across the diamond. So, to me, it's the whole package. It's not necessarily, this guy can't play shortstop. I think that the bigger concern is just where he's going to be against, upper division major league pitching, and especially guys with really good secondary stuff. And he probably needs to see more of that at AAA. That would be my hunch. But you know what? He still has time to knock some socks off. But right now, I would say that if you're betting, man, I would say Nick Ahmed and Matt Chapman's going to be that left side of your infield, and that's going to mean a whole lot of ground balls are not getting through.
Man, oh man, this is wild. And then it brings into mind. I mean, I know most of us want to move on, and I do too, but it does bring into mind last week's conversation is if you're going for a veteran shortstop, really what is the difference between Nick Ahmed and Brandon Crawford? Well, obviously, okay, Ahmed's younger. We got that. Crawford hit 190 last year. I got that. But there's other things in favor of Crawford. A, left-handed bat versus right-handed bat. B, the metrics we looked into the StatCast, they're identical from last year. And C, just sort of that mentoring, that black and orange or orange and black explanation to the kids. This is what we do here. These are our expectations of our championships. And I know it divides the room, man. And I think you and I actually were in the minority last week. Most people are like, I'm done with Crawford. He's washed. But if you're done with Crawford and he's washed, are you ready for Nick Ahmed to be your starting shortstop? Then they say, I've seen the argument, well, it's easier to DFA Nick Ahmed than Crawford. See, to me, Crawford's a big boy. If he came and was struggling and scuffling and they had to DFA him, I think he'd accept. I mean, that's the deal. And I don't think Farhan would be evil for doing it. If Crawford was playing and was hitting 110 and making errors, I'd be like, he would know it's time to go. It's hard. So I don't buy that it would have been, quote unquote, too hard to DFA him. It's just very interesting. But Nick Ahmed over Crawford will be the call, according to Bagley.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to keep an eye on what Brandon Crawford does this year with the St. Louis Cardinals in comparison to a guy like Nick Ahmed. But Murph, going back to our conversations last week, when we talked about how much value there was with Brandon Crawford teaching Casey Schmidt how to play shortstop at the major league level, that's the value I saw with him and Marco Luciano. Now, of course, Farhan said they didn't want Brandon Crawford looming in the background because of the expectation it sets for the young kids. But I said it last week. If Marco Luciano can't beat out Brandon Crawford for the starting gig at this point of his career, it's not a good sign. Right. And if you're telling me Marco Luciano can't beat out Nick Ahmed, then it's a real bad sign.
Yeah, for sure, man. By the way, in terms of the top 30 prospects, that kid Walker Martin is the 5th prospect. Now, he's not projected by MLB to get here till 2027.
Yeah, we're talking about a high school kid, was a Colorado Player of the Year, a guy that a lot of draft experts thought was a first-round draft pick, fell to the 2nd round a couple years ago.
2027, that's Steph, Clay, Dre territory, 2027 there. So anyway, guys, that's what's happened, man. And one last cut from Bags on Baggerly, on Luciano in AAA, because that sounds like it might happen. Here it is.
Marco Luciano has played a grand total of, I think, 30 games above AA, counting the big leagues.
Oh.
So, and he's a guy throughout his career, even when he was in low A, he didn't start fast, really, at any level. And I talked to Kyle Haynes about him, the Giants farm director, year after year, and he'd say, you just watch him, and he needs a little time, but then he starts hitting the ground running, and by the time, he's ready to be promoted, he's one of the best players in that league. So, and he's never had the opportunity to do that at AAA. So, all offseason when they were saying that Luciano is the guy that they want to grab the job, I'm thinking there's no way. There's no way. I mean, you don't want to give him no shot or say that he's not ready. You got to let him show what he's capable of doing. But he didn't really have a great winter ball. Got up to a little bit of a rough start with the hamstring here at the start of spring.
Yeah, man. How about practically saying there's no way? No way. And by the way, in terms of moving on from legends, John Joe points out in August of 2020, they DFA'd Hunter Pence. He's not Crawford, but he's not far behind.
Yeah, now he's calling ball games for the Giants.
And now he's on the baseline telling Billy Donovan to call a T for the Chicago Bulls. See that yesterday?
Going crazy for the kids.
That was a bright moment in the game when it looked like the Warriors were going to win. They didn't win. But anyway, we talked enough about the Warriors today. Let's get back to the Giants and our first visit with Matt Chapman, the Giants' new third baseman. That will close out the show. We're going to go from 9:45 all the way up to Papa and Lund with Matt Chapman. They call him Chappie. I don't think I'm comfortable calling him Chappie just yet.
Not yet.
I'm going to call him Matt. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oh, hell yeah.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murf and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So 1 out for Matt Chapman. That one left center. Zimmer on the move, and that baby's gone. Matt Chapman has a big league home run.
Well, just a matter of time, and boy, to see the smile on the face of the skipper, Bob Melvin, and all the players. First major league home run for Matt Chapman.
Oh, man, there it was, the sounds from Oakland that are now going to be the sounds of San Francisco. So the Bay Area has known Matt Chapman for a long time. We just never saw him in orange and black until last night when he debuted at third base for the Giants. And we want to give him a big old giant KNBR Giants welcome to Matt Chapman, Matt, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murf, and Marcus. Welcome to the Giants, man. Good morning. How are you, Matt?
Good morning, Matt.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Super excited. And, man, it's been a crazy last week, but we're here and just excited to get this thing going.
I know so many fun things to talk about with you and your arrival here, but just in general, as an A for all those years, when I say new Giant and welcome to the Giants, does it still sound different to your ears?
A little bit. It's exciting to be back in the Bay. I think Bo Mel makes the transition even easier. The clubhouse is really great, but I think it feels like home up there. It feels like home being in Arizona spring training. So just to kind of get back to that feel and be around Bo Mel, be on the West Coast. It feels it's definitely a little different looking down and seeing myself in black and orange than looking at yourself in the green and gold. But I love it and I'm excited.
Yeah, and I know a lot of us are excited to see you back in the Bay, and as you mentioned, Bob Melvin being back in the Bay. So that's where I want to start with your skipper. Obviously, the success that you guys had together in Oakland. Now, I heard you say at your introductory press conference that it feels like you guys have unfinished business. Expand on that a little bit for us.
Yeah, so just kind of, I felt like we really had something building there, and we were just kind of scratching the surface of what we were capable of doing, and, Bomel being the legendary manager that he is, I always wanted to win a World Series for him. I felt like he deserves it. And, we were kind of trending in that direction with the A's, it felt like, and then everything kind of got, blown up. So to be back with him and be in an organization like the Giants that, wants to win and has, all these great players on our team and continues to add and does all these things, that you want in an organization, I feel like it gives you the tools to win. It gives you the tools to be a championship type club. So those are my goals. And that's why, to be able to be back with Bob and be in San Francisco and to start a new journey, here, it feels like, we're going to pick up right where we left off and just, start doing whatever it takes to win.
Hey, man, you coming here and saying you and Bomel want to win a World Series, you'll make friends in a hurry around here, Matt Chapman. Matt, we were talking about this when you signed. I was looking at your career. 2017, you got called up, so I'm starting your full seasons. 2018, you were on a 97-win team. 2019, you were on a 97-win team. Obviously, 2020 was weird, but you guys were still 12 games over 500. 2021, you were on an 86-win team. Then you go to Toronto. 2022, you're on a 92-win team. And then last year, you're on an 89-win team. Matt, you are a winner. You've been on a winner everywhere you went. And I want to know what that means to you and how much you think that's part of your demand and your attitude. I know it's a 25-man roster. I know it's a team sport. But do you take pride in that kind of thing? Is that the kind of thing you're bringing to the Giants?
Absolutely. Obviously, like you said it, as much as I'd like to take credit for that, I've played with some really good players. I've been fortunate. I've also played with some really good managers and coaches. But with that being said, I definitely feel like, no matter what, whether it was the minor leagues or high school, college, I've always been on a winning team. So I feel like I've gotten accustomed to winning. I like to win. I've been around winning baseball players, great baseball players, and so I've picked up things along the way. And I think no matter where I go, I try to just give everything I have to the team and try to make guys around me better and do whatever I can to help win. So I feel like, obviously it is a team thing. It's no way have I been the carrying a team and done it all myself by any means. But I think that wherever I go, I take pride in being one of the guys that, tries to help everybody pull from the same end of the rope and just kind of try to, set the tone to win baseball games every single day. And luckily I've had success and been able to win everywhere I've gone.
Giants third baseman Matt Chapman is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. And Matt, me and Murf were down in Scottsdale earlier this month, and we were having a conversation with Bob Melvin. And my takeaway is it felt like you guys are trending more towards an old school baseball mentality. Now, that's interesting given your guys' past success in Oakland, where the Moneyball strategy was popularized. So how much of there is a balance between the Moneyball strategy and the old school baseball from Bob Melvin, and how much of that do you apply to your game?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think it would be wrong to just look at things one way. I think that to have the information, to understand the information, and use it in a baseball way. Like you can look at all these numbers you want, but at the end of the day, if you don't use your eyes and see what's happening during the game, or see how guys are feeling or swinging the bat or matchups, like all those things matter. But at the end of the day, you got to be a baseball player still. You got to use your feel. You got to use your instincts. So I think if you can combine those two things the right way, I think the sky's the limit. I think that, in this day and age that, being prepared is easy with all the information we have, but you can also be over analyzing, doing too much, where at the end of the day, hey, you got to be a baseball player. You got to play the game hard. You got to do the little things. So it's that balance. And I think that having Bo Mel is the perfect guy to, take in that information from, the analytics department, all those things, and then able to, bridge that to the team and help the guys understand, and hey, this is how we're going to game plan, this is how we're going to do things. So, I think the Rangers probably did a good job of that this year, of doing that with the old school feel, but also using the analytics. So I think if you could do it right, you could be very successful.
It's always great to talk baseball. Matt Chapman, new Giants third baseman, who's looking to bring that winning attitude to the Giants clubhouse. And listen, it's very evident. You talked about it in your press conference. You just talked about it several times in these answers. Bo Mel is your guy, and you're his guy, and all that. Now, the other guy I wanted to ask you about, though, is Matt Williams. Now, I got a couple more years on the tires. I remember Bob Melvin and Matt Williams as Giants, as hum babies. So it's very personal for me and a bunch of Giants fans how Matty Williams played. You're a third baseman. He was a third baseman. You have soft hands. He had soft hands. You have pop. He had pop. You like to win. He liked to win. You guys have been together. What can you tell us about Matt Williams and you? How do you guys join forces to win ball games?
Definitely. Matt Williams is somebody that helped me out so much in 2018 and 19 when he was in Oakland. Just from a guy that has been in my shoes, somebody that's done it, somebody that, like you said, we have a lot of similarities. It was somebody that, it's funny, it was somebody I was compared to when I first got drafted, and then he ends up, coaching me in Oakland, and I get to learn from him. And so it's really cool to be able to have him, and I'm super excited to be able to have him again this year, because he's somebody that can help all the infielders, defensively, but also, he's really smart about hitting an offense, and, he has little things that he picks up on, and he's always paying attention. So for me to have him is just huge. And, I think we're very similar kind of baseball players. So he's somebody that I can lean on a lot, and it's just exciting. I know how excited he is to be back with the Giants, and it seems like, it's home for all of them.
Now, when it comes to coming back to the Bay, Matt, I wanted to ask you specifically about signing in San Francisco, because I'm sure you've heard the offseason reports and rumors that free agents are not interested in coming to the Bay Area to play. Now, you're someone who's going to have the opportunity to play on both sides of the Bay. What do you think about that narrative and just overall the big picture of playing baseball in San Francisco?
Yeah, I know I touched on it a little bit in my press conference, but for me personally, I think it's players' preference. I think some guys are probably more comfortable, staying on the East Coast or where they're from or whatever it is. But, I think that this is an organization that has a rich history. You play in good weather all the time in California. You play in a very tough division. It's a great organization. So it has all the makings, great ballpark, great fan base. So to me, it was a no-brainer. It's an easy decision. And I think that, that narrative will continue to change, if it even is one. In my opinion, it's not somewhere I wanted to go. I chose to go there. I want to be here. I know how good all these guys in the clubhouse are, and this team's only getting better. So all those reasons I wanted to be here, and, this is somewhere I want to stay, and this is somewhere where I'll continue to recruit people. And I know there's guys that want to come play, for Bo Mel or with me or with some of the guys in this locker room. So I think it's a narrative that you'll see that, won't stick very long.
I love it. I love hearing this talk about winning in San Francisco with Matt Chapman, the new Giants third baseman, on the Yuma guest line. Matt, we have a few more minutes left with you here. I want to talk about the art of defense. Listen, it speaks for yourself. All you got to do is type in YouTube Matt Chapman defense and enjoy. But what goes into that? Why are you so good? What is the art of being a dominant third baseman?
Man, it's definitely tough, but I would say I got to think, a lot of my coaches growing up, putting the work in with me, helping me out. Obviously, that some of it, the talent is there, but I think that I've put a lot of work in. I've had a lot of good coaches and just kind of learned a lot throughout the years, but just being consistent, coming up through the minor leagues and coming up into the major leagues, just seeing how all the guys around me worked and being consistent and, taking the ground balls every day, putting in the work. And if you do put the work in, you can get better and you can get more consistent. And that was something I wanted to do, was just be as consistent as possible. So it's really exciting to have Matty Williams, and I know he's going to make this infield great.
A lot has been made through your career about Nolan Arenado and you. It's kind of crazy that you guys were on the same. It was El Toro High, right? Is the high school?
Yeah. I know it is a trip.
Is that how? Did the influence start as far back as then? Did he guide you in any way? Yeah.
I think he did as much as he could. We were both really young, but I think the biggest thing that I did was watch. Was watch him and take ground balls with him every day at practice, and just kind of watch the way he did things and the way he went about his business and the way he moved and threw the ball. And, I was a couple of years younger than him, so I was always trying to keep up and trying to make the plays like him or throw the ball as hard as he did. So I was always trying to keep up. And I think just watching him and, competing with him just was kind of a good motivator, and just like, okay, this is how you do it. And then obviously he went on to have a ton of success and still having success. So somebody that I've watched, kept an eye on, and tried to emulate definitely throughout my career.
And Matt, whether we're talking about Nolan Arenado or going back to your early days with the A's, playing with Marcus Semien, playing with Marcus in Toronto, and then seeing a guy like Bo Bichette develop at the major league level, I wanted to ask you about your influence on a guy like that, and maybe how you can use some of that experience to help guys like Casey Schmidt, Marco Luciano, and Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah. Obviously, it goes, I see a lot of similarities between Bo and Marcus. They're probably somebody that people considered hitters first. But I think both of them probably don't get as much credit for their defense. Obviously, Marcus now a Gold Glover, but he put the work in. Marcus put the work in, and then Bo played with Marcus and saw the work that he put in every single day to work on his craft defensively, never skip ground balls, always working really hard. So I think Bo probably learned that from Marcus. Because if you watch Bo, he's very diligent about his infield work, and he's working really hard at it. And, the 2 years that I was there, he made significant strides. And I know that for me, as a third baseman, I try to make it as easy as possible on the shortstop. I want to take as many of the balls in the 6 hole as I can so that they don't have to make those tough backhand plays. So I know I help Marcus out a little bit and not having to make some of those tough plays, trying to help him out, try to do the same thing for Bo and for any of the young guys on the Giants or any shortstop that's playing there. I want to make life as easy as possible on them. And I think between me trying to cover as much ground as I can and just communication and trying to work with each other and, build chemistry and get more comfortable with each other, it'll just make both of us better.
I love it, Matt. Great hearing your voice. Everybody's going to love it. We only have 1 minute left, but you're very soft-spoken in interviews. But they say behind closed doors, you will hold people accountable. Like Matt Williams, you will have the red ass to win. Is that right, Matt, behind closed doors?
For sure. It's easy to be nice and calm and cool and collective at 11 a.m. before spring training day. But definitely once the season gets going, I definitely I get fired up. I'm passionate, and I want to win. And I think that that's something that's hard to turn off for sure.
Awesome. Well, listen, we've admired you from across the bay for many years. Loving the fact that you're in orange and black. Can't wait to meet you when you get here. And thanks for hopping on Murf and Marcus. Have a great Friday night, man.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Thank you very much. You guys, too. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'm super excited. Go Giants.
Matt Chapman, man. That was strong. We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Greg Popovich joining Tolbert and Copes at 3. The calm. He goes, it's easy to be calm at 11 a.m. But yeah, I'll get fired up.
Yeah, that's how you wrap up a Friday, Murph.
Well done, Tony, with the tune, too. John Joe, have a great weekend. Young Tone, way to debut this week. Marcus, good week. Good week, buddy. And now we hand it over to Papa and Lund. Hey, and FanFest tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Oracle.
I'll be there.
Okay. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. They looked like to appear to be a suburban dad with his 2 kids staring at her offering.
Yeah, she was excited.
Man, I'm finna go get this.
They can take that L on the way out, baby.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Now Steph in a little distress. So they're in the bonus. This doesn't look good. Yeah, Steph is limping around. That is the last thing you want to see. He's trying to work that thing out. See if we can find what happened to Steph. Going back door. Oh, there's a turn, the right ankle. Turn that right ankle. I saw that so many times earlier in his career. Took an awkward step. 10 to shoot, 12 left in the game. Pajemski driving to lay it up and out. Missed the layup, and they're going to foul Vucevic right away. Trace Jackson-Davis set such a great screen there late to get him to the basket free, but it looked like he couldn't figure out how he wanted to finish. He went with his left, but it was just a little awkward since he's on the right side.
I mean, he had his ankle wrap on and he was icing his ankle, but I know we're going to miss him if he does have time off. We've been in this position before where he has had time off, and we just got to do it collectively. And I know he'll be ready to go when he does come back, whenever that is. We just want to wish him a speedy recovery and to take his time.
Things can change in an instant. 3:51 left in the fourth quarter. The Warriors up 112-110, as you heard right there from Bob Fitzgerald and Kalena Azubuike. It was a turn, and it was a bad turn. And as Bob said, early in his career, and that's what led him to sign a 4 and 44. But he has since remedied those things. But last night, that was ugly, and everything that was said afterwards was Charlie Brown's teacher, because that's all you thought about was Steph Curry turning that ankle pop, and it was ugly. Yes, they lost. Yeah, DeMar DeRozan did him in. Yeah, he got Kuminga in the air, and Brandon Pajemski got blocked by the rim on that layup, but all anybody could think about was 3:51 left and that ankle of Steph Curry's. What do they do now?
And it's the dreaded right ankle that he rolled so many times early in his career. But overall, this is why back-to-backs in the NBA are hard, even though you're not traveling. And Chicago had the same thing, but they just run their two-man game. Nick Vucevic, they just didn't play well. They had so many breakdowns. The game plan they had against Dame and Giannis was on point, with the exception of one time Jonathan Kuminga coming down to double on Adetokounmpo when he shouldn't have, out in the right mid-post, and Draymond had him, and he left Lillard wide open on the short, and then three on the strong side. The Warriors were locked and loaded on Wednesday night. Last night, they were not. And it started to happen right when Hunter Pence came in the broadcast booth. You know, they fouled DeRozan on a 3 and give him a 4-point play. And then I don't know what the strategy was on the pick-and-roll game. Nick Vucevic will take the nets off if you double the ball on that action. Kobe White's one of the most improved players in the league, and he's fast, or DeMar, but you got to get out on that shooter. And then at times he's too big for Draymond Green. We've seen that when he was in Orlando. Just went right in the bottom of the circle, restricted circle, and scored on him. Those guys each went for 33, and Chicago was there. But all that being said, John, if Steph Curry does not roll that ankle, I think the Warriors win the game. He made 2 stupendous plays back-to-back. And Steve Kerr's just a master of the after timeout inbounds, and it was a baseline out-of-bounds play. It's one of the best I've ever seen. What action on that play where, Steph is the inbounder in the baseline, throws to Draymond, left elbow, and then cuts off a Clay screen and another screen from Kuminga. And you got to, Steph is just a great back picker, and Kuminga goes backdoor, Draymond hits him, and what a play that was out of bounds. And then Steph on the other end picks up the charge in the lane on DeMar DeRozan. He goes all pods on you. And then the very next play, and it was another great Steph Curry basketball play. Brandon Payne's going to join us coming up at 12:30 after he gets done with some coaching clinics he's got going on with the youth in Charlotte. But Steph just cutting backdoor off a great action against Alex Caruso, and White came over with his big hair, and Steph had to stop, and he rolled that ankle really badly. I mean, that was a bad one. So he's got a history of the right ankle. But that one rolled, it looks like the very least it's going to be a high ankle sprain, and it may be more. But I remember early in his career, John, in the preseason up in Sacramento at the old building against Jimmer Fredette, and he hardly even moved his ankle. And he rolled that right ankle, and he was out. So, going back to history with him and the ankles, he rolled his left ankle March of 2010, came back in October 2010, right ankle. December of 2010, right ankle. December the next year, 2011, right ankle. January of 2012, he did the left ankle. Then the left ankle again March. Then the next year, left ankle. But then April, now later in his career, after he's already a champion, April of 2016 against Patrick Beverley, first playoff game against Houston. The 73-9 season goes up for a jumper, lands, rolls the right ankle. Was out, came back, slipped on a wet spot, hurt the knee. And then January, a couple of years later, right ankle. March that same year of 2018, right ankle. So this is the 7th time that he's rolled the right ankle, the left a handful of times, but the right one is the problem one. And we're going to have to wait and see. Hearing from the Warriors, John, I reached out, are you going to have any results on Steph's MRI today? And they said not sure today or tomorrow. They may have to send him to multiple doctors to get a look exactly what's going on with the ankle injury. I think they win the game last night if he does not roll the ankle, but it is the dreaded ankle again, the right ankle, and Brandon knows him so well. He's going to check him in the day, so we'll get the very latest from Brandon Payne. But Steph's ankle roll last night, it was a bad one. Cost you the game last night. I think they win the game. I know, Kuminga bid on DeMar, and that's what he does. He gives you a ball fake, a head fake, and you take the bait. And Pajemski, that was a tough angle on the layup. He's left-handed. He tried to score left-handed over the right rim. Probably should have given himself a better angle and gone right-handed. But you make either one of those plays, you probably win the game. But the Steph ankle roll cost you last night. I think they win the game if he doesn't do that. And now the question is, how long will he be out, and how many games will it cost you that he is going to be out?
Yeah, it's hard to speculate not knowing. But like you said, if you just look at it on the surface, if it's a high ankle sprain, that could be a month, and there's only 5 weeks left in the season. So all the things that we talked about yesterday of, hey, all the optimism after beating the Bucks and saying, hey, they could get as high as 6, they could still do those things. It would be really tough. While it wasn't an ankle, if you want to be optimistic today, did have the sprained foot in 2022. He did miss 12 games there. They did go 6-6. They started 1-6. They won the final 5. They went 6-6. And remember, he didn't even start in the playoffs in that series against the Nuggets. Jordan Poole started the majority of that series. They did win that one 4-1, and they ended up winning the NBA championship. So they have done it before with Steph not even starting in that first series against the Nuggets, but that was a sprained foot, not an ankle. So they have done those kind of things before as recently as 2022. But again, nothing. It's all speculation until we know how badly that ankle is sprained. But again, that looked like a high ankle sprain. So if it is indeed a high ankle sprain, if we speculate a little bit on that, That could be a month. That could be 5 weeks. That could be no time before the playoffs, and there's only 5 weeks left in the season. Things could be worse. It could be later on in the season, and then it would be something where he wouldn't even start in the playoffs. So I guess you're a little bit fortunate. So if we just speculate for a second on that kind of a thing, what do you do with the lineup in the meantime? Is it Chris Paul? You put Chris Paul in the lineup?
Oh, without a question. I think you have to change the lineup dramatically. But the way Steph handled this, and with the shoes and the support, the reason he's not sprained his ankle as readily in recent years is they basically built a ski boot around his underarms to protect his ankles and mainly the right ankle. But the one good thing is he did not step on Kobe White's foot. He just rolled it in the restricted circle, but he rolled it badly. And he could not put any weight on that ankle at all. He tried to walk to the other end. He was going to sit down for a moment, and then he went right to the locker room, and they shut him down. So he's going to get possibly multiple imaging done today. Sometimes a high ankle sprain is worse than a fracture. But we don't know exactly what he did to it. Did he stretch ligaments out around the ankle? It was a bad roll just because he's kind of the rubber band man a little bit, like we call George Kittle, where he just he sprained that ankle so many times, and they have such support there that he's pliable. He can bounce right back in more recent years. This one he could not. Just his body language showed you it is bad. So we'll find out from Brandon Payne. The Warriors will alert us right away. But I'm not sure if we're hoping high ankle sprains, multiple weeks, obviously, depending on the severity of it. And then if it's a fracture or something is stretched that makes it more difficult to come back from, that could make it, a compound. The one good thing is Victor Wembanyama, the Spurs flew him home. He's not playing tomorrow night. And they're saying, and I think it's just Pop being Pop, and Pop's going to be on with Tolbert and Copes today, but they're saying he has a right ankle sprain as well as Steph, but I think it's just they're beating him up a little bit, so they're going to send Victor home. He's not going to play tomorrow night, so one superstar versus the other. He probably will play Monday when the Warriors go there, and the Warriors got some really big games coming up. Obviously, you'd like to get the two against San Antonio, the home and away, home and home, back-to-back. But then next week they got Dallas on a Wednesday on the road, and then they go to the Lakers to play on ABC a week from tomorrow. So those are huge games as far as the play-in positioning. We'll get into it more. There's no doubt Chris Paul goes into the starting lineup. But I think to accommodate Paul and to maximize the start, I think you got to make sweeping changes. And maybe not immediately, but at some point, maybe just roll it right out. There's just chemistry with Trayce Jackson-Davis and Klay Thompson with Chris Paul. Do you want to just bring all those guys in the starting lineup and make sweeping changes? Hell, you just lost Steph Curry. He changes your first lineup, your starting lineup dramatically. Your ending lineup, you've got to adjust to it. He's going to be out for some period of time. Festus Ezeli will join us at 10:50. John, he was with Steph when Steph was a younger player and the ankle sprains were more prominent. But let's just see where the nature of it is, find out how long he's going to be out, but he is going to be out a while. And I think to move Paul in the starting lineup, you got to at least consider making dramatic starting lineup changes.
All right, we'll ask you what those lineup changes are. Give us your thoughts as well. Phone lines open as well as the text line. Have your expectations changed now that Steph Curry is down for a little while? That is both short-term and long-term. Yesterday we were all, woohoo, they're going to get the 6th seed. They had just beat the Milwaukee Bucks, and then in a second, Steph Curry sprains his ankle. We don't know how badly yet. We'll find out very, very soon. But how have your expectations changed? That is going to be part of Danny's big poll, and we already have that up, so we'll unveil that as well. Papa's got some changes he wants to make. What changes do you want to see, and how have your expectations changed? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both your call-in line so we can hear your sweet, clean voice, or Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open through that as well. So hit us up. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
trending now
on
KNBR.com.
Giants third baseman Matt Chapman, he just joined Murf and Marcus this morning and discussed bringing in that winning mentality to the Giants. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Dub Nation. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Friday. Yesterday at this very time, dreams of the 6th seed danced in our head, and in a split second, Steph Curry sprains his ankle. That's not even a strong enough term. He didn't sprain it. It was like, it was just awful. With 3:51 left in the fourth quarter, and now it's despair time, and we wait with bated breath for that release from the Warriors that say how badly he will be reevaluated in 3 weeks or whatever it is going to say, and it looks pretty bad. It looks like a high ankle sprain. Those could be anywhere from, 3 weeks to a month. 5 weeks left in the season, so where will the Warriors find themselves? Let us know what you think. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Have your expectations changed on the Warriors here down the stretch? To me, I think they might be a play-in team. They're going to get Chris Paul probably into the starting lineup. I know, Pop, you want to change things, so we'll get your thoughts on that. Danny's big poll is up, so we'll unveil that in a second. But what are you thinking here? How would you see the starting lineup without him?
Well, first of all, we got to assess what the injury is. And, is it a high ankle sprain, a low ankle sprain? Is it possible there's a fracture in there? It's just I'm basing it on the severity of the roll. He did not step on Kobe White's foot, but he rolled it. And then just Steph has done this so many times. He could not put weight on that foot at all. He tried. He tried to walk it off going to the other end of the baseline, but he just shut it down. He didn't talk to anybody, and they are getting imaging now. He may see multiple doctors, so I don't know what we're bracing for. It's possible this is a blessing in disguise. Steph has missed time late in the year. Now, you don't have Kevin Durant around to save you. A younger Klay Thompson, but you got younger guys and you got pieces here. It's a different team. We've been talking about the strength in numbers. No one's going to replace Steph. You're going to have to reinvent the way you play. But I think they could hold steady where they are, and maybe it's a blessing when he comes back. He's going to be refreshed. One thing I was worried about is you're wearing these guys down. It's just so damn hard to play this hard. When the Warriors are thinking about winning in April, May, and June all the way to Father's Day, they don't work that hard the first. Yeah, they do, of course, but not like they've been, but they've been forced to. And you saw it last year. They didn't have enough against the Lakers. They had to expend so much energy to get through Sacramento. So let's not make any broad proclamations about where the year is going to go. They could wind up playing 500 ball at this point forward and still be where they are, and then you get Steph back and you go. But let's see what the injury is. But the short term, he ain't playing against San Antonio. And he's not going to play on that road trip. It's going to be a while. Is it a 1 week, multiple weeks? What is it? So the one thing you have to do right away is you just lost, the greatest point guard of his generation. You bring in the point guard. You just start Chris Paul. He moves back into the starting lineup. But it's not that simple because Chris he can play with anybody, but there's certain players on this team that he really makes better. And I think the first one is Trace Jackson Davis. They just have a tremendous, it's not Blake Griffin and Lob City and DeAndre Jordan, but damn. And Paul's so good at it. But Trace Jackson Davis, with his leaping ability, his length, he's a finisher. He's not a pick and pop. He's a pick and dive, but he's a good screener. So right away there, I think you put Paul back into the starting lineup. And I think you would put Trace Jackson Davis in the lineup, and I would put Klay in the starting lineup as well, make sweeping changes, because the combination of Paul, who was a pass-first player, obviously being this generation's John Stockton, the point guard, and Klay is the ultimate two-guard even this late in his career. Now he's playing 3 and 4, but he's still coming off floppies and pin downs and curls, and you like those three together. And then Trace Jackson Davis and Klay have a great relationship going. So right away, I'm making 3 changes to the starting lineup. The 2 guys that I'm going to keep in there are Draymond Green and Jonathan Kuminga. And I think Wiggins he's not playing as well. The week away, I underestimated what it was. I thought he played just okay against Damian Lillard and really didn't guard him much. And last night, he just did not guard DeMar DeRozan. This is not a punishment to Andrew Wiggins. But I want him to run that second unit, and Paul will come back in at some point to run that. But you got Podziemski playing off the bench, obviously, and Wiggins playing off the bench. And then you still got a strong bench, obviously, with Gary Payton II, Moses Moody. I think you got to get Kevon back in the lineup a little bit here now if you are going to start Trace Jackson Davis and bump Draymond to 4. Later in the game, you're going to move Draymond to 5. obviously, when it's winning time, or maybe not. Maybe TJD finishes, and then I think you want to get Dario Saric going a little bit here more. Quinones can play a little bit for Steph. He took the last-second heave. So it seems like a lot to react to this, but you lost. You lost a lot. You lost a guy with the gravitational pull on the ball, off the ball. He's the heartbeat. And if he's going to be out for multiple weeks here, Paul needs to go back into the starting lineup. And basically, John, I think you need to flip the bench guys to starters and bring Trayce Jackson-Davis with him. Go back to Clay, start the Hall of Fame backcourt, and then move Wiggins and Pods off the bench. I think you have enough there to play with it. Maybe you don't do it ultimately, right away against San Antonio, but at some point I think you get to that, mainly because CP3 plays so well with Trayce Jackson-Davis and Clay, and the three of them together play so well.
Interesting. So you're putting Paul, TJD, and Clay. You're putting the main three bench players into the starting lineup. And like you said, Wiggs, the first two games, he just hasn't been himself in the starting lineup. And that's, last night, my God. And look, he is so vastly underrated. He crushed the Warriors last night. I was just like, wow. Just the way that mid-range game is just. He's been doing it for years,
player.
so I shouldn't be surprised. But God,
and then he walked to one play that really bothered him is he walked Wiggins down low and just scored right into his chest.
Yeah,
Wiggins never bent his knees. He didn't get down at all. He's playing in 14, 15 minutes. It's tough to play back to back. You're going to need him more against San Antonio. He has to have that look in his eye and the bend in his knees to go out and guard. It's not a punishment for him. I just think Paul plays better with Kuminga, and then Wiggins could drive it. Now, how do you do that? Does Paul start and play 6 minutes, and then he comes out, and you bring Pajemski back in? You traded Corey Joseph, so you just lost a point guard. He wasn't contributing much, but Quinones can run it. Yeah. But I think if you start Paul, let him play the first half of the first quarter, get him out of there, and then re-establish those guys as well. It's not like you're playing them the whole first quarter. And then, Draymond's going to be a different player now. Draymond and Steph, they've gotten along so well with the high drag, the split action. I want to see more chemistry between Draymond and Chris Paul. They got to play better together. So I think you play with a little bit. It's so ironic in this league. Just when you think you have it all figured out, Chris Paul comes back in Washington. Andrew Wiggins goes away with a personal matter. He's out a week. You get them all back. Finally, they're all back against Milwaukee. And then the guy rolls his ankle the very next night. That is life in the NBA. That is coaching. They have to adjust, but I think it's a no-brainer. And they've already said it. Paul goes back into the starting lineup, John. And I think you want to match Paul's minutes with Trayce Jackson-Davis and Klay Thompson as much as possible.
It's unbelievable. Yesterday our whole show, not the whole show, but a lot of the show, we're like, oh, they're back together. And look, they just beat Milwaukee, and this is unbelievable. And then we're coming down the stretch, and there's 20 games left, and, man, they're looking good. And then, literally in a second, 3:51 left in the fourth quarter, in a second, Steph Curry goes down, and everything is thrown in, just jumbled, completely
That's sports,
jumbled.
Brother.
It's
That's how it
unbelievable.
happens. And I honestly think it could be a blessing in disguise. I want him ready to play April, May, and June. Hopefully it's not that long. But he's been wearing himself down a little bit. He does look, periodically, he looks tired. Brandon Payne, who's been working with Steph since he was a kid, he'll join us at 12:30, give us the whole deal, and he'll probably talk to Steph about the ankle roll. I think in some respects, unless it's, a bad fracture, it's a blessing in disguise, and he does need time. He's going to be quicker than quick.
They're not like this. I get what you're saying, but not like this. Maybe a couple of games, but man.
Well, you can survive. You can play 500 ball without Steph Curry here. You've got enough now. You just got to change that's life in sports. Karl Anthony Towns is having surgery. He tore his meniscus. He's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. If we get news like that today, that Steph tore something or stretched something around the ankle, then that's not good. But high ankle sprains are bad. So you just have to. I'd much rather have him do this on March the 8th than April the 8th or May the 8th. So you can adjust now and get him back later. It is what it is. It's life in sports. But I think they have enough. No one's going to be Steph Curry, obviously. No one plays like that. But I think you have enough to reinvent yourself. You're going to have to move the ball more than ever now because you don't have his great shot making and ball handling and everything and his leadership to lead you. But I think they could tread water. We'll see how long it is, what's the nature of it. But, this is why you have Chris Paul on the roster, right? It's your show now.
Yeah, and that's what they did in 2022. When he sprained the foot, they went 6-6. I mean, that's what it took them a minute. They started 1-5, and then they won 5 in a row, and then they got into the playoffs. They didn't start them at the beginning of that run. It ended in a title. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but exactly what you just said, they did. They treaded water. They went 6-6. They were in a different situation. You want to try to stay out of the play-in, but look, if it's a long time, they're probably not going to be able to do that. We'll continue the conversation. We want to get you involved. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. What do you think? What can they do if it's a long-term situation with Steph Curry? What do you expect out of these Warriors? We'll get the poll going next. Danny's got it up. Danny's big poll has to do with the Warriors missing Steph Curry and how they can tread water. We'll do that coming up next, and then we'll talk to Festus Ezeli. As Pop said early in Steph's career, Festus was there when he was having all those ankle problems. We'll ask him about it coming up next and how the Warriors can survive. We'll do that at 10:50. Get the poll going up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
All right, thanks for joining us. Steph's ankle, the big topic of conversation. Does that change, or how does that change your viewpoint on the Warriors and their outlook the rest of the way? About 20 games left in the season. In fact, let's get that going. We'll unveil Danny's big poll, and then we'll talk to Festus Ezeli at about 10:50. Let's get Danny's big poll up.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, here you go. Officially, Dub Nation without Steph Curry, where do you see the Warriors finishing playoffs 6 or higher so they get out of the play-in tournament? Play-in 7-10, or play golf, miss playoffs. So playoffs, play-in, play golf. I think we've used that before.
I wish I had thought of that at one point, John.
Playoff 6 seed.
Brian Anderson.
Yes, that's right.
Last year,
now, if we had done this poll yesterday, playoff 6 seed or higher would have dominated. But get this, Pop, ye of little faith, you listeners. 6 seed or higher today, playoffs. This is just 100 votes in. We just put this up. But playoff 6 seed or higher, 2%. Like milk. Play-in 7-10 seed, 59%. Play golf, ye of little faith. Miss playoffs, Pop, 39%. What? Come on.
Well, do they have news on this, the imaging that's being done?
No,
right
I
now?
haven't seen it.
I mean, did the audience know something out there? There are doctors out there, so
come on.
Let's just look at the Warriors' schedule here. And again, Wembanyama's not playing tomorrow night. The Spurs already flew him home from Houston. Typical pop move. He's at Greg Popovich going to join Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. They're saying right ankle sprain, but I think he's going to play against the Warriors in San Antonio. So assuming he could beat the Spurs, since they don't have Victor, and I don't like to play this game, but can you beat San Antonio without Steph if Wembanyama plays in South Texas on Monday? Then these are critical games. And really what it comes down to is the Warriors have not played Dallas all year. They've got to play Dallas 3 times between now and the end of the year, starting on Wednesday in North Texas. Then they go to L.A. to play the Lakers. Then they come home to play the Knicks, who have had a lot of injuries, Memphis, Indiana. Then they got a tough road trip at Minnesota, and they've lost Karl Anthony Towns. You know, Karl Anthony Towns, the torn meniscus, having surgery, is going to be out at least 4 weeks before they reevaluate him. But that's going to be a tough game. And then at Miami is going to be a tough game. At Orlando, at Charlotte, and then you got to go back to San Antonio. They got the Spurs 3 more times here. Then Dallas, when you get into April, they come in, and then you got to go back on the road to Houston and Dallas as well. So the Warriors are going to play the Dallas Mavericks coming up on March 13th, which is the day that free agency technically starts. And by the way, the 49ers have signed Colton McKivitz. We'll talk to Matt Mayoka about giving him a $7 million deal and what they envision. That's a good number for a right tackle. They're going to move him to guard, whatever. But anyway, so March 13th they got Dallas. Then they got Dallas again, as we mentioned, on April the 2nd at home. Then they go to Houston, Dallas again on Derek's birthday, which is also the Giants' home opener on April the 5th. Then Utah at home. Then you wind up at the Lakers, at Portland, home for New Orleans, home for Utah. So I could have you pull out the blue and gold pen, but it's kind of, we really need to know first and foremost if Steph is going to be out a longer period of time. I think they can maintain where they are right now, which would be in the play-in. But I know we're going playoffs, play-in, play golf, but it's not that simple. The real line, there's a huge difference in the play-in, whether you're 7 or 8 or 9 and 10. You don't want to be 9 or 10, and you don't want to be 10, because 10 right now means you go play the Lakers, you lose, you're out. You get up to 7 or 8, you get a couple of swings at it. So these are the teams you got to play, John. Right now, you're in a battle with Dallas and the Lakers, and I think we have to assume, based on the fact that Steph really was limping badly when he went all the way up into the locker room with Drew Yoder and obviously Dr. Celebrini and the staff, he's not going to play at Dallas. He's not going to play at the Lakers next week. So those are huge, pivotal 2-for-1 games here right now where you've got 29 losses. Dallas has 28 losses. The Lakers have 30 losses. So are you going to maintain where you are? I mean, play golf. You got a 6-game lead on Utah.
I don't think you're playing
drop
golf
completely out.
Yeah,
but there's a line there in the play-in between where are you? It's a huge difference between being in the 9-10 and specifically 10 versus being in the 7-8.
Right. Well, and let's explain that to people, because the worst case scenario, because I don't think I agree with you. They're not going to get caught by the Utah Jazz. Something yesterday I think that's significant that Chris Haynes reported on TNT was that the Denver Nuggets really want to get the number 1 seed. So if we just assume for a second, have a little fun here, and assume that Denver does get number 1, because they're only one behind Minnesota and Oklahoma City in the loss column, and Minnesota just lost Karl Anthony Towns. So let's say that the Nuggets overtake the Thunder 1 game back, and they get the number 1 seed, and you're 10. Well, that's an uphill climb to even get in the playoffs at that point, because then you've got to play whomever is at number you're going to play
8.
On the road. Yeah, you're going to play at number 8.
If Denver's 1, whoever's
right.
8 plays Denver.
So let's just even say you go through that. Now you've got to get through the play-in. You got to get through Denver. I mean, that's just not going to be a great situation. Now, if you do what you did in 2022 without Steph, you had 12 games remaining there, and you just played 500 basketball. So let's just, again, have a little fun. If you can play 500 basketball over the last 20 and you go 10-10, you're probably going to be the 10 seed. I mean, you go 10-10 in the final, you're going to probably be the 10 seed, and you're going to have to play uphill the whole time. And you're not, even if you get in, you're not getting past Denver. I don't think. I mean, that's just my opinion. So that's going to be an ugly situation. That's going to be difficult. Yesterday at this very time, you and I were talking, I was confident they were going to be the 5 or the 6. Only because they were sitting there, 3 games back of that position with 20 to go, and they had their team together. I mean, literally 3:51 left in that game last night. Their whole outlook changed to me. Unless we get unless what we saw last night, that's not really the situation. It looked like a high ankle sprain. Those are 3-4 week injuries. The Warriors aren't going to rush him back because they'd rather have a healthy Steph. I mean, that's what it looks like. I am certainly not a doctor, so I hope we get great news and he's only out a couple of weeks. It's an ankle sprain and they get him back for the stretch run. That would be best case scenario. Worst case is this is a 4 or 5 week thing. They take Steph slowly back because you don't want to rush him back. You would rather have him back for the playoffs. But that's a vast variance of what it could be for Steph Curry.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it looked bad just because the action of the basketball play, it was a simple backdoor cut. He was just decelerating because White came over to stop the ball, and he just rolled on top of his foot. The one thing is he did not step on somebody else's foot, so you got that. It was on the court, but he did roll it badly. Now, he does have a history, as we stated. He's rolled that right ankle 6 previous times in his career. And they've been different degrees. I remember one time when he went up against Patrick Beverley, he just rose up for a jump shot. I thought he landed fine on it, but he jammed it, and he wound up coming out of the game right before halftime. This was game 1 of the playoffs, the year they went 73-9, and we didn't see him until later in that series against Houston. He did come back later in that series, but then he wound up slipping on a wet spot, and he hurt his knee, and it really, indirectly cost you the title that year on top of Draymond getting suspended. But so he does. The point I'm making is there was a lot of pain in the moment, and it looked like it was bad. But Steph does have pliable ankles. They do support that foot. It's like he's putting in a ski boot, the way they've rebuilt those Under Armour shoes. They had to address it because he kept turning his ankle when he was younger in his career. So let's just see where it's at. Maybe he was able to half roll it or 3/4 roll it and get it back the other way. It's just the one thing that does concern me is the way he reacted to it because he was in a lot of pain and he could not put any weight on it. But let's just see where it is. Let's not make any big proclamations. Even if you got up to 6, there's a chance Denver, I know what they want to do, and I know why they want 1. They want everything to go through the Rocky Mountains. They're playing Boston last night. At the midcourt logo, they don't put a Nugget logo. They put 5,280
They want you to know.
On the court. And
know.
The 5 looked like an S. I'm like, is that a new brand of skis up there, an S280? I'm like, what? And the moment you get off the bus in Denver, in any sport you're playing, it's welcome to a mile above sea level, and you're starting to breathe heavy. It's a big advantage for them to play. That's why they won their first NBA title last year. They can win on the road, but they're tough to beat at home, obviously, and they just beat Boston. They're not going to catch Boston for the overall best record in the NBA. So if they do go to the finals, they're going to have to go, most of the games will be in Boston. At least Boston will have home court. But you may have to play Denver even if you're 6 in a 6-3 matchup. So you're going to draw a tough team. I know Denver's the champions. Minnesota, Oklahoma City are young. The Clippers look like a team you're going to have to deal with. You're going to have to beat good teams anyway. So I think let's brace and see where, and hopefully he does not have to put a brace on that ankle and he's fine and he misses a week and not multiple weeks. But right now, you're looking at a high ankle sprain maybe, or maybe stretching ligaments and something worse. He's seeing multiple doctors right now. We'll find out. But I do think I want Steph back, middle of April. If you don't have him in March, and we've not had him in March in years past. Durant was out for a while. He came back, and it's time to go. It could be a blessing in disguise where he's completely refreshed and recharged, because I did worry about wearing him down, and he did look tired at times. We'll talk to Brandon Payne about it, and likewise for Draymond. But you have enough. That's why you have Chris Paul on this roster. I was never in favor of the Jordan Poole-Chris Paul trade. I feel better about Paul being on this team now than I would Jordan Poole, because Paul's going to make everybody else better. And you got Trace Jackson-Davis. I want to get Festus's thoughts on who this young big is. I mean, he's the best young big the Warriors have had since Festivus during Bob's initial draft. So, I mean, he's just such a good player, and obviously getting Clay maybe back into the starting lineup. So they're going to have to reinvent themselves, but they have the pieces around Steph. So the issue now is, what do we always talk about, the non-Steph minutes? Hell, the whole game now are the non-Steph minutes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get to Greg and Gilroy, and then we'll hit up Festus. Hi, Greg. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Good to be on. Thank you.
You got it. Go ahead.
I was breaking it down yesterday before Chicago. That was 21 games left. The trajectory that they were on, I was thinking maybe they could be around 12 games over 500. They could possibly between 12 and 14 games over 500, the way that they were playing. But now,
damn, wow.
Like you were saying, well, yeah, because
you like
I
your
was
optimism.
thinking maybe 7.
So you thought they'd go 48
like,
and 34? They'd finish 48 and 34? Wow.
Like 7 losses out of the 21. I was thinking about 7 or 8 losses.
They had 14 and 7 the previous 21.
They had won 14 of 18. So,
right,
I hear you.
So now what do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking maybe 9 or 10 losses if he's going to be out an extended period of time.
So you're talking 500. You're talking, they get 20 left.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, man. We got to get to Festus, but there you go.
Keeps you at what, 42 and 38 or 44. I mean, if you're 5 over, they a couple of years, or they were last year, John, 44 and 38. I think they finished at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's could you get to 44 and 38 last year was good enough to get you to 6. Is that good enough to get you to 6 this year?
I don't know. I don't think so. No, you're probably in the play-in at that point. If you play 500 basketball the rest of the way, I think you're going to be a play-in team. I think.
Yeah, because Phoenix and Sacramento are both going to have 144.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk to Festus about it. He knows Steph well. He was there in the early years when Steph had some ankle issues. How does he think it goes from here? And we can throw your lineup past him. So you think that maybe put a few new starters in there. How does he think it goes the rest of the way? And what if the Warriors go 500? What if they have to play in the play-in tournament? We'll ask Festus all those things next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
10 to shoot, 12 left in the game. Pajemski driving to lay it up and out. Missed the layup, and they're going to foul Vucevic right away.
Yeah. Trace Jackson-Davis set such a great screen there late to get him to the basket free, but it looked like he couldn't figure out how he wanted to finish. He went with his left.
There you go, Warriors and Bulls. 125-122, but that's not the story. Steph Curry, 3:51 left in the game. Warriors up 112-110. And Steph Curry sprains that ankle. Let's talk to Festus Ezeli about it. You see him and hear him before and after all Warriors games, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Give us your thoughts. What was going through your head? First of all, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. We always appreciate it. But what was going through your head when you saw that play?
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Festus?
Good morning.
Man, it is. So for one, it's never a good thing to see Steph Curry not finish a game, right? Yeah. And to see him limp off the ankle, which is something that's been a thing in the past, the injury to the ankle. Seeing that gave me a little bit of PTSD from earlier in his career. But Steph has been so great in taking care of his body all these years, and at 35, still playing at the MVP level. So with all the work that he's put in, I'm sure Steph Curry is going to be fine. When you hear the Warriors players talk about taking care of their bodies, they always give credit to the medical staff, to the training staff, and I thought they've done a phenomenal job over there. So those thoughts came to mind. Is that I think I was actually relieved that it wasn't something worse, that it was a sprained ankle, and he'll be back. It actually takes me back to the 2022 season where, he left he was out for a couple of weeks, and he came back the first game of the playoffs, and the team, they built some chemistry during that time. Younger guys got to play, some of the bench guys, role players played bigger roles, and it gave them the confidence that they were able to go into the playoffs and play with.
Yeah, that's when he got smart bombed by Marcus Smart, and that was a foot injury, but it was also a bone bruise, and yeah, he can roll right into the playoffs, but you obviously know the history. Previously to last night, he had sprained each ankle 10 times combined, 4 on the left, and the one that's concerning is the right, which is the one last night. This is his 7th ankle sprain of that one. He had it early in his career where it was really innocuous, but just the nature of the injury, Festus, because you and Mully were talking about it, it was a simple backdoor cut. He made a typical Steph Curry play. And Kobe White jumped out, so he decelerated to look it over, and he didn't step on anybody's foot, and he just rolled it. Now, it looked like a high ankle, but we don't know, and we're hoping he's getting imaging done right now, and he's seeing multiple doctors. So we're hoping it's not more than that. Maybe a stretch of ligaments, or let's hope he didn't fracture anything. But just the basketball act, what you saw from the ankle roll, what do you think we're looking at, knowing his history?
Well, I'm not a medical professional, so when it comes to stuff like that, I try to stay away from it. But it was a simple backdoor cut, something you've seen Steph do multiple times, especially at the end of the game right there on the back-to-back, maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in. So it looked like an ankle sprain, and, we'll find out more. But meanwhile, when it happened, because it looked like a collision, because he was in traffic, I was worried that he stepped on someone's foot, maybe a knee because of the way he was hobbling off. So when I saw the ankle sprain, that's why there was a little bit of relief. But you never want to see Steph Curry miss time, especially last night. Warriors were in the clutch game, and if you look at that game, you say, well, the Warriors lost. Well, it's a clutch game where you need your best clutch player, and even with that, guys still made great plays. Draymond was phenomenal yesterday. He had a triple-double. Young guys really stepped up. Just one play goes right or one play goes the other way. A layup here, a foul and one here. Those things tip the scale of the game. So one thing I will say about the Warriors right now is they're playing good basketball, and they just have to keep that going as they are approaching the home stretch here.
Festus Ezeli joining us. We're talking Steph Curry's ankle. We haven't gotten any new information. If we do, we'll pass it along as soon as we know. Take us back to the beginning there, because, like you said, I think that's kind of prevails through the locker room right when you see that little PTSD. They've seen this before. Clay's seen it. Dre's seen it. You've seen it. But you do go back. The first thing I thought of was, after kind of a shock for a second, is 2022. They went 6-6 in 2022. Down the stretch, they started actually 1-5. They won their last 5. They went into the playoffs. He didn't start in that series against Denver, and then they rolled, and they eventually won an NBA championship. I'm certainly not saying that's what they're going to do, but they did learn to play without him, and then they got things going, and then they got rolling, and they won a championship. So take us in the locker room as a player. At first, there's a little bit of shock, but then you get used to it. So how does that work?
Well, the name Warriors, the title of this team, is really very indicative of the players that they have there. They're a very resilient bunch. They show up, and really the idea is to take whatever opportunity that you have, and sometimes they could be tough situations like missing a guy from the lineup, and you use those opportunities and find a way to get better within it. And what you saw that year was, this is in 2022, what you saw was the Warriors just took advantage of the time that Steph was out. There's a guy who this offense is really built around. The spacing that he brings to the game, the gravity that he has. Anytime he steps above the half-court line, the defenders have to pay attention to him. A lot of times it's 2-3 defenders. So that leads Draymond to be a playmaker. Brandon Pajemski, Jonathan Kuminga, all the offense works around him. So over the time that Steph Curry is going to be missing, it reminds me of this quote. It says, when opportunity knocks, sometimes people are in the back door looking for 4-leaf clovers. And in this case, it's just that. There's an opportunity for the Warriors role players to get some minutes, for them to develop during the time that Steph Curry, during his absence. What you're praying for is a speedy recovery for Steph, and for the guys to find ways to still keep playing better together, so when Steph Curry gets back into the lineup and they have that spacing improved, that they've gotten better within this time.
All right, in 2022, when Steph went out to injury, they were able to put Jordan Poole into the starting lineup, and they were able to play. And Jordan's a different player than Chris Paul. So let's assume he's going to be out for a little while here, maybe a week or multiple weeks. So the obvious thing to do is to put the point guard into the starting lineup. I'm thinking broader than that, Festus, because Chris Paul does play. He plays well with everybody, but he plays really well with Trace Jackson Davis on the pick and dive, the pick and roll. And he plays really well with Clay, and he also plays well with Kuminga. So I'm thinking about, a sweeping change. You lost Steph Curry. You got to make a change here. Would you think as dramatic as Paul in the lineup with Trace Jackson Davis, Klay Thompson moves Pajemski to back off the bench, and Wiggins off the bench to drive the second unit? What do you think you do with the non-Steph minutes now that you're starting the game without Steph Curry?
Well, for one, the bench all season long has been incredible. And they've won matchups every game, every night against the other team's benches. And it's large in due part to the fact that Chris Paul is on the bench, a guy who, when the trade was made, a lot of conversations were around, how is Chris Paul going to fit into this lineup? He's a winner. He's a guy that has extremely high IQ. He's very competitive. On the defensive end, he's been a surprise to me because I didn't know that at this age you could still get out there and defend at the high level that he's been defending at. So just the high standard that he sets for himself lets the bench play at a high level as well. So you add Klay Thompson to that bench, and that bench is even better. So what happens when you take Steph Curry out of the lineup is you have to find a new lineup, a new lineup that works together. And when you have Brandon Pajemski, Steph Curry, Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green, they found that starting lineup just because of the way the guys were playing together. Take Steph Curry out, now you have to reshuffle the deck. And having a guy like Chris Paul, who is a Hall of Famer, like I said, all the things I've said about him so far, those things, being able to come in and start and lead a team, I think this is where you appreciate that veteran leadership that he brings to the team and his ability to really take care of the ball, get it to where it needs to be, and really facilitate the offense in Steph's absence.
Festus Ezeli good enough to join us talking, of course, about Steph's ankle. Is it hard as a player? I mean, yesterday, I don't know that we've ever had this fast of a 180 because the team was talking about it, we were talking about it, and you guys are on TV talking about it. You beat the Bucks. Everybody's back together. It's the first time since November the whole team has been together. There's 20 games left in the season. Let's go. We're coming down the stretch. We're feeling good. You beat the Bucks by 35 coming off that Celtics loss. And in one fell swoop, Steph gets hurt, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, my God. I mean, what a turn of events in just a split second like this. Isn't that crazy?
It is really the life of sports. And I don't think it's any different from everyday life. There's a lot of things that happen, things that you can't control. And that's why a lot of times you hear players say, whether it's players that come off the bench or players starting, you just control the things that you can control in life. And in this situation, it's, you have a tough loss against the Celtics. You come back home, you handle business against the Bucks, and then you go, you lose stuff during the Bulls. But if you even look at other teams, let's take the Celtics, for example. The Celtics had two big wins back-to-back, one against the Mavericks, they blew them out, and one against the Warriors where they totally obliterated them. And then the next games after that were the Cavaliers where they lost and the Nuggets where they lost. So that's just the life of the NBA. You really have to come out, and it really shows the talent level every night. There's no gimme games anymore in the NBA. Like you have to come out and strap up, especially when every team now with this play-in tournament, teams are playing for their playoff lives. So the Chicago Bulls are right there at the 9th spot, and so those games are tough now. All these, there's not people just tanking for the rest of the season anymore. I think the NBA has gotten exactly what it wanted here at the end of the season, which is competition all through the end.
All right, I want to get your thoughts on Trayce Jackson-Davis and the way he's playing. And I think, obviously he's playing more in the rotation, and I would think about getting him into the starting lineup now. He could give on some minutes after not playing last night and maybe get Saric going as well. But Trayce Jackson-Davis, to me, jog my memory, Festus, I think he's the best rookie big the Warriors have had since you. Going back to when you jumped in and were a part of a championship team and were part of Bob's initial rookie class. He works so well with Chris Paul. He's so good on the offensive end with the screen and the dive, and then defensively, whether it's on ball or off ball, shot blocking and the length, the athleticism. What do you see from TJD?
I'm so impressed by Trayce Jackson-Davis. He's having a phenomenal rookie season. And the thing I have to explain to people is when you're a rookie in the NBA, especially coming from college, you go from being one of the bigger, stronger guys. I went through this my rookie year, from being one of the bigger, stronger guys to being, just one of the guys. You're actually not that big anymore. You're 6'10", 6'11", but in the league you're going now against 7-footers, and everyone's athletic. You were the biggest, strongest, the most athletic, and now you're going against everybody else who's really just like you. So this is where IQ comes into play, and I think Trayce has been doing a phenomenal job of really adjusting to the speed of play in the NBA. But not just that, really having great chemistry with Klay Thompson, with Steph Curry, with Chris Paul, knowing exactly what you're supposed to do. On this team, your job is to set great screens on the shooters, get them open, knowing fully well that guys are going to double team Steph, double team Klay. A guy like Chris Paul is going to come off the screen. If you dive hard to the rim, he was going to find you. Chris Paul has done this his whole career. So that's high IQ, understanding these things. But the next level to that is defensive presence. And what I love about what Trace has done so far is his ability to move his feet, understand scouting personnel night in and night out. Going against like Giannis Antetokounmpo a couple nights ago, he showed you a lot of promise, a lot of things that he can bring to the Warriors team. He gives them a different dimension. Really, the vertical leaping ability of a big is what he brings to this team that's different from what the other guys, the Kevon Looney's, the Dario Saric's, and Draymond Green. He brings that size and ability to leap. And so when you have guys like that can play make and throw you lobs like Draymond, I think it's a great pairing. And then the versatility that the team then has at the center position to have Trace sometimes, Dario sometimes, or Kevon Looney, and then Draymond is just a great way to play, especially a team who started off the season saying they were just going to double down on playing small ball. So you give them a different dimension having a big man. But Trace has been having a great year, and I'm looking forward to see him continue to develop and the dimension he gives the Warriors, especially when the playoffs come around.
That's cool. Hey, Festus, real quick, how cool was it having Bob in the house the other night?
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome to see Bob. Bob drafted me. Bob, one of the architects of this team so far, and it was a very emotional night seeing his daughters read out his accolades while he's being honored by the fans. The Bay Area loves you. They love all the people that come here and contributed to this culture, and it was really cool to see him be celebrated. Bob should have a statue, or at least his name in the rafters someday for sure, for the success of this team.
That's like awesome. Draymond said years ago, give Bob some effing credit. Yeah. So this last Wednesday, it was Bob back. The previous Wednesday, Madonna. And I saw you. I tried to track you down, but you got through the club so fast.
How did you see me?
What? You're 6'11", bro. You stuck out. You were getting down. So what did you think of Madonna?
Why are you putting my business out there? I want everybody.
Everybody knew you were there, man. What are you gonna? You should wear a mask. What'd you think of her?
I try to have a hoodie on to be incognito.
They could see you. What'd you think?
I thought she was incredible. There's a lot of things that I saw. At age 65, Madonna still being out there performing. She even had a knee sleeve on, so she had something going on with her body.
She fell in Seattle right before that. She tumbled.
See? And she still was out there dancing, performing, giving everything she had. I realized during that performance that I'm actually a bigger Madonna fan than I realized because I knew more songs than I thought I did. So there's the reason, one of my big reasons why I don't fail to see any legend when they come in town or anywhere I'm at is because I always, since I was a young kid, I always wanted to see Michael Jackson perform. He was my everything. I would watch tapes of Michael dancing, doing everything. And my New Year's resolution, the year he passed away, that year was that I finally was able to scrap up some money. I said, I don't care what Michael is going to be. I'm going to go watch the This Is It tour. And he ended up passing away. After that, I made a resolution that I would see whatever legend whenever I could because I don't want to miss up on the opportunity. And going to see Madonna was one of those situations where I left there feeling very happy that I ended up going because she was incredible.
And they were tight. Michael and Madonna were tight.
Yeah. That's a great resolution, man.
There's a lot of risque things happening in that concert, though. So yeah, I saw that, but just seeing the music, seeing the fact that it's timeless, and there was a part of the concert that was really touching where she had her younger self. It was like a silhouette or like what would you call it? Like a mannequin type person that comes up, and she was talking to her younger self. And she hugs her and says, the person I am today is due in part to the fight that you had in you and all the things that you went through and the person you kept showing up as. So it's this very touching moments when you think about her and who she's been for culture. She even dated Dennis Rodman. That's her connection to the NBA. So she has touched so many different parts of pop culture, and she's a reason for the music today and a lot of the cultural significant pop things that are happening right now.
That's very cool, man. That's a great resolution to have, man. That's very cool, man. Hey, you're crushing it on TV. All you guys are. Great work. We appreciate it, and thanks for the insight. We'll do it again soon.
We have a great crew at NBC Sports Bay Area. Everybody choose to check us out. Pre-game, post-game. We have a good time. Me, Mully, Bonte, and every once in a while, Darrell Wright. So thank you guys for having me on. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Sounds great. Yeah. Good job, man. Appreciate it. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk about a few of the things he did. We'll deviate. We got Matt Mayoka coming up at 11:30, so get ready for that. A few things going on with the 49ers, including Colt McKivitz, but he could be in for a position change, and we'll get you ready for Monday as well, because then it's going to go absolutely crazy. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Zaza Puju, yeah. He joined Tolbert and Copes. I won't sing anymore. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the development of Trace Jackson Davis this season. Check out that podcast and more. Joining right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Billion that will come into play later on. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard are not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the state? You don't want that. Well, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area. That's good for you. And they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is here in the Bay Area. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So as the weather gets better, remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, you see them, they're all around us, but do you really see them? So please be careful. Let's work together and make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than this is where it comes in, $1 billion, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front, nothing, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hot and fast, 550 degrees, 12 minutes, medium rare. Watch out for BBs, but it is good, man.
Is that McKivitz?
Yeah, that's Colton McKivitz talking about cooking. What was he talking about cooking? Duck. That's how you cook duck. Duck has always been too gamey for me, even in like fancy restaurants and they have it on the menu. Some people swear that duck is just absolutely great,
You don't like
but I'm
duck?
not a duck. I'm not a duck person. I'm not a Daffy Duck person. Not a Donald Duck person. Although I used to have a mean Donald Duck impersonation when I was young, and then I've just gotten out of practice with it, so I don't know that I can do it anymore.
Want to try it out now, John?
I probably need a minute. But when I was young, I could do one.
So why are we hearing from
anyway.
Colton McKivitz, the
Good
red
question.
ass from West Virginia? Why did we hear from him?
I'll tell you in just a second, but two quick things. We're going to ask Papa anything, which we'll do on Fridays, anything at all 11:50. So obviously we're going to talk a ton still about Steph Curry's ankle and how things can flip ever so quickly in sports. So we'll do that at 11:50. And at 11:30, we're going to talk to Matt Miyoko because Monday things are going to go bonkers. Will the 49ers participate in that like they've done the last 2 years on day one? We'll talk to Matt about that. But the reason why we're talking Colton McKivitz and Duck, watch out for the BBs, is that he signed a new $7 million, 1 year, $7 million deal. Now, here's the question for you, Pop. I'll ask you an early question. Is he going to stay at tackle? Or is he going to move to guard?
TBD. I know Chris Forster, when he was first drafted, and we had Colton on when he was drafted, it was the pandemic year. He was a round 5 pick in 2020 out of West Virginia, Mountain Mama. I think most people thought he would profile inside at guard, but Chris Forster, and remember, Colton McKivitz was waived right off the roster.
Right.
He's made himself a better player. McGlinchey leaves in free agency, he becomes a starting tackle. So I've had a lot of conversations with Chris Forster. He thinks he's a tackle. The price tag at $7 million, he re-signed a 1-year deal at $7 million. That's good money as far as the Niner perspective for a starting tackle. It's good money for Colton if they move him to guard. But I think the one thing is, and I know they have the 31st overall pick in the draft, and we may have a record number of offensive linemen get drafted in the first round. They may take a lineman in the first round. But is he going to be a plug-and-play guy? I know Kyle's thoughts are it's hard to step right in as a starter in the NFL at tackle and beat out a guy like Colton McKivitz. So maybe that person can, and then if that happens, Colton becomes a swing tackle. That's a lot of money for a swing tackle. Or you could move him inside, although I do think they like him at tackle. That could change depending on what you have around him. So. And before we get to Monday at 9 o'clock our time, and we're on the air obviously at 10, but Murf and Marcus may get a few reports, but really about an hour into, and it's called a legal tampering period, but things move quickly. Last year, Javon Hargrave agreed to a deal. Shortly thereafter, Sam Darnold agreed to a deal that first Monday. So the first thing you have to address are your own. Before you start going out and buying other guys, you got to address your own. You know, I want to get into Matt Miyoko and just who you're going to retain. McKivitz is one. I want John Feliciano to come back. I mean, it's possible that you're starting a right tackle, right guard combination. You've got Spencer Burford as well. Chris Conley, I want to come back. You know, obviously, Ross Dwelly and Charlie Warner, the two tight ends. At least bring them back and see if they can make the team, and then we'll see what the young guys, Cameron Latu and Brad and Willis give you. And then the big one for me is Sam Darnold. And I think we'll get some clarity on Sam maybe as early as Monday, John. I mean, who's the first guy to come off the board? We think Danielle Hunter maybe on defense. And then on offense, where's Kirk Cousins going to go? And how quickly is he going to go? He's going to be the most expensive guy probably to be bought in free agency. Will he stay with the Vikings and Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah? Will he go to join the group in Atlanta there and their new head coach, Raheem Morris? And, you know, what are they going to do there? And that may set off a Sam Darnold domino. We are trying to find out if the Vikings would be in play if they lose Kirk Cousins for Sam Darnold. I think we're bracing for someone to make Sam a really good offer to at least compete to be a starting quarterback. I want the Niners to bring him back, but how much is that going to cost? And we'll talk to Mayoko about that. And then you get into the defensive side, all the D linemen you got to deal with. You know, the two veteran safeties, Deshaun Gibson, Logan Ryan. Are they just going to retire? Are you going to go to a Hufanga, Jair Brown, deep secondary? There's a lot of good veteran safeties that all of a sudden are available, but those guys are going to cost you. So I think before you start to buy guys externally, John, and maybe get into that Monday morning early, by the time we get on the air, you got to have a handle on who you want to bring back. And I think I mentioned those I would like to see come back. Kevin Givens, I want back for sure. Cleveland Ferrell, we've talked about. How much is it going to cost you to re-sign your own? What do you do with off-the-ball linebacker with Oren Burks and Demetrius Flanagan fouls and the Trey Greenlaw injury? So Sebastian Joseph Day, obviously. So these are the guys. They got a long list, and they lost so many guys last year. McGlinchey and Brunskill and Jimmy Ward and Emmanuel Mosley. You lost so many guys that could have helped you this past year, but you can't afford to bring them all back. So the first step is Colton McKivitz, and then what do they do beyond Colton? Because they got a list of free agents they got to deal with. And then Jawan Jennings, who's not a UFA but an RFA, a restricted free agent. You'd like to get that deal done with him before the new league year starts next week, so you don't have to get into the tenders and all that. You just sign Third and Jawan.
Yeah, so there's a lot of questions for the 49ers, keeping their own kind of guys. Mick Lombardi, too. We're talking about coaching staff changes. So they brought him aboard as well. So it seems like they're bringing some guys to kind of fortify some positions and what exactly guys are going to do. And I think that those kind of things free up Kyle Shanahan to do some things. So exactly what are some roles for some guys? They got a new defensive coordinator, and so all these different roles for different guys. So we'll ask Matt Mayoko about all those things and how fortified and get things under control, because Monday, man, just the gates open and it's the floodgates open and everything starts rolling. So we'll ask Matt Mayoko about all those things coming up next, and then you can ask Papa anything at all at 11:50. And I'm sure a lot of questions will roll in about Steph Curry, his ankle, and what the Warriors do from here. But we'll take a break. We'll hit the 49ers up because everything gets rolling and the new year league starts as we get going for Monday. We'll talk about it with Matt Mayoko next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday. We'll take a Curry ankle break to talk about what's going to happen on Monday. The floodgates open. The free agents find new homes. The last couple of years, the 49ers have been day oneers. They had, of course, Mooney Man, Shavarius Ward, a couple years ago, and then they completely shocked us last year as they signed a big one on day one. Old number 98. They absolutely shocked us. In fact, I was like, is that fake Adam Schefter? What's going on here? Let's talk to Matt Mayoko. Who will they retain? Will they do that again and shock us? Matt Mayoko joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Make sure you check out the 49ers Talk podcast and read all his great stuff at NBC Sports Bay Area. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing great. We finally have a sunny day here in the Bay Area. I'm sitting out on my deck. I'm just loving life right now.
Very nice.
Good,
Very nice.
Good. Before we get into what guys they may buy, Colton McKivitz just signed a one-year deal for $7 million, 65% fully guaranteed, so they're guaranteeing him $4.55. A lot of lists, and you went through them all the other day, of all the UFAs they have. Right next to him, John Feliciano, obviously Sam Darnold. I know you like his talent, Matt, and then all the guys on defense as well with the D-line and the linebackers, T. Gipp and Logan Ryan. So the list of Colton went first, and then, third and Jawan, who's an RFA. Which guys would you like to see the 49ers retain, and which guys do you think they will retain?
Well, the thing with McKivitz, as you mentioned, it's an extension, so he's not even one of those guys that was scheduled for free agency. So they're getting ahead of the curve there, and from that standpoint, I mean they need to have some conversations with Charvarius Ward and with Diamador Lenore. You don't want those guys hitting the open market. Ward, now this is all looking a year ahead, but Charvarius Ward is the kind of guy that you would consider putting the franchise tag on. And then Diamador Lenore is somebody who has shown that he is a starting NFL cornerback. And when you get one of those guys, and in the case of him, he's probably a little bit more under the radar, obviously, than Charvarius Ward. So those would be two guys I think they would look at to extend a year ahead of time. But as far as the free agent market and the UFAs, do you go, do you sign Charlie Werner? Not a guy who's a pass catcher as a tight end, but a guy who saw the most playing time of his NFL career last year. Or do you say, instead of just having a blocking tight end, now that you can have 8 offensive linemen active for games, maybe you just do what, some of the other teams have done, and including the Detroit Lions, who do a lot of this, of just, use a guy like Ben Barch, to come in and report as eligible whenever you need those extra blockers.
Go XO, jumbo offensive lineman, yeah.
Exactly. So, does that have an impact? Does that mean, do you want to – it seems to me the trend in the NFL might be getting away a little bit from the tight end who plays – 30% of the snaps, but catches 3 passes on the entire season. Just why not have an offensive lineman do that? That's what they do. That's their job. They have, 75 pounds more on that frame to help move defensive linemen or linebackers off the ball. I don't know that, Feliciano is kind of an interesting one. If I were the 49ers, I think, you got to kind of cover your butt a little bit before the draft, but so you want to have starting caliber guys at every position, at least guys that worst case scenario, he could be a starter, and then use the draft to, improve those areas. But to me, the number 31 overall pick, that kind of lines up for getting a guy who maybe played offensive tackle in college but can move inside and play right guard as an immediate starter. So it looks to me like, they have their 4 offensive linemen for sure, with Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, Jake Brendel, and Colton McKivitz. And then the matter is, the kind of the goal now, free agency and then the draft is, what do you do at right guard? Defensive line, I would not expect any of their midseason pickups to return, but certainly I think they would like for Javon Kinlaw to come back. I would think that Kevin Givens would be a guy that they would want to bring back as well. Cleveland Ferrell is somebody that, did he play well enough while starting 17 games in the regular season that another team's going to give him a multi-year contract after, he missed the postseason with the knee injury. I know that he's probably the guy that the 49ers would like to bring back more than any of the other unrestricted free agents.
Matt Maiocco joining us. We're talking about the 49ers that they would like to bring back. So it would seem that they wouldn't make a big splash, but I didn't think they'd make a big splash last year either. Is there one more check in Jed's wallet that they could do that, or no?
I mean, never say never. I mean, I didn't expect it a year ago. I don't expect it this year, but this year I almost expected more than I did last year, just because it just seems like every year they go out and they push the envelope and they get somebody. I mean, 2 years ago, they got their number one cornerback on the market. The guy that they had rated as the top cornerback, they went out and got Charvarius Ward last year. The guy they had rated as their top non-quarterback, period, in free agency, they went out and got him. So, who's it going to be this year? Danielle Hunter? Is that crazy to think of?
I mean, that's the position, isn't it? That would seem to be the position.
That would be the position. So, I mean, is that wild to think that they could do that? Now, if they do that, and I know they don't play different. I know they play different positions, but does that mean something like, they'd have to make a tough decision elsewhere? With, say, somebody like Eric Armstead or something like that. I mean, it's just weird now to talk about where this team is and some of the tough decisions they're going to have to make. Whether it's signing Brandon Ayuk to a long-term extension, a year from now, signing Brock Purdy to become clearly the highest paid player on the 49ers. And when you're talking about things that are going to impact the salary cap, we're not talking so much about what are moves they can make now to create salary cap space immediately. It's more, what can they do now to create salary cap space down the road? So guys like, and it's almost sacrilegious to be talking about these names because they've been such a part of the fabric of the 49ers. But, when you start talking about, how can you create space in the future for the contracts that are going to be coming, as well as the rising cost of some of these other contracts, you have to start looking at, the guys with the big contracts. It's, Trent Williams, it's George Kittle, it's Deebo Samuel, it's, Fred Warner, it's, Eric Armstead. So those are the names you have to look at. And at some point, not all those guys are going to be playing for the 49ers forever. At some point, they're going to have to make some difficult decisions. The question is, do they start making those difficult decisions now, like they did 4 years ago when they traded DeForest Buckner? Or is it something where they feel like they can kick the can down the road and kind of deal with it as that time comes?
Yeah, and they just redid Eric Armstead's contract, as you know. So, I mean, to release him now is not going to give you a lot of salary cap space, and you're going to take a dead cap hit.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you would be making a move not for this year on the cap. It'd be to create space next year when you need even more space. So it's, and I don't want to single out Eric Armstead, but, all those names I've just listed, at some point the team's going to have to make some difficult decisions, and, not all of those guys are going to be around in 2 years. Right. And it's hard for me to believe that not all those guys will be around this year, but stranger things have happened.
All right, so Danielle Hunter is going to come off the board early on Monday. I think in the day one guys, he's going to be the grave digger of this year's class. Can you afford him on top of Bosa, Hargrave, and Armstead scheduled to count $58 million against the salary cap this coming year, which is between the three of them more than any team's D-line? You're going to have to pay Danielle Hunter, in excess of 20, close to $30 million. So that's what's going to happen on defense. On offense, it's going to be Kirk Cousins and where he decides to go. Does he re-sign in Minnesota with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah? Does he go to Atlanta? Does he go somewhere else? Which could start a domino with Sam Darnold. We're hearing the Vikings may be in on Sam if they lose Kirk Cousins. So I know how much you like the skill of Sam Darnold, Matt, and how much Kyle likes everything about him. They were able to get him as a backup for Brock last year with the uncertainty that Brock may not be ready to go off the elbow surgery. They gave him $3.5 million guaranteed, incentives to bump the contract up another $8 million. Where's he looking at now? Could he get a better deal to be at least someone to come in and have a better opportunity to compete for a starting job? I know how much the Niners want him, Matt. Can they afford to bring Sam Darnold back?
Yeah, everybody can see the talent of Sam Darnold, but let's face it, it was a mixed bag when he was with the Jets and when he was with Carolina. And last year, really not a great indication of if he's improved or not, because I think he really only played that one game, and that was with a lot of the backups. Part of the reason why the 49ers like Sam Darnold is because he's a really good guy too. He's very helpful in that quarterback room. And so that kind of stuff gets around the league, and teams know that. Teams know what they're getting with Sam Darnold. And so to me, he's a pretty good option for a team that is looking for a bridge quarterback, or, maybe they have a mid-first round draft pick, and they might be able to trade up for a guy, but they're not quite sure. So, you kind of have to cover yourself if you're one of those teams, and there are a lot of teams, I think, in the NFL that could potentially be in the quarterback market for the draft. And if you're one of those teams where you don't dictate your own, you can't really control your own fate. I'm just thinking about the top three teams. If you're not one of the top three teams, if you're New England sitting there at number 3, you can have a list of 3 quarterbacks and go, man, we like all of these 3 quarterbacks. We know we're getting one of them. Other than that, teams are going to have to do some maneuvering. So, knowing what the backup quarterback market is, the 49ers did get Sam Darnold for under market value. Are they going to pay him $7-8 million this next season? I kind of doubt it. So I would expect him to sign somewhere else. And then it's a matter of what do the 49ers do at that backup spot? Do they feel like they know enough at this point about Brandon Allen that, they would be secure with him as the backup? I'm sure they can get him a heck of a lot cheaper. And so you got him, and then, do you try to find somebody else? Of course you do. But, do you do it in free agency by getting another backup veteran kind of guy, or do you use a 6th round or 7th round pick on a backup quarterback or a quarterback to compete for a roster spot, I should say, in the draft? So I think I would be surprised if Sam Darnold, I'm not shocked if he comes back, but I think I'd be surprised if he does, because I think that there is a market for backup quarterbacks, and especially guys who have been around, who certainly aren't the top tier quarterbacks, but somebody that is going to do the right things off the field and going to be someone who will be able to help a young guy if that's also the path that team takes.
On the coaching front, give us a little insight into not only Nick Sorensen and why you think he got the defensive coordinator job, but today it comes out that Mick Lombardi, he's a guy in the offensive side of the ball. They hired him. And then Brandon Staley's going to be the offensive, he's going to be the assistant head coach. I'd imagine he's going to be on the defensive side. So what are these additions, and why Nick Sorensen as defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I think they wanted somebody with that Seattle background, and I'm sure, I don't know all the details, but, I know I'd be shocked if Kyle Shanahan didn't make a lot of phone calls on that front as far as filling the defensive coordinator job. I mean, I know that they wanted to kind of stay true to what they have been. They went outside the system last year, and I think everybody could see, that really didn't work. There were obviously breadcrumbs throughout the season where you could connect the dots and say that, more than likely Steve Wilkes would not be back. It just wasn't a good fit. Just stuff you heard from players and heck, Shanahan and Wilkes themselves. So Sorensen is somebody who is ingrained in that Seattle system. They also brought over KJ Wright for an entry-level position, assistant linebackers coach. So he's somebody who played 10 seasons for Seattle. All of Sorensen, I think Sorensen was in Seattle for 8 years. All 8 of those years, KJ Wright was there. So he has a background with that system. And then I think they also like the idea of adding a smart guy. There's no question. Brandon Staley is a very smart guy, and he comes from a different system. He comes from the Vic Fangio system. So there's the idea in bringing in Staley and promoting Nick Sorensen was, this is what the 49ers do defensively. This is kind of the basics of the defense, and this is kind of everybody aligned, what you're doing. And then if you can bring in a guy from outside the system where he's not calling the shots, but he can be a guy who says, hey, what about this? What if this work? This is an element from that I did in the past that, whether the Rams or the Bears or the Broncos or the Chargers, this might tie in with what you guys already are doing here. So I think it's, they often talk about knowing who they are defensively, but also trying to evolve and stay one step ahead of opposing offenses. And so bringing in a smart guy like Staley, who obviously he and Shanahan clicked. They've known each other for a couple of years, talked some ball during those joint practices they had, and then they had that interview 2 weeks ago, I guess it was, maybe 3 weeks ago now. And so it's seen as, okay, this is where the defense is, this is where it's been, and now let's see if something makes sense, on a week-to-week, game plan-to-game plan basis that can be implemented to take the defense to a higher level.
And then with Mick Lombardi, and you know him well going back to the Harbaugh days, and it's Mike Lombardi's son, and it's second generation moves on with Clint Kubiak going on to New Orleans to be the offensive coordinator. So we have to assume that Mike's kid, Mick Lombardi, will run the passing game for Kyle.
I would think so. Kyle told me last night that they don't have a title for him, for Mick. But yeah, Mick was here a long time ago, and he's still a young guy. I mean, he was the assistant to the head coach, kind of like not the assistant regional manager, but the assistant to the regional manager, that kind of thing. And so he came in. He worked under Harbaugh. He worked under Tom Sula. He worked under Chip Kelly. And he kept just kind of like different roles, and then eventually went on to the Jets, and then the Patriots was, I think, assistant quarterbacks coach, and then became wide receivers coach with the Patriots, and then offensive coordinator with the Raiders, moving with Josh McDaniels over there. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it's very similar to what they did a year ago. A year ago, they went out and got Clint Kubiak. He was there for a season as the offensive passing game specialist. Had a big role in this offense. And then he goes on to become offensive coordinator of the Saints. And so Shanahan hires a guy who had been an offensive coordinator, has been around the league a lot, worked for Belichick and all that. So I would assume he will take on much of the responsibilities that Clint Kubiak had during his one season with the 49ers.
All right, man. We shall see. We'll buckle up for Monday. Maybe they'll surprise us again, maybe not. But thanks as always for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Well, it would be an interesting. I wish we could just fast forward a week to hear what our conversation is a week from now about
know,
the
right?
disappointment of the 49ers not doing anything, or can you believe they did it again? So,
They got Danielle Hunter? What?
Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be amazing.
They traded for L'Jarius Sneed? Are you kidding me?
That would be nuts. That would be nuts. All right, man. Looking forward to it. We'll talk to you then.
Sounds good, guys. Okay,
Thanks,
see ya.
Matty.
Thanks,
Have a
Matty.
great weekend. All right, that is Matt Miyoko. Hopefully it is the latter, and we talk Danielle Hunter. Any questions, any thoughts you got for Pop? Let's ask Papa anything at all. We do it every Friday, so jump up the lines. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Jump on a line. It could be about Danielle Hunter. Any other free agents you want the 49ers to sign or look at, ask that question. Steph's ankle, how long is it going to be out? How do the Warriors survive? How have your expectations changed? Any questions you got for Pop at all? We can talk about Kyle Harrison's performance last night. How is Pop feeling about that as well? Strikes out 6 in 2 2/3 before the Reigns take over. You got any questions? Matt Chapman makes his debut for the Giants. We had a ton of questions, whether it's Curry, whether it's Giants, whether it's related to the 49ers, could be draft related as well. But free agency is coming up on Monday, so it is kind of a Christmas on Monday as well. Any of those questions, and we got a ton of them. Ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Let's do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I waited.
All right, ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-5627. 415-808 KNBR. Hold on just a second.
It's not just Ask Papa anything, John. He is here to save the Bay Area sporting scene as we wait on Blake Snell and Steph Curry's ankle. Super Papa has arrived to save the Bay.
That is your best outfit by far. I mean, it's not even close. It's not. I mean, you've worn some great stuff. I mean, if you're
Super Papa's here, Jack.
If you're not on YouTube and Twitch right now, I don't know what to tell you. You've got to get there.
Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive. It'll bust you down with his super sperm. It's Super Papa.
Did you say super sperm?
Because I'm here. I'm there.
Rick says,
Master G
"Oh my
is
Lord."
everywhere.
Enrique is like, hell yeah.
I just turned my ankle. I just rolled my ankle, John. Hopefully it's just a high ankle.
It says edibles hitting Papa. That's beautiful. That is outstanding.
Super Papa's here. How can I help?
Your best costume ever.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so good.
And I do charge for this, John. I do charge about $900.
And you got the P on there and everything.
I do charge about $900 an hour, which a young lady, when Steph made a big shot the other night, she makes the same as I make. So I wouldn't waste any time because on my couch it is expensive. So
John
Super
says,
Papa is here.
We do have to talk about that story. $900 an hour? My God, man. Who brought that girl to the game?
Steph hit it right down the fairway after she set up. So anyway, how can Papa...
Koopa says, was listening to the auto, had to drop by the stream. Too many Golden Joes. No,
we're all
unbelievably cool, says Pine Needle.
How can I help?
Oh, that's beautiful. I'll go out to the lines in just a second. I just got to take that in. You have to go to the stream. That's all I got to say. That is your best costume by far. I'm sorry, I just
we got 2
away.
more hours to go on the show. We got 2 hours and 2 minutes. The best is yet to come. But how can
awesome.
Super Papa save the Bay Area?
All right,
we are worried about our Super Steph Curry.
Alex says, F yeah, Papa, but he actually used the word that I cannot use. So anyway, you could use that on the stream. That's what's great about the stream.
You've already
we got lots of questions.
$1,800.
Yeah,
you haven't asked me a question yet.
Okay, can I ask you one question, and then I'll get out to the lines? This is the one question I was thinking. Is it good news or bad news that we haven't heard anything, or it doesn't matter what at all? Is it good news or bad news that we haven't heard anything?
I think
doesn't matter.
I think he's seeing multiple doctors.
Okay.
They may not have news today. It may be more when Steve meets the media tomorrow. So
right.
I mean, what are we bracing for? It's a high ankle sprain. We'll reevaluate him in a couple of weeks. And is it something where it's stretched or held? Did he tear anything at all? So let's just. But I know Super Papa is not going to read into the timeline. I would not expect anything today, and maybe be more when Steve talks. But I think they're right now going through the process to find out what is wrong with him. But you know what? In moments like this, Super Papa turns to super sources, and the guy that is most aligned with Steph Curry is Brandon Payne. He's going to join us at 12:30. And I think he's going to reach out to Steph before he already has. He knows the history of Steph's ankle sprains. And
he's going to tell us, right?
Contributor. I don't know what he's going to tell us.
He'll give us the best information of anybody.
We may not know. I think Steph's out and about, getting MRIs and CT scans, whatever they do on an ankle to see what happens. And I'm going to be hoping it's a high ankle. Sometimes high ankles are worse than something else. But Super Papa advises you to be super slow on this, and we'll get the right information.
All right. It is Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Center Cumulus Media Station. By the way, a lot of response on the hat. That's from our hat guys, right? The hat that you're wearing, that Super.
No, it's not from residency. It's from my.
I thought that was.
No, not residency. I met with those guys, Zach King and Angelo, the other day. They are fun. We're going to do more with them. Anyway.
Oh, that is wonderful.
You're spending a lot of time. $900.
I like it.
$900. We're moving along here.
$900 is good.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's start with Tyler in SAC. Hi, Tyler. Welcome.
Hi, boys. Good morning.
Hey.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
Hi.
Good to
You're
talk to
talking
you
to
guys.
You're talking to Super Papa. Just so you know.
Papa is here to help
I
you,
am
even in
not-
Sacramento.
I am not on YouTube or Twitch, but I wish I was. I'm not.
Oh, you got to
working
see
right now.
this, man.
So are you a
we gotta
Warrior
post
fan in
this.
Sacramento, or are
We
you
gotta
glad
post
Steph
this.
rolled his ankle? We may see you in April.
You want to know the truth? I am a
wanna know
Kings
the truth.
fan, but I'm a
Yeah.
Bay
Okay.
Area fan. You know. I've
Yeah, but
rooted
you're
for
not
the
you're not
Warriors.
happy he rolled it, right? You're not happy.
No,
Nobody's
so
happy.
Who were you
I
rooting
haven't-
for last year when the Warriors and Kings played in the playoffs for the first time?
You know who I was rooting for. It's
How
the
do I know
Kings.
that?
Yeah, he's
I'm
a
a
Kings
loyal
guy.
Kings fan. Come on,
all right.
Sacramento.
That's okay.
I know, but
How would
tonight-
I know who you were
but-
rooting for? How would I know? I
I
don't
was
even
just
know you.
speaking
Go ahead.
hypothetically. I
Go
agree.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I am a Kings fan at heart. But more than anything, I'm a red and gold fan, and that's why.
49ers? Okay.
Of course.
All right.
I bleed red and gold.
Got it.
So I know you guys have a lot you want to get to. So I was hoping I got three things for you guys. I got an
All right.
edge rusher for you opposite Nick Bosa.
Okay.
I got an idea for Purdy's contract, and then
Ooh.
I've got what I believe. Sorry.
You're
Yeah.
solving
Go ahead.
everything.
Yeah,
You're John
yeah.
Lynch and Parag and Brian Hampton all in one. What's the third one?
And then the third is what I believe to be the 49ers blunder in the Super Bowl that I haven't heard a single person talk about. So where would you like to start?
Well, I don't know. Super Papa's going to lay down here while you tell me what you're going to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
All
Just
right.
go ahead.
Edge,
Sack. What are you going to do, bro? Roll out your sack. What do you got? Give me
edge
it.
rusher opposite Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
There was a
Who is it?
report a little over a week ago by some pretty legit sources, ESPN, I believe it was Bleacher Report and Sports Illustrated, had Joey Bosa as
Ooh,
a
getting
possible
released? I've
as a
already looked into
possible
that.
cap casualty.
I've
And this
already
was
looked into
his
that.
his name. Yeah, it was on the top of the headline. But I know they had rose the cap since this, so I'm not sure that it's still a possibility that he'll be released. But to pair him with his brother, you know, if Nick's over there saying, "Look, man, we're this close to winning a championship, we could have 2 rings on our fingers if you were here." And
I've
he's
already looked
wasting-
into it. So next year going into the cap, Khalil Mack, and he may go. He has a cap hit at 38.5. Joey 36.6. And then they got the 2 wide receivers that they haven't resolved. Keenan Allen at 34.7 and Mike Williams at 32.5. They're the highest cap hits. David Bakhtiari in Green Bay's higher. Aaron Donald with the Rams is in the middle. So they have 4 of the top 6 in football that are over 32 million. I was told that they're not going to flat out release Joey. They would try to trade him, but you could get him for a day 2 pick. But do you want to take on that cap? So I think it's going to have, and if Khalil Mack gets released, I think they'd go after Khalil even more so. But I'm with you on that. I've already thought about the Mack truck or Joey.
If they're taking on Daniil Hunter's contract, what's the difference really? If that's who they were going to pick up, would you rather
Yeah.
have Daniil or Joey?
Daniil. But Nick would maybe vote for
But that
Joey,
would be
so.
fun to have the Bosa boys together. That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah. We just got to lock up the liquor cabinet when he rolls into town. What's the other thing? What do you want to do with Brock's contract quickly, and then?
I know this is 2 different sports, but Shohei, he deferred all his contract. I know the NFL is different.
I don't think you can do that in the NFL.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't think you
asking
can
him to
do
take
that.
less than he deserves.
I love your
Yeah,
thinking, though. You know what? I love your thinking. I do. I love the fact that. You're thinking. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
good.
you're super
like,
sack.
You
What
know
else
when you
got?
you
What's
go into
your-
a meeting
Nah,
and
yeah,
you
it's gonna be
you're
hard
thinking
to
and you're
defer.
thinking and you're
Yeah,
thinking.
what's your
no issue
bit
with that.
the blunder no one's talking about in the Super Bowl? Haven't we analyzed it?
I guess he's gone.
Your
Oh, no,
very
he's there.
last call. Sorry, I know you got to jump. Your
No, go
very
ahead,
last
man. It's
Call,
all right.
your very last call of the Super Bowl, and I'm not Monday morning quarterback in Shanahan for anything.
The
You
corn
know,
dog
when the
play,
arrows-
the in and out play, the play in overtime.
Yeah, it's the defense that I know he had called a timeout previously at the end of regulation, but I'm wondering why they didn't call a timeout at the very end. I'm sitting there looking at the clock and I'm yelling
Tim
at the
Ryan
TV,
brought
call
that up.
timeout.
Yeah,
Call
Tim brought
timeout,
that
call
up.
timeout. Okay, he
Yeah,
did.
Tim
Okay,
brought
because
that
maybe I didn't hear it, but I'm, the defense is they got us in hurry up mode, and the defense is scrambling. And obviously, if you go back and look at it, we had 2 players run into each other trying to get sacked.
Yeah.
You know, they're gonna.
That's the corn dog play. That's what that does. It creates a stress. Super sack. Thank you, bro. Is Brock going to take his
Thanks.
money deferred, John? Is he going to do that?
Yeah, I don't think you can do that in the NFL.
Oh, no. Can't.
I mean, you can. Yeah. I don't think you can do that. Somebody asked if Greg is Super Papa. Does that make me Lois Lane? I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, there's a Batman Robin element or something like that, but I don't think that makes me Lois Lane because I mean, I know who you are. I don't think Lois Lane knew. Well, I guess Lois Lane
No,
did
you're not
eventually.
Lois Lane. Are you Jimmy Olsen? No, you're not
I don't
Jimmy.
think that's it.
And you're not Clark Kent.
Yeah, I don't think so. But anyway,
I think you're Peter Parker. I think you're Spider-Man.
yeah. I'm not sure which. I don't know if I like the cape best or the T-shirt, the hat. I like, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's nice. DJ Robin.
Papa.
Yeah, I don't know.
It is Super
I don't
Papa.
know.
All right.
Let's go. Lo in Oakland. Hi, Lo. Welcome.
Hello.
What's up, Lo? Hey, man. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Sitting in traffic, but I'm great.
All right.
Hey, I wanted to ask Papa this. Does he think that
Popovich,
Brown
he's
has-
on at 3 with Tolbert and Copes. I am not the son of Papa. I am Viva.
You are Super
Long
Papa.
live the Pope. Got it.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
I get that a lot.
all right,
I get that a lot.
Papa.
I got it.
Is John Lynch saying he wants to play chess and not checkers by hiring Brandon Staley? Why he has Coach Kyle Shanahan grooming his replacement if they bust again in the Super Bowl?
I think what you're and Kyle's playing master chess on offense, obviously, and we've likened it to 5 positionless players. To me, your offensive linemen are your pawns. The quarterback's your king. Everybody's trying to kill the king. And then you got, 5 queens out there, not just knights and rooks and bishops. So it is a master class, a master chess class on offense. I think bringing Brandon Staley in will just open up what they do on defense in certain situations where you go up against Andy Reid in the last play of a big game and he runs that corn dog play. You banjo that. You're more prepared for that kind of play. So I think Nick will run the day-to-day coordinating and calling of the offense, but you're thinking along the same lines and maybe bring a little Fangio in as well with 4 and, the cloud coverage in the secondary where you are taking your defense from we're going to run cover 3 every play like they did in Ursala, and now we're going to be multiple and you have no idea what we're going to do. So I think there is a master chess element to defense, but I don't think they brought Brandon Staley in here to replace Kyle Shanahan. That's not happening.
I think what it is just it's more ideas, it's more people, it's more, what do we do here, what do we do there? I mean, I like it. I like all this stuff. All the teams do that kind of stuff. Everybody has other people. I mean, look, he's a bright mind, and they decided to go with Nick Sorensen, but they're going to have other elements. I don't think they wanted to bring in another guy to change the system, but I think what they wanted to do is let's bring in another mind to give us another angle, an outside mind to say, hey, how about this or how about this? I think they did that same thing on the offensive side. Hey, here's a guy that we think has some pretty good offensive ideas and thoughts. Let's bring him in to take a look at our offense, and maybe we can add some elements. But we're not going to change things, but maybe let's add some elements or have an outside look. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's replacing
Well, that's
anybody.
what they did last year with Steve, but it just didn't work out. And they asked him to run the big thing is, will Staley make real changes to the defense? Will the terminology be different? I think you'll see them easily evolve where, it's more the cloud coverage in the secondary and helping people behind. If they're going to pick on Ambry Thomas if he's one of your corners, there's a way to help the safety rotation help him on the outside. So I think it's just a think tank that they want. But it will be intriguing to see what Brandon Staley actually does on game day. Is he going to stand on the sideline? Is he going to be up in the booth doing it? Is Nick going to be down or up, or one down, one up, both down? It'll be interesting to see how they use these defensive minds.
Anthony in Los Gatos is heading to Scottsdale today. There was a guy that dropped, by the way, on the phone line. Maybe he couldn't stay. He was asking about a steakhouse in Scottsdale today. I am
44 Steak. I was just there.
You like that place? That's
that
nice.
Place is awesome. Yeah.
I like Bourbon and Bones too.
Camelback.
Yeah, there's a couple of nice ones. Bourbon and Bones is right there near the stadium. That's a nice one. They have a nice whiskey selection. There's a lot of nice places.
Yeah, 44 Steak would be the call.
You like
44th and Camelback.
Okay, there you go. There's so many great places. Of all the stadiums, I mean, there's a ton of them. Of all the stadiums, the Springs training stadiums in the Cactus League, the Giants have the best location. I mean, it's right there in Old Town. It's awesome.
Yeah, they're where are they tonight? They're playing San Diego.
Yeah, they're in Peoria.
So the Giant lineup is out, and it is going to be Mason Black. So Jung-Ho Lee's going to lead off. Slater, the DH, tonight. And they do have, I think Casey Schmidt is playing third base tonight, but Marco's at short, Lamont at first. So you got a whole different left side of the infield than last night. Casey at third and Marco Luciano at shortstop. Joey Bart's going to catch, Matos in right, and Tyler Fitzgerald will be at second base. And I think San Diego, John's going to roll out their everyday line. I think Yu Darvish is actually pitching tonight.
He is, because my son's going out there tonight. I just was talking to him during one of the breaks, and Darvish is pitching. I want him to go out there because Mason Black, so I want him to talk to Mason Black today. And like you said, there's a lot of Giants in the lineup today, so he's going to jump out there and talk to all those guys. Yeah, another night game tonight. Yeah, so he's going to go out there and talk to all those guys. So there was another Ask Papa that I wanted to ask about. There was a question. Oh, somebody was asking about Schmidt, who is going to play today versus Fitzgerald for some of those backup roles. I think Fitzgerald just because of the versatility, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's playing at second tonight. So I think because he can be a super U, he can play short, he can play second, he can play centered. If he can play short and second and center, he can play left, he can play right, he can play third, he can play first. So I think he's going to be that super U guy, which also leads to just watching the Dodger broadcast last night. And it was Steven Nelson and Rick Monday. It wasn't Joe Davis and Oral. But the Dodgers have a major problem, and I didn't realize this with Gavin Lux. Have you seen some of his throws from shortstop?
Yeah, he's having a problem.
He has turned into Steve Sachs disease.
He has.
He's Mackie Sasser.
Yeah.
He can't make a throw, and he was not in the lineup last night. And they got me Miguel Rojas. Taylor can play. Kike Hernandez. Would they ever move Mookie Betts to shortstop and put Lux at second or Rojas at second? If he can't make the throw from shortstop, would you trust him like Steve Sachs to go over and make the throw at second base? What's going on with Gavin Lux right now? He's lost his confidence. He can't make a throw.
That's a great call. Yeah, they're struggling. They got some stuff. I mean, they're good, but they got some issues, man, with these pitching injuries and what Lux is going on at the shortstop. So, all right, we'll get you ready for Steph's trainer at the bottom of the hour. Maybe we'll find out some things, what's going on with that ankle. We have not officially heard anything, but we will find something out at the bottom of the hour, and we'll reset that whole situation. Everything was looking great. 24 hours ago, we were talking about the Warriors having everybody together. They had just beaten the Bucks. Things were looking good with 21 games to go, but with 20 games to go, with 3:51 left in the fourth quarter, everything changed. We'll tell you what you need to know. We'll update the poll and how you feeling about everything with Steph's status unknown. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Super Papa. No, actually, it's Warriors beat writer for the Chronicle, Sam Gordon. Joined Murf and Marcus this morning to discuss the latest on Steph Curry's injury to his ankle. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
Yes, thanks for joining us. In about 10 minutes, we'll talk to Steph Curry's personal trainer, our friend Brandon Payne. We do have an update. The update is tomorrow will be the update. Money pool, the update, according to the Warriors, will be announced tomorrow. Can we glean anything from the update will be tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I just got it from Raymond. So the reason they're gonna do it tomorrow is they gotta wait for, in his words, to simmer down, the better read they're going to get. So I think the issue is inflammation. The imaging is being clouded a little bit by the ankle roll and whatever's going on. They're not getting a clear read on what's going on. So it sounds like they may even do re-imaging tomorrow, but they are going to give us an update coming up tomorrow, the very latest from the Warriors. So we'll hear from Brandon Payne. He's talking to Steph right now. So I think just watching it back several times, it was what's concerning is Steph's immediate reaction to the roll of the ankle, and it was just a backdoor cut, and he had to move out of the way when he got resistance, when he got in the bottom of the circle after he beat DeMar DeRozan. But his face right away when he rolled it, he was in a lot of pain. I mean, he shut it down immediately. And then he had to go to the end. It took a while for the play to stop, but he went the other end and just trying to walk it off and go to the bench, and that wasn't going to work. And then Drew Yoder got up immediately, and then Dr. Celebrini, and they walked him up the tunnel. It looked like he was able to put a little more weight on it when he got up that long tunnel back to the locker room, but still, he was in a lot of pain. So Brandon will give us the very latest from what he's hearing from Steph. My question to the Warriors, is it more than an ankle sprain? And the reaction is they don't think so. So I think that's where he's got inflammation in the ankle right now, and the swelling is so severe. The imaging they're getting right now is not giving them a clear picture on what it is. And sometimes with different, remember when Durant had the knee injury for a while, they thought he actually shattered his kneecap. There were hours there when that came back initially that they thought he fractured his kneecap, with that situation involving Zaza in Washington years ago. And then they just had a different imaging had to come in. So, whether it's an MRI and they need a CT scan, I'm not sure what imaging is most effective in this case, but it's the ankle swelling that is the problem right now. And the swelling, you swell up a lot, especially if it's a high ankle in the first 24 to 36 hours. So I think what they're doing now is just waiting, whether they did the initial imaging and it's like we can't get a clear picture on it, let's wait and do it again tomorrow. But they need the swelling to calm down a little bit before they get a real accurate read what's going on.
So today's Danny's Big Poll, and you can vote on Twitter/X. Without Steph Curry, where do you see the Warriors finishing? We don't know how long, obviously, Steph is going to be out, but pessimism after yesterday's optimism after coming off the victory over the Milwaukee Bucks, and everybody was back. And then in one quick moment with 3:51 left in the fourth quarter, Steph with what you just described with that ankle, maybe it's a high ankle sprain, that could be a while. But we're doing playoffs, play-in, play golf. So playoffs, 6 seed or higher, 4%. Ye of little faith. Play-in, 7 to 10 seed, 57% play golf. Miss playoffs, which I don't think they're going to do because the Jazz are too far back, 39%. I would be in the play-in 7 to 10 seed, 57%. But again, we would have to see how many games Steph misses. My general thought, too, was, hey, in 2022, they did miss Steph for 12 games. They went 6-6. Jordan Poole started in that series against Denver, and they ended up winning the NBA championship. Now, I'm not saying they're going to do that, but they did figure out how to survive without Steph, and they did end up okay. Well, okay is in winning an NBA championship. So it's strange, though. I mean, I can't remember a time in which we had so much optimism on one day and so much pessimism on another. Now, obviously, you can go back to the NBA Finals when we thought, and even Bob Myers, and I think maybe for the first time Bob said that publicly during that broadcast of the Bucks game where he said, look, no offense to the Toronto fans, but if Kevin's healthy, we win that series. So, yeah, I mean, injuries in a split second, you're feeling on top of the world, and then somebody does something, especially at the quarterback position in the NFL, and that's kind of the same thing Steph does for the Warriors. You have Steph Curry, you have a chance. You don't have Steph Curry, you don't. So that's how big Steph is to the Warriors.
But this team is different than the one that even won the championship. That team won the championship, and they, Andrew Wiggins picked it up, and Jordan Poole, and they had other guys that contributed. They had guys off the bench, veteran guys that were also solid contributors. But we were just talking about after the Milwaukee win the night before, strength in numbers, and they're almost TWO deep or 2 TOO deep. They are TWO deep. They're almost 3 deep. So there's no one Steph Curry on the roster, but I think they can tread water here, and then we're going to find out about Steph tomorrow when they get a clearer look at the imaging, when the swelling goes down, and we'll have an idea how long he's going to be out. So they are going to do the imaging either today. They did it today or last night is what they did, but they can't look at it because it's too. The inflammation, they're not getting a clear look at it. But they are hopeful that it's just only an ankle injury. But Brandon Payne will give us the update. High ankle, low ankle, those are very different. But right away, to me, you got to change everything. You don't have Steph Curry. And the non-Steph Curry minutes are all 48 minutes now. So do you go right to the backup group? Obviously Chris Paul is going to start now. I would think about bringing Clay back into the starting lineup and Trace Jackson Davis into the starting lineup as well, because those 3 guys play so well together. Paul makes Trace Jackson Davis better. Paul makes Clay better. Obviously, the chemistry between Clay and TJD is there. Bring Wiggins off the bench. Bring Podziemski off the bench. Maybe have Paul only play half the first quarter with Clay and they get out, and they still can run the second unit. So because you are too deep, you can do this, and then, get Moses Moody more involved. Quinones may get more involved. Try to get Kevon back into the rotation a little bit, and or Dario. I know it's a different position than Steph, but I think you have enough bodies here. San Antonio's not going to play Wembanyama tomorrow night. They flew him back home. He's out with, ironically, a right ankle sprain, but they're saying it's more just he's getting beaten down, is why Pop flew him home, and Pop's going to be on with Tolbert and Copes today. So will Wembanyama play certainly on Monday when they get to South Texas to play the Spurs in the back end of the home and home, and then you got to go to Dallas, you got to go to the Lakers next week, and you may have to do it without Steph Curry. So let's just see what the update is tomorrow. But I think Brandon Payne will know more immediately. That I think you have to change everything about your lineup without Steph Curry. I mean, everything changes now without Steph, and I think you have to think about not only making the Chris Paul insertion of the starting lineup, but, change the whole thing and just leave Draymond out there with Kuminga and otherwise change the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, too, is because it's hard with this when you talk about it, because, look, if it's not a high ankle sprain, I don't know, that's 7 to 10 days. If it is a high ankle sprain, that could be anywhere from 3, 5, 6 weeks. It just depends. And you're not going to push Steph Curry because you'd rather have him at full for the playoffs. Like you said, if you can just tread water and maybe be 500 like they were in 22 when he sprained his foot, you're going to go that route, and you're going to say, okay, well, look, it was going to be tough to get up to 6 anyway. If we're going to stay at 9 or 10, at least we're going to be in the playoffs. And I think you and I agree on this, that, look, Utah's, 6 back in the loss, so they're probably not going to catch you anyway. They're not even really playing for it. So if you can stay at 500, you got 20 games left. You can go 10-10 the rest of the way. I think they're going to stay in the 10 spot, which isn't optimal, okay, but at least you're going to have a shot at this whole thing, and you'd rather have Steph healthy anyway. So we don't know, and it's hard to speculate that, but there is a massive difference between they come back tomorrow and they say, okay, it's a regular old ankle sprain versus it's a high ankle sprain. There's a massive difference in time.
Yeah, and the other thing that is, I'm sure, clouding it all is Steph has previously rolled that right ankle 6 times in his career.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 7th time he's done it. So, do the ankle sprains stay on the imaging, and you're looking at, is that a fresh ankle sprain? Is that an old ankle sprain? And it's probably cleared up enough, but I think right now, because of the swelling in the ankle, whether they MRI'd it last night or again today, they just can't get a good look at it, so they have to wait till tomorrow. But based on the way he reacted, it looked like, and sometimes low ankle sprains are bad, but just his face and the amount of pain he was in immediately, he could not put any weight on that at all. Sometimes he tries to, they had to stop the ball. They had to, going back defensively, he was not going to be able to play. And it was hard for him even to walk. He tried to go to the bench and sit down, and then they said, let's just take you right back up and start treating it immediately. And he's been down this road before. Brandon will give us the latest update. The Warriors are not going to have a formal update on Steph Curry until tomorrow, probably when Steve meets the media before they play the Spurs, and that's a 5:30 game. So, he'll meet the media right around 4 o'clock or so we'll know more, if not before then. And but we'll know more straight ahead when we visit with Steph's guy, Brandon Payne.
All right, let's do that right now. Brandon Payne is going to join us, NBA performance coach, and, of course, he's been Steph Curry's personal trainer for years. Let's talk to him next about what's going on with Steph, what could be the recovery period. We'll do it coming up right now on the Sports Leader.
Ooh, feels good to say. You know what else feels good to say? Fiduciary. Love fiduciary. If you are looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all the things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today. Huge Bay Area sports fan. I'll even give you his thoughts on Steph Curry's ankle. Call him at 866-496-2300 or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, the number 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle you've always dreamed of. So call Greg again, 866-496-2300 or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com, O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Nation. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Now Steph in a little distress. They're in the bonus. This doesn't look good. Yeah, Steph is limping around. That is the last thing you want to see. He's trying to work that thing out. See if we can find what happened to Steph. Going back door. Oh, there's a turn, the right ankle.
That is not what we want to hear. That is not why we want to talk to Brandon Payne. We always love talking to Brandon Payne about Steph Curry. He's been training him for years, of course. Founder of Accelerate Basketball. We've talked tons of hoop in training and Steph Curry with Brandon, and he joins us now courtesy of the UMA guest line. So, Brandon, we love talking to you, but we don't love talking to you under these circumstances. But what's going on?
I can say the feeling is mutual. I enjoy being on the show, but I typically don't enjoy being on the day after an injury. I've been running a coaches event here in Charlotte the past couple of days, so I did have a chance to watch the game last night, and I've had just a brief interaction with Steph today. But yeah, it's one of those things, and that Stephen is very well equipped to handle. And it was one of the things I talked about at our coaches clinic today is the silver lining here is that he's got great experience dealing with this. He's dealt with it in the past, so he's a very good communicator with the staff and how he's feeling and what exactly he's feeling, which helps him get back on the floor faster. So I think that you always try to look for the good in really bad situations when it comes to injuries, and I think that he's fortunate that it was an ankle, something he's so very familiar with.
Yeah, and I sent you the laundry list of all the different ankle injuries he's had, and obviously you know them, starting in March of 2010 with the left, and then he sprained the left 4 times, but it's that right ankle that he re-sprained last night, Brandon, that's the problem one. He's done it a variety of ways and 6 different times in his career, this being the 7th. So just give us a little background, because I know you guys have worked hard about, the support system around both ankles with the Under Armour shoes and everything he has. And the word would be pliable to me. He's able, because he sprained that ankle so many times, he's able to kind of, when he feels it coming, kind of roll it back. But last night was a bad one. He didn't step on a foot, but on a simple backdoor cut, he turned it badly. You could tell by his facial expression he was in a lot of pain. But just give our audience a little bit of a history lesson on Steph and the ankle injury, and in particular that right ankle.
Yeah, obviously there's been a history, even though it's been a while since he's had it chronically. He's had a history with that ankle, and there's a lot of ways you address it. There's directly strengthening the ankle, and there's doing drills and things like that challenge your balance, that force you to become stronger through your foot. But then there's also getting stronger up the chain through your quadriceps, through your core, and through your glutes and hips. That can take some pressure off of it as well. So again, it's one of those things where it's never good, because it's obviously you never want to have a sprain like that. But when you know how to immediately begin strengthening, and I know that's the course of actions they take. They immediately begin strengthening it. They immediately begin, kind of getting oxygenated blood in there and getting things moving in the right direction as fast as they can, and then combining that strengthening, combining that rehab with some rest and recovery. It'll allow him to kind of work his way back quicker than maybe some guys that have not dealt with that injury before, that don't have that foundational strength that he now has, to that strength to kind of withstand the pain and the weakness that can come from an injury like this. So he has the ability to quickly more quickly recover from these than most. Just due to his history with it and his knowledge of what's going on with that foot and that ankle.
Brandon Payne is joining us. You've heard him many times on our show, and of course has been training Steph Curry for many, many years. The first thing I thought of, Brandon, was a couple of years ago it wasn't an ankle, but it was the sprained foot, and the Warriors went 6-6 without him. He didn't start the playoffs, and it ended in an NBA championship. So they have survived without him, and I think that's what you call it. They kept their head above water, and they ended up winning an NBA championship, and all's good. And so I think they can do it again.
Yeah, and they're playing well, and now they have a lot of pieces that are playing well right now. I know last night was a little bit of a hiccup, but overall, and Sunday was certainly a hiccup. But overall, when you look at the latest stretch of games, there's a lot of good things happening. And this, while it's not good for Stephen personally, it creates an opportunity for that team to work together to find a solution during this period where he's going to be out. And, that only serves to strengthen your roster as you're heading into the playoffs. We've had this happen several times where there's been an injury, around mid-March or late March, where it's kind of leading into the playoffs. And that team and that organization has always found a way to get the job done. And I truly believe that'll be the case this time. The combination of the positive momentum they've got as a group right now, the fact that the rest of the roster for the most part is healthy, they're starting to play well, they're starting to gel. I think that, again, while it's a negative for Stephen, I think it creates an opportunity for them as a roster to find a solution to work to gain even more momentum heading into the playoffs when you add Stephen back to the active roster.
Yeah, and I also believe, Brandon, that assuming, we're just going to find out it's an ankle sprain and it could be the dreaded high ankle and he does miss weeks, but I think he's been working so hard to keep this team afloat while Draymond was out, not just physically but spiritually and mentally, and there's been times where he looks tired. When Decky passed away, they had the 9-day break. He looked refreshed, but then coming out of the All-Star break, he looked a little tired, but now he's got his legs back. I mean, ultimately, could this be a good thing to get off his feet for a while, tend to this ankle sprain, and then come back recharged for late March and April and May and hopefully June?
Well, I think it's good in terms of he gets a little bit of a break. It's bad that there's an injury involved. I mean, we never want anything to happen, below the waist, if at all possible. But I mean, again, you do have to always look to find the good and the silver linings in bad situations, and that is one of them. He's going to get some extended rest. There'll be some guys on that team that maybe haven't had the amount of opportunity that they needed to really kind of find their rhythm. They're now going to get that opportunity. So, I mean, you always work to find the positives. And I think that organization through this run over the past decade or so has done a great job of always finding opportunities and taking advantage of those opportunities through bad situations. And that's why they're so successful. That's why the Warriors are who they are. And I think that's going to be the case this time. And then you combine that with Steph getting a little bit of additional rest, and that's a good thing. I don't know that I would say he's tired. I think that, that it's just, he's working. He's working. He wasn't always necessarily pleased with the results there for a few months. And I think that now, they were having fun again. And they were getting back to being who they are as a team and as an organization, and they were having a good time. So I think that positive momentum again is going to slingshot them into the playoffs for a lot of good things to happen.
When you watch a play like that, can you tell anything? Because, I mean, there's a bunch of Twitter doctors out there, and they're like, oh, I can tell that this was a high ankle sprain, or it was a this or that. Can you tell anything by watching it?
I can tell how bad he's hurting by his reaction. Yeah, I do have a little bit of insight there. But, I always look for his not the immediate reaction, because anytime you have a sharp pain, you're going to have a certain type of response. But it's just the reaction of walking afterwards, and then just how he's feeling. Again, we always talk about how are you feeling the next day, because that's really where you start to, where you can start to unravel what's going on. And, we haven't talked at length. I've just checked in with him to see how he's doing. I didn't ask him about the MRI or anything like that. We just talked briefly about what we were doing here in Charlotte, about how he's feeling. So he doesn't feel like it's that big of a deal. He never does.
Right.
he's always so positive about things. So hopefully he's right, and hopefully he'll be okay here in the next few days.
Yeah, and they're waiting right now. I think they did some imaging on him last night or even today But the inflammation around the ankle is so substantial they can't get a great read on it. So they're going to let it calm down, and then they're going to re-image it, whether it's an MRI or a CT, whatever they do, to get a good look at it. But I think we're going to find out tomorrow just the nature of it. But it sounds like from reaching out to the Warriors, Brandon, that they're confident that it's not anything more than just an ankle sprain. That the MRI should show. Yeah. And then maybe it's a stretching of ligaments around it you'd be concerned about, but it sounds like it is isolated to the ankle.
Yeah, he would have told me if he had some great concern. I don't think that he's overly concerned. Again, it's one of those things where he's got such great experience, and that staff is such a great staff with Rick Celebrini and those guys. They know how to handle these things, and I have tremendous faith in them that they'll do the right things to get him back out there as quickly and safely as possible, and they always do. And I feel like he'll be back ready to play and be productive in a short period of time.
You're the best, man. Thanks, Brandon. We appreciate it. I think you made everybody feel better. We always appreciate your time. We'll do it again real soon. Thanks.
Thank you for having me, guys. We'll talk to you.
You got it.
As always.
There is Brandon Payne. Again, does a great job with Accelerate Basketball. He's been Steph's personal trainer for many, many years, and gives a little insight into Steph. And he's talked to him, and like he said, Steph is always upbeat and doesn't feel like it's any big deal. But again, just to let you know, Warriors have sent out a statement. There's some swelling in there, so they don't have an exact clear picture on what it is for Steph, but they feel like it's an ankle sprain. But they'll give they'll give it out a statement tomorrow on what's going on and what a timeline might possibly be. So we'll let you know when we know. So we got a poll up there. How you feeling about it? If it is an extended period, how do you feel with the Warriors without Steph Curry? And again, a couple of years ago, it was a foot sprain, and the Warriors did 6-6 without Steph, and they did go on to win a championship. So we'll talk more about Steph in the 1 o'clock hour. Also, Kevin Franzen's going to join us. Of course, Franny, the former Giant, is now doing TV with the Washington Nationals, and he's doing MLB Network Radio, and he'll give us a look mostly at the National League, a little bit into the Giants as well. So we'll do that at about 1:15. Got a foreplay for you as well coming up next, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. All of that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Got a foreplay for you coming up in just a few minutes. Mostly on Steph Curry. By the way, I had my son at the Giants game. Talked to Kyle Harrison, who, by the way, if you're looking to be optimistic about the Giants rotation, number 2 in the rotation for 2 2/3 looked pretty good. Would like to have gotten him up for a few more pitches, but he got 50 in the rain-shortened game last night at Scottsdale Stadium, but then the mound would not cooperate. So he would have liked to have thrown about 65 pitches, was a little irritated by that. But for 50 pitches, looked pretty dominant. 6 strikeouts in 2 2/3. So not bad.
I mean, it's only a spring game, but I think that's the best we've seen Kyle Harrison throw at the major league level. And he's had his moments, obviously, but he was overpoweringly good. At one point, he struck out 4 in a row, and his high fastball just blows hitters away. But he also was working with his cutter and his changeup and his secondary pitches, and he was overpoweringly strong. And the Dodgers did not have their top 3 hitters in there, but they had major league hitters in the lineup last night, and it was a performance. We were worried about him turning his ankle like Steph Curry because the rain, and it was raining. We had Joe Rizzo on right around this time yesterday, and he was saying it's a good thing it's a night game as opposed to a day game because it was raining in the desert all day yesterday, and it started raining right at first pitch, and then when he started the 3rd inning and he had a couple of strikeouts right away back-to-back, it was pouring. And then he was striking out. He had 6 strikeouts of his 8 outs. He had 4 punch-outs in a row in the first 2 of the 3rd, and then he could not find his landing spot on his stride leg, and he threw 8 consecutive balls. He walked 2 in a row. And he was upset. He wanted the game to stop. He wanted to get out of there. So even though he wasn't able to go as deep into the game as he wanted, I don't know if he threw on the side after today to make it up, but it was good that he got out of there unscathed and there was no injury. And it was going to be his landing leg, obviously, which would have been, as a left-handed pitcher, his front leg, which is the right one, like Steph Curry's right ankle. So he didn't want that to happen, but, man, he looked good. His fastball, the arm side command that he struggled with in the minor leagues, I think he solved last year at the end, and he showed that in the major league level. But now he's got this cutter, he's got the slider that he also has, he's got the changeup. I think he's poised to have a good start to his year, John. He looked great last night.
Yeah, plus, he is really mature beyond his years when you hear interviews with him. Like I said, George did about 3 minutes with him, and just when he talks, he just really can talk pitching, and like you said, he's got a fire to him. He was irritated by the fact that the mound was so bad, and the umpire kind of came out to him and talked to him and said, what do you want to do here? And he's just like, this is not a suitable mound. He's 22 years old, and he's like, I'm not pitching on this mound. I'm going to get hurt, and I can't pitch on this mound, and that's kind of when they called the game, but. He was dominant, and he looks better now. Again, it's 2 2/3. I understand that, and he needs to, they need to get him deep into games, and they need to do that. But he said that he's going to go an extra inning, and they'll probably ramp him up to 70 pitches in the next outing, and so hopefully he can handle that. And again, we're now less than 3 weeks away from the start, but that's an encouraging start for Giants fans. And then today, it looks like Mason Black, at least at this point, unless they acquire somebody, is going to probably be their 5th starter at this point, and so he's going to go out to Peoria and pitch against the Padres today, and they've got some regular bats in their lineup today, so we'll see what he does, and if he has an encouraging outing. And I think Jim Bowden today, in a piece in The Athletic, he pinpointed Black as the guy who stood out most in Giants camp, so maybe that's your 5th starter, and so we're starting to kind of piece this thing together and see what the Giants are going to have.
Who's your 4th starter?
Good question. I don't know.
I mean, right now, and then we are going to talk to Franny coming up at 1:15, and he knows obviously with the Nationals now, but he did Phillies games before. Spencer Howard is a former Philly, so I think that's kind of where it's at. Mason Black, Spencer Howard. And then, can they get Keaton Wynn up and throwing, and Wynn is beginning to throw on the side. He's up to about 20 pitches, but are they going to be able to get him up to 100? The season starts 3 weeks from yesterday at Petco Park, so the fifth starter would not be needed until they go to Dodger Stadium. Next week. It would be actually April 2nd. Your fourth starter would be needed April 1st, and then the fifth starter April 2nd, because that's a 4-game series in San Diego. So George. Where'd George go? Northgate High School in Walnut Creek? Where'd he go?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Northgate.
So it was Northgate High and Dela was the interview? Young George Lund and Prince Harry, Kyle Harrison? I want to hear that interview.
Yeah, he, in fact, like I told you, he was a freshman, and he faced him one time, and he walked him, and he just stood there and just held the bat.
He's still second and third and home on
I don't remember what happened, but I don't think he even saw anything. He's just like, I just pretty much held the bat there because it's like I wasn't going to hit anything. He was like, it was just ridiculous.
So Kyle Harrison was a freshman?
No, George was a freshman.
Was. Where was Kyle in school?
I think he might have been a senior. I think Harrison was a senior.
God.
Or no, he was only 2 years older. So
were you there for the plate appearance?
Yeah.
Were you there?
I didn't realize Kyle Harrison.
Did you know that was Kyle Harrison then?
I mean, I didn't. I mean, I knew he was good. There was buzz around him. So George is 20 and Harrison's 22. So he must have been like senior. George might have been a sophomore or something. I don't know, something like that.
Right.
But I didn't. I didn't know. No. You know what I mean? I didn't know he was like going to be a third-round pick in Major League Baseball. I knew
and the
people.
Number 2 starter behind Logan Webb.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But yeah, I just like, who's this kid? I mean, he was ridiculous.
So when George interviewed him last night, did he bring up the fact?
I think he might have. He might have beforehand. I think he might have said something beforehand, like, I knew you and you walked me.
Are we going to hear that interview? I want to hear that. Play that
I think he was in the scrum. So I'm not. I think he asked him one question or two questions in the scrum. So. Yeah, but he did tell me that he talked to him beforehand and said, I faced you one time, and he's like, I never saw any of your pitches, so I just held the bat, and you walked me.
Well, you sound fast.
That's what he told. I just remember because people were telling me, like, this kid's really good, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I didn't realize he was going to be like I said, and I think Harrison would have been a first-rounder, right? But there was like signing.
Well, he wasn't a hard
issues.
thrower. Remember, we had his coach on, and in the pandemic year, he picked up like 5 miles per hour on his fastball.
Right.
So what year was that? Was that post-pandemic when George faced him?
Right
around that time.
Look back. You know what? I have videos of just about every at bat he ever had, so I probably have it somewhere, but I don't. I don't remember.
Out.
And it was early too. It was early in his career, so yeah. But it was pretty funny. I just remember back on that, and he walked him. But he was throwing him stuff. It was like he threw him a couple sliders too, and George was like, "What in the hell is that?" So he's like, it was ridiculous. Anyway,
now he's added a cutter. He's throwing a cutter on top of the slider. More cutter right now. His cutter was good last night.
Yeah,
and his changeup was really good.
Yeah, he's good. That kid is good. He looked good. He looked really good. All right, it's Pop on London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get back to all Steph's knee all the time as part of it. Yeah, they lost 125-122 to the Bulls, but it's all about Steph's knee.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, obviously Steph did not talk last night after he tweaked, or I said his knee, after he tweaked his ankle. Here is Klay Thompson after the game wishing Steph the best.
Have you seen Steph post-game or gauged his spirits or how he's maybe doing?
Yeah, I mean, he had his ankle wrap on and he was icing his ankle, but I know we're going to miss him if he does have time off. We've been in this position before where he has had time off, and we just got to do it collectively. And I know he'll be ready to go when he does come back, whenever that is. We just want to wish him a speedy recovery and to take his time.
And it is so crazy how sports works, isn't it? You and I were sitting here, 24 hours ago. Everybody's back together, just had beaten the Bucks, and now here we are. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, an injury like that, what do you think they're feeling in Minnesota with the injury to Karl Anthony Towns? And he did have surgery with a torn meniscus, and they're going to reevaluate him in 4 weeks. So, hell, we're talking NBA playoff time.
Yeah, he's going to miss the rest of the year.
It's going to be a while if he comes back even at the end or in the playoffs. So, I mean, what if the Denver Nuggets ever lost Nikola Jokic?
Oh, my God.
I mean, the Phoenix Suns are dealing with an ankle injury of their own with Devin Booker. That is a great uncertainty to them. And with Steph, it's just, damn, the right ankle again. But let's just find out what's happening again. The swelling around that ankle is just so significant right now. They need it to calm down for 24 hours, maybe 36 hours, so they'll re-image it tomorrow, and then they'll give us a full report. But we heard from Clay. I think obviously you got to change the lineup because Chris Paul's got to go in for Steph. I think because Paul plays so well with Clay and Trace Jackson Davis, you think about changing 60% of your lineup, one because of injury and then the other two because of the matchups and how well they play together in combinations, and play Andrew Wiggins off the bench, Podziemski back to the bench to fuel that second unit, and Chris Paul can start and Clay, and then they could come out midway through the first quarter and still come back to drive the second quarter. So, I mean, we're trying to figure out all year the non-Steph Curry minutes. Now they are the entire game, and you got to change things. So I think Chris Paul in the lineup for sure, and then would you bring Clay back into the lineup with him and bring Trace Jackson Davis as well, because Paul plays so well with the rookie. He gets Clay going, and Clay, well, his passing skills, John, are just so accentuated when he gets that pin down from Trace Jackson Davis. He looks for the rolling rookie all the time. So I want those three guys on the floor together.
I wonder how long and how much, Steve Kerr, the coaching staff, stayed and how much they drank, just because you finally get everybody back together. You finally figure out your rotations. I mean, early in the season, they didn't know who was going to start and what the rotations were going to be and who they were going to have. And finally, you get everybody back together and figure that, finally we can, over these last 20 games, get everybody and start these rotations and get everybody comfortable and all this kind of stuff. And now, like you said, they may have to tweak the starting lineup, figure out the rotations again. I mean, they haven't been able to get everybody together and figure out their roles the entire season, and now they have to potentially jumble this whole thing together. And they, depending, like you said, on what the MRI says and how long Steph is going to miss, they may have to jumble this thing again, and they may not have everybody together again until the playoffs start. It's tough.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how long he's out. But I think they have enough. Obviously, you don't have Steph Curry. It changes everything you do. You're going to have to move the ball and share the ball even more without his long-range shooting. But I think strength in numbers, and he was going to have to pare the rotation down anyway. Quinones could play a little bit more, but I think Moses Moody is more of a factor, and that guy's on-ball defense is really strong. So I think they can tread water, and then we'll just find out how long Steph Curry's going to be out tomorrow.
All right, you'll hear from Moody in just a second, but here is Draymond Green talking about Steph's spirits after the game.
Spirits are high. We'll see. I think he may get an MRI, and hopefully it's good.
That was kind of weird because he usually goes to the podium. That was in the locker room. He kind of seemed to be in not great spirits himself.
Yeah, we do have a Woj bomb from Adrian Wojnarowski. ESPN sources, Steph Curry's MRI and his right ankle returned clean on Friday, and a clear timeline on his return will come with how the ankle responds over the next several days. So I was told they didn't get a clean look at the MRI because of the swelling, but Woj is reporting that the MRI came back on the right ankle and returned clean on Friday, and they'll know more how he responds. But I do think they want to image it again tomorrow when the swelling does calm down a little bit. But the initial MRI they performed either last night or today came back clean, but there is a lot of swelling around that ankle.
But I'm not sure what clean means. Like clean as
no fracture, nothing broken, clean. It's an ankle sprain is what it is.
But we need to know what grade of an ankle sprain, right? I mean, that doesn't mean.
Well, we need to know if it's high or low.
Right, that's
what
exactly
it is. He's not saying that, but I think the reason you get, and that's not going to show on imaging.
Right.
That's inflammation. What you're looking for in imaging is ligaments being stretched. If he ever fractured anything at all, so none of that has happened, which the Warriors are confident of. But I think that the initial imaging came back clean, meaning positive, meaning nothing is broken or ligament stretched. But I do think that they have to get more imaging along some time. And now Shams follows it up that Steph Curry will miss some time, at least a game or a few games, with a right ankle sprain. But there's optimism. His absence will not be lengthy, is what Shams Charania is reporting.
Okay, so that's bad. That's clear, a little bit clearer. Yeah.
But again, right now, what I'm hearing directly from the team is that they need to image it more because the inflammation is so severe. But it sounds like it's just.
But a game or few is what Shams is saying.
Yeah,
if that is more true, a game or few sounds a lot better. So that doesn't sound like a high one. If we go on that, he says a game or few. Now, if it's a game or few, then that's extremely lucky. If we go on what he's saying, that doesn't sound like a high ankle sprain.
Again, I think they want to follow up the imaging with more imaging tomorrow, just when they get a better look at, because it's hard to see it because of the inflammation around the ankle. So that's what it looks like for now, but you don't know. Again, they thought at one point a few years ago, many years ago, Kevin Durant fractured his kneecap. For a while, they thought he shattered his kneecap, and then they did more imaging, and it was not that at all.
Right.
So we'll see. But this is optimistic, obviously.
Right.
All the Warriors are really saying to me is he's definitely out tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So it's possible he could play on the road trip. So maybe he misses the 2 San Antonio games.
Right.
And what you want him back for is the Dallas game on Wednesday, then obviously the Laker game on Saturday. So overall, this is stupendous news.
Right, exactly. I guess that's what I'm saying, is that if Shams' report is right, which, again, to read that again, Warriors star Steph Curry will miss some time, at least a game or few games, with a right ankle sprain. So if it's a game or few games, few is 3 in my estimation. Then if we're looking in that range, even if it's 5, even if he's saying a few is 5, which it's not, then that's optimistic. My original thought was, a high ankle sprain can be 3, 4, 5 weeks, which is 5 weeks is the end of the season.
Well, based on his pain, the shooting of the pain is what concerned me.
Yeah.
But again, he's rolled that ankle so many times, he may have just stretched it out and he felt better after. But again, there's a lot of inflammation around that. So the initial imaging is encouraging. They want to do more imaging on it tomorrow before they make their own statement. But it looks like they may have dodged a major bullet.
Yeah, no, that's huge. That's a huge report. I mean, Woj's report is a little bit vague. I think Shams' report is a lot more optimistic.
That he hasn't broken anything.
Yeah, right.
There's no fracture. There's more than just the ankle bone in there. Did he stretch ligaments around it? Is there anything there? Did it get up, the pain shoot up in the knee? Is there anything more than that? Because so as far as the imaging, they're seeing it is isolated to the ankle, and the ligaments aren't involved. Obviously, the cartilage and all that is intact. But now it's just how is he feeling today is what it would be. And then when it calms down and the swelling subsides, they'll get more imaging to see exactly what it looks like.
Okay, very good news though. I would call that very good news. By the way, can I go very good news on very good news, because I think this is what it was expected. But the 49ers received 5 compensatory picks, maximum allowed: 99, 132, 175, 211, 215.
Wow. So how many do they have in total in the draft?
I think that was. Let me double check before I say.
They had 11 going in. They already had 99.
Yeah, so let me double check on how many that is, but that's good too.
By the way, the San Jose Sharks have traded Tomas Hertl.
I know. I just saw that.
To the Vegas Golden Knights. Wow.
I bet Holer's in mourning right now. That's not good.
What a great player. What a great player he has been in this.
God, remember him when he was like 19?
He's a great offensive player.
He's awesome.
And Patty Marlowe's going in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame this May.
That stinks. All right, let me check the total amount, but that's good for the 49ers. That's good news on Steph Curry. We're on a roll. I think that coincides with you becoming Super Papa, by the way. I think that worked.
You think so? I think
that worked. I think that worked.
Brought the super solvent on the ankle.
Yeah.
Super Sol.
All right, skip that cut on Moody, because that'll bring us down, and we're on a roll right now. So hell with that Moody cut.
What did Moody say?
Yeah,
damn, Steph's hurt.
Yeah, he was talking about DeRozan. I don't want to be brought down right now. Here's Matt Chapman this morning. This was a great cut. He was with Murf and Mac this morning, and he was talking about being calm, even though in the clubhouse he's a very vocal guy. He was kind of laughing about it. Here he is this morning.
For sure. It's easy to be nice and calm and cool and collective at 11 a.m. before spring training day, but definitely once the season gets going, I definitely I get fired up. I'm passionate, and I want to win, and I think that that's something that's hard to turn off.
There you go. So yeah, that was a cool interview. Again, George talked to him last night too, but it was cool hearing him this morning, and he said basically that he's kind of a mellow guy, and you wouldn't think that he was in a clubhouse. He was a real fiery guy, but he is. So he challenges guys in there. So that's another reason why that's a great signing for the
and he
for the
challenged
Giants.
James Paxton on Paxton's first pitch to him. He let out some shaft, swung and missed. A high fastball was down 0-2, and he wound up striking out in his only at bat. We did see that left side of the infield last night. Ball, interestingly, went underneath Matt Chapman, and Nick Ahmed was there to take it on the backhand to keep it in the infield to save Kyle Harrison a run. So it's early, but we did see Matt Chapman's debut last night wearing number 26.
Very cool. All right, we'll flip it to baseball. Coming up next, our good friend Kevin Franzen joins us, and Franny, of course, part of the TV broadcast team for the Washington Nationals. You also hear him on Sirius XM. He does a great job on MLB Network Radio. We'll talk to him all about the National League, how he sees the divisions, how he sees the wild card, and where the Giants fit into that. We'll talk to Franny coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And tell him Franny sent you.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. What's trending now?
Trending now
On KNBR.com.
Giants third baseman Matt Chapman, he just joined Murf and Marcus this morning and discussed bringing in that winning mentality to the Giants. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Tell a friend he sent you.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Bob and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Big day for Steph Curry, but we got to get into some baseball. Giants spring training, and, of course, our good friend Kevin Franson. TV for the Washington Nationals, also used to do the Phillies. We got to get into a little baseball here. So we got a few weeks left in spring training. Well, let's take a look at the National League. Kevin Franzen, former Giant. Franny joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Just trying to pick up my emotions right now. That Steph injury was brutal. So hopefully everything looks good, moving forward. But, man, they were playing so well. Other than the Celtics game, let's not say that.
Yeah.
But, other than that, yeah, I'm good. Just hanging out,
So give us your impressions, because you do a lot of stuff for MLB Network Radio and do a great job. And the reason I wanted to talk to you is because I heard you in Phillies camp and you were talking to Schwarber and all the guys, and the Phillies look really, really good. I know you talked in Braves camps as well. So let's just start at the top of those teams, because to me it looks like the Dodgers.
Wait.
What?
Let's start real quick. You were texting me during that time going, you sound like an idiot. Question.
It was funny. Well, you were with Steve Phillips, and you said you were talking to Schwarber, and it was pretty funny. And I think he hit 47, but he was at 47 bombs, but he was at around the Mendoza line. And he said, he said something to the effect, you go, what, you got 50 in you? And he goes, well, and he said it with a straight face. He goes, well, I'm going to try to go oppo and get that bat. It's like, dude, you've been in the league like 10 years. You try to hit 50. You're not going to be hitting 300. You kind of tried to be nice, but you kind of said it to him like, dude, you're going to hit 50. You're going to strike out 1,000,000 times, and you're going to hit 200. I mean, that's who you are. That's what
you are. Just accept it. It's okay, because you're well paid. And by the way, the reason why the Phillies are where they are is because of him. Because when they signed him, he was the linchpin. Like, everything just. He's Draymond, right? Like, he made that locker room go for the longest time, the glue guy. Shoot, to hit 47. I mean, I would hit 47, hit 199, and I'm going to be like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I hit 47 homers.
But that's kind of what they are. So, I mean, to me, it looks like Dodgers in the West, Braves in the East, Phillies are going to be a wild card team, or one of those two teams, and then we just don't know what the hell the Central is going to be, right? Is that kind of it?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. What's crazy is that I don't know if some of the places have the Cardinals winning 84 games this year, and I'm like, wait, what? What? They are a 71-win team last year. They added Kyle Gibson, who gave up, X amount of hits, almost like 200 hits. You have Lance Lynn, who gave up 100 homers last year, and you're adding that, and you're going, okay, they're 13 wins better now? Like, it just doesn't make sense with that. So, the Brewers are going to be interesting because they seem to they're not the Rays, but very Rays-like. There's some guys that emerge from the pitching side. Their bullpen's absolutely filthy. Christian Yelich would always say, when I got there, I was like, what do you got on your pen? And he goes, when the blue gloves come in, you have no chance. And it's like the blue gloves came in with Payamps and Uribe, Devin Williams, and you got 100, and then you got the changeup, and you got like the airbender, and you're going, oh my God. Like, so yeah, it is what it is with them. And then you got the Cubs. You're like, are they that much better with Cody Bellinger? I don't know. Because you're losing Marcus Stroman. You're getting Imanaga on the whole thing, and I like his stuff, but if you had Stroman and Imanaga, now you're talking about the team that's an easy winner. But like Cody Bellinger, I always question this when a guy changes his whole like philosophy hitting wise and it's not a lot of mechanic stuff that he had. He cut down the swing. We saw the exit velocities drop considerably last year to take out swing and miss. Is he going to do that this year? Because he didn't get, the numbers that he wanted. So I wonder what that next thing is for him, right? Does he revert back to, Cody Bellinger of L.A. and, shoot for, the 47 and hope for an MVP year? Or is it going to be like previous couple years? So there's so many inconsistencies with him because he just needs to prove, if I do it back-to-back years, I'll get paid. But he hadn't done that. So there's the Cubs questions, go right there. And then the Giants took away a big piece the Cubs could have added with Matt Chapman.
The Phillies overall, Franny. I mean, the Braves have owned that division, but Philadelphia the last two Octobers has outperformed them. They're both loaded teams. We think they're playoff teams. But is it possible that Philadelphia wins the NL East this year, even as loaded as the Braves are?
Yes. I think so. I was telling that to John. I don't know. It's a get. The Braves are. Oh man, I almost swore right there. But they are absolutely loaded. But at some point, someone's going to give, right? The Acuna stuff with the knee. I am less worried about talking to the guys there. Alex Anthopoulos, their GM, president of baseball ops. He didn't sound as concerned as you would think in that situation. But is he going to be pushing him the 40 and 70 that he did last year? What's the repeat this year? And then for Ozzie Albies, what's the next step? They lose, Ron Washington is their infield guy and some energy over there. I wonder what they're going to be like. They're fantastic. I think the Phillies do have a chance though, because you have a year of Bryce Harper where he's not rehabbing. That's the biggest thing. He's not rehabbing as Tommy John and then DH and then later on going to first.
And he's starting the year on time.
He's starting the year on time. And talking to him the other day, he's just like, Fran, he goes, I just feel relaxed. And I'm like, oh, that's scary for the rest of the East. And he's like, when he feels relaxed, because that's the mind's not going. He's not worried about having to go out and, rehab, figure out his swing, figure out how his arm's going to be, the brace he was going to wear and all this stuff. With Bryce, it's how good is he going to be at first base? And I think it's going to be actually pretty damn good. But they're going to be a better team. Trey Turner looks so much better defensively right now, footwork-wise at shortstop than he has in a long time. And that's the part where, defensively, they moved Bryson Stott who was ridiculous at shortstop, over to second base, and he became a, Gold Glove caliber second baseman there. But they lost a little bit at short. So what's Trey's next thing? And Alec Boehm, the way he's looking right now, he's a monster. Is he going to be great at third base? No. Is he going to be adequate? Absolutely. The night and day, Bobby Dickerson, their infield guy, said, this is my Picasso. Because where he was, where he got to, I don't know if you guys remember when he muttered the words I hate this, city. And they caught it on air, and he had to apologize. And the moment that he lived up to it, said, I said that. Things have been sky's the limit for this kid. And so they are so different. They are the pitching staff with Nola and Wheeler. It's what's the next step for them? Can they stay healthy? There's 2 long runs they've had. But I'm like, man, I could see it happening. I could, because I could see the Braves pulling back at times, trying to save up, because these guys play a lot of 162. They had a lot of guys in the 160s last year. They pull back and stay healthy enough to get to the postseason and let it go.
Kevin Franzen joining us. We'll get back to Curry ankle talk all the time, but of course, Franny with Nationals TV and MLB Network Radio. Let's look at the West, or let's look at the Giants. Is Chapman enough? This staff, a lot of question marks after Logan Webb. Now, we saw Kyle Harrison last night pitch really, really well, so you obviously keep an eye on the Giants. Oh, yeah. What do you think they did in the offseason? Did they do enough?
I think they had a sneaky offseason. They did. They have a top 10. We have to rank them for our shows out here, and I thought they had a top 10. I still think that they could be a top 3 if they go out and get Blake Snell. Blake Snell is one of those guys where when you went into the offseason, you're going, okay, you need a bullpen. You need a pen. No matter what team he's going to go to, they have to have a great pen. Check. Because the Giants' pen is ridiculous, right? All the different looks that they give you, the depth that we're seeing now. It's taking a little bit, a couple hits here in spring training, but that's I don't worry about that with Farhan. the thing is that, like, is Chapman that much better than J.D. Davis offensively? I don't, honestly, right now, I don't know. Defensively, we know it's not even close. Like, there's no one in his league. You know, Ke'Bryan Hayes might be, it's going to be interesting, you know, when it goes to that, now that you have the three probably greatest shortstops or third baseman in our time, four if you include Manny, right? Because you got Manny Machado, Nolan Arenado, Ke'Bryan Hayes, and Matt Chapman. Ke'Bryan Hayes last 2 years defensively has been ridiculous. So that, like, those are the guys that you have right there. That's the greatest, like, defensive third baseman that we've seen, like, as a collective group. And Chapman could be, you know, head and shoulders above defensively, but offensively, where is he going to be? That's the big question. Can he, you know, change them completely? Then you know, Jung-Ho Lee, I am skeptical on how good he's going to be offensively. But if you go back and you could, you know, we get all the data and everything, the efficiency on his routes, like, defensively, he's so, like, it's kind of comical how easy he makes it look out there. Like, he glides into things. You're going, oh, all right. So you get, like, you add, you know, a Matt Chapman over there for a Logan Webb, right? You know, sinker, changeup guys that are going to get balls down there. How comforting is that? So, like, that elevates the level of Logan Webb even more, right? I mean, he should be a Cy Young contender every year based on what his stuff is, and you add Chapman there to help him out. I mean, I'm a big believer that, you know, the Diamondbacks, they have one hell of a year. They are a team that people should be gunning for because they are the defending NL champs. But they have a lot of young guys that have to repeat this, what they did. And I find that the Giants are in a spot. I don't see why they're not going to be number 2. I don't. Because a lot of things have to go right again for the Diamondbacks this year. And, you know, I could be totally wrong on that. Which I'm fine with. I don't care. Like, it's just part of predictions and part of what you see. But I like where the Giants are at. It's just so far away from the Dodgers.
Yeah, and the back end of the rotation, obviously, the top 3 guys, Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, who pitched well last night against the Dodgers, Jordan Hicks making the conversion from short reliever to starter.
I hold my breath on that one.
Yeah, and then, you know, they got injuries. Keaton Wynn, they're trying to get him ramped up in time. The season starts in less than 3 weeks. Sean Jelly, Tristan Beck, obviously not available. But one guy they're talking about, Mason Black is one, but Spencer Howard is another who you saw with the Phillies. Mm-hmm. Give us the scouting report on Spencer Howard, Franny.
Cal Poly kid, so you know Kirk's going to be excited if that's the case there. Great kid, number one. Number two, at the time that he came up with the Phillies, he had elite fastball velocity. And then the second inning would hit, the third inning would hit, and it would be like, wait, what happened? Like, he would be at like 97, 98, and then you'd see 91s and 92s, and you're going, oh, God, he's hurt. Everything came back clean. You're like, what is going on here? He's the enigma. Like, he's got that, you know, you think, okay, well, now you got a pen guy. Things have got to click with him at some point because it could be absolutely filthy. It could be a piece that you have that, you know, that they, you know, teams have been waiting for. The Rangers, they're waiting for it. Didn't happen. Could something happen with the Giants that it clicks? I'm interested to see with that because, you know, when you watch a guy and you see the struggle and you see how he handles it and you're just like, man, I want this for him. I want that for him. So it'll be interesting as we move forward with the Giants with Spencer Howard. I don't know. Mason Black, I like him. I like the stuff that we've seen so far. So what's it going to be? You know, what's it going to be with him? What's that growth? What's the growth with Kyle Harrison? I mean, what we saw last year is electric, you know, and all our questions were kind of answered when they, you know, the 3-4 innings that they had in the minor leagues every time, and then they let him be like 6 innings here, 6 innings there, and you're going, wow, okay. When he got to the big leagues, I'm like, they had a plan. So what's the next step with him? Don't know, right? I mean, because he's going to make an adjustment. Teams are going to make an adjustment on him. As Logan, you know, I just love the combo of those two. I just wish they had snow.
Yeah, it's scary because they got to find about 800 innings for their starting rotation, and there's just nothing proven behind Logan Webb. Right. That's what scares me. And here's the other thing too: is it's great, Soler and Chapman and all this kind of stuff, and Jung-Ho Lee, and we don't know exactly about him. They scored the second fewest runs in the National League. They've got to score runs. They got to score runs, and I don't know if it's enough for them to score runs.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
I mean, well, look again. Which one do you follow? Do you just need to get enough, right? Like their defense is so much better now that they're going to be able to stay within those games. That's a big thing. The Solaire thing is real. Like I watched him at Marlins Park. Good God! Like no one makes that place look small other than him and Giancarlo Stanton, and it was Mike Stanton at the time making it look small. Like it is gross what he's able to do. Chapman, again, the finger thing last year, like it dwindled everything, right? Like his power went away. I just don't know what he's going to be offensively. Like, there's so many questions with him offensively. But can they win those close ball games? I think with the defense that they have, yes. Pitching and defense, rely on it. But, yeah, again, the biggest thing is going to always be slug. You go back to 21 when they won 107 games. Guess what? They slugged better than anybody. And they scored a ton of runs. Well, that's a big deal. So I look, spring training's fun, right? Like because we all want to like have all these predictions and see what's going to happen. You know, the Dodgers, what are they going to be? But at the end of the day, you worry about yourself. If you're your best version of yourself as a collective unit, you're going to be all right. And if they have enough pitching that can, get in there, throw strikes, save the bullpen just enough. I know they want to do the bullpen stuff as much as they can, but man. You want to see some more pieces in the offense, like step up. You want to see Luciano or Nick Ahmed. I still question it. You're going after Nick Ahmed, and you're not going, bringing back Brandon Crawford. I mean, I could be, bite my words on that whole thing, but what am I doing? Like, what are we doing here?
You went off too, man.
I don't get it.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Franny.
See ya.
No problem, dude.
All right, that is Kevin Franson, our old friend Kevin Franson, the former Giant, and of course doing Washington Nationals TV, and you can catch him on Sirius XM doing MLB Network Radio. Did you catch the good news on Steph Curry? Nothing official, but Shams and Woj dropped the bomb as well. We'll tell you the good news next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. That will come into play later on. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard are not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the state? You don't want that. Well, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area. That's good for you. And they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is here in the Bay Area. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So as the weather gets better, remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, you see them, they're all around us, but do you really see them? So please be careful. Let's work together and make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than this is where it comes in, $1 billion, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing upfront, nothing, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
And tell a friend he sent you.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes. So you knew the NBIE insiders, they would not be denied, and Shams and Woj Bombs got to it, and we will find out for sure when the Warriors release a statement, but the news is as good as it could be if they are accurate. Shams saying that Steph Curry will miss some time, at least a game or few games, with a right ankle sprain, but there is optimism that the absence will not be lengthy, sources tell me and Anthony Slater. So if that is indeed the case, a game, one, a few is three, so a few games for Steph Curry, if that is indeed accurate, even if they would be extra safe with Steph Curry. If we look at the schedule for the Warriors, a few games for Steph Curry. San Antonio coming up on Saturday. No Wemby on that one. Monday is at San Antonio. Haven't played Dallas, but as you've pointed out, Pop, going to play them a lot. So if a few is accurate, that's San Antonio, and Dallas over the next three through March 13th. Even if you push the Lakers in there, that's four. San Antonio twice, Dallas and the Lakers. Then you'd have the Knicks back at home on the 18th, so he could possibly be back as soon as that, or he could be back as soon as the Lakers if he's saying a few. So in that range, Steph Curry could return.
How about a couple? Yeah, a couple would be two.
So,
one is one.
Yeah.
A few is three. A couple is two. We'll find out, and then we'll see.
But, again, if we're talking that range versus what we were talking about at the beginning of the show, where it could be a few weeks if it's a high ankle sprain, so that's good news.
Right. But this is and I texted Brandon Payne, and they said it's in line with what Steph was thinking, but these are initial reports. So, Woj's report came first that the MRI in his right ankle returned clean. So that means that there's no, he didn't fracture the ankle, stretched ligaments or cartilage around it. It didn't get up into the knee. And then Shams is more of a timeline, missed some time or a few games. But again, from the Warriors, and they're not going to say anything yet, is that they do want to do more imaging tomorrow when they have a clearer picture of what they're looking at with the swelling goes down. But where we started at 10 o'clock this morning, we were freaking out. And it looked like a high ankle sprain. It looked like it may be worse. The pain on his face. He couldn't put any weight on it. He walked right off the floor, tried to sit down on the bench with Drew Yoder, and then said, nope, walking right back with Celebrini and back up the tunnel. And so now we have to wait. But this is obviously very encouraging news. Wembanyama is not going to play tomorrow night. Pop is going to be on with Tolbert and Copes, Greg Popovich, so he'll give us an update on what's going on there, if he will. I hear they're saying right ankle with Wembanyama, but really he's just beaten up. They want to give him time off, and they flew him home after Houston. So you may have to see him on Monday. The big thing is, can you beat the Spurs twice without Steph? If they don't have Wembanyama tomorrow night at Chase, and then when they go to the AT&T Center in San Antonio, it may be a harder game on the road. Could you get Steph back for Dallas is obviously a huge game, and the Lakers. And that, the Lakers game is 2 days after the Dallas game. And those are big games for teams around you, jockeying for positioning in the play-in, because Dallas and the Lakers are right around you, almost identical. So, by and large, John, where we started at 10 o'clock in the morning was we were looking at a week or multiple weeks without Steph. Now you're looking at a game or multiple games, but not weeks. So by and large, over the last 4 hours, we've gotten great news on Steph Curry's right ankle.
Yeah, I think it's season-altering news because, like you said, I thought the same thing that you thought. When he turned that thing, it was nasty, straight to the locker room. High ankle sprains can be 3 to 6 weeks. The season has 5 left in it. I thought right away of 2022 when it was a foot sprain, he missed the final 12 games of the season. Not only did they survive, he didn't start the playoffs. He came off the bench. They won a championship. I don't know that this team has that kind of talent, but they did it, and they survived it. And not only did they survive it, they won a championship. So it can be done, and they could, as you said, they could keep their head above water. Now all of a sudden they're a team that, as I thought, okay, he misses that time, they're going to be a 10 seed, and they're going to have to fight from the bottom to the top. In this scenario, not much, if anything, changes to me. I mean, if it's a few, it's a 3, then he misses 3 games. If they want to be extra conservative, maybe it's 4 or 5 games. If he misses 4 or 5 games, I still think they're in play, especially like you said, because they play San Antonio. They're missing Wembanyama. They can still win that game. They can still go to San Antonio without Steph, even if Wembanyama plays, and they can still win that game. They can go to Dallas, an inconsistent team that doesn't play defense, and still win that game. They can still, next Saturday without Steph, go to L.A., a team that is up and down, and win that game. So, that's going to be tough. I'm not saying any of these games are going to be easy. They can also lose all the games that I just mentioned without Steph, too, because they're an inconsistent
team.
team.
That's the NBA. And
so, right.
They should have won. Last night's game, I just disappointing, but I think it speaks to when you're playing back-to-back versus having, and it wasn't 100 days off, Doc, but it was 2 days off, Monday, Tuesday, play Wednesday. The game plan, they're just locked and loaded. I think that's a little bit of the difference between the Warriors come playoff time was Wednesday night versus last night as regular season Warriors. They were not locked in on the game plan against Vucevic. The pick and pop, they let him have that jump shot all night long. You can't put 2 on the ball with him. You have to go get him. And then DeMar DeRozan is just a hard cover, and Kuminga gets it up in the air in the pump fake, and they still could have won the game. Podziemski just couldn't make that tough layup out the right side, the reverse layup. He didn't know. He tried to do it with his left hand. It was a weird angle. Maybe he should have used his right hand and had more of an outside angle. In any event, if Steph doesn't get hurt, I think they win the game. That backdoor cut that he had where he got hurt was right after 2 great plays by Steph Curry. The baseline out of bounds after the timeout. What a play call that was by Steve Kerr to get the double screen. One from Clay, one from Kuminga. He's the inbounder to Draymond. And then Kuminga goes back door because they're so worried about Steph, and he's such a great back picker. And then he picks up a charge on DeRozan. Those 2 plays directly preceded the ankle roll. So the bottom line is you lost a game last night at home. Chicago's playing well, but he could have won that game. He should have won that game. So these crunch games, these tie games or 5 points or less, 5 minutes to go, John, they got to find a way to win these games. And last night you didn't have your closer on the floor in Steph Curry, and now you're not going to have him at least for tomorrow night, probably Monday and beyond. But we'll see. But big picture, I think they win if Steph doesn't get hurt last night. But he got hurt, and they lost. But we were wondering, all right, it's one game you lost in March. Are you going to lose more because you don't have Steph Curry? He's going to be out some games, but it's not going to be the amount of time we thought when we started this morning at 10 o'clock.
All right, a couple of more things before we get out of here. One story which we have to talk about a $900 an hour escort upstaging Steph Curry when he did that golf swing. There's a backstory now. On that story, so we'll give you that and other remnants before we get out of here and give it up to Tolbert and Co. So we'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Second down, 8, 49ers on the Seattle 28-yard line. Ray McLeod goes in orbit motion behind Purdy and McCaffrey.
More powerful than a locomotive.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
It'll bust you down with his super sperm. It's Super Papa! Wow, that was good.
I think everything
I didn't know
changed.
that was coming, John. I would have put back on Super Papa.
I think everything changed. I'm not even kidding. When you put on the
healed
Super Papa
Steph's ankle. Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, we were taking calls just around noon. We were taking calls, and you went into the Super Papa outfit, and all of a sudden the news started to change. People started to call. Everyone was down, and then boom.
Super Papa is super powerful.
And then we
Why
got the
didn't
news.
I put that get-up on around 6:30 at night, February the 11th, Las Vegas, Nevada, Allegiant Stadium? Why the hell didn't I do that?
You know what? You need to have this in your bag as part of your stuff now. And when things go bad, I don't care what people say and what it looks like. I think you need to have it around. It's got magical powers.
I got Clark Kent. Just give me a phone.
I think you do that.
Slip into it. So great news during our show. Steph Curry, it sounds like he's going to be able to come back and play within games and not weeks. A lot going on this weekend, John. Padre lineup is loaded tonight against Mason Black. They got Xander Bogaerts leading off, Jake Cronenworth, Fernando Tatis Jr.
Yeah, we're going to know
Manny
about
Machado, this kid. Hassan Kim. I mean, that's their Jerickson Profar, Campusano. That's pretty much their everyday lineup. And Yu Darvish is either opening day starter when they go to Seoul, South Korea in less than 2 weeks. We may see him as well on March 28th. So Giants baseball, John. Sounds like
they're getting ramped up.
Spring mode, but we're getting ready for the regular season tonight.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting because the Dodgers kind of played it a different way, but they're while the Giants are under 3 weeks, those guys are under 2 weeks, and so so they're playing a little different.
March 20th and 21st, they're starting the year in Seoul.
What you did with the Super Pop reminded me of something my dad used to do. He had a mini bike, motorcycle, but it was a mini cycle, and he used to do that. He used to put on a mask, and he'd take kids around the block. Like we lived in Southern California. Yeah, but it was a little more of a motorcycle kind of thing, and he would take kids on rides around the block. In our neighborhood, he'd take kids, around the block and stuff, and he would wear a mask while he did it. That was kind of funny. So but it has magical powers, what you did. All right.
We hope it impressed our friend Catherine Taylor, our $900.
Thank you.
And
that was
our
a nice
escort,
oh my
was that
God.
her?
Yeah, and if you look at this,
Steph's backswing.
Well, so I think by now a lot of people have seen this picture. So Steph hits that long three against the Bucks in the first half, and they go to commercial, and he does the golf swing on the court. And so it says here, fans were outraged after the NBA seemingly removed a $900 an hour escort, Catherine Taylor, from the photo of Steph Curry's iconic celebration. A picture of Curry imitating a golf swing went viral on Wednesday, not for the four-time NBA champion, but for Taylor cheering in the background and revealing clothing. That same night, the NBA posted a photo of the celebration, however, without Taylor in the frame. Now, the NBA says that they just put the picture on from a different angle. But the funny part of the picture is not so much Catherine Taylor jumping up and down, but there's a guy in the front row with his two boys next to him, and the guy is looking up at her while the two boys kind of look up at Dad.
That's the two-ball drill. That's Steph Curry's two-ball drill. So I think that's just, as far as Steph Curry,
that's just, so good.
That's a coincidence, but I do wonder about our friend Stefan from Vegas, if she knows him at all.
Yeah.
If she's on his payroll.
Well, here's the two things I wonder. What's going on? Like, what's the wife saying of the guy? And look, it's like a magnet. Like, I don't blame the guy whatsoever. But, like, what's the wife saying? Because she knows, that's her husband. And she's probably getting on him. I get the boys down there. It's not his fault.
What are you supposed to do?
Who's the guy that's with her that's paying the $900 an hour? Like, is he in trouble in any? You
gotta ask Stefan. I have no idea.
But here's what she said about the date. She said, God, best date of my life, as you can see. She wrote F, but of course she writes the word F me. Remind me to come fully dressed next time. What the F? What a effing blast. Anyway, there you go.
Expansive vocabulary on that one.
Yeah, she's got some nice pictures, though, in her Instagram. Yeah. They've posted them here. But anyway. Oh, she does joke about the guy there with the two boys. You're about to get this man divorced. Reposted with a laughing emoji. His wife is about to come home and take the kids, the dog, and the hat. Okay, there you go.
Really? Because he went to a basketball game?
I guess so. That is a funny picture, though. That is a classic. Very much upstaged there. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, Catherine Taylor, $900 an hour. Yeesh, man. I mean, I'm not in the escort game, but man, you better have.
She'll do whatever you want for $900. Can she paint the house? Can she clean out the gutters? We had a lot of rain recently. I could put it over.
That would be pretty funny. She shows up in like high heels in that.
We don't need her to do that.
In that get up
the gutters.
And you say to her, "Hey, you hand her a paintbrush, $900 an hour." So you said you'd do anything, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
$900.
So big weekend, obviously. The Oscars are this weekend.
Yeah, I've been catching up.
Oppenheimer. Have you seen the holdovers and Bart Giamatti's kid, Paul Giamatti, who may be
I hope he
line?
wins.
Probably,
he's a good actor, man.
He's a tremendous. How do they do the wandering eye? How do they do that? Is that a contact lens they put in there? That is wild. But the Oscars this weekend, Oppenheimer's.
Did you always know that? Because I never put two and two together on that. I mean,
that's
obviously Mark Giamatti, Paul Giamatti. I never knew that.
Yeah, that's Bart Giamatti's son.
Yeah, he's played so many great roles.
Great character. And it's a powerful story. It really is. I don't think it's not going to win. But Paul Giamatti, as far as best actor, I don't think he's going to win either. But you never know. But anyway, it is Bart Giamatti's son. And then when we reconvene on Monday morning, John, we're going to be an hour into it. Do the Niners shock us again?
The Shaka?
Do they do anything? I'm not talking about Wichita State or your naked bowling. But are they going to do anything big time?
Or Kevin Calabro?
The first hour of free agency and Brent Berry Bones.
Yeah.
Are they going to be in play as far as right away with Daniil Hunter or somebody else on Monday morning?
Yes, I'm going to say yes.
You're saying yes?
Yes, I'm going to say yes.
That would be.
Let's say yes. Let's go. I mean, come on, man. You need an edge. Let's go. Let's do it. You've done it 2 years in a row. Why stop now? You lost in overtime in the Super Bowl. You're this close.
You're going shocker on me, John?
Yes.
You gotta be careful with that.
100.
You're a super villain, John. The way you're talking, you're like a super villain for Super Papa.
Yes. I'm holding my fingers this close. They're going to do it.
Sign Daniil Hunter.
Bringing up old stuff, John.
Close.
Bringing up old stuff.
2 years ago you did Ward. Last year you did Hargrave. Yeah, why wouldn't you? Why would you stop now? Mayoko made a great point. You do have to pay Brock in 2 years, but if you do a contract that you're going to pay him high up front, you're going to move some stuff around. You can always move it like chess pieces around. Now you're gonna be out one of these guys. You're going to be out a Kittle, or you're going to be out an Armstead. You're going to be out, but he's not saying you got to do that this year because you don't have to pay Brock this year. Now you're going to be out one of those guys in the years to come, but not this year. So why not? Do it.
Poppy, you're awfully quiet. What do you know? Huh? What do you know over there?
He knows stuff.
$296.6 million.
He knows stuff.
So we'll see. We will find out Monday morning. And good news on Steph. So
great news. As good as you could get, right?
Yeah.
After last night's address, though, there's only one question on everyone's mind. Does Super Papa have a political endorsement?
Yeah, you know where that is.
It's
not Steve Garvey, I'll say that.
I know who it's not.
Seems like Papa's the only one who can reach. He seems like he's the only one who can reach Super Papa.
I'm telling you. I know who he's not. I know his endorsement is not.
Well,
what, Kennedy?
It's not going to be Steve Garvey as well. So.
Is it Kennedy? Yeah.
It's not a Dodger.
What if he's trying to get
back into our life?
What if he's trying to get? What if he's trying to win a ball game? Is it Garvey?
No.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and he doesn't like orange. He doesn't like Oompa Loompas. He doesn't like orange guys. I know that.
New Jersey Generals.
Yeah, he wasn't a Generals guy. No,
he likes
orange guy.
He did have Doug Flutie and Herschel Walker though. That was a pretty good.
He likes orange and black. He doesn't like orange alone. I know that.
Dude, man, I just hope he kicks some ass next time John tries to bring up old stuff from the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Super Papa, we need you, man.
Yes.
I don't like that either.
Somebody get the Super Papa phone.
He will
out.
make an appearance. He will make an appearance.
Yeah, but he brings good luck. I'll tell you that.
Faster than a speeding bullet. Faster than a Debo bullet. Maybe we go something like that.
All right, boys. All right, we'll reconvene on Monday and we'll see what happens.
Popovich on today, Cubs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the second best Papa on KNBR today.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
son
right.
of Papa,
And Greg.
Popovich.
What should I ask him?
Mention my name.
I will
Why is Wembanyama not
mention my
playing?
name.
Yeah.
We're tight, Papa and I.
I'll mention your name. I'm like, so Greg Papa told me to mention his name.
Why he didn't
Thoughts?
have Tim Duncan on the floor to get the long rebound and the shot that Chris Bosh got the rebound to Ray Allen.
I'm going to tell him that I had
Ask him
Spurs
that
in
one.
6.
He
I'm gonna
loves
tell him
that.
I'm going to be
He
pissed.
loves
He lost you some money.
Should have been Spurs in 6.
It was. So Ray Allen kicked me in the beans.
You're not alone.
All right, boys. We'll reconvene on Monday. Great stuff. Tolbert and Copes coming up next. Super Papa saved the day. Steph isn't going to be out too long. The boys will talk about it coming up next. Thanks to Walter. Thanks to Denny. Festus Azili, Matt Mayoko, Brandon Payne, Franny. If you missed any of those, go to KNBR.com. Have a great weekend, Papa. We will reconvene for Free Agency Frenzy on Monday. It's KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, Spurs Day on the Spurs leader. We're going to have the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich, going to join us at 3. My former teammate and former Spur and color analyst for the Spurs, Sean Elliott, and former Spur, former teammate, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr, and Mark Spears. Didn't play for the Spurs, not to the best of my knowledge, but
Mark Spurs.
he is in Africa.
Yeah, nice.
So, or was in Africa, or something like that.
He is now.
So he is right now.
Yeah.
Wow. How's that phone line going to be?
Well, I would say that this has got to be the
It's
first
not even
time.
that good when it's in Alameda.
Yeah. He's like, I'm at Chase Center. We can't hear him, dude. What the hell's going on, dude? It's like a mile and a half away. It's a great point. Is this the first time, maybe, I think with us for sure, that we've had 2 calls from a different continent in the same week?
Didn't Mark call us from Africa one time?
Yeah, but do we have Bogut that same week? I don't think so.
That's a good
That's what I mean,
question.
so we had Bogut from Australia early in the week. I think on, was it Tuesday maybe?
Well, that'd be 3 different continents, wouldn't it? Africa, Australia, and North America?
Well, I'm saying we had 2 different guests that were in 2 different continents in the same week. Yes, 3 total were involved in the call. I'm saying
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever done that.
I don't think we have either.
No. Well, if that ends today. That ends now.
We ever had a European guest?
Have we ever had a European guest? I don't know. That's that. No, I'm going with no. Susan Slusser's called us from England before. That is true. She has talked to us
she
from
has.
England. So we've
Yep,
got
yep,
one
yep.
over there. We got one over
South
there.
America, I do not believe.
Right? No? We got to get Guy
No.
Santos in the offseason is what has to
Yeah,
happen.
maybe somebody from Brazil or Argentina.
So get this. So last night I'm sitting here, and I was like, wrapping up after the show, and I put my bag together, and I'm like, about to get out of here. It's like 6:45, and I'm have my jacket on, and my backpack on. I'm walking out. I see Ralph sitting here running the game, and I'm like, all right, later, boys. And I turn around. I'm getting ready to literally turn around, and I hear John Miller go, well, they're bringing the top now out on the infield grass. So, and I was like, whoa, it's raining. And then I looked around. I was like, oh my God, there's nobody else here to go on the air until the Warrior game's over, where we get Dubs OT with John Dickinson. So I jumped on and didn't really get to watch much of the Dubs game in real time as I was sitting here doing Giants talk last night. Thanks to everybody who checked in and called in. I get home from doing that at like 9 something. I flip on Dubs OT just to see what's going on and how it looks on the YouTube chat. And I see people in the YouTube chat going, dude, what a bummer about Steph. And I was like, wait, what? We did like 8 hours of shows on how healthy the Warriors were coming into yesterday's game. They beat the Bucks by 35. And then somebody goes, did TJD get banged up in the game as well? I don't think it was serious, but did he get banged up at one point as well? I thought somebody might have said something about TJD.
It might
also.
have. Pajemski got beaten up a little bit. Looked like he might have stepped on somebody. It wasn't serious, but got popped in the face a couple times, fell down. I mean, it was a rough night for him. And then I felt so bad for him. Missed the layup at the end. That was a bummer. But no, I mean, TJD not to the best of my knowledge. I don't remember it.
Yeah, they could have been referred to something else. Bottom line is Steph goes down. And we got positive news today, a little while ago. So Monty Poole's reporting that the Warriors will give us an update on Steph tomorrow, which means the update will be, we'll update you in like 3 weeks or 2 weeks. Right? The update will be the next update date. That's kind of what I'm expecting tomorrow. They'll give us the severity of the injury and then maybe when we could see him back. But unless it's very minimal, I'm not expecting something like in the next day or 2 days. Anyway, Woj then comes out and reports that the MRI came back, it was clean. And then we'll have a clearer timeline tomorrow. Shams and Anthony Slater report that Steph is going to miss some time, at least a game or a few, but there's optimism that this is not a lengthy injury. Definitely encouraging news. I mean, this is like we got 20 games left. This is it. We're down to the nitty gritty at this point.
Yeah, my guess, and this is just a guess, is miss the Spurs games and then be back for Mavericks and Lakers. That's a guess. Could miss a little more, could miss less. Could miss one Spurs game and be back for the first Spurs game. Yeah, I don't think they're terribly concerned with it. I don't think it's something, there was no structural damage, anything like that, so I don't think they're looking at it as this is going to be weeks. It's going to be days. At least that's what I believe. So, again, take it for what it's worth. Best guess. Miss 2 Spurs games, come back for the Mavericks and the Lakers. So we'll see. But again, I don't say that with any confidence, because I'm not saying with any confidence. That's kind of what my feeling is based on what I saw, what I've heard, and all that.
Yeah, the news I think is definitely encouraging. It's an injury, MRI is clean, and we'll get an update a little bit more firm, hopefully tomorrow. If they think it's going to be a short-term injury, hopefully we get a more firm timeline. Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon, streaming Twitch, on YouTube, KNBR.com, the KNBR app. Everywhere you can stream, that's where we are. And again, if you're not downloading the app, what's the matter with you? What are you doing? Just open it up and you can see us. See great stuff. All right, when we come on back, we are going to talk more about this loss, but not so much the loss, the bigger outcome from the loss. But we're giving away more tickets. Final time today that we're giving away Aftershock the Aftershock Festival tickets, October 10th to the 13th out in Sacramento, Discovery Park. Tune in between 2 and 6 when we give you the cue to call. Be the 10th caller to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Tons of artists going to be there. Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Slipknot, dude. Was that your mom who won yesterday, Tom? I know she was a big Slipknot fan.
Big Slipknot fan, yes.
Yeah, I don't think she's
every
I think she's eligible. That's not cool.
No, I don't think she...
There'd be some red flags.
Yeah, she's not huge on some of the bands, but yes, Maiden, Slipknot, Slayer may be a little too heavy.
She'll wait till Slipknot tours by themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
She'll wait till they tour by themselves. Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, where you're definitely getting the same Vince Neil. Pantera, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Flogging Molly, and many, many more. Check it out, AftershockFestival.com. You can also get tickets Tim, when they hear the cue to call, what's it going to sound like? Is that dedicated? Tim said that was dedicated to Tom's mama, Slipknot.
Yes.
There you go. When you
He's
hear
a big
that,
fan of that song.
When you hear that,
we sit around all the time, play it together.
Yeah, I bet.
It's bonding.
It's a Christmas thing, yeah.
And we both wear the masks.
It's a sing-along. It's our go-to karaoke song.
It's very cool.
When you hear that between now and 6 o'clock, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll get 2 tickets to go hear that and many other bands at the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. All right. You can get the official rules, by the way, at KNBR.com. When we come on back, Steph goes down, but it is a bigger loss than the outcome of that game. We'll talk about what it means for the Warriors' chances. LeBron banged up too. They're the two teams at 9 and 10 in the Western Conference playoff picture. What does it mean for their playoff hopes? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's Sports Leader.
Steph Curry left last night's game in the fourth quarter when he rolled his ankle. All updates on Steph are trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Now Steph in a little distress. They're in the bonus. This doesn't look good. Yeah, Steph is limping around. That is the last thing you want to see. He's trying to work that thing out. And that's a bad one. Steph, he's going to have to come out of the game and maybe go to the locker room.
He had his ankle wrap on, and he was icing his ankle, but I know we're going to miss him if he does have time off. We've been in this position before where he has had time off, and we just got to do it collectively. And I know he'll be ready to go when he does come back, whenever that is. We just want to wish him a speedy recovery and to take his time.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon, a ska Friday afternoon. We should have Klay Thompson give every update on he had the ankle wrap on. I just like Klay telling us what's going on. What did you see in the locker room, Klay? He had a crutch. He's limping. Just Klay letting him know what's going on. Well, encouraging news. If you're just joining us here, Monty Poole reporting that the Warriors are going to give us an update on Steph tomorrow. But then Shams Charania and Anthony Slater report Steph will miss a little bit of time, at least a game or a few, but there's optimism. It's not going to be a lengthy absence. And then Woj says that the MRI returned clean and will have a clearer timeline than we thought with the initial injury. Obviously a huge bummer that they were healthy 2 days ago. We'll always have Wednesday night. We'll always have We'll always have that Bucks game, everybody. But this is a bigger loss, obviously, than the outcome of the game last night. I felt pretty good about my plus 8.5. I told you for the Bulls yesterday after what we saw the night before. But we all know Steph's history with the ankle injuries. It happened far more frequently when he was younger. Remember, that was the huge sort of hitch or asterisk to Steph's early career and his development was, can the ankles hold up? Is this going to be a problem long term? And then all of a sudden, they figured it out. Whatever happened, and again, Steph's transformation with his body and as a player is one of the all-time great transformations that paralleled his success in his league. I mean, it's pretty incredible what he did with his body. But the last time he had a significant ankle injury was the championship season of 2022 against not against the Celtics, but in that season. He had a sprained ligament in his foot against the Celtics. Warriors went 6-6 in his absence before he returned for the postseason. So we've seen this happen before. As far as the game last night, it's the back end of a back-to-back. We've already talked about how many minutes he's played and how frequently he's been out there. And they had a letdown after the win, but I don't want to say it was expected, but it's something that's on the table. And we were talking yesterday about running through games. You can't throw W's and L's on them. It just doesn't work.
Yeah. No doubt. Again, this isn't all that concerning. If you're going to miss Steph, next game would probably be a good one to miss because the Spurs aren't going to have Wembanyama. He's got an ankle.
It is a back-to-back home and home with the Spurs. It's home here on, tomorrow, and then back in San Antonio on Monday.
Correct. So they have, look, you're not playing. It'd be much worse if it were reversed and you were playing Dallas and the Lakers the next two games. That would hurt because those are the two teams that you're battling with right now for positioning. So that would hurt a little bit because your chances of winning obviously are a lot less without Steph, and those are the teams that you really want to beat. That's like picking up two games, beat neither of those teams. So the Spurs. They've been playing a little bit better, but they had the Kings last night too. I thought they were going to win, and I looked up and they lost. I was like, "What happened?" I didn't get a chance to see it because I was watching the Warriors lose. But last night, for scoreboard watching, it's like, oh man, Warriors lost, Kings win, Mavs win, Suns win. Yep. Everybody that you want to see lose a game won the game. So. It's gonna be like this for a couple of weeks now, where you're just gonna be looking, going, we picked up games on them and them and them. Oh, we lost games to them, and it's gonna be back and forth is what it's gonna be. So, who knows? I just know the games against. I think they have one against the Pelicans. They're done with the Suns, done with the Kings. And then they have the Mavericks, I think, a couple times, Lakers a couple times. So those are going to be the big ones. Those are that, and that's why I kind of wanted the Lakers to beat the Kings, just so the Kings could come closer to the Warriors, because the Warriors are going to have a chance to play them, and they can pick up those games by playing the Lakers, not the Kings. They're done with the Kings. So, and then they got a chance against the Mavericks. But, I mean, look, I know everyone wants to blame the Warriors for that loss. Give the Kings Bulls some credit. Bulls have been playing pretty good. I mean, they've won 3 in a row now on the road. They beat the Kings. Then they went to Utah, won that game, and then came back to the Bay and beat the Warriors. They were on a back-to-back, too. And I don't know what it is about home back-to-backs. They're just tough for some reason. The second game of a home back-to-back is tougher than you'd think it might be. So I knew that game was going to be a tough one. It just the way they lost was tough. DeRozan got it going. I actually thought the biggest play of the game was at the end of the first quarter when Kuminga fouled DeRozan on that 3. And they were up 10 at that point. And they get a 4-point play. And all of a sudden it's 6. And that really got DeRozan going. DeRozan was just shredding him in the second quarter. Dude's just a professional scorer. Like, he's incredible from the mid-range. He doesn't shoot a lot of threes, although last night he shot 6 and made 3. A little uncharacteristic. The Bulls really shot it well from 3. And we've seen that this year with the Warriors sometimes. Just the point of attack defense isn't great. And they get broken down, and then they just pitch it out. And it's like a shooting gallery sometimes when teams get going. But, White was hitting threes. DeRozan was hitting threes. I think Batum hit one. Vucevic was a monster. Both him and DeRozan had 33 last night. So, it just, that foul by Kuminga at the end was really, that one hurt because it looked like Podziemski was supposed to double team there and just get the ball out of his hands so he doesn't shoot it. And Podziemski got caught in the middle a little bit, and I know he didn't want to leave White because he was going to have to come off White, but he should have just gone over to DeRozan and made him pass it to White and then didn't let somebody else score. But even at that, like, Kuminga gets a little jumpy sometimes on defense, and you can't go for the pump fake there. You gotta tell yourself, I'm going to stay down. If he hits it, we're down 1. And that point was huge. It was a huge point because now you go up 2, and Podziemski misses the layup. So you foul, and then if Vucevic hits both, which he did, now you're down 4. The game's essentially over at that point. If you don't foul and he makes the bucket and everything else transpires the way it did, which who knows if it would or not, even if you don't score and they hit 2 free throws, you're still down 3, and you have a chance to tie the game at the end. So that was rough. But, hey, young players are going to make mistakes, and you play through it sometimes, and they learn. But DeRozan's like the last guy you want to take in that shot, especially in the mid-range. He's just so good, and he had a really good feel last night, which he usually does. I mean, he's just him. There's a few guys I could think of, like mid-range, just dominant mid-range guys. Like, he's one, Durant's another one, that just get shots off, and they know he's like Jokic in a way. Their games are not similar at all, but they play at their own pace. And they get where they want to go. You can't speed them up, and it's hard to keep them away from their spot. But yeah, I thought the end of it's interesting because I thought the end of the first quarter was a really big play in that game. It's hard to say it was like the play, but sometimes plays change the flow of a game early in the game, and you tend to look at the last 3 or 4 minutes and say those are the biggest plays. Sometimes those plays happen earlier in the game, and I thought that was a big one. You go up 10 is a lot different than going up 6. They have momentum, and then again, second quarter, DeRozan was really, really efficient in that second quarter, and he's just hard to stop. Guy averages 23 a game. I mean, he's one of the more underrated studs in the league. You don't really think about him a whole heck of a lot, but he's a damn good player, and he has been for quite some time.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon here. By the way, Giants Fan Fest going down tomorrow. I'll tell you more about that a little bit later. But a big loss for the Warriors last night in Steph Curry's injury, but some positive news today in that they do not believe this is going to be a long-term injury. MRI comes back clean. Shams Charania and Anthony Slater think it could just be a few games, but we will get a more firm update when we hear from the Warriors tomorrow.
Thank you, God.
Thank you, Tim. By the way, we got Mad Caddy coming in there. That was a Ska Friday rejoin there. Everybody, thanks for joining us on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. It's a Spurs Friday, as Tom called it.
It is.
Mark Spurs from somewhere in Africa.
Mark Spurs.
He's going to join us next. Then we got Greg Popovich, head coach of the Spurs at 3, Sean Elliott at 3:50, Steve Kerr, a former Spur himself, head coach of the Warriors.
Dr. Chung.
At 5:10. Mark Spurs.
I got to ask you real quick.
Good.
Since you are the program director and you listen to a lot of the shows, your job, not mine.
Theoretically, they say, yeah.
I don't know if you listen to the morning show at all. I was out doing stuff, which I usually am in the morning. But did Murf mention the UCLA Arizona game at all from last night?
I didn't hear it. I hope he didn't.
Okay.
What happened?
Oh, okay. Oh, Arizona won by 50. No, they didn't win by 50, but
I think you're thinking of I think you're thinking of Pacific and
I thought he might have mentioned that. No, that was 60. No, that was 50. That literally was 50.
Largest lead was 60 in that game, yeah.
Yeah, I think they won by 59 or something like that. So now Arizona, I think I didn't even see the final score. I just know they were up like 27, 26 with about 10 minutes to go. So I just thought he might have mentioned that. Like, congrats to the Wildcats for just thumping the now under 500 in league UCLA Bruins. So sad.
Murph would have just crushed the Bruins is what he would have done. I don't think he would have. He would have just ripped the Bruins. But I don't know if his
good luck in the Big Ten.
If his new producer, Big Curly, would have stood for that. Big Curly, you like that?
You know what the best thing is too? Not only did they just thump them, that's the last. They're not going to get any payback either. That's the last time they're going to play each other in the Pac-12. It's over now. That's it. Last game they will have played, unless they play in the Pac-12 tournament, I guess. But that's somewhat satisfying, I got to say.
Pac-12 tournament, you won't hear from them no more. Tolbert and Copes.
It's all gone.
Friday afternoon. Let's take a trip out to Africa, something we've never done before, something I've never said. Hey, Tom, come with me to Africa to talk to Mark Spears, something I never thought I'd say. He'll join us next from Africa, somewhere there on the Sports Leader.
for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
We talk to Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape.com each and every week. We normally don't do it from Africa. As we came back in, those of you watching on the live stream know, Tim said, no Mark Spears, no Africa yet. I look over and I look to see Tom. I go, no Tom yet either. Here on Tolbert and Cope, streaming Twitch, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app, as well as just on the old radio box. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 831 checks in. You can always check in, by the way, at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. And 831, first text this texter has ever sent. Tim pointed this out to me during the break, said maybe text of the week. First text this texter has ever sent. 831 says, on a Ska Friday, Ska sucks, says 831 with an eggplant emoji. Oh, there goes the 831. Ska sucks, eggplant emoji. I have to disagree, but I appreciate you checking in. To Tolbert and Copes, we will go out to Mark Spears to talk a little bit about Steph's injury, which we got an update on a little bit earlier today. The update being that Steph is it's not serious, and the hope is that he'll be back in a few games. Mark Spears not connected yet, Tom, from Africa. The transcontinental deal, always funny, as Tom said, how's this connection going to be? It's not that good when he's in Alameda. That got me when you said that. Listeners of the show and Mark Spears know exactly what we're talking about. Mark's got a hell of a cadence, too, which cracks me up. So, in terms of...
I was a little bummed because we're gonna Mark Spears on from Africa, and Tim made it just known, like no Toto and no Shakira. Well, I was a little bit bummed that those were the two leading songs I was thinking of, and he just said no. No. Okay, we don't need three no's. That's enough.
No, relax, Tim. I actually endorsed what Tom was saying.
No.
Tim doesn't seem to understand how the show operates. From Johannesburg on the UMA guest line, let's go out to Mark Spears. Mark, good to talk to you, man. How's it going? Let's see what this connection's like.
Yeah, no, I just came from this amazing party that kind of just kick off the start of the Basketball Africa League. Begins on Saturday afternoon, 2 games, and it was a cool event. Joe Kim Noah was there. Ian Mahinmi, he's played for the Spurs. The guy that did Giannis's movie for Disney. A lot of interesting people.
Do you have
Uncle Waffles, which you probably don't know. She has like 2.5 million followers, but she's pretty dope. It was a cool party. It was a good time.
So do you have any idea that Steph got hurt then?
I do. And I know that his x-ray came back clean. What?
Look at you.
Man, they don't have news in the rest of the world? I mean, it's Steph Curry.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I was just asking. I was just wondering what's going on. Just see what's up.
Mark's getting news out on the Savannah.
Look at defensive with me. You're in South Africa. Oh, man. That's hilarious. So you saw the news. Obviously, positive development for the Warriors. We'll get into some of the NBA Africa stuff, but a huge development for the Warriors that we found out today. Negative MRI and not expected to be serious. Tough loss last night, but the bigger deal, I think, is the win today, that it's not going to be long-term.
Well, I mean, immediately you think about the past. And you guys remember those early years. I remember, going into the locker room and seeing these, almost like giant braces. They look like shin guards that Steph used to wear to protect the side of his ankles. And there was a time where, Warriors fans probably forget now that you just wondered if he ever was going to shake these ankle injuries. So when I saw that he hurt his ankle, I'm like, oh, no, not that again. I certainly haven't forgot all the pain, how that stymied the beginning of his career. And some people probably wrote him off. So to have that again, and he didn't really even trip off anybody. He kind of did it on his own. I mean, but it didn't – I think you could tell when it was a high ankle sprain. I mean, I'm not no doctor, but it didn't look horrible to me. So, I wasn't surprised by the news, but I know entire Warriors organization, the fans, staff, everybody that follows them, probably would breathe a big sigh of relief knowing that, well, hopefully it'll be a couple games. And then after the Spurs 2 games and no Wemby this weekend, it does seem to get a lot tougher for the Warriors.
I'm curious because you bring up Steph's ankles when he was younger, and we all remember that. Was there any truth to the? I've heard this over and over. I'm assuming it's true, but you would know that when they traded for Bogut, they gave the Bucks a choice whether it be Monte or Steph, and the Bucks didn't want to trade an injured player for. They didn't want to get another injured player back. Is there any truth to that at all? That they said no, we'll take Monte. We don't want an injured player.
Yes, they're more interested in. But we gotta. The thing is, now it sounds ridiculous, right? But you got to put things in perspective. Then.
Oh, sure.
Kind of the same thing with Steph and the Nike contract. But yes, they were attracted to Monte Ellis, and if you think about it, who got booed because of that trade? Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was there that night.
Hey, come on, people.
Yeah, me and you both. Yeah, yep. Chris Mullin. I still feel like Chris should get that whole thing over again.
This is crazy.
Yeah, everybody gets one.
Rick Barry hijacked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, those tassels hanging off that jacket, dude. Remember that? The tassels are what get me. Yeah.
The thing I remember most about that is Kevin Love comes up to me after the game. I always remember that they played Minnesota, right? Kevin Love comes up to me after the game. He's like, man, what the hell was going on at halftime? And we still laugh about that to this day. Like, it's like, man, what was going on out there?
Yeah.
I never heard nothing like that before. He's like, you can hear the booing in our locker room. We were like, what's going on? What happened?
Yeah, I didn't think about it from that perspective.
You know, but at that time, like, you know, Monte was a proven player.
Yep.
Steph was hurt. And the same thing with Nike. Nike was like, look, we only give signature shoes to guys that are all-stars. You're not that. But, you know, Under Armour was smart. They had some foresight. I mean, if you really think about it, they kind of gambled on Steph. And that next year he took off. So it's not like Dub Nation at that time might have been mad if they did trade. May not have been mad at that time if they traded Steph instead of Monte Ellis. But luckily for the Warriors, they didn't do that.
Well, the interesting thing, Mark, is you talk to even people that drafted Steph and early in his career. Like, no, it's funny that people go, well, when we drafted Steph, we didn't know what he would become. And I think, well, not only did you not know what he'd become when you drafted him, you didn't know what he'd become 4 years after you drafted him. Like, it took a while to even, like, start to realize what Steph could possibly be. And even maybe after 5 years, you probably really didn't even know until maybe the year before they won the championship when they beat the Nuggets and lost to the Spurs. You can kind of see like, oh my goodness. And then he just kept getting better and better and better. Like, I don't know that I've ever seen a player be as good as Steph has. I mean, this is like an iconic player in the Bay Area, one of the best of all time, and not really even know that he could be that until he's played 4 or 5, maybe even 6 years in the league. I mean, it's pretty wild to think about.
Well, but, hey, we got to give Larry Riley credit, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Come draft night, you know, Larry Riley was like, he actually going into the draft, he got calls from Steph's dad. He got calls from the Steph's agent saying, don't draft him. He doesn't want to come to Golden State. He wants to go to the Knicks. And so Larry, being the bright guy he was like, they're saying he's not working out, he's not coming in, he's not going to do an interview. Larry said, he's got good parents. I know Dell, I know his wife. I don't need to interview him. I know he's a good kid. He's like, I saw him play 5 times. I don't need him to come to our practice facility to see that he could play. He's sitting there, I'm taking him. And that's what he did. Yeah. So, I mean, like, they wanted to get – it's funny because Steph, his dad, his agent, they wanted him to be a Knick. They wanted him to play in the Garden. And Larry Riley's like, nah, if he's sitting there, I'm taking him. And so I think if Larry Riley – I don't think Larry Riley gets enough credit for having the foresight to draft Stephen Curry.
Yeah. And let's give the T-Wolves credit, too, for passing on him twice and taking point guards. So, I said, Mark, when they put all the statues up.
Johnny Flynn out of
Johnny
Syracuse.
Flynn.
Yeah.
When they put the statues up outside of Chase, they got to put a Timberwolf out there because this wouldn't have been possible.
Hey, I'm gonna ask you another trivia question, because I see the guy. Who did the poor Knicks get with the next pick?
Jordan Hill. Jordan Hill out of Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Jordan Hill.
Hey, that's why I wanted Mark. I was like pissed. I was like, Steph. I was like, seriously? This is what we're doing. I was like, we need a running big man with Monte. That's what I thought.
You know what, my moment like that when I was in college, I was like, why are the Warriors taking Joe Smith? Take Antonio McDyke.
Yeah.
Take Antonio McDyke. And I was right. I was actually
You were right.
Like I felt like Joe was gonna just like not translate well to the NBA. I was right on that one. Joe's feelings would be heard me say that, but I knew Antonio McDyke was going to be special.
I would have been right. They just didn't know how to.
Rasheed Wallace draft?
Sounds right.
I think he was
96?
like 4th or 5th, something like that, I believe.
Yeah. So they passed on Rasheed too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to bang Joe. Joe was, I mean, he was solid. Like, he was a really good pro for a number of years. He just, not quite what you'd like. Like, if you got Joe Smith at 6 or 7, you would be thrilled. But at number 1, you kind of want a landscape changer, and he wasn't that. But he was a good pro.
Well, I'll tell you what. Before McDyke got hurt, he had a cape on. He could jump over tall buildings in the single bound. Like he was. I covered him when he was in his prime with the Nuggets, and I have no problem saying he's the top 3 athlete that I've ever saw covering this league.
By the way, that's 95 draft, because 96 is Warriors took Todd Fuller in 96. That's 96 is the great one. Steve Nash and Ray Allen and Iverson and Kobe.
Yeah.
That's so 96. Excuse me, 95 was Joe Smith number 1, McDyke number 2, Jerry Stackhouse number 3, Rasheed Wallace number 4, and Kevin Garnett number 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tom, would you like Tom? You want to go back and answer again?
No, I would have taken those guys.
KG was pretty good. He was pretty good.
Absolutely. Watching the game last night, it got me thinking. I think maybe even Tim said it, Tim Roy, and I agree. DeRozan may be the most underrated, really good player in the league. Like he just does his stuff, and he hasn't played for a really good team in a little while now, and people forget about him. And you watch him, you're like, damn, this guy is really good. He's consistent. He's a professional. Like, can you think of another guy out there? I'm sure there is, but he gets overlooked all the time for how good he is.
Ray Allen. I kind of saw Ray Allen in a similar mode. I mean, if you guys remember a couple of months ago, I was like, I kept bringing his name up because he was available, right? Like, I'm like, oh, he's old. And I'm like, shoot, he could go.
Yeah,
he can make big shots. He could. He's gonna give you over 20 a night. The guy cares. I thought he'd be excited about being in California, at least close to home. LA guy. One of the just best people I've met covering the NBA. He's actually doing a podcast on mental health with one of his interviews with Draymond. Just an aces dude. So I actually thought he would have been perfect. I love Kuminga, but for DeRozan, I wouldn't do it. Especially with the window that's left for the Warriors. I think even in a situation like this, if with Steph being out, just give him the ball and tell him to go, and he could do that.
Yeah.
But from what I was told, there was never any significant talks in regards to him.
How open is the Warriors' window this year?
Ooh. It's a small crack, baby.
So you're telling me they have a chance?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's a chance. I think an ant can walk underneath it right now. It's just, I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic. I don't see them as better. I can't see them getting past the second round. Like when I know they had a nice win against Milwaukee, but when I see them play like Boston, when I see them play like Denver, when I see the lack of size, I see this as a playoff team. They're not gonna. It's gonna be a hard road. I can't see them getting sick. Playoff team, and I think if this team makes it to the second round, it's probably a pretty good season. I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but
I get what you're. I mean, I hear you. I get where you're coming from. It's going to be really, really tough. Let me ask you this. I know, and apparently the T-Wolves just can't have nice things anymore. They just can't. One of the best seasons ever, and Karl Anthony Towns goes down with torn meniscus. So he had surgery. How optimistic is it for the T-Wolves to think that he might be back by the start of the playoffs or early in the playoffs? So, what have you heard about him?
I mean, Cat's kind of got beat up on his, fighting through stuff in the past. But this is different. I've been sitting on this story. I wish I would have wrote it, but just about how he truly accepted Ant as number one guy. How he didn't have ego. He didn't fight it. How he definitely embraced them because he wanted to win. So I definitely feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
They're a scary team. I mean, you talk about having two guys that score 20. You got two guys that can score 50. And they've learned to complement each other. They've learned how to play with Rudy Gobert. And so I'm certainly very curious. They could win some games without him. Let's see how it goes. But I can't see them holding up the trophy without Cat there.
Yeah.
Talking to Mark Spears on the Uma guest line, ESPN and Anscape.com. We do it every week. Though this week he's from Johannesburg, South Africa. That's the difference in this call. An update, though, from Monty Poole just a little bit ago. NBA sources say that Steph Curry's MRI result was positive news and expects a return timeline to be similar to that of Devin Booker, which was 7 to 10 days. We'll have a better idea tomorrow after the NBA trainers.
It's still a life.
Take a look at it. What's that mean? What's that do, 7 to 10?
Well, I mean, if you look at the Warriors' schedule coming up, like I said, once you get past San Antonio Saturday, Wembanyama will be back Tuesday, I think, and at Dallas, Lakers. Knicks might not be. You got Knicks, Grizzlies. Who know what the Knicks are? So maybe that's a break there. But then Pacers, Timberwolves, Heat, Magic, even the Hornets are playing better. There's no easy nights. So based on that, it looks like we won't see Steph in uniform again until April, and which likely means that they're certainly going to. They might be playing a play-in game on the road. And maybe, you know what I mean? It's just who's going to pick up that slack? Who can you depend on? It's just Clay could do it from time to time. Kuminga could do it from time to time, but that's where you think, like, man, if they would have did DeJounte Murray or if they would have did DeRozan, they would have had that guy that certainly they could have been, lean on in times like this. But that's going to hurt in terms of making a play-in. But I think the teams behind them are so bad that they'll at least be able to get into the play-in mode.
Have you heard anything about Russell Westbrook and his timeline after the surgery on the fractured left hand?
I have not, but, that dude's crazy and he's tough.
Yep.
So,
ain't going to affect his shooting.
I see. Might improve it.
I don't know if it'll improve it, but it ain't going to hurt it.
Hey, as long as he's able to make layups, he's basically the same player, right? So I'll never forget, man. I was sitting there pregame watching him shoot by himself in the Kings gym once with Phil Handy, a guy from the Bay. And I'm like, I was an awful shooter in college. I shot like 45% from the free throw line. And it might be a battle between me and him right now, the way I saw him shooting. It was pretty tough. So, yeah, it's as long as it doesn't hurt when he catches the ball, bring him back.
Bro, 45% from the free throw line? Come on.
At least I'm honest. I could lie.
Gee, what
65% from field, though.
Well, yeah, that's because they're all layups, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Post game.
Yeah.
I knew what I was, brother. I knew what I was.
Well, you know what? You knew who you were. You knew who you were.
Yeah.
Hey, before we let you go, I got to know, have you done the safari yet?
Monday.
Oh, man, I can't wait to get a report
telling you,
on
bro,
that
stay away
one.
from that, man. You shouldn't do that.
No, get after it. Go get a selfie with a
It's
lion.
not a good idea.
Joe Kim Noah's coming. I'm excited about that. He's excited about that. And, we'll see what happens, man. I won't get bit.
No,
All right.
get some pictures.
So everybody gets bit, says.
I want some pictures.
Everybody gets bit, says I won't get bit.
Yeah, right. Famous last words.
Yeah, right. Well, enjoy the teeth.
Ain't gonna be if I can. Yeah.
All right, Mark.
I'll send video.
All right, please do. Please do.
I'm
Yes,
we'll send video and help. We'll send help. All right. Mark, have a great trip out in South Africa. We will talk to you next week, dude.
Thanks, Mark.
He gone. Mark Spears gone. Mark Spurs. Our Spurs Friday, Spurs and Scott Friday on Soul Break Hoops continues. That was Mark Spurs, ESPN and Anscape.com. How about this? When we come on back, this will be a fun treat. Tom's former assistant coach and what are we going? 5-time NBA champion head coach. Head coach of the Spurs, Warriors opponent for the next 2 games, Greg Popovich, will join us next. Greg Popovich of the Spurs on KNBR next on the Sports Leader.
This is crap.
Warriors did not have the same energy they had 2 nights ago when they beat the Milwaukee Bucks. They fall to the Chicago Bulls 125-122. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
All right, here we are with the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich. Pop, how you been?
Good, buddy. I've been well.
Does that count as one question?
No, you ask what you want.
What's your favorite animal?
Sea otter.
Big fan when they roll themselves up in kelp?
Yeah.
How about when they get the stone out and knock that shell in the stone?
That's the best part. And it stays right on their belly.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's how I eat my dinner. Coach, it's great to see you.
All that is true, by the way. That is how I eat my dinner. Chicken Parmesan pizza, it doesn't matter. Put it right on the stomach and let's go. Always fun to have on the show the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs and a fellow Otter lover, Greg Popovich. Coach, Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. What's going on?
Not much, my friend. You're famous. You know that?
No, what?
You have this show, they just announce you. It was kind of like the State of the Union message last night. You come right on.
Nailed it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I would say this. I'd like to think I make more sense.
Nothing makes sense anymore. You know that.
No, nothing makes sense at all. It's just it's all like I don't know what's going on. Don't even try to figure it out. I asked you one time, God, this is years and years and years ago. I said, how much longer do you think you're going to keep doing this? And you said until Tim retires, and I thought it meant Duncan. I think it just meant you're going to have a Tim on the roster continually, so you don't have to retire. But how much of this is just you love the competition, you love teaching, you just love doing what you do? So as long as you love doing what you do, why quit?
As trite as that sounds, it's absolutely true. I just can't imagine getting as big a kick out of anything as I do, watching these guys develop over the years and see who they are when they come in and see who they are 2 years later and 8 years later. And then you see their families and their kids. I mean, my grandson is in the same class with Timmy Duncan's, one of his daughters.
Wow.
That's crazy, so it's fun. It's just a lot of fun, and it's very satisfying. You can teach whatever it is, how to block out.
Yep.
When you score, spacing on the court. None of it satisfies you like being with those people and watching them grow. That's the kick.
Well, based on what I've seen of the NBA recently, if you're teaching blocking out, you're the only one.
Yeah, it's impossible when everybody shoots 5 feet and you got no clue where the ball's going anyway. It's funny. You watch a film, and I'll say, hey, guys, there's no rebounds under the rim. Everybody just runs to the rim. They stay in the charge circle, and the ball invariably it comes out no closer than the elbows, right? Everybody still does it, so it's the way it is.
It's funny because I watch it, and the game's evolved so much in the time since I played, and you've coached. I mean, you're my assistant coach with the Warriors, so you've seen the game kind of evolve, and it used to be that's where you went for rebounds. You'd box out, you'd hit somebody with a forearm in the chest, and then you'd go to the rim. Well, now everybody shoots so many threes, you go to the rim, it's going to bounce over your head. It's like all the rebounds are kind of between the dotted line and the restricted area, and guys still go underneath the bucket when guys shoot threes. And maybe it's by habit, I don't know, but I know a lot of rebounds or you got to chase them down because you've overran them.
Yeah, we've almost got to the point, and so the shots come from so far out, and everybody's spaced. So even if you're on the weak side of the shot, your guy is standing at the three-point line also. So it seems in practice you're going to run out to the three-point line to touch him, and as you run out to him, he runs by you because there's all that space.
Yep.
So it almost becomes an impossibility.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Talking to the head coach of the Spurs, Greg Popovich, nice enough to join Copes and myself. Well, let me ask you about coaching Wembanyama because he is just so much fun to watch, and I bet he's a lot of fun to coach. He just seems like he's very mature. he knows what he wants. He works at it. You can tell by watching him play how much better he's gotten already this year. I mean, what's the first thing that kind of stood out to you when he joined the program, maybe the first couple weeks?
I would say undisciplined in the sense of knowing where he should be on the court and when, because he has so many skills. He can handle the ball. He can bring it up. He's a hell of a passer. He loves being on the perimeter, shooting step-back threes. On the post, it was a little bit less familiar to him, but he's a force down there for all the obvious reasons. But it was just a matter of watching him play and figuring out where he was most comfortable and then trying to add to it. So we've finally figured out that he's best in motion. Like if he's cutting somewhere, he's cutting through the lane and then he posts up. But, calling a play where he just goes and plants on the block like Timmy would do or Shaq would do, that kind of thing, that doesn't work. And some of it because he's, a little bit slight in the ass. And you can move him off of there anyway. But if he's running through there and he plants and he stops and he catches and he pivots and he's however tall he is, it's impossible to stop that. So he's learned to add some post play to his natural affinity for the perimeter.
It's interesting because I thought, Duncan was a guy that you'd post up and he'd reverse pivot and then he'd just do what he did. I thought Robinson was the guy who was better, like on the move. Like when he was moving and cutting, he was just an absolute nightmare. But when you had him on the block, he still had moves and stuff, but you could move him off the block and try to get him off his space. But when he was moving and cutting, you couldn't even come close to handling David Robinson. Yeah,
you're right. And Timmy wasn't that kind of a player. He would duck in, do those things, reverse pivot or inside pivot perfectly. These guys got to be in movement because they're quicker than the people who are going to be guarding them, and that way they can take advantage of what they're doing as they move.
When you're watching him play, I mean, you're coaching him, so you look at it a lot differently than me just watching the game, but he does stuff that my jaw just drops because I've never seen anybody, I don't think there's ever been anybody that size with that skill, but he'll take off and he'll be like, what is he doing? And then all of a sudden he dunks it because he just unfurls and it just keeps coming. And does he do stuff like when you're watching him going, wow, that's amazing?
Yeah, he's got this left hand where, he's in the lane and he does things and you're getting ready to guard him. All of a sudden, as you say, the left arm unfurls from his body and it's on the other side of the court. And he's got such a great touch. He just softly, lays it up against the backboard. When he does things like that, I'm pretty amazed. And he's learned so quickly. You talked about, his maturity. My gosh, all he cares about is becoming a great player. We call them vitamins. He comes before practice and works on pivots. We show him films of not just, a Tim Duncan or a Hakeem or a Kevin McHale on the block.
Yeah.
He's trying to copy Michael and Kobe's rocker steps as they fool with you and try to get you moving and get you on your heels. That sort of thing. So he's a real student of the game. He learns, and he carries it over. You show him something in the morning, and he can do it that night. That's what's amazing about him. And, a lot of players, you repeat things over and over. You still make the same mistakes, especially defensively.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people want to be great. They just don't want to pay the price to be great. I mean, I wanted to be great. I thought taking Pop-Tarts was the road to get there. It wasn't, believe it or not. I got to admit, I was a little surprised. It let me down. We're talking to Coach Popovich, the head coach of the Spurs. Let me ask you a couple things about the league right now and kind of where we're at. And I'll get your thoughts on me venting just a little bit. When did it become okay to drive to the bucket, if I'm a right-handed player, drive to the bucket with my right hand, take my left arm and throw it into someone's chest as a weapon and move them out of the way, and either get a foul called against them or lay it up? Like when did the off arm, when did it become okay for the off arm to use to shield players or absolutely bludgeon players, and refs are okay with that?
Your left forearm or your shoulder.
Yep.
And just throw it into somebody. I can't believe you just asked me that. I've been moaning and groaning about that for years, and I mean more than 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 or 7 years. And what's interesting is FIBA rules. You do that, they just laugh at you. What our league doesn't understand is that there is such a thing as a no call, and it should be employed so much more than it is, because when you're running alongside somebody, that's your space. Yep. And they're running, and as they get toward the rim, like you said, they propel themselves into the defender, and 9 times out of 10, the defender will get that foul. And the excuse you get is he was not in legal guarding position. And so, the counter, I say, whoa. If he was trying to get a charge and take it in his chest, he needed to be in front of him in a legal guarding position. But if I'm running alongside somebody and I make no move toward them and you throw your forearm or your shoulder into me, it's not the defender's foul. But it gets called every time, and I'm amazed just like you are, and I just keep begging that they adopt a FIBA rule where the referee looks at him like he's an idiot for even thinking that he should get the foul or get the free throw.
So that leads me to my next question. Have we gone too far? Because you coached, you're assistant coach for our Run TMC teams. That was, up and down and kind of crazy and scoring. And then you also coached through the part of the 90s where 70 points could win you a basketball game. And the league didn't want that, and I get that. That was arduous to watch, arduous to play. And it seems like now they've gone so far the other way where we're getting games where you could score 135 points and lose by double digits. I mean, that's happened multiple times this year. It seems like we got to get back to letting the defense at least play defense and try to play defense, because in today's game, it's harder to guard than ever before. Everyone can shoot, the court's spaced out, guys can dribble, you got to cover so much more ground. It's harder to play defense, and they're making it almost impossible to play defense. Does the league have to look at that and say, look, we got to give these guys some tools to be able to stop these players?
Let me just say that I believe that they are. I'm very confident that they're looking at that, because you can't guard. And, I feel kind of guilty, and a lot of coaches do. You're moaning and groaning at your players about closing out and staying in front and, don't use your hands, you're going to get a foul, beat him to a point, all this stuff. But because the spacing is so great, because we all teach that because of the three-point shot, you can't stay in front of an NBA player when he catches it and you're closing out to him. It's absolutely impossible. Unless, you're one of the top 2 or 3 defenders in the league. They're just going to attack that paint. Somebody helps, they kick it, There's another wide open 3. So you've got to be able to at least put some hands on somebody, put a forearm on somebody, ride them a little bit, within parameters like we used to be able to do. And that way you could at least guard. But with the spacing, closeouts are almost impossible. No wonder the scores are where they are.
Yep.
Talking to Spurs head coach Greg Popovich here on the UMA guest line. Pop, how much less stressful is your weekend knowing Steph's out for a few days?
I didn't even know he was out, to tell you the truth. I don't watch stuff. I don't read stuff. Is that true?
Yeah, he tweaked his ankle last night. It looks like he's going to miss probably at least one game, maybe a couple. And that's all we know at this point.
Yeah, I'm glad that's all it is. And you don't want any player to get hurt, especially guys preparing for the playoffs and with all the expectations and all the hopes here in the Bay Area. You would hope that he'd get back real quick. I'm so sorry that Wemby's not going to be playing.
Yeah.
but he sprained his ankle too 2 games ago, and so he'll be there for Monday, I think, when we play you guys again in San Antonio.
One more here on Steve Kerr. Gets the new contract. I mean, he's done this for like half as much or less than that, the amount of time you have. Does he deserve this new deal?
No, he doesn't.
He's stealing. He's just flat stealing. I can't believe ownership did that. If I was part of ownership, it would have been, hey, look, here's what we're going to offer. If you don't like it, we got 10 people here waiting to take the job. So if you want to take a hike, go ahead. That's what. And what did they do? They filled up his wallet. Unbelievable.
The great thing about Steve is he knows he's stealing.
We all are.
No, there's no doubt. You'll enjoy this then, because I was talking to Steve last night, and I told him we're going to have you on. And he told me his story. I know you'll remember. So for those that don't know, Pop is a coach that if he happens to eat at a restaurant where the players are eating, he will pick up their bill. He will take care of the tab for the players that happen to be eating at his restaurant. So Steve told me, Coach, that him and Danny Ferry found out where you were going one night. I think it was in Seattle. Went to the restaurant and ate before you got there. And as you were coming in the revolving door, him and Danny were leaving, and all he did was hand you the check and said, "Thanks, Coach, appreciate it," and then left. True story.
Those guys, they were so much fun. I swear to God, they were so much fun. They weren't playing their major minutes then at that time in their careers, but talked about two guys who were ready at any point. And thank heavens, because when we were playing one year, hoping to win a championship, we were in a series with Dallas, and Tony went down, and Steve came in. And I don't remember exactly in that game, but he hit at least 3 threes, down the stretch to help us win the game and move on. But it was just a testament to professionalism, which not every player has, especially for the end of the bench. But those two guys, they did. And speaking of Steve's contract, in all seriousness, he's one of those guys that every player should be so thankful that they even get to be around him, because he's the most centered, mature teacher I've been around in a long time. Not super highs, not super lows, class when you win, grace if you lose, and just teaching the game, participating with the players, high standards, everybody's accountable, but it's done with care and with love and with a thought that all we're trying to do is be our best, do our thing, and then go home. That's pretty rare, and he does it in spades.
Well, I'll be honest with you. If I were describing you, I would say the same exact thing, and I think he gets a lot of that from you. It's not just about winning. It's about everyone having expectations of doing their best, but then you care about each other. I mean, you care about the players, and I think I always make this analogy, and I think there's some luck involved here, but the fact that when you started off as a head coach, your two guys, the two horses, were David and Tim, and then Timmy was the guy from then on out after David retired, and he's had Steph. And I think when you have your star player, being able to communicate with that player and it wants to win and wants to be there for the team, and you can coach those players, I think it makes it so much more easier, so much easier, I should say, for the coach, because if they can be coached, then anybody can be coached.
That's exactly right. And, and those players are the ones that deserve the credit because of their character. Steve didn't make Steph the class act he is. I didn't make Timmy the class act that he was. That's the serendipity. That's the fortunate, because there's a lot of great players who were quote-unquote franchise players, but didn't have the maturity and the class to lead a group for an extended period of time. and be so positive and so winning. So we've been fortunate for sure.
A couple more, and we'll let you run. I've never asked you this because I haven't had you on in a while. What did it mean to you to be the head coach of the gold medal winning basketball team?
It makes me smile every day, honestly. We've won a couple championships with the NBA, but as Mike Krzyzewski told me when I took over, that your sphincter muscle will be tight every day during the regular season of the NBA, because every day all you'll think about is how you want to win that gold medal and not screw it up, because everybody expects it. They really don't understand what these other teams are like. The public has no clue. And when you feel the pressure, you're doing it and representing your country and all that entails, to finally get it done is just a huge relief. And to this day, I see one of those guys and we shake, we hug, and we say gold, because everybody feels that way about it. And I don't think that's going to change at all. Steve's guys now are going to be the same.
No, I tell him that all the time. I go, don't screw it up.
He won't. It ain't going to be. It's not going to be easy. It really isn't. It gets tougher every year. But he's got a great staff, and he's very experienced, and I have no doubt that they'll get it done.
All right, this one's kind of an odd one, but everybody has like 1,900 uniforms nowadays. Since when did you guys start having orange? I never knew orange was a Spurs color.
We got this back when there was kind of a rainbow kind of deal in the past for the Spurs and for their history, where they had these stripes going across, and it was green, lime green, and orange.
I remember those.
Like 5 or 6 different colors. So now with this new deal where all the courts look different and all the jerseys change every X number of games, they brought that out at one point. I just stopped caring.
I can tell. Were you good with the thoughts in the play-in tournament? Did you like it when they came up with it, and did your mind change at all going through it? Or not the play-in, but the mid-season tournament.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. I did. I thought in the beginning I thought it was silly, ridiculous, unimportant, superfluous, whatever you want to say. And then when you got, even though we're not a team that was going to compete well in it, it was interesting. It was fun, and it did add some juice on the nights that you played those games. I thought the courts were ridiculous looking, but I guess that's advertising and money or whatever the hell it is.
Yes.
But I did think that the players actually did get pumped up for those games. Seriously.
And then the play-in games. Steve and I go back and forth on this, because the play-in games are fun, and I always say, by definition, they're going to be fun. It's a one-game elimination game. So, yeah, it's going to be intense. It's going to be fun. But I still think 82 games should be enough to decide who the top 8 teams are. And I just don't like that you didn't play quite well enough, and you get another crack at being in the playoffs. And I understand why. It's money, it's revenue, and it's fine. I don't hate it. But I just think the regular season, they tell us the regular season means something, and more, really what they're doing is showing us the regular season doesn't mean as much. So I'm still anti-play, and I know I'm in the minority, but how do you look at it?
If I had be forced to make a vote, I'd rather do it the old way. Just because, like you're good enough or you're not. And that's the big principle, and that's the bottom line. And the only thing that sure, people make some money, I guess, the arenas and all that, I get it. But the one thing it does do is give a lot of excitement for the fans, because they get to participate in games that maybe they wouldn't otherwise. And so they see more NBA basketball, and I think that's exciting probably, for the sport and for the league. That's hard to argue with, but just on a personal basis, either you earn it or you don't.
Yeah. For Steve, terrible transition defense is an automatic timeout. You could see that one coming a mile away. What is your automatic timeout when the team does something you don't appreciate?
I'm with Steve. Transition D is the most obvious, the most glaring, the most unacceptable. Shows a lack of focus. Not especially in today's world, knowing that X number of the threes come in transition. So you got to get back. And the other one is just a straight line drive to the bucket where you get beat one-on-one, not on a closeout, but you're guarding the ball and it's just straight to the bucket. And that person obviously was bad. And there's no weak side defense. Nobody's watching. Everybody's locked up. That's a timeout.
Yeah. Okay, before I let you go, I got to ask you if you remember this story. You were my head coach, Summer League, Utah, and I had to come to you one day and say I was going to miss practice because I had to go to court. You remember that?
I do not.
Good, I'm glad. Let's move on then.
I swear, I just don't. I'm telling you the truth.
No, I'm glad you don't. I'm glad you know.
I've been doing this longer than Biden's been in government.
You move better, though.
I work out a lot.
Yeah. No, I had to. Me and Judd were out one night, and I had a couple beers, and they got me for being.
Now I remember. Include Bush. Now I remember.
Oh, I'm glad you remember Bush. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because the two of you were bandits together.
Yes, well, the Arizona Mafia, as they call it.
Yeah, that's who's they. Yeah,
we were good together. Hey, Coach, I always appreciate catching up with you. It's so much fun just talking with you, and I'm so glad you're okay and you're still doing this. The league is a better place when you're in it. So I hope you continue to do it. I hope you continue to have fun and enjoy the teaching aspect and the coaching, because I love that you're in the league. It's so much better off. And thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Tommy, you're very kind. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, man.
All right, Coach. Have a great one, man.
Dude, Greg Popovich.
That was pretty awesome.
Pretty cool. Head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. Warriors play them tomorrow and then again on Monday. Here tomorrow and then on Monday in San Antonio. A little reaction to that when we come on back. That was a lot of fun, dude. That was really cool. That was really cool. Greg Popovich, you missed any of that. A really nice, wide-ranging conversation with the head coach, 5-time champion of the San Antonio Spurs and former assistant of the Golden State Warriors, Greg Popovich, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. A little bit more on that when we come on back. And then we are going to catch up a little bit later with Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, around 5 o'clock. And another one of your former teammates, Sean Elliott. It's a Spurs and Ska Friday on the Sports Leader. Matt Chapman joined Murf and Marcus this morning and discussed his excitement on joining the San Francisco Giants. Check out the podcast. It's on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Ska Friday, an incredibly fun conversation with the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich. If you missed any of it, it's all up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We also met up with Mark Spurs, out in Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a Spurs Friday on Tolbert and Copes as the Warriors' next two opponents are the San Antonio Spurs. It's the Spurs tomorrow at Chase Center and then on Monday out in San Antonio. We're going to catch up with Sean Elliott, the TV analyst and former San Antonio Spur and former teammate of Tom Tolbert, as Tom holds up his Planning for President can there. I like that one. Greg Popovich, multiple references, by the way, to the State of the Union, which you may not have heard the last of here on a Friday. There's a 2.5 hour forward tease, or like I think it's about 2.5 2 hour forward tease. Steve
That's who
Kerr,
I'm voting for. You know who I'm voting for now.
Pliny.
Yep.
Pliny for Prez.
Yep.
And then Steve Kerr,
Never did that.
head coach of the Golden State. I never voted for Pliny. I'm a Pliny the younger, not Pliny the elder. Pliny the elder.
Greater than Vince Lombardi.
Pliny the elder is incompetent. Hasn't passed his test. The likes of a test we've never seen.
Hockey.
Steve Kerr is going to join us, head coach of the Warriors. Somewhere between 5 and 5:10. So right about 5 o'clock, you're going to want to be here for Steve Kerr. And you're damn right we're going to let him know what Greg Popovich said about his contract. So he's not deserve that, right? Come on, man. He's been doing this for like 30 years, man. He's been doing it for like 9. Well, he's got 4 titles. That's it. Come on, man. You got 5 of those things. FanFest goes down tomorrow at Oracle Park, 10 to 3. Free tickets at KNBR.com/FanFest Tour. Check it out. Be a lot of fun. Some Giants interviews. We'll have a game on the scoreboard. Hang out on the field. It'll be a blast. Make sure you come on out. So, again, Sean Elliott, 3:50. Steve Kerr at 5:10. And when we come on back, we'll get a little bit deeper on what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. Who needs to step up most in the absence of Steph? We know now Steph Curry going to be out, they say, about 7 to 10 days. I'll tell you how many games that could be next. Who's got to step up most on the Sports Leader?
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Ken Grove's sports leader.
Make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Tips and Picks on a Friday afternoon. Tips and Picks, by the way, is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, where every visit is a winning experience. We'll get into some tips and picks here. I didn't have as much of a game for you, Tom, for this weekend, as much as I figured we make our pick for who's got to step up the most for the Warriors. Like, who's your odds-on favorite? Who's your money on to step up the most for the Warriors while Steph is out? So the report or the update we have on Steph Curry, 7 to 10 days on the injured ankle. MRI is negative. We should get more clarity from the team itself. But this is per Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area. Says NBA sources are telling him or saying to him that 7 to 10 days is what they're looking at. And so
See, I told you, don't take what I said to the bank. I was saying like 4 days. Oops.
Yeah, Tom was like, he'll be back tomorrow. 7 to 10 days is what
I never said that. I never said
that. I never said that.
That's erroneous.
Never did.
That's erroneous.
1/100th of 1%, and nobody would take the bet.
1/100th of a
No one
day.
would take it.
That's what Tom thought he'd be on. So in the next 7 days, 3 games. That's a big deal when you got 20 left, right? That's a big percentage.
Yeah.
So in the next, this is how much it changes. In the next 7 days,
15%, Copes. Just want to let you know.
I'm not a big. Well, you're a math man. You frequently say it. People should know when Tom gets here because I'm a math man. And then he just starts like listing numbers.
I'm a math man.
I'm going to take you to the bank, Senator Trent. To the blood bank.
The math. Well, dude. In the next 7 days, 3 games for the Warriors. In the next 8 days, 4 games. And that's 2 against the Spurs and then Dallas and the Lakers. I love that. And then in the next 10 days, if it were 7 to 10, you get 5 games. And that last game was going to be the last game would be the Lakers. So 8 days would give you the Lakers. Sorry, there would be a 10th. There'd be the Knicks on the 10th game. So if he goes all 10, he's missing 5 games. Tom, that's 20%. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're the math man. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's actually 5 games. It's 25%.
Excuse me, 25.
No, it's not.
1/4 of the games. Who's your pick to have to step up the most? Who's your money on?
Oh, boy. It's a tough one. I mean, I'd say Kuminga, but it's been a lot. You can't just like, hey, you're the guy now, go get it. I think it's got to be everybody, really, because no one's going to replace Steph, obviously. Everyone's got to just pitch in a little bit. I mean, Wiggins, he's got to get the offense going. He has to, because it would have been nice to have Wiggins in the game last night to guard DeRozan.
Yeah.
But offensively, he's just not giving you much right now. So it's tough sometimes. You're like, okay, I got to trust these guys to get it done, and I'd love to have Wiggins in there, but offensively, I'm not getting a whole lot from that position. So, Draymond, but Draymond's not really a scorer.
Can I offer you one?
Clay.
I got one to offer. I got one ready. Chris Paul's my guy.
Okay, that's who I was going to say you're going to go with.
Chris Paul.
Yeah, okay.
How about that? How about this is what he's here for, right?
I like that.
Steph went down. He's the vet.
Yeah.
He's the adult in the room. He can be the guy. Like remember when he went to OKC and he had all those young guys? I don't think I'd feel as strongly about this had I not seen that. I never thought Chris Paul was a guy that would not be able to do what he did in OKC, but I was like really blown away by their success while he was there. In that and because of the point guard he is, the type of point guard he is, and that's the nature of a point guard, right? You make guys around you better. You distribute the ball. It's almost the Brock Purdy thing. He's making the guys around him better, but he himself still has to distribute and be the coach on the court. I think he and Draymond together are going to have to do a lot in communication, but with what we've seen from the young guys' development, him being back there, if he weren't here right now, I'd be like, I don't know, man. I don't know about where this thing's going. If that's, what percent was it? 25 of the games that Steph is gone potentially for the remainder of the season. And even then, that's ballparking. We don't know exactly. But if that's it, I mean, they play again 2 days after the Knicks against Memphis. If it's any longer than 10 days and we go 2 weeks, then we're talking potentially 6 or 7 games. So Chris Paul's my pick. I mean, far and away. This is what they're paying him for. It's why he's still here. With Steph gone, he's got to be the guy.
I like it. I'll piggyback because I think you're, I think he's going to get more minutes. He's the point guard. He'll probably get. Now the question is, Now, I don't know how many back-to-backs. They probably still have a few back-to-backs, but I don't think in that stretch there's any back-to-backs. There might be.
No, I don't think so. The next back-to-back isn't until the end of the month. It's Miami and Orlando on the road.
Okay.
It's a tough little
So you don't know.
game.
I mean, I don't love the idea of playing Chris Paul like 32, 33 minutes in a game. I'd like to keep it in the mid-20s, but you might be right. I mean, it may be like, hey, while Steph's out, we're going to bump up the minutes. And I hope he'll be good with it. It's just how good is he going to be the following game or the following game? Does he take a little longer to recover? No, I like that because I was going to say Clay, but I'm not sure you can count on Clay to be consistent at this point. I mean, he was yesterday. He got off to a 3-for-3 start, and I thought, here comes Clay. And then it was like, He was like 3 for his next 12, I think. And that was, I don't want to say that was it because he hit the big 3 at the end to put him up. And he ran into a wall kind of in the middle of the part of the game. His shot just wasn't falling. He was getting some pretty good looks. He took a few tough shots too, like really tough shots. Yeah. But that's Clay. So no, but really, that's a good pick. And then everyone just going to have to pitch in a little bit more. Everyone's going to have to do a little bit more. I mean, you've lost one of the top, I don't know, 5, 10, 8, 12. Who cares? He's one of the best players in the game. He can be a singular force when he's rolling. And it's going to be tough. I was really hoping he'd be back before the Mavericks game, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be the case. If he just misses the Mavericks and back for the Lakers, okay. But man, who knows? I didn't think it would be 7. Maybe it's not. I don't know, but maybe it is. But yeah, if
you counted today as day 1, even the Mavericks game would be 6 days out.
It just hurts missing the games where you're like battling with those teams.
Head to head with those teams. That's
right?
The thing is you're going head to head with
those
San Antonio
hurt.
the next 2. It's like, okay, whatever. But then, Dallas at the Lakers is huge. And then Knicks on a Monday night. Those are at home, but none of the head to head matchups again happen until potentially Minnesota near the end of the month. And then that's a brutal road trip.
Yeah.
That's 7
Although
game
that
road.
one, Minnesota's not a huge deal because you're not catching them anyway.
No, but they may fall a little bit. It may mean more to them.
The top 4, though, you're not catching the top 4.
I'm more thinking quality teams above you because we're talking just stock and wins. That's a quality team, but.
Yeah, I was just saying the teams that are right around them are even more important. I think I said Pelicans, Lakers, Mavericks. Those are the 3 teams I think they're going to play because they're done with the Kings Suns. So those are the ones that you really want to get those. Those are important to get. And I mean, to your point, they're all important. Yeah, they're all important. But those ones are ones where you can affect the standings of you and them just by winning that game. You don't have to worry about anybody else taking care of business. So yeah, that hurts. It was so much fun to have them together for a game.
Love hurts, dude. Yeah.
It's so. But look, Minnesota is not crying for the Warriors right now.
No, they're not.
Oh, boo-hoo, 7-10.
You know what, Tom? Just because you're making the trip to Charlotte at the end of the month, I don't want to hear you gloating when if they beat the Dubs on the road. Tom's Hornets.
Yeah, you know me.
You make the trip every year.
I'm gonna I'll wear my Hornet jersey.
Tom makes the trip every year.
Show.
Wear the pinstripes. It's Holbert and Copes with you. If you're just joining us, Steph Curry. The update.
Ass water.
What is that about? The update for it was Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area says that Steph, per his sources, is going to be out 7 to 10 days. Negative per Woj of ESPN on the MRI for Steph. So all positive news, but 7 to 10, if it's 10 days, we could be looking at 5 games here, which is a big chunk, as Math Man Tom would say here at the end of the season. If you missed any of Greg Popovich, you got to check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tom, you said he texted you during the break? Popovich did?
Yeah, I just texted him, thanks, appreciate it. Always fun. And who knew Pop was an emoji guy? He gave me the deuces in a glass. He gave me the deuces in a glass of wine.
This is crap.
I like that, dude.
Deuces
I like
and glass
that.
of wine emoji. He's literally he's the best, and it just him and Steve, and I'm sure there are others out there, but those are guys you want to be coached by. You do. They know the game. They're super competitive, but they're also compassionate. They understand. There's a reason. When Wiggins goes away, Steve says the most important thing is not basketball, it's family, and he'll be back when he gets back. And there's never any wavering about that. It's just, and it seems easy, right?
Steve?
It seems easy, it's the right thing to do. But some coaches don't do that. Some coaches don't do that, and he is a guy that cares for his guys, is compassionate, but also super competitive, and they demand a certain level of play. And if you're not living up to it, Steve will let you know. We know Pop will let you know. Like he gets after you. I also think having Steph and Duncan, respectively, is huge for those two guys. It just makes it so much easier to coach the rest of the team. But yeah, I mean, the league is better when those two guys are in it. There is no doubt in my mind. And Pop may be, I don't know if he's the greatest coach in the history of the NBA, but he's right there. I mean, Red Auerbach would certainly be right there. Phil Jackson would definitely be right there. But you want to talk about a list of like the best, like you start thinking of coaches, he's one of them. He is absolutely one of them. I think of him, Auerbach, Phil, maybe Riley as some of the greatest coaches in the history of the game. But what he's done and the longevity in which he's done it, and think of the eras. The 90s were brutal. For those of you that were too young to remember the 90s basketball, you're lucky. It was awful. So he was there before that with me in the Warriors, assistant under Nelly, and then transitioned and all the way to now, where the game is just wide open, full throttle. So he's been through it all. He's seen a lot. And I'll tell you one thing, that if you're a fan of just the NBA, you're happy that Wembanyama went to San Antonio, because Wembanyama will be able to figure out how good he can be, and Pop's going to push him.
Yep.
He's not going to baby him. He's going to push him, and he wants to be great. That was great to hear, and Pop will get it out of him. Like, as good as Victor Wembanyama can be, he'll be that version of himself with the San Antonio Spurs. I have no doubt. And then when he's making $50 million a year, Pop will still pick up his dinner tab.
Yeah, well, unless he's with Steve Kerr, which he commented on the contract. You can hear it again later when we talk to the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, coming up between 5 and 5:10. He's going to join us right around. All I know is we told Pop 3 o'clock he was here at 3. Steve's like, yeah, we'll see where I can make it work. You know what I mean? When we come on back, our Spurs Friday continues. Mark Spurs of ESPN and Anscape joined us earlier. Greg Popovich. We're going to talk to Steve Kerr, former Spur, current Warrior head coach, at 5 to 5:10. When we come on back, though, the TV analyst of the Spurs and former Spurs, Sean Elliott. And Tom, your former teammate. That's next on the Sports Leader. Matt Mayoko joined Pop on Lund to discuss what we could see from the 49ers in free agency. That starts next week, by the way. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You look to Wemby, and why not? As he stuffs it in. Yeah. How about that? And the pass was low. There's Kelvin Johnson with the pass. And you see, that's his head level for Victor. Got to pick it up and just extend over the top of the defense.
The voice you heard there, former teammate of mine, champion, all-star, John Wooden Award winner, color analyst for the San Antonio Spurs, my former teammate, Sean Elliott. Silly, what's going on?
Tom, hey, man, no wonder I love to come on your shows. Like, what an introduction. That's pretty awesome, man. We all deserve that. We all deserve that one time in our life.
Hey, I know you guys are boys, but can I jump in really quick? I know you guys are buddies, but you came in and I immediately crapped on our producer Derek. I said we can't play like one of his highlights. I know he's on the call, but like I thought we kind of did you dirty personally.
No, you're all good, man.
All right, good. All right.
Hey, I'm good. Anytime I'm on with my boy Tommy, I'm good.
We could have played the Memorial Day Miracle.
Yeah, no.
Or Labor
that's the only
Day.
shot I ever made.
What day was
That's
it?
the only shot I
Christmas?
ever made. Yeah, it was.
I've never asked you, and for those that don't know, before we get into Wembanyama and what you're doing now and Spurs and all that, for those that don't know, I believe it was you guys were playing the Trailblazers?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Trailblazers.
On Memorial Day.
Yep, and it was a 3 to win the game, and you caught it with your heels would have been out of bounds, but you kept your heels up, so you're on your tippy toes and made it from right around the break, maybe a little above the break, and hit a 3, win the game, and all that. Did you know, I got to ask you this, and I know it's going to be weird to people who are listening, like, what in the hell universe did I just get dropped into? What are we talking about here? This is like years ago, but I remember it, and that's all that matters. So when you caught it, when the ball's coming to you, did you realize when you caught it, like, I can't put my heels down because that's how close I was? Or would you have shot it that way anyway?
No, I don't think that I consciously thought about my heels being down, honestly. And at the end of every shot, your heels aren't on the ground anyways.
Yep.
So it's basically an abbreviated shot. I mean, unless I was shooting a set shot, it was just an abbreviation. Like you see guys catch balls sometimes, they catch them high. They don't have to pump to get that momentum to get the ball up. And that's a kind of another way of shooting an abbreviated shot. So, but I did have a sense that I was close because when I caught the ball, it was clearly, if I had dropped the ball, it was clearly out of bounds. So I just had time to turn and spin. And, the thing about that whole shot, Tommy, is that the play was supposed to go down to David Robinson, the low block. I was supposed to pass it to him. But that day I was on a heater. Like even my warm-up, I remember when I shot threes, I was 24-25. I'd shoot 5 from each spot around the horn, and I didn't miss but one. And then I missed one shot in the first half that rattled in and out. And then I'd made 2 threes maybe that quarter, or maybe 3. And so when I caught it and I spun toward the basket, I never, ever saw Rasheed Wallace. And that's the craziest thing, because when I look at the highlights, and I've seen it from every different angle, I wonder how in the hell he didn't block that shot.
Well, it's funny because I think, I mean, I could be a little foggy on the memory here, but I think you told me, because you were shooting the ball really well, when you caught it, the first thing you said to yourself was, "Suck it, Admiral," and then you just fired it.
Yeah. Hey, man, those for your ears only. Throw me under the bus, man. Throw me under the bus.
We're talking to my former teammate, former Spur, like I said, former champ, Sean Elliott. We obviously are going to talk about Wembanyama, but you've seen a lot of basketball. Played a lot of basketball, seen a lot of basketball.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like this dude? Because I watch him play, Sean, and I'm just like, I've seen a lot, but he still makes me go, what in the world am I watching with this guy?
Yeah, just unbelievable. And I feel bad because he's not playing tomorrow. And so I always feel bad for the away fans because they don't get to see him in person. They just see the highlights. And the highlights, again, they're an abbreviation of his night. They don't see just the unbelievable passing ability, the slick passes that he makes, or guys might miss a shot. They never makes the highlight film. He's made some unbelievable plays away from the ball, his spin moves to get open. I compared him to Devontae Adams on an inbound play earlier this year against the Houston Rockets, where Dylan Brooks was guarding him, and he made this beautiful spin move like he was catching a fade and completely lost Dylan Brooks and caught the ball along the baseline for a jumper late in the game. And he has all these different abilities that I don't think people really realize unless you really watch him up close and you watch him in person, as opposed to just catching a highlight of him every once in a while. I mean, he blocks a ton of shots, obviously. Every time he's in the paint, if he has a step to the basket, it's a threat to dunk the ball. Even when he's out of position, he had a block this year in Philadelphia where he turned his back and just in Washington, where he caught Tyus Jones with a layup off the glass, where he kind of just blocked it with his back to the backboard and just threw his arms up there because he's so long. He just does stuff every single game where you say, I have never seen that before. And here we are, 60 games or so into the season. And by the way, he just turned 20 in January. He was doing all this at 19 freaking years old.
Oh, I mean, think about the guys that we played against or played with. Like Chuck Nevitt, Manute Bol, my teammate. I mean, these are like really tall dudes, but when they ran, it was kind of gangly, and they weren't super coordinated, and they had shot blockers. And I mean, this guy's like a legit stud basketball player. Like he could be in the league if he were 6'4". Like some big guys are just so good because they're big, but if you shrank them down, they wouldn't be in the league. This guy could be in the league at 6'4", and he's 7'4". It's again, some of the stuff that he did, crossovers, the pull-ups from 3, the dunks from like 8 feet off 2 feet, where he just takes off and his body just unfolds, and it's like wham, and you're just like, oh. That still, to me, like 7'4" guys should not. We used to think, remember KG? It'd be like, oh, look what a 6'11" dude could do. That's incredible. Yeah. This guy's 7'4" and he's doing that. It's stupid.
Yeah, he's more skilled than Kevin Garnett. I mean, there's no question about it. He has the ball handling ability of a guy, like you say, much, much smaller. And what's maybe more impressive, T, is that his basketball IQ is off the charts. I mean, it's unbelievable. We see him running the break. Like, he's bringing the ball up. He's pointing guys in spots, like getting this spot, getting that spot. And, he's doing that at 19 years old. I mean, he's not your proverbial big guy where the high school basketball coach sees him walking down the hallway and he goes, oh, you're on the team. And then you run everything around the guy, and the guy hates the game. He loves the game. Lots of times he's the last guy in the gym. He's a humble kid. He's incredibly respectful. He's just like, I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable. I just sometimes we all have to pinch ourselves to realize that we got a prospect like this that just, checks every box for us.
Yeah, no doubt.
I got a Sean Elliott here on the UMA guest line, longtime teammate. Well, a teammate of Tom Tolbert's. Will we say long time? Is that what we go with?
2 years, yeah.
2 years?
Yeah.
How about long time ago?
Long enough.
Who was it longer for, I guess we ask, right?
Oh, definitely Sean.
Sorry for Tommy.
Hey, we should put this out. I want to get this out there because it is March is National Kidney Month, and before Sean became the first NBA player to return to the sport after a transplant, he navigated an unexpected, life-threatening journey of kidney issues, no different from that of 35 million different Americans who face it every single day. Sean knows the dangers of chronic kidney disease, CKD is what it's called, and early warning signs of something that ends a lot of lives and hurts a lot of families. It goes unnoticed until it's advanced, which is why March is National Kidney Month. He's partnering with, get this for me, I don't want to say the name incorrectly here, Sean, Fresenius?
Fresenius. Yes, Fresenius Kidney Care.
Fresenius Kidney Care. You're a kidney coach. Tell us what that means and what this is all about this month.
Yeah. It's the only coaching I'm ever going to do in my life from here on out. I promise you that. But it's, I'm just here. I'm working with Fresenius. I do it every March. It's National Kidney month just to raise awareness, because there's a huge amount of underserved communities out there that don't understand the warning signs, how prevalent the disease is. I'm glad you mentioned 35 million Americans, because 9 out of 10 people that have kidney disease don't know that they have it. And I was a great example of that, because I'm 25 years old. I'm in the prime of my NBA career. I mean, kidney disease, what are you talking about? And when kidney disease presents itself finally, that means that it's advanced. And that's what happened to me. I didn't realize I had it until the symptoms popped up and I started feeling terrible. If I had been on top of it with early screening, all the technology that you have nowadays, there's no excuse for people not to catch early signs of kidney disease. And so you just have to talk to your doctor about it. If you're in a high-risk group, like me, I had high blood pressure my entire life. Since I was 11 years old, my very first physical, I had high blood pressure. Imagine that. Yeah. And if you have diabetes, if you're one of these communities, an underserved community, it's really prevalent. So we're just trying to get the message out. FreseniusKidneyCare.com, they really have a mission to help bring care to the underserved communities, and so I'm just really proud to partner with them and get the message out.
So when you're a kidney coach, do you ever yell at the kidneys like, "Box out, kidney! What are you doing down there? Come on, filter that waste. Run the court, you son of a go! Let's go!"
That's where you're going, dude. Sick and tired of losing to Purdue.
Let me ask you about what you think about the West, because the West it seems like it's a monster every year, and this year even more so. The play-in games are going to be ridiculous. I mean, you could have Golden State, Lakers, Sacramento, Phoenix, Dallas. I mean, any number of those, 4 of those teams could be in there. I mean, when you look at the West, is it still Denver because of their starting 5 and the Joker, who I got to say he is my favorite player to watch. Just watching his footwork, his touch, the way he manipulates. He literally is playing. People always say, "Oh, playing chess, not checkers." Like usually they don't. He plays chess. Like he absolutely plays chess. But is it still them and kind of everybody else, or where do you rank? Like Clippers, OKC, Minnesota without Cat's a little different. But just kind of how do you look at the West?
Yeah. Well, that's interesting, because when I'm asked that question a lot, I still like the Denver Nuggets. I mean, they're right there. They're only a game out of first place right now. They've been there. They've done that. They've beaten everybody. They're the target, right? They have to be. Everybody else, they're all the up-and-comers. For the last month or so, I had the Clippers coming out of the West, but now they've hit a little bit of a rough patch. Russell Westbrook is maybe out for a little while, so we don't know what's going to happen there. So I mean, I think that Minnesota, when you talk about Minnesota and OKC, I was in that position for the Spurs a lot of years where we were the top team in the West. I don't know, we had the best record 2 or 3 or 4 years, the first 4 or 5 years I was there, but we never got it done because we didn't have the know-how, and we hadn't done it before. And so when I look at Minnesota, that's my question mark. Same thing with OKC. We saw them last week. They're a really, really good team. But they depend a lot on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to get it done. They defend, but they have a lot of young guys, and I just don't know how that is going to hold up on the road during the playoffs if they have to win a game, because you more than likely you're going to drop one at home here or there, and you have to go out and you have to win on the road during the playoffs. You just have to. If you're not able to do that, then you're not going to go very far. So I like those teams at the bottom. It's a crapshoot. Everybody's so evenly balanced, but I don't see one team that sticks out to me that gets stops down the stretch. Yeah. And that's hugely important. I mean, that's how I was trained, right? In San Antonio, you had to get stops down the stretch. You had to get stops to win games. And I just don't see that team out there that gets after it enough or trusts each other enough on the defensive end of the floor to consistently get stops. So I just think it's wide open. I mean, in this league today, it could come down to just who makes the most threes, the way everybody plays.
Now, nobody gets stops anymore. That's not the way the game is played at this point. Speaking of threes and making threes, I wanted to get your thoughts on the Celtics, because when they're making threes, they cannot be beat. Like, they literally, you can't beat them when they're making threes. But they shoot so many threes that if they have one of those games where they make 10 of 40 or 9 of 42, I mean, then you can beat them. I mean, they're a team. I think they're the best team. I think between them and Denver, those are the two best starting fives in the league. But I'm curious, with Denver, I always have Joker I could throw it to. Always. Need a bucket, get it to Joker. Clutch situation, get it to Joker. Is Tatum that guy? Because I think he's a really good player, like really good. I'm not so sure at the end of the game it's like I'll get Tatum the ball and he can get me something that's going to be good. I mean, he might, but then again he might not. How do you look at him?
Yeah, no, I like him a lot. I really do, and I do think that he's clutch. I mean, in these clutch situations, you get asked to shoot the ball so often that I think we might start looking at the misses more than the makes. I mean, not every great clutch player is going to make every single shot down the stretch, but you have to have the gumption or the will or the fearlessness to continue to take those shots. And I think he's one guy who's not afraid of that moment. But so he's going to have his makes, but he's also going to have his misses. I've seen him, he dropped 60 on us a couple years back. I have nothing but a lot of respect for him, but I also think that your critique of them is right on the money. They shoot so many threes. They live and die by it. So you get in a situation where it's not falling for you for 2 or 3 games, and you can find yourself in a big hole, and that's the gamble with them. But I will add another thing about them. They actually do defend.
They do.
I mean, we were talking about West teams earlier. The Boston Celtics do defend. They get after you on that side of the floor, and that's why, besides the three-point shooting, that's why they have the best record in the league.
Yeah.
Sean Elliott here with us on the UMA guest line. Couple more minutes. All right, I got to ask you a question because one of your former teammates, one of my all-time favorite baseball players, Kenny Lofton, was on MLB Network the other day, and they were talking about his did he go into the Arizona Ring of Honor? Is that what happened, Tom? Or like Hall of Fame or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So they had him on MLB Network, and he was talking spring training, and they showed his basketball numbers and stats for his career at Arizona, and they had a list of notable teammates, and they had Steve Kerr and Sean Elliott, and I want to know your thoughts.
On being notable teammates of Kenny Lofton, or Kenny's accomplishments,
or omissions of the
omissions. I mean,
the omissions. They didn't put. You mean they didn't put Judd Bushler up there?
No, yeah. See, you got it. You hit it.
Harvey Mason. Oh, you wanted me to get to Tom Tolbert. That's what you're getting at.
I was surprised Eric Cooper wasn't on there.
Yeah, just show him the highlights against Carolina, where you were flipping the ball over your shoulder to send us to the Final Four. Just remind your guys in the audience. And by the way, I've told this story on this station before, but I'm sure there are lots of people that haven't heard it. But Tom Tolbert was responsible single-handedly for my breakthrough with Larry Brown, because Larry used to ride my ass like no one else's business. And we were here at the old arena, and Tom was kicking our ass. And we went to the bench, and Larry started yelling at me. And that's when I said, that's Tom Tolbert. That's not my guy out there serving us. Basically, I'm paraphrasing it. And that's when Larry and I had our whole hoedown and showdown on the bench. And from that day on, he came to me and he said, hey, I've been coaching you the wrong way. I've been yelling at you. Somebody told me to do this, and that's not the right way to coach you. And I said, no kidding, coach. And so we had our breakthrough because of that game in Golden State where Tommy was just absolutely serving our big guys. And I don't want to say who he was giving it to, but he was giving us the business.
No, I gave it to everybody that night. It was like a buffet, all you could eat. Come get some. It was funny though when you told me that he was yelling at you.
Happy inside. I was quietly happy funny. Inside for you, don't you?
I appreciate.
Yeah, no, he was yelling at me. He was screaming at me for what you were doing. No, I was like, oh, Lord have mercy, man.
He was getting mad at you because you knew me. I'll tell you what, though. I did have a good game that game, but I still got my ass kicked by Terry Cummings. Like, you want to talk about a guy hard to keep off the glass? Oh, my gosh,
impossible.
That guy was a bull.
Yeah. He was impossible to move. He was impossible to get the ball. Hey, he was hard to move, and when you threw the ball in the low block, it was impossible to get it back, too.
Not getting it.
We called him the black hole. You threw it in there, it disappeared.
God, I'm trying to think who was that team. I think that team was Rod Strickland at point, Willie Anderson 2, you 3, Terry Cummings 4, and David at 5.
Yeah. We had Britkowski coming off the bench.
That's right.
Might have had. I don't know if Paul Pressey was there yet. He got traded sometime, maybe mid-season to us. So yeah, we had a lot of. We had good talent, man. We had the talent to do it, but we just, like I said earlier when I was talking about Minnesota and OKC, we didn't have the know-how.
Yeah,
we should have. My rookie year, our rookie year, we should have been in the finals. I mean, we had Portland in Game 7, down 7 with 2:45 to play, and we took 3 bad shots in a row. And Rod Strickland got blamed because he threw an overhead pass, but that wasn't even the game. We just crapped it away, and we just didn't know how to win at that time in that situation.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but let's be honest. That was a dumb pass.
It wasn't. It was unexpected. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah. Well, at that point in the game, I would say that was a bad choice.
Yeah.
Let's put it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but if we had milked the clock, our 3 possessions, we would have come out of that game with a win. We would have won the game.
Isn't it so funny though? Like a lot of the stuff I think that's fundamental for you, me, Steve, guys that played for Lute. Like you get coaching in college and you just kind of understand. Like you understand time, score, what we can do now or what we should do now is different than the first quarter of the game. Like some guys just don't get that. It's like they just play the game until they hear a buzzer. And they'll just play it the same way no matter what the time and score is. And it's almost like they're sleeping, right? It's like, oh, game's over. Damn, okay, time to go home. But they don't. And there's so many guys in the NBA that still do that. And I know you played with them. I played with them. And coming from the program we came from, it always surprised me. Did it surprise you? Like, God, don't you guys get it? Like, this is different.
Are you seriously lighting the powder keg right now? I mean,
go ahead.
I try not to be the curmudgeon. I had to apologize on the air the other day. I said, hey, I'm not trying to be this curmudgeon, but goodness. I mean, when you talk about the fundamentals of the game, I see almost every play, just players are grossly out of position. Like the footwork on the defensive end is non-existent. The art of the closeout is completely dead. Throwing the ball in the low block, just an entry pass into the post. Everybody throws it from the high elbow instead of giving it to the wing. I mean, that was Lute would stomp his feet so hard if you tried that pass. Yep. You hear it from the you hear it from the other side of the court. No hands up on the defensive end on zones. Running started on modern day. No boxing out. The modern day NBA 3-on-2 is 2 wings run to the 3-point line instead of the rim.
Huh.
I mean, every time that happens in our game, I get a text from Tim Duncan. He's like, "Can you believe that? Can you believe that? What the hell?" And I'm like, "Hey, man, the basket's wide open and guys run to the 3-point line." You know what I mean? Every time I diagram or every time I illustrate a play now, Tommy, on our segments where I illustrate, I tell my producer, I say, "Hey, look, there are 10 things wrong here. I'll try to focus on this one thing because it's the technical aspects of the game, right? It's not just, I think most people will look at it and think guys are just running around to wherever they want to on the court, and it's not that way. The game is way more structured than that. There's a technique to playing defense instead of just staying in front of your man. There's a technique to letting a guy through the screen. There's a technique to denying the basketball, opening up and going backdoor, and all these things that we'd spend the first 45 minutes of practice on, and all that stuff is kind of out the window. Sometimes when you watch it from my standpoint, you go, wow, I mean, there are like 20 things wrong out there going on all at the same time, simultaneously.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm going to tell you what to tell the people that say stop yelling at them on the lawn. Because I tell this people all the time. I go, look, I used to be on the lawn. My parents and their generation were on the porch yelling at me. And then I've moved to the porch, and you're on the lawn. I go, you can yell at me all you want and say this or say that, but guess what? Eventually, you're going to be on the porch and somebody else is going to be on the lawn. It's the way it works. It just, that is evolution.
Cycle of life.
When you're younger, you're like, oh, you're old, you don't know what you're talking about. And then when you get old, you're like, the younger people are looking at you. I go, just trust me. Trust me on this one. There's always going to be someone on the porch and someone on the lawn, unless I can turn the sprinklers on and get them off my damn lawn, which would be better for everybody in my neighborhood. Sean, we always appreciate it. You gonna did you travel for this trip?
Yeah. I'm here.
Nice.
I'm enjoying the city today and tonight, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow with no Victor.
I will see you tomorrow night then. When are you guys leaving tomorrow night? Or are you leaving Sunday?
No, we leave Monday morning. We're staying here, and you know why? You know why we do that? We do.
Oh, because Pop likes his wine and dinner.
Yeah. That's part of it. But we also want guys to get their rest now. They got to get their sleep, so we can't.
Yeah, don't get me started on that either.
We can't go
Sleep
back
doctors.
in the middle of the night. And, yeah, we got sleep.
Oh, God. All right, well, I will talk to you tomorrow. Maybe maybe if you're around, we'll go out and grab a beer or something.
All right, man.
All right, Sean. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Look forward to it. All right.
Yep.
All right.
I'll see you. Talk to you tomorrow night. He was the first big-time recruit that Craig McMillan, actually. Craig McMillan from Cloverdale was a McDonald's All-American, and he went there. And Sean was also a McDonald's All-American, but he grew up in Tucson.
Yeah.
And he went to Arizona basically because Lute was there. If the program was like it was before Lute, he wouldn't have gone there. But they got Craig, McDonald's All-American, and got Sean, McDonald's All-American. And that's kind of where it started, right there. But Sean was like a massive, massive recruit. I mean, we're talking like John Wooden Award winner. That's as good as it gets in college basketball. But just a solid dude, great teammate, and love that guy.
NBA champion, former Spur, played for the Spurs, and now a TV analyst for the Spurs. Warriors get the Spurs tomorrow and on Monday. No Wembanyama tomorrow here at Chase Center, and no Steph Curry for the next 7 to 10 days. We'll get to your calls at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Now that we know the sort of squared out timeline for when Steph's going to be out, 7 to 10 days. If it's 10, that's 5 games. How are we feeling about this injury and the Warriors' chances? And who's your pick to be the guy who steps up for the Dubs in Steph's absence? 808 KNBR. You can hit us on the text line and on the phone lines, 415-808-5627. Your call's next on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's Sports Leader.
Steph Curry left last night's game in the fourth quarter when he rolled his ankle. All updates on Steph are trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. We all got plans. We all got hopes. We all got dreams. And a lot of those are planning for retirement and living that life that you dream of. Maybe it's a trip. Maybe it's a house somewhere else. Whatever it may be, whatever your dreams are, they should remain your dreams and your hopes. And that's why retirement planning and investment management is knowing the rules of how to get there. Because it's like a game. You don't know the rules, you're going to fail. And there's no do-overs, especially when it comes to retirement. If you're looking for a local fiduciary, I got just the guy for you. He's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related. It's Greg O'Donnell. Give him a call. He's here to help. O'Donnell Financial Group. He's been doing it for over 30 years. He's helping people just like you in the Bay Area get peace of mind by helping them plan for the retirement and the dreams that they have. Give him a call today, 866-496-2300, or find him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300, online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to make sure you're doing the right things. You're working every day. You're trying to save. It'd be terrible to get there and not have what you need for retirement. Make sure you're doing the right thing and that you're planning is the right kind of planning with O'Donnell Financial Group. 866-496-2300 or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, planning is a process, not a product.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to register today to play against me for the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Steph Curry went down with an injury to his ankle last night in the loss to the Chicago Bulls. Off day today, and then the Warriors are back in action tomorrow against the San Antonio Spurs at home. And then on Monday against the Spurs on the road as part of a 3-game road trip that'll open up against the Spurs on Monday. Monday at Dallas, Monday at the Spurs, Wednesday at Dallas. And then on Saturday next week against the Lakers in Los Angeles. We're going to get to your calls at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Couple of questions. Who's your hope or who's your money on to step up while Steph Curry is out? They're saying now, per Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area, 7 to 10 days. That could be as few as 3 games, could be as many as 5 games. And what Tom was pointing out is it's a couple of teams that you're head-to-head with, Dallas and the Lakers, games that Steph will be missing. 415-808-5627. We'll get to those calls next on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Question to the callers on a Friday afternoon on Tolbert and Copes, a Ska Friday, a Spurs Friday. Mark Spears joined us at 2:30 from South Africa. Greg Popovich, head coach of the Spurs, a really fun, wide-ranging conversation with Pop at 3 o'clock today. That's all up on KNBR.com, as well as Sean Elliott, the former Spur and current TV analyst. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, joins us around 5:10 tonight, but somewhere in that window, 5 o'clock-ish, he's going to join us. Steve Kerr for his weekly conversation. The question is, with the Steph injury out, they're saying 7 to 10 days. That's the report per the sources, NBA sources, per Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area. If it's 7 days, you're looking at 3 games. If it's 8 days, could be 4 games. 10 days would get you 5 games here as the Warriors take on the Spurs in the next 2. Let's go out to the phone lines here. Connor is in Dublin. Connor, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Okay, can I be honest? I totally lied to your producer. I'm not picking Chris Paul, so I disagree with you. I'm sorry. I'm more agreeing with Tolbert here. I think it's a whole team. It's a whole team effort, and I say that because I don't think Curry's worth a whole entire team, but I think he's worth a good 2 or 3 decent players. But he himself is so big of an impact on this team that without him, the whole team needs to put in as much effort as possible. And I'm going to be like super serious with this call, and I'm not going to try and like make you laugh. But so, you know, that's just what I'm trying to say. You know,
No, go ahead. I want you to try and make me laugh. You ever seen that TV show, Make Me Laugh? Go ahead.
That's a tough deal. Yeah, come on. Dance for me.
Go ahead. Make me laugh. I got to ask you, though, is Connor still there? You still there?
Connor, yeah, he's still here.
I'm still there.
Okay. Why it seems kind of a weird thing to lie about. Why can't you just say, I want to talk about everybody pitching in? Like, why do you think you had to say Chris Paul?
Because I originally thought, hey, you know, Chris Paul, that's a great idea. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Like, so you
didn't lie, you changed your mind.
Well, I try and say lie because I tell your producer one thing and then I'm going on and I'm saying another.
I think Connor's an honest guy. I think is all. I think he felt bad.
You changed your mind.
He felt bad that he said one thing and he was going to say.
That's fine. Now make me laugh.
Also, dude, yeah, make us laugh. Tell us a joke, Connor. Come on, dude.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rack 'em.
You
Rack
need to
'em.
work on that, Connor.
Rack 'em.
You know what that was? That was all delivery.
This is
well, now the material sucked too.
He said it
Delivery
quick.
would've made
He
it
said it
better.
so quick. He could have just said, "Get to the other side." Still would have racked him, but I would have respected him more. You know what I mean? Now that liar's gone. By the way, Derek,
if you would have said, like, look, if you would have said, and even though it may not have been spot on like Cope's, but if you would have said, why'd the chicken get to the other side? And you would have said, I don't know, but it's the greatest chicken I've ever seen. The feathers were fluffy. It was an incredible chicken. I would have laughed at that. Even though it would have been a bad impression like mine, I would have laughed at that.
As long as the chicken doesn't walk by a windmill, dude. The text line's turned on Connor. By the way, dude, Connor, we love you, man. Dude, we want you to make us laugh.
Call
text
back
line's
again,
turned on.
Connor. You're good. You're good.
Connor gets a second chance. If he's got a better joke for us, he can call us back. 808 KNBR, Connor.
Damn,
make us laugh at 808.
He doesn't lie to Derek.
KNBR. As long as he doesn't lie to Derek, he's like, yeah, it's Jim. He's like, this is Connor. Just say your name, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, 408 on the text line. I'm not going to say he's being mean, but Connor, yeah, they've turned on him. 808 KNBR. Yeah, and I'm with you. Like, yeah, the whole team has to step up and play hard. Of course. I just don't know what the level of, like, my level of confidence yesterday after the Bucks game was, I won't say, like, super high. I didn't think they were, like, an incredibly different team, except that I thought they were a different team than the last time they played a team like OKC. Right? Like, they're a more complete team now when healthy than they were when they last lost to OKC, which is a team they could meet in the playoffs. Then we saw Minnesota take a couple of injuries. We told you yesterday Anthony Edwards got hurt, but he'd come back by the time we'd ended the show. So they're doing all right. But just in general.
Did you see that block he had at the end of the game?
Dude, and then he was like talking mess after, dude. Yeah, that was an incredible block. Unreal.
That was like, wow.
That's superstar. That's one.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible stuff. I mean, but Karl Anthony Towns goes down. You know, so I was feeling like, hey, if the Warriors are in the next 20 games, I don't know what record I thought they would need or would have, but I thought they're capable of stockpiling some wins here and changing their playoff status, in which case they're in the mix to upset some people. And who knows? Because, again, the only team I'm really, really, really confident in series to series, regardless of opponent, is Denver.
Yeah.
Which means everything's on the table. And with the Warriors, everything's really on the table.
I agree. It's like you put them just put them on a pot and pick one out. That's what it seems like. Like, they all have their strengths and weaknesses, of course, but you can't tell me it's really hard to see that team beating that team. The records aren't super close. Like, again, there's a line between 4 and everybody else, but whoever's 5, let's say right now, it's the Pelicans. Suns, like, they can't beat the Clippers at 4? Of course they could. I'm with you. I just think it's all up in the air. And the Nuggets are the one team that I'd be shocked if they got beat in the first round. I don't care who they play. I'd be shocked if they got beat in the first round. The rest of them, I'm not going to be all that surprised. Like, okay, yeah, I get it. Look who they're playing. They're playing teams that are either veteran teams or really good. They have really good players on their team. That's why it's going to be fun. That's why it's going to be intriguing. That's why you're going to want to watch all the playoff series in the first round that you normally wouldn't want to watch, because all these teams could win. Again, I mean, 8 and 9 are going to be, or 7 and 8, I guess, after the play-in tournament. That's going to be no fun. That's not going to be maybe a gentleman's sweep. That's going to be like, I hope we can get by this round.
Right.
We're going to have to play really good to get by this round. Not the case in the East, but the West is a different animal. Absolutely different animal.
808 KNBR is the number to call. You can check us out on YouTube, Twitch, the KNBR app, and KNBR.com. I hadn't realized the YouTube chat had turned on Connor, our caller, as well. True Blue, our guy, True Blue Forever, checks in and says, Derek doesn't listen to anybody anyways. So he may not have heard what Connor had to say to begin with.
Derek.
Then True Blue comes back and he goes, well, how about this take? Is Connor lying now? I just think he's lying about everything it is that he has to say. Mr. E says, I already dislike this call. I'm already not happy with this. So 808 KNBR, if you like to change the tone. We had Greg Popovich on earlier, and a lot of the texters checked in on Pop, and I wanted to get to some of those. They were funny earlier in the show. Greg Popovich, head coach of the Spurs, joined us earlier on the show. You can check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. 650 checks in and says, great interview. Love Tolbert. with Popovich. So awesome. Hopes you're okay too. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. 209 then checks in and says, hey, is Popovich showing Wemby any Tolbert highlight reels?
Right, footwork, baby.
Probably
Footwork.
need some box out video, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably need some box out video. And then 415 checks in and says, we were talking to Mark Spears earlier from South Africa where he's there for the NBA Africa event, the kickoff of the season and the program. And he says, 415, imagine Mark, he's going on a safari on Monday. He said, imagine Mark Spears cage diving with great white sharks. It's pretty good.
See, I'm surprised when Mark was on, since he's in South Africa, we didn't play Diplomatic Immunity.
Diplomatic Immunity.
South Africa.
Dom Peralta checks in on the YouTube chat, says, look what you did, Connor. Rockin' New Earth.
Diplomatic immunity.
Just we had tomatoes, we'd throw them at Connor with tomatoes on the tomatoes. Come on, guys, come on.
All over him.
Well, so what's up? Everybody feels good then? Everybody's great about the Warriors? Like, whatever. It's good with Steph out. Connor's like, I'm not feeling good about this. Everyone's like, screw this, man. Not having it. I'm like, I think Connor had pretty like rational takes about what it was that he had to say. You know what I mean? Normally the YouTube chat, pretty nice. I tell you what, like I said before, my thought is Chris Paul is the guy who, if he steps up, and again, everything gets thrown out of whack. Now, we've seen Steve Kerr, and we know this is a thing. He doesn't like to throw off starting rotation and bench rotation because somebody's out as a starter. Does he go to the bench deep? Is there somebody else that starts that's not Chris Paul?
Well, he likes keeping the bench unit together. We know that. Because instead of starting Clay, he started Moody one game. And then a couple guys were hurt, so Clay did start. But in this situation, I don't know that you have another option. I don't know that anybody out there is going to be a point guard for you. So I think in this situation, even if you wanted to keep Chris Paul with the second unit, I'm not sure that you could. Moody, Podziemski starts at 2, and he's not a 1 anyway. I have no idea who you'd put out there. I'm trying to think. Am I missing somebody? I don't think there's anybody that could fill that role. To me, that one's pretty easy. Who knows? I could be wrong, but
to me, it seems automatic.
He likes to keep the bench together, but this is I don't think this is possible to do that because you don't have anybody to plug in. If it's a 2, 3, or 4, you could plug somebody in. Even 5, they could plug somebody in. But really, at point guard, it's Steph and Chris Paul, and that's it. So yeah, it's got to be Paul starting for him, and he'll have to figure out the second unit now a little bit and try to figure out what he wants to do with that. But that's why he gets paid $17 million a year.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
That's why he's stealing, as Pop said.
Yeah, Greg Popovich joined us earlier.
Which we will definitely play when Steve comes on.
Has some comments for Steve Kerr, who's going to join us later around 5 o'clock. Dude, even Tim's checking on the YouTube chat, like ripping Connor. Come on, dude. Tim, relax, bro. Tim said take a few plays off, Connor. Tim, relax.
Jeez.
Nobody lies to Derek, okay?
Derek, somebody else said that's Derek's fault, right? Derek, that had to be Derek's fault. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Al is in Walnut Creek. Al in Walnut Creek, what's your level of concern and how much has it changed from 2 days ago to when Steph got hurt last night?
Hey, fellas. Happy Friday. I will try to do better. I'll try to do better than Connor. I don't have any jokes, though. But
you better. We're going to ask. We're going to ask. You better.
So level of concern, 9 out of 10, just because we're heading into a big week with those latter 2 games. What I'm really interested in, Paul's obviously the starting, he's probably the natural plug-in, but I think, Kuminga's your number 1 option now. So I think it's going to be the kids, Kuminga, Podziemski, and I'm interested to see what Moses Moody can do. I also think that you're going to make up whatever you lose with Steph more defensively. So that's what I'm going to be looking at is, how are they playing as a unit, as a 5-man unit on the defensive end, because you're not going to replace 26 a game scoring and with his efficiency and the way he stretches the floor offensively. So I think it's, dig in with Wemby and then see what you can do with Luka and Kyrie later this week and then LeBron and those guys at the end of the week. But it's going to be tough. I don't see right now how this team's not a play-in team, given how bunched up everything is in front of them. And then, you lose 2. Well, let's not count them before they hatch, but you don't have Steph for those 2 games. So,
I agree. And look, here's the problem. Appreciate the phone call, man. Here's the problem with like making like it's going to be there's offense, and they're not going to say, okay, we're going to try to get the ball to Kuminga more and make him the number one option. Because here's the problem with that: if you say we're going to go to you more, then he's just going to say, well, cool. I got a green light to just go let it rip, and he really doesn't. Like he still needs guardrails right now. Like you can't just take the guardrails off, because if you do, you're going to get more gutter balls than you want, because he's going to throw it as hard as he can right down the lane. It's going to be like cling right into the gutter, like because he does that right now. Still, he's getting much better at it, understanding when to attack, when to pass, just when to do certain things. Last couple games, he's had a couple plays where it's like you're forcing it. The 3-pointers above the break, that's not it. No pass possession, that's not it. But again, he's young. He's getting there. He's getting better at it. He's had a lot of games. But he will be a big key. He will be a big part of the offense. But he's not going to be okay, he's our guy. Let's get him the ball. He's not ready for that yet. I don't think he'd be capable of handling it. Because, again, I think he would say, whoo, sweet, my ball, let's go. And then it might be like, whoo, look out, Katie bar the doors. We're just going to get all kinds of shots from everywhere. But, Chris Paul's going to have to be a little more aggressive than he normally is. He doesn't love to be aggressive. He loves to play point guard, distribute, run the team, that kind of stuff. And that's great, but now they're going to need you a little bit more, need you to look for your offense a little bit more. But, yeah, this is just a team that doesn't have a natural second option that can get you 20 or 25 when you need them to. Like, okay, now you can get.
Marcus Thompson said that to us yesterday. He's like, they don't have somebody they can count on consistently to say, go get me 25. And they don't. There's no number 2 there. There's not a score line. So it's where DeRozan would have been an ad. You know what I mean? Like the guys that were out there.
Everyone has to just, pitch in. And not pitch in okay, let me get a few more shots. It's really. When you think about pitching in, I know everyone's got to do a little bit more because they're going to get a few more minutes. But it starts at the defensive end, moving the ball, trusting the offense, trusting your teammates, and all that kind of stuff. That's where it really starts, and that's where you let the offense get players open. You don't try to force it yourself, because that's 27 points a game, basically. You just, boom, gone. Gone. The stretching the court is gone. Because the way he stretches the court, Clay's still out there to stretch the court. He doesn't stretch it like Steph. Maybe only Damian Lillard does. But think about who they are as a three-point shooting team without Steph. You got Clay, who's hit or miss. Chris Paul, kind of hit or miss. I mean, he's not bad, but he's going to get good shots from three. So he's not a huge threat. You can't leave him, but he's not a huge threat. And then after that, who you got? Wiggins, not really. Kuminga, not really. Pajemski, kind of, sort of, sometimes. Moody, not really. Draymond, first quarter. And then after that, not really. They're not a great three-point shooting team. They're not. So it's going to be harder to stretch the court now. Teams are going to play him a little bit differently now because you don't have to go out to 30 feet to guard Steph. Steph's not in there. So you can shrink your defense a little bit. That was weird the way I did that. I almost felt like I was like a sphincter or something.
Yeah, right.
Shrink your defense. Like that was
sphincter defense. Yeah, right.
Sphincter defense. That's a second sphincter reference on the show today. I can't remember what the first one was.
I think it was Greg Popovich. I think he was. I think Popovich references sphincter.
Oh yeah,
he's an anatomy man. You're a math man,
yes.
And we got more calls here coming in on the Warriors and their level of concern, the listeners' level of concern. Let's go to Nick in Oakland. How worried are you after the Steph injury? 7 to 10 days. As the texter, Mr. E, said, Connor should be out 7 to 10 days, maybe 5 games. I was like, geez, dude, you guys are hammering Connor. Dude, Connor just came like normal dude. Let's go to Nick in Oakland. Nick, what's your level of concern?
Connor seemed like a nice guy. I'm not that concerned, to be honest with you. I just had an idea that I don't know if it's been discussed yet. Would it make sense to have Chris Paul? Obviously is going to go in the starting lineup, and then what about bumping Clay back into the starting lineup and putting Pods back as the backup point guard? I know Tom said earlier that he doesn't play point, but who else does? I mean,
yeah.
And that stretches it a little bit more, like you were saying, Tom, to your point, at least for the starters. Maybe Clay gets a little rejuvenated, being the main guy, and you got Chris and Clay sticking together this time as the starters instead of the second team. Just want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I mean, I think Podziemski could handle a little bit of point guard duties. Yeah, I mean, I like that. I don't know if he wants to put Clay in the starting lineup, because then you've completely taken away from your bench. Now your bench, it used to have 2 Hall of Famers. Now you put him in the starting lineup, and I think he'd like to have Clay. I think he'd like to have Clay coming off the bench. But yeah, I mean, look, it's all up in the air. I was gonna check real quick because we should be able to figure this out, right? I mean, Chris Paul missed a bunch of games.
Yeah.
I should be able to figure out.
Tom, why don't you figure it out during the break? We're going to take a quick break. Nick, we appreciate the call in Oakland, man. We got to take a quick break just because Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5:10 today. Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, to join us. Get that note, Tom, for when we come on back. And we'll take more of your calls. Tyler, Mort, I see Sid is hanging on the line. Lou is there. And everybody should know, not a joke. Tom, hanging on the line right now. Connor is back. Connor in Dublin is hanging on the line. And all I see here is it says Connor in Dublin. I'm here to make them laugh. Head coach of the Golden State Warriors at 5:10, Steve Kerr is going to join us. More of your calls on your level of concern without Steph. And Connor in Dublin joins us next to make us laugh on the Sports Leader. Warriors did not have the same energy they had 2 nights ago when they beat the Milwaukee Bucks. They fall to the Chicago Bulls 125-122. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. If you want more speed, come to the right place. Xfinity can offer you more speed. And more speed is a good thing. Reliability and speed is what you're looking for. Everyone's on a device. Everyone's probably in a different room. And everyone's probably doing different things. They might be doing the same thing. I'm not sure. Could be downloading, could be streaming, could be gaming, could be working. Maybe going to school, heaven forbid. Somebody learning. Oh, he gads. I'm not learning, but everyone needs to have reliable internet with speed. Video chatting, all of that. You don't want complaining. No losers, no whiners, just peace. You want to be able to do what you want on your phone or tablet, maybe TV. You know, go old school on them with the TV. Ooh, TV. How old are you, boomer? So, if you want more speed and you want everyone happy, Xfinity. And you can save money, too. Get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. That's 50% more speed for the same price. That is nice. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and other charges extra after promo regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed, you love reliability, and oh yeah, you like speed again and more speed? You will love Xfinity.
it sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Steve Curry going to join us, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, right here on KNBR on Tolbert and Copes, about 5:10. So in about 20 minutes, we'll talk to the Warriors head coach about the injury to Steph Curry. 7 to 10 days is the report right now per Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area. The Warriors did say that they're going to give a little bit more clarity tomorrow when they speak to the media. But Steve Kerr to join us. His former head coach, Greg Popovich, joined us earlier in the show as 415 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and says, how do I listen to the Greg Popovich interview with Tom Tolbert earlier today? I'm here too. You can listen on KNBR.com and the KNBR app on the podcast page. Like the texter who said, I'm really enjoying this great interview with Pop and Tom Tolbert. Copes, you're cool too. Let's go out to the phone lines here. 808 KNBR. After Steph goes down, we was joking yesterday with people on the YouTube chat. We had like 8 hours of shows on man, Warriors are healthy. How about that? For a day. Then Steph goes down yesterday with a rolled ankle. 7 to 10 days. How much different is your level of confidence from yesterday before the game, after the Bucks victory, to after the loss to the Bulls and the injury? Let's go to Chris. Chris is in San Jose. Chris, what's going on, man? Your level of concern, you're on the sports leader.
Level of concern, it's probably the same. I think I'm not that worried. And I think Draymond Green continues to be the key. I've always felt there's more offensively from Draymond. I think his three-point shooting has improved. I think he can continue to find more shots in the mid-range along with Chris Paul. I think there's more there offensively in the paint with him going to the hole a little bit more, and also on the pick and roll, with Chris Paul. But he is a great player. He's a dominant player defensively. I think there's potential for him to be a dominant player offensively.
Appreciate the call, Chris. Tom, you had a note last week. I don't know about dominant offensively, but you had a note last week about Draymond in the first quarter, about his shooting percentage. I can't remember what it was. It was like 40 attempts.
Led the league in three-point percentage in the first quarter for those that have taken 40 or more three-pointers.
It was NBA-wide, by the way.
NBA-wide, yeah, the league. He was shooting 54%, like in the first quarter. But against the Bucks, he made 2 3-pointers in the fourth quarter. Those are the only 2 fourth-quarter threes he's made all year. Go figure.
It's tough.
Go figure. He leads the league in three-point field goal percentage in the first quarter, and up until the Bucks game, had not made a three-pointer
Number one,
in the fourth
who
quarter.
cares?
It's wild. It's a wild stat. It really is.
I
would disagree with that. I don't know that Draymond's going to. Draymond doesn't have the mindset, I don't think.
No.
Now, he may pitch in a little bit more like everybody else, but I don't think it's going to be dramatic. I don't think you're going to see Draymond averaging 17 a game while Steph's out. That's just not his mindset. His mindset is defense, play make, rebound. That's like his mindset. And when they leave him open, he'll shoot it. But you see if he misses 1 or 2, then, he's more pass and go set a screen. But I don't know that I don't know that he has the mindset to even do that.
Yeah.
Whether he could or not's a different question, but you got to have the mindset first, and I just don't think he does. But yeah, would it be nice to see him go to 11 points a game, 10? Yeah, of course it would. But it's not like we're talking a month here. We're talking 4 games, maybe 5 games. And the caller was right. I don't know if the caller is right about Podziemski going to the bench. I don't know that that's going to happen, but it could, because Podziemski did play the backup point guard when Chris Paul was out. So that is definitely a possibility that he plays the backup point. And let's be honest, if Chris Paul isn't in the game, if you have Draymond in the game, he can be your point guard, because he kind of is your point guard.
He brings it up anyway. Steph's running off the ball.
Yeah, right. In a lot of situations. So maybe they stagger the minutes to where, Chris Paul starts, Draymond starts. Either Draymond or Chris Paul come out, and then when the other one comes back in, the other one comes out. Like, you can kind of stagger the minutes that way, where Draymond's going to be the de facto backup point guard. But yes, I do believe that Podziemski will get some of those point guard minutes.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Tyler in Sacramento. Let's go out to Tyler. Level of concern for the Warriors, and who has to step up? Tyler in Sac, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Tom. Hey, Adam. Thank you guys for taking my call. Hey, before I start, I just want to thank you guys for what you do. The Endless Hours Entertainment. I really love you guys. Love your show. All the producers up and down, your whole roster. Thank you guys.
Much love to you, Tyler.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you listening, man. It's really cool.
Producer,
well, you guys,
yeah, Derek sucks.
You really helped my day go faster, honestly. So thank
much
you
love,
guys.
dude.
Appreciate that, man.
Okay, so before I start, friendly Kings fan over here. Just want to make that known. Over here in Sac, I'm just really happy to hear that Steph's injury wasn't, a season ender, career ender. I love seeing the superstars. If we face you guys as we did last year, I wouldn't want any, built-in excuses, I guess, so to speak. I want both teams healthy at full strength and let them go to battle, see who wins, and that's how I feel.
I hear you.
Sorry, I guess that's all I got.
No, dude.
More, but
hey, Tyler, before you go, Tyler nearly killed her. Appreciate the call, Tyler. Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, I hear it, and for a Kings fan, I hear that because you're like, dude, if we lost to them last year and then they don't have Steph this year, we beat them. It's like, come on, man. I don't want to hear that noise. Warrior fans heard that whole first year that they beat the Cavs without Kevin Love or without Kyrie, whoever was down in that first year, and then they lose the next year 3-1 when they're more healthy, and Kyrie's a big part of it. And then after that, they're both out. Derek reminds me. So then 2 years after that, they win again and feel like they quiet those demons. But I hear what he's saying. It's a bummer. I do think the Warriors are still fine in the play-in. I don't think they're at risk of falling out of that just because of how everything's bunched up. We're going to catch up with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr in just a few minutes here, right around 5:10. We had a caller about 20 minutes ago or so, Connor in Dublin. Very normal call, called in and was like just giving us a take, and then said he felt like he lied to Derek, that he didn't have somebody, a single player that was going to step up and help the Warriors in Steph Curry's absence. And he said, I'm not here to make you guys laugh, it's just a normal call. And Tom then said, well, make us laugh. And here's what Connor said.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
I don't know.
That was tough. So then the text line turned on the YouTube chat turned on Connor. And we said, dude, Connor, if you have something to make us laugh, you can call us back. To which point, somebody in the text line did Tom say, Connor, you really killed her. And the 916 here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, on a scale of 1 to 10, I have a Nigel Tufnell level of concern, 11. Connor is back here on the Uma guest line. Uma guest line I'm going with. Connor in Dublin says, I'm here to make him laugh. Connor, what's up, man? You're on KNBR.
Hey, thanks for giving me a second chance. Look, after I say my joke, I don't care what anybody else says. What you guys do is my passion. I want to get into this industry when I'm older. Nice. This is my passion. Okay. And so I don't care what anybody else says. I will call in anytime, even if you guys hate me. But,
no, go ahead, call in. But you realize how risky this is, right? Like, last time you kind of threw it out there, like, I'm not here to make you laugh, and then I said, well, make me laugh as a joke. Now you're calling in, you're saying, I'm going to make you laugh. Like, there's a level of expectation that you got to meet here. Are you ready for it?
The 209 just said, "Don't be a Connor." You know what I mean? Like, you got to come with the heat, dude.
This is tough. This is tough.
I know. I'm going to try.
Okay, go ahead. We got you. I'll give you a legitimate laugh or no laugh.
All right. A college class was told to write a short story in as few words as possible. The story had to contain number 1, religion, number 2, sex, number 3, mystery. The only story that got an A+ is this one. Oh God, I'm pregnant. I wonder who did it. Shoot.
Rack him. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, my.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
Matt Chapman joined Murf and Marcus this morning and discussed his excitement on joining the San Francisco Giants. Check out the podcast. It's on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
All right, it's time for the culmination of Spurs Friday that featured head coach of the Spurs, Greg Popovich, color analyst of the Spurs, former Spur, Sean Elliott, and head coach of the Golden State Warriors and former Spur, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve.
Well, Tom, it sounds like you just called all your friends and asked us all to be on the show today.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't get a hold of Stack Jack. We're trying to get as many Spurs as we could. Can you get a hold of Ginobili for me? I'll get him on.
I'll give it a shot.
Will Purdue. We'll probably get Will
Purdue.
on.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
We'll get Will on. Oh, brother. All right, so let's get right to it before we talk hoops. What's the latest on Steph? What do you know? Expectations? Just whatever you would like to share.
Yeah, the MRI was pretty clean, which is great news. So talking to Rick Celebrini this morning, he just said that it's really a matter of how Steph's doing tomorrow because, this kind of injury, you kind of need to give it 48 hours to really get a better assessment. So, highly unlikely Steph would play tomorrow. But we'll have a report out tomorrow after Steph sees Rick, and they can get a good look at it after, a couple of days. So we'll see.
Would it be fair to say, okay, so he misses tomorrow, and then would it be fair to say after that, TBA? I mean, maybe not the first Spurs game, but maybe. I mean, you just don't know at that point.
You just don't know. So,
okay.
And that's what Rick told me. Is he said it. It's the good news is that he avoided a really serious injury that would have shown up on the MRI. But until they get a better look at it tomorrow, there's really we can't make a timetable.
Do we know for a fact the doctors, because I've heard about this stuff before, the doctors did the MRI on the ankle and not like the elbow, and like, oh, yeah, everything's good?
Or possibly looked at somebody else's MRI?
That could be, too. I've heard of that, too. I'm just covering all my bases here.
All of that is possible. So I think we should consider even more possibilities and talk about this further.
It was somebody else's ankle.
Yeah.
Hey, that dude's not even alive. Good ankle, though. Oh, my God. So we were talking about this, and I know you, like if somebody gets hurt in the starting lineup, you like to keep the bench this as much as possible. You'd like to keep the bench rotation similar. So you're not going to plug someone back in when they're a key part of the bench. But what do you do if Steph's out? Because Chris Paul is a natural guy, even though he leads the bench unit. But he's really the only other point guard you have. Pajemski's there. Does he get some of those minutes? Does Draymond even play? He kind of does anyway. But how do you kind of, those minutes that Steph's not playing, how do you kind of bridge that gap?
Yeah, that's the question. That's what I've been thinking about all day, and talking to my assistant coaches and looking at film, looking at lineup numbers, because we found this lineup a month ago that we've been going with, and but it's pretty unique, and Steph is pretty unique. So I have to figure out, is it as simple as just plugging Chris in for Steph, or do we need to maybe think of another move in concert with that to make the lineups work. So I literally have not made any decision yet, but we do have to mix and match for sure and find the best combinations.
So we talked about this last night, and I think we both agree, but I'll bring it out. I'll throw it out there so people can listen. But we've talked about this before, how sometimes games are decided in the first quarter, second quarter. They don't have to be decided in the last 5 minutes of the game, even though those are the 5 minutes that everybody keys on. But I agreed with you when you said, and maybe I said it, you said it, but the end of the first quarter was a big, I don't want to say turning point because there's a lot of game left, but that had influence on the game more so than people would think. When Kuminga fouled DeRozan, he got the 3-point and the bucket, cut a 10-point lead to 6, and kind of got him going in the second quarter, right?
Yeah, that was a big deal. It would have been nice to go into the second quarter up 10, and a big part of the game plan when you play Chicago is you just can't foul DeRozan. But he's so good at drawing fouls, and I just think he did a really good job of drawing that one and then drawing a couple more, and then he found his rhythm, and at that point he's a really tough guy to stop, and obviously made the big 3-point play. I actually missed the free throw late in the game when he got fouled, but we let him out of the bag a little bit, and I thought that was a big play for sure.
Talking to Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors here on the UMA guest line. When we talked to Greg Popovich earlier, I asked him about, I was like joking about, is it less stressful now of a weekend knowing that Steph is out for you? And he was like, oh, is he out? I had no idea. I wasn't paying any attention. I wondered, like, is that, which kind of felt like it fit for him. But I'm wondering, like, how closely do you monitor stuff like that? And does it change in situations throughout the season with, like, Wemby being out now? Would you follow that closer now than you would early in the year, or is it game to game? What happens with you?
We get the reports, the medical reports all the time. Every day that we get emails and texts about our opponent. So I'm generally aware, but it's a lot of times you just see questionable, and so you don't even pay any attention to it. But it doesn't surprise me about Pop. I remember when we signed Kevin Durant in 2016, someone asked him, what'd you do when you heard the Warriors signed Kevin Durant? He said, I don't know. I probably poured myself another glass of wine. And that's pretty much how Pop approaches things. He's not very bothered by much of anything at this point.
How similar are you? I wonder how much how similar Pop is to Pop, like 10 years into the job? Because I'm wondering, because I know you, we've talked to you, and you've said it on the air, like there are just nights where it's hard to sleep, and you think about plays in the game, maybe things you could have done differently or wanted to do differently. But I also know you're not defined by basketball. Like, you love doing what you do and all that, but you're not defined by it. But is it different that you're earlier in your career? Do you think you'd be different later on in your career? Like, I mean, you follow stuff a little maybe closer than Pop does, and I'm not saying he doesn't follow it. As you said, he's just unaffected by a lot of that stuff. Do you feel like you're that way a little bit, or do you feel like you still kind of get pulled back in? Like, even if you wanted to, like, get away, you're, like, kind of pulled back into, like, the inner workings of just what's going on around the league?
Well, I'm pretty sure Pop doesn't have a fantasy football team. So
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
I'm just saying, I got other stuff, you know. I mean, I got other stuff going on. You know, some people might think I'm worried about, you know, Steph's injury. I'm thinking about next year's fantasy draft right now.
Already?
You know?
Good Lord.
Well, and I mean, how is the, you know, the NFL draft going to affect, you know, rounds 4 through 6 of the fantasy draft? Those are crucial questions, Tom. And who gets drafted where? If you don't start doing your work now, then don't expect to do well next year. That's all. I'm saying.
I mean, we always tell players, do your work early, right?
That's right. Do your work early.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think Pop's into fantasy hockey. To be honest with you, I think that's
fantasy puck. Yeah, that's what he likes.
That's what Pop is doing. By the way, he did remember you and Danny Ferry dropping him off the bill before you walked out. Yeah, he goes. I remember that.
Story.
he loved it. What I didn't get a chance to ask him, I'll ask you because maybe you've asked him. Is that something he thought of, or do you think he got that from somebody who was coaching under?
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's such a small token. And look, they weren't making what they're making now, but you can still afford a dinner or two, and it's just a little token like that may kind of ingratiate you to the players and let you know that, hey, you know what, you're more than just a basketball player to me, and you know, I just want you to know that. So it's just such a cool thing. It doesn't seem like much, but it really was.
It was a huge thing, and I don't know where he got it, but I got it from him. So I do the same thing, but the difference is I don't go to the concierge, you know, to find out where I'm going. I keep it secret where I'm going to
make him work.
So make him work for it. But no, in all seriousness, it meant so much to us. I mean, it was just yes, it's a small thing, but it was like, yeah, that guy's looking after me. You know, that's really cool. And I learned so much from him in terms of striking the balance between, you know, being the authoritarian figure that a coach has to be at certain times, but also really caring about your guys and taking care of them and showing them compassion. And, you know, all that stuff combined is what made and makes Pop so special. And I've really I learned a lot from him and have done a lot of the same things that I learned from him.
Well, it makes you who you are too, as well. Although the difference between you and Pop is you tell the guys if we're at the same restaurant, I'll pay for your dinner, and then you never go out. You just order room service.
That's right.
I mean, it's a little BS. Gotta be honest. We didn't bring this up last night when we were doing the game, but I'm just curious, and I know it was tough for you. And this is, you talked about just a couple seconds ago, walking that line of like being the guy, the authority. You got to crack the whip every once in a while, but it's also I care about you. Like, I love you guys, but I'm the coach. How tough was it to not play Looney last night? Because I know it hurt to not play him, and it was a game streak. It was like 290 counting playoffs, 250 something regular season, but you also got to try to win a basketball game. And I know you love Looney, and Looney understands. Like, Looney's the one guy that probably, if you're going to do that, he would be the guy to, like, I get it, coach. But how difficult was that for you?
No, it's terrible. I felt so bad. You know, I talked to him a few days ago when we decided to give Trace his minutes, and you know, I told him how much I know he values the streak and how much I value it, just because it's a sign of how Looney is always available for us. And at the same time, it wouldn't have felt right It would have felt patronizing to, put him out there for one possession, for a rebound or something, just to keep the streak going. I don't know that would have been the right thing to do. The thing with Loon is that he's the ultimate pro. He's always available. The streak itself is, that's just a number. But he's available every night because he takes such great care of himself, and we're going to need him. We're going to need more from him as the season goes on, as we get into the playoffs. Hopefully, it's there's going to be certain matchups where we're going to have him, but we really need Trace to get minutes now. We've got to get just load up and get him ready for the playoffs as well, because there's certain matchups that really favor him.
So I asked Pop this, and I want to see if it'll change your mind, because I know how much respect you have for Pop. But I asked him what he thought of the midseason, or the midseason tourney. Mm-hmm. And he said he thought it was kind of goofy to begin with, but he said he kind of enjoyed it, other than the courts. Mm-hmm. He said the midseason tournament was kind of fun, and the guys liked it, and they brought a little energy into the building. But I asked him what he thought about the play-in game, and he said, actually, after 82 games, you should be the better team should be able to get in. Mm-hmm. Now, different for you, because you might be in the play-in game this year.
Right.
Be nice if you weren't, but you might be in the play-in game. So I'm not going to ask you to say, do you like the play-in game? Because right now you're going to say, hell yeah, I like the play-in game. Are you kidding me?
Right.
give me the damn play-in game. I just wanted to say that to let you know that Pop enjoyed the no play-in game. Just to let you know.
It just sounds like you're recruiting people to have your opinion.
Yeah, basically, I'm trying, Steve.
Yeah.
Look, I'm outnumbered now.
It's on brand. Okay? Right, it's on brand for some.
I'm outnumbered. I had you for a while, and you left me. You just said, suck it. I like these games.
It's not about what's right. It's about what's entertaining. So this is entertaining. So, it's been good for the league, I would say.
No, it has been good for the league, and I know you like sucking up for the league, so we'll agree with that. No problem with that. Hey, so we want to play this for you before we let you go, because I know how tight you and Pop are, and I love it. I said, the league is a better place with you guys in the league. You guys are great for the league. In my opinion, moral compass and coaching ability and everything that comes with you guys being in the league. So we talked a little bit about it, and Copes asked him, actually a great question. He asked him, what he thought of your contract, and this is what he said.
Steve Kerr gets the new contract. I mean, he's done this for like half as much or less than that, the amount of time you have. Does he deserve this new deal?
No, he doesn't.
He's stealing. He's just flat stealing. I can't believe ownership did that. If I was part of ownership, it would have been, hey, look, here's what we're going to offer. If you don't like it, we got 10 people here waiting to take the job. So if you want to take a hike, go ahead. And what did they do? They filled up his wallet. Unbelievable.
He's the best.
He is the best. Now, that was comedian Pop. This is what Pop had to say shortly after that.
He's one of those guys that every player should be so thankful that they even get to be around him, because he's the most centered, mature teacher I've been around in a long time. Not super highs, not super lows. Class when you win, grace if you lose, and just teaching the game, participating with the players, high standards, everybody's accountable, but it's done with care and with love and with a thought that all we're trying to do is be our best, do our thing, and then go home. That's pretty rare, and he does it in spades.
What does that mean to you to hear that from someone like that?
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pop really has been, one of my mentors, and he's become a great friend, since I became a coach, that changed our relationship. We became, colleagues, and then, of course, we coached in the World Cup and the Olympics together, which was the first time we've ever been on the same staff, and that was amazing. But I hold him in such high regard. He's one of the finest people I've ever been around. the character and the moral compass and the humor and he just gets it. He's dead serious about his job, but he never takes himself seriously. He laughs at himself and laughs at the world, but at the same time, he finds that balance that every person should have. Great compassion and care for people, but never takes himself too seriously. And every day's a gift. He's fun to be around.
No, there's no doubt about it, and it's so funny. I'll echo what you just said, but I could say that about you too. You do except for the fantasy football. I don't think he does that. But other than that, I think a lot of what you said about him is true about you. That you're super competitive, but you care about the players, and you just want them to be their. You want them to be their best. So on that note, we will. God, got kind of sappy today. I'm not really. Yeah. I'm not really thrilled with the direction. The sappiness is a little much for me. How about you?
Maybe do you have some soft piano music in the back? Maybe the Masters theme song. Could you put that on in the background as you go to break?
Yeah, get us some Nance, Tim.
Please.
As the azaleas blow.
Yeah, get us some
in
Nance
the wind here from Augusta National.
Can we dub some Nance into over this?
There we go. There we go. Tom,
God.
folks, I love you guys.
That's
an interview like
I'm really feeling
an interview unlike any other. Steve Kerr on KNBR.
All right. Have a good Friday night, Steve.
All right, Steve.
See you guys later.
See you, man.
Oh, brother.
Oh, dude, fantastic.
Yeah, that got a little gooey. A little gooey for me.
I don't know why you're being such a bee. It's Tolbert and Copes here Friday afternoon. It's a Ska Friday. It's an Augusta Friday.
Like Connor.
We got to, dude, the text lines and the YouTube chat is still coming at Connor. It was like 35 minutes ago. We got like an update on Steve. We got an update on Steph Curry, and they're like, man, Connor's pissing me off, dude. Like, this is really upsetting me. The one that gets me are the people who are upset about Connor. Like, they're like, I saw comedy at Rooster Teeth Feathers for many years. I'm like, he came on and said he wasn't trying to make us laugh. And everybody's pissed that he came with bad jokes, dude. We like forced him into it. Connor, you can call anytime, dude. Seriously, give us a call again anytime you want, Connor. Tolbert and Coast, we got an update on Steph Curry from Steve Kerr, and we'll get that to you in the Sound Soiree. Steve Kerr and the Sound Soiree, a tradition unlike any other. On Tolbert and Coast, the sports leader.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. It's been a lot of fun. Friday evening. By the way, already starting to stay lighter out later. Don't forget, clocks change on, I guess, technically Saturday night into Sunday. So tomorrow evening, like before you go to bed, just bring those clocks forward because you're losing an hour of sleep. Of course, tomorrow, that's after you wake up. You get your black and orange on. You get in the car, you hop on BART, you get on Caltrain, whatever mode of transportation you're taking to get yourself to Oracle Park by 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for the Giants Fan Fest with KNBR. We got a great event going on tomorrow at the ballpark. Stop by. We got the game on the big screen, the Cactus League game, which, by the way, last night we had a performance from Kyle Harrison, who yesterday Alex Pavlovic told us from NBC Sports Bay Area that he thinks he'll be the number 2 in the rotation when the season starts 20 days from today on the 28th in San Diego against the Padres, at Dodgers, and then coming on home for the home opener. The Sound Soiree, we'll get going here in I guess we should just start it off. Here's Steve Kerr moments ago with us. Steve Kerr just a couple of minutes ago on Tolbert and Copes right here. You missed the full interview. It's all up on KNBR.com. Greg Popovich joined us earlier. You want to check that out, too. That's a really, really good hit. He and Tom went deep on a whole lot of stuff. Anyway, here's Steve Kerr. Steph Curry, we found out, we thought 7 to 10 days is what was reported by Monty Poole. Here's what Steve Kerr says.
Yeah, the MRI was pretty clean, which is great news. So, talking to Rick Celebrini this morning, he just said that it's really a matter of how Steph's doing tomorrow because, this kind of injury, you kind of need to give it 48 hours to really get a better assessment. So, highly unlikely Steph would play tomorrow. But we'll have a report out tomorrow after Steph sees Rick, and they can get a good look at it after, a couple of days. So we'll see.
Would it be?
It's kind of the update we'd expected. It wouldn't be anything like super, super specific, but Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area, after earlier today from Woj and Shams and Anthony Slater, we find out negative MRI, nothing, or I guess we would say positive results for the MRI is what we would say. Nothing crazy with the ankle. They were saying he could miss a couple of games. Then we heard 7 to 10 days. That was per sources of Monty Poole. And then Steve Kerr, I don't think was going to give us an exact, number of games or anything. But if you're looking at the Warriors schedule, they got 2 against the Spurs here tomorrow and then Monday. It's a home and home here against San Antonio and then at San Antonio. But if you're going by the 7-day mark, in the next week, they've got 3 games. If you go by 8 days, just like in that window, it's 4 games. And if you go by the full 7 to 10, if you got 10 games, you get 10 days, you got 5 games in that 10-day span. So that was Steve Kerr with us just minutes ago. If you want to check that out, the full interview, all up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. By the way, tickets for all Warrior home games are available for purchase at Warriors.com. The Warriors host the Spurs, as I mentioned, tomorrow at 5:30. In the event of a sellout, tickets are always available at Warriors.com, where Warrior fans buy and sell tickets. They're 100% guaranteed by the Dubs organization. And a cool event going on. The Santa Cruz Warriors are going to be hosting their annual game at Chase Center this Sunday. So you can be out over, you could do like the Terry Francois 2-step on Saturday and then Sunday. You could go Giants Fan Fest Saturday and then Santa Cruz Warriors on Sunday at Chase Center, March 10th, 12:30 p.m. First 10,000 fans are going to get a longboard loony bobblehead day for the Santa Cruz Warriors. It's a family-friendly event where they'll also be hosting a Steam Fest presented by One Passcode. Fans of all ages can walk through over a dozen interactive displays in areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. That's what STEAM stands for, Tom. Back into the Sound Soiree here on Tolbert and Copes Friday afternoon. Got some business out of the way. Our next piece of stuff, how about Matt Chapman, newest member of the San Francisco Giants? Last night, Kyle Harrison, 6 strikeouts, by the way, in 2 2/3 innings, 5 of them swinging. Matt Chapman made his debut, but the game got called due to rain. He joined Murf and Marcus. That's on KNBR.com and the app as well. Here's Chapman on signing with the Giants.
Yeah, I know I touched on it a little bit in my press conference, but for me personally, I think it's players' preference. I think some guys are probably more comfortable, staying on the East Coast or where they're from or whatever it is. But I think that this is an organization that has a rich history. You play in good weather all the time in California. You play in a very tough division. It's a great organization. So it has all the makings, great ballpark, great fan base. So to me, it was a no-brainer. It's an easy decision. And I think that, that narrative will continue to change, if it even is one. In my opinion, it's not somewhere I wanted to go. I chose to go there. I want to be here. I know how good all these guys in the clubhouse are, and this team's only getting better. So all those reasons I wanted to be here, and, this is somewhere I want to stay, and this is somewhere where I'll continue to recruit people. And I know there's guys that want to come play, for Bowmel or with me or with some of the guys in this locker room. So I think it's a narrative that you'll see that, won't stick very long.
Was that me or did he
sound like Connor?
Sound like Connor.
Dude, oh my God, dude, it's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, is this Matt Chapman or is this Connor? Partway through, I was like waiting for a punchline. I was like, oh yeah, it's Connor. It's not coming.
It's not
coming. It's not coming.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
I don't know.
Connor, hang in there, man. We all have days like this.
Yeah, I know I touched on it a little bit in my press conference.
Yeah.
He did.
I was 1 for 11 one day.
It's a little bit. Did you? You went 1 for 11? I got 2.
Yeah. I think Akeem blocked most of them. It was not kidding.
Most of them. What's most?
Blocks.
Like 8?
He must have had 4 blocks on my shot.
Like jumpers or like layups?
Yeah. Jumpers from the weak side, stuff like that. He'd come over and block. I was like, is somebody dropping this guy from the rafters? Because he's like everywhere. And he wasn't even guarding me. Otis Thorpe was guarding me. I'd like try to shake Otis Thorpe, take a jumper, and get it over him, and then Akeem blocks. And I'm like, that's enough. That was one of my most ridiculous moments in the NBA. I made my first shot. I think I was like 0 for 9 or something like that. And I made a shot early in the fourth quarter. And we were getting beat by 20. And I was like pumping my fist, like, yeah, baby. And I'm sure people are like looking, what the hell is he doing? I was like, I got one. I'm on the board. I'm not getting shut out today. No goose eggs for your boy. No goose eggs
Hawk
tonight.
Harrelson for you, dude.
And got ran. Just got ran.
Hey.
Yeah, it was.
You didn't hang that donut though, did you, Tom?
Yeah, no donut for me that night.
Not for my boy.
1 for 11's pretty bad, but it's better to go goose egg.
Well, if you haven't heard of Tom Tolbert, stand in line. Not many have.
So messed up, dude. So what broadcaster would do that today?
God,
it's so funny.
That's rough.
All right, more here from the Sound Soiree. Anthony Edwards had that huge block in the fourth quarter yesterday. He actually left the game like minutes in, which was a good sign, we thought, because it meant he was there on time. But then it was bad.
Oh, by the way, can I
please?
Do you know where he was when he wasn't there on time?
No, I haven't seen the follow-up.
He was in the locker room. He was like there. He just didn't come out on time.
All right, brings us to a great story here at KNBR. you remember our guy Steve Fishman? Longtime producer here, board ops, part-time guy. Was here for many years. Fish was just a goof. He once was applying for a job here, like an elevated position. He's sitting there in the bullpen, and all of a sudden he goes, "Oh crap!" Everyone's like, "What happened?" He goes, "I missed my interview." Dude, he was here at the office, and he missed his interview for the full-time position.
Touchdown, Bama.
Needless to say, he's not here anymore. He left on his own. He left on his own accord, okay? He left on his own accord. Here's Anthony Edwards' big block in the fourth quarter. Here's the post-game reaction to the game-winning block against the Pacers.
Yeah, I hit my head, I think, on the rim. It's hurting real bad, and I landed on my wrist. But, I mean, I saw him with the lane. I knew he was going for the layup, and I was just like, man, I'm finna go get this. I ain't never jumped that high in my life.
I'm finna go get this.
And he got it. He almost hit his damn head on the rim.
I know, it's crazy. I know, jumped that high in my life.
Go get this.
I'm finna get this.
That's pretty funny.
He got it.
He had that thought, and he did.
That guy.
I'm finna go get this.
That dude's DNA is different right there.
How about Draymond Green? He has a podcast, Tom. Draymond has a podcast, for those who don't know. And he was, I guess, just giving his take on Wembanyama winning Defensive Player of the Year. Here's what Draymond thinks about Wembanyama winning DPOY and why it shouldn't happen this year.
Wemby is 12th in the league in steals and first in blocks. And those are great numbers. And as he continue on in his career and that team gets better, I don't think those numbers are going anywhere. I don't think Wemby's going to block less shots. I don't think Wemby's going to get less steals with his length. And so he'll have these numbers, and he'll have opportunity to win Defensive Player of the Years. I personally don't think that is this year. Even if Rudy Gobert wasn't having the season that he's having and their team having the season that they're having, I still don't think you can give that award to somebody who's on the 24th best defense in the league. If you are doing that, well, then you got to move the needle back for Jason Tatum. It can't be, oh, man, they got to win a championship before Jason Tatum can win MVP. You got to move that needle back because clearly we're just moving the needle whenever we feel like we can. If you're going to give Victor the Defensive Player of the Year award.
Totally agree. Absolutely. It can't be. You can't win Defensive Player of the Year when your defense is ranked in the bottom 10. You just can't. I mean, how big of impact are you having? Not much. I mean, they can only fall so much further, and especially 24th, you can only fall 6 more spots. So, yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, Gobert's the easy choice. He's had a great year defensively. And what has it led to? It's led to them being the best team in the West for now. And they're still going to have a great record no matter what happens without Karl Anthony Towns. But, yeah, to me, that's a given. I've always said these awards got to be tied to winning because if they're not, what's the point? And they're not winning, and their defense isn't good enough for him to win that award. So, yeah, I'm in line with Draymond on this one, absolutely.
Says the Mike Trout fan. More from Draymond here, mic'd up.
I didn't vote for the damn award. Yeah. I wouldn't have. What did I tell you last year? I told you. I go, look, Ohtani's going to win it.
But give it to Seager because I had money on it. I had so much money.
Yeah.
Not so much, but I would have won big. I had Seager and Olsen. I'm like, dude, second place, both guys. Give me a break.
Olsen who's better? Ohtani. We know that.
Yeah, but that was different.
How many wins did they get because Ohtani played for him? Well, I can tell you they didn't make the playoffs.
Not enough, yeah.
But who cares? What does it matter? All I know is the Rangers not only made the playoffs, won the World Series. Not that that matters, the regular season award.
Seager.
But again, I'm still maybe Ohtani's so much better, and that pitches and all that. I get it. Look, I get all that. So he's so much better. You got to vote for him. If it's close, winning has to matter. I still think I'm partial to winning because that's what this whole thing's about, winning. So I wouldn't have minded giving it to Seager. I knew it wasn't going to happen. But in this instance, it's got to be Gobert. Has to be. Easy.
All right, one more piece of sound here from the sound soiree. Draymond mic'd up. This is him on the bench. He had an interaction with a fan yesterday. Here it is.
How's the baby? Good. How old now? She'll turn 4 months tomorrow.
Mazel tov.
Mazel, baby.
What's he say? I heard the mazel tov. What did Draymond say?
He said mazel.
Mazel.
He said, sounds like, as Derek was saying, Alec Baldwin from Along Came Polly. Mazel, mazel.
Mazel. Good things.
Mazel, mazel. Good things.
Isn't Mosul like a city in Afghanistan or Iraq or something?
I don't know. I think I know Kerry's in Malta.
We know that. We got the Malta part.
One more thing here. So
mazel.
We've had a couple of different promos cut over the last week or so, or 2 weeks or so. We had Hulk Hogan call in. We had who was the other one? We had Iron Sheik call in.
Macho Man or
Iron
Ric Flair or something?
No, remember we had Iron Sheik call in and cut a promo?
In Iraq, by the way. Mosul's a city in Iraq. Yes, we did know Iron Sheik was incredible.
Well, we have one more bit of sound here. It's not even a bit of sound. It's a caller. Oh, dude, he just dropped off.
Oh, come on.
We had the Mexican-American Dream ready to cut a promo on Connor on the line, dude.
Mazel.
Well, if the Mexican-American Dream calls back, we'll have time for him. I think actually he's getting back on the line now, so we'll get him back on. We had, so those who don't know, we had we have him. The Mexican-American Dream wants to cut a promo on Connor. Here he is.
That's right, Adam Copeland. This is me, the Mexican-American Dream. Kake was just an appetizer. Today, Connor, it's time for you to pay. It's time for you to pay, Daddy. Connor's not too bright, you see. He watches Masterpiece Theater, ironically. Connor studied for a blood test, and he still failed. Every time I look in my utensil drawer, I'm reminded of Connor. Hey,
Oh,
Adam
keep it
Copeland,
together.
This is not funny. This isn't funny here. Let me tell you something here, baby. Okay, I look in my utensil drawer, and I remember that Connor is sharp as a spoon. He has the edge of a butter knife, and he eats his ice cream with a fork. Connor, you are a poor representation of what these people couldn't expect from their local sports radio, Daddy. Next time I see you, it's on. Take step aside, make way. Connor, I'm coming your way. The Mexican-American dream will give you nightmares, Connor. Stay away. This is your last warning. Next time you call in, I'll take you out. Not with the chair shot, not with the tombstone. It's the bionic elbow, and I'll smack you across your face with the tortilla, baby. That's right, Daddy. Odele.
That's a Mexican-American dream kind of promo on Connor. Sports
That's pretty good, Dusty.
That's pretty good. Baby. Oh, so good.
He added the little like shadings in there. You're like, okay, that's he's doing the Dusty Rhodes thing. That was pretty good. That was pretty good stuff.
I don't know if Dusty Rhodes ever laughed mid-promo, but he kept it together, dude. Well done. And he came at me, too. I had to improvise
He was teetering there for a minute. Yeah. He was teetering, but that was very solid. Very solid.
More wrestler promos on Tolbert and Cobes. Sports Phone KNBR with our guy Bill Lasky is next on the Sports Leader. Mayoko joined Papa Lunt to discuss what we can see from the 49ers in free agency. That starts next week, by the way. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here as we're heading into the weekend. Don't you want to come out of the weekend? A little bit more scratch, a little bit more money in your pocket. That's where Underdog Fantasy comes in with their Pick'em game. NBA season's still going on. We've been talking about it all week long. Even with the Dubs having the injury, you can still make some money. How about that? Watch a little Dubs, make some money. They're back in action tomorrow. This is Underdog Fantasy in the Pick'em game. It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players from at least 2 different teams. You select higher or lower on the player's stats. If those picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. Legal in California, and it's a blast to play along as you watch the Dubs. Couple of games, or one game this weekend, but you got a slew and a full slate of NBA games to watch tonight and for the rest of the weekend. Underdog is easy to play, and it's easy to get started. If you just take my word for it, all you have to do is download the Underdog app, Underdog Fantasy, or go to UnderdogFantasy.com, and when you do, sign up and use promo code KNBR, and when you do that, they'll match your first deposit up to $100, $10 to $100, KNBR, they'll match it. Plus, you get a special pick to use with your first Pick'em entry. Again, Underdog Fantasy or UnderdogFantasy.com. You can download the app in the App Store, promo code KNBR to get that first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 matched, plus that special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.